In the tumult of steam and machinery, who can reach the extraordinary? Amidst the shadows of history, who whispers in the dark? I awaken from the enigmatic, my eyes opening to this world. Firearms, cannons, colossal ships, airships, different engines, potions, divination, curses, the hanged man sealed. Artifacts, light still shines. Mystery never fades. This is a tale of the fool. Chapter 1. Crimson. Pain. Oh, such pain. My head aches terribly. The bizarre, whispering dream swiftly shatters, and Zhou Mingrue, still in slumber, feels a sharp throbbing in his skull, as if struck fiercely by a club, or perhaps pierced by a sharp object, accompanied by a relentless agitation. Hiss. In a daze, Zhou Mingrue attempts to turn over, to clutch his head, to rise, yet finds himself utterly immobilized, his body seemingly devoid of control. It appears I have not truly awakened, I am still within a dream. Perhaps I will find myself thinking I have awoken when in fact I am still asleep. Familiar with such experiences, Zhou Mingrue strives to concentrate his will, desperate to break free from the shackles of darkness and illusion. Yet in this state of half-sleep, the will often drifts like smoke, elusive and uncontainable no matter how hard he tries. His thoughts scatter, distractions arise. What could possibly cause such a sudden headache in the dead of night? And such an intense one at that? Could it be a cerebral hemorrhage? Goodness, am I destined to die young like this? I must awaken. I must awaken. It seems the pain has lessened somewhat, yet my mind still feels as though a dull blade is slowly slicing through. It appears I cannot continue to sleep. How will I manage work tomorrow? Work? With such a genuine headache, I must certainly take a leave. No need to fear the manager's incessant chatter. With this thought, it doesn't seem too bad. Ha. A stolen half-day of leisure. Wave after wave of throbbing pain allowed Zhou Mingrue to accumulate a phantom strength. And finally, with a surge of determination, he straightened his back and opened his eyes. Fully breaking free from the haze of slumber, like a tea first, his vision was blurred, then shrouded in a faint crimson hue. As his gaze adjusted, he saw before him a wooden desk, its surface adorned with an open notebook, the rough, yellowed pages bearing strange letters inscribed with deep, lustrous INK.T. O. The left of the notebook, neatly stacked, lay a pile of books, about 7 or 8 in total, while to their right, the wall was lined with gray-white pipes and a wall lamp. Connected to them, the lamp exuded a classic Western charm, roughly the size of an adult's head, with a transparent glass inner layer, encased in a black metallic grid. Beneath the extinguished lamp, a black ink bottle was bathed in a soft red glow, its surface adorned with a blurred angelic pattern. Next to the ink bottle, on the right side of the notebook, rested a dark, rounded fountain pen, its nib glinting faintly, with the cap placed beside a brass-colored revolver. A revolver? Zhou Mingrue was taken aback. The scene before him was utterly foreign, bearing no resemblance to his own room. In his astonishment and confusion, he noticed that the desk, the notebook, the ink bottle, and the revolver were all veiled in a layer of crimson sheen, the light filtering in from outside. Instinctively, he raised his head, his gaze gradually ascending. In the air above, a black velvet curtain held aloft a round, crimson full moon, casting a tranquil glow. This Zhou Mingrue felt an inexplicable dread, abruptly standing, but before his legs could fully straighten, another wave of pain struck his head, causing him to momentarily lose strength, his balance faltering, and he fell heavily upon the hard wooden chair. Crack. The pain did not deter him. He pressed his hands against the desk, rising once more, frantically turning to survey his surroundings. The room was modest, with a brown door on each side and a wooden bunk bed pressed against the opposite wall. Between the left door and the bed stood a cabinet with 2 doors above and 5 drawers below. At the same height as the cabinet, gray-white pipes were embedded in the wall, connecting to a peculiar mechanical contraption, revealing gears and bearings in places. Near the right corner of the desk lay a coal stove-like object, alongside cooking utensils such as a soup pot and a frying pan. Beyond the right door stood a wardrobe mirror, cracked in 2 places, with a simple and plain wooden base. As his gaze swept across the room, Zhou Mingrue vaguely caught sight of his reflection, his current self. Black hair, brown eyes, a linen shirt, a slender build, ordinary. Features of a somewhat pronounced profile. This Zhou Mingrue gasped, a wave of helpless and chaotic thoughts flooding his mind. The revolver, the classic European and American decor, and the crimson moon that diverged from Earth all hinted at an extraordinary event. Could it be that I have traversed worlds? Zhou Mingrue's mouth opened slightly. Having grown up reading web novels, he often fantasized about such scenarios. Yet now, faced with the reality, he found it difficult to accept. Is this what they call a dragon in the leaf? After several seconds, Zhou Mingrue managed a wry, self-deprecating comment. Were it not for the persistent headache sharpening his thoughts, he would surely question whether he was dreaming. Calm, 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 taking several deep breaths. Zhou Mingrue endeavored to stabilize his frayed nerves. Just then, as his body and mind began to harmonize, fragmented memories abruptly surfaced in his mind. Klein Moretti, a resident of the city of Tianjin in the Kingdom of Ruin on the northern continent, a recent graduate of the history department at Hoi University. His father, a sergeant in the Royal Army, perished in colonial conflicts on the southern continent. The compensation he received enabled Klein to attend a private grammar school, laying the groundwork for his university admission. His mother, a devotee of the goddess of night, passed away in the year Klein successfully entered Hoi University. He had an older brother and a younger sister, all living together in a two-bedroom apartment. The family was not affluent. Even verging on impoverished, they relied solely on the income of his brother, who worked as a clerk in an import-export company. As a history graduate, Klein mastered the ancient Fusak language, said to be the origin of the written word in the northern continent, as well as the Hermetic script frequently found in ancient tombs, associated with rituals and prayers. Hermetic script? Zhou Mingrue's heart stirred, and he pressed his hand against his throbbing temple, directing his gaze to the open notebook on the desk, feeling the yellowed pages transform from the strange to the unfamiliar, then to the familiar, and finally to something he could decipher. This was written in Hermetic script. The deep, lustrous ink proclaimed, "Everyone will die, including me." Hiss. Zhou Mingrue felt an inexplicable terror, instinctively recoiling, trying to distance himself from the notebook and its words. He felt weak, nearly collapsing, and hurriedly grasped the edge of the desk, sensing the air around him grow restless, faint whispers echoing in his ears, reminiscent of childhood. Tales spun by elders. Shaking his head, he dismissed it as mere illusion, regaining his composure as he averted his gaze from the notebook, breathing heavily. At that moment, his attention fell upon the brass-glinted revolver, and a question suddenly emerged in his mind. Given Klein's family circumstances, how could he afford a revolver? Zhou Mingrue furrowed his brow. Lost in thought, he noticed a half-formed red handprint at the desk's edge, deeper in hue than the moonlight, thicker than the sheen. It was a blood handprint. A blood handprint? Zhou Mingrue instinctively examined his right hand, which he had pressed against the desk, lowering his gaze to find his palm and fingers smeared with blood. Meanwhile, the throbbing in his head persisted, albeit slightly diminished, an unbroken rhythm. Could I have injured my head? Zhou Mingrue speculated as he turned his body toward the cracked mirror. At a few steps later, a figure of medium stature, with black hair and brown eyes, exuding a distinct scholarly aura, came into his view. Is this truly me, Klein Moretti? Zhou Mingrue paused for a moment, as the dim light of the night obscured his vision. He pressed on until he stood just a step away from the mirror. Bathed in the ethereal crimson glow of the moonlight, he tilted his head to examine the condition of his temple. The mirror reflected the truth with stark clarity. A grotesque wound lay at his temple, its edges charred and surrounded by dried blood, while within, grayish-white brain matter writhed slowly. Chapter 2. The situation. With a startling thud, Zhou Mingrue stumbled back a few steps, terrified by the sight before him. The reflection in the dressing mirror appeared not as himself, but as a lifeless corpse. How could someone with such grievous wounds still be alive? He could scarcely believe it, tilting his head to examine the other side. Even with the distance stretching and the light dimming, the penetrating wound and deep crimson stains remained discernible. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Mingrue struggled to calm himself. His hand instinctively pressed against his left chest, where he felt the vigorous and rapid rhythm of his heart. Touching the exposed skin, he noted a slight chill, beneath which coursed warmth. He crouched down to verify that his knees could still bend, then stood again, no longer so frantic. What was happening? He murmured to himself, furrowing his brow as he resolved to inspect the head wound more thoroughly. After taking 2 steps forward, he abruptly paused. For the dim light of the blood moon outside was insufficient for a meticulous examination. A fragment of memory surfaced, causing him to glance at the wall adjacent to his desk, where a wall lamp was ensconced within grayish-white pipes and a metal grid. This was a contemporary gas lamp, its flame stable and its illumination excellent. Given Klein Moretti's circumstances, one would not expect even a kerosene lamp, let alone a gas lamp. Candles would be the appropriate symbol of one's status. However, for years prior, during his late-night study sessions for the Hoi University entrance exam, his brother Benson had deemed this an essential endeavor for their family's future, even going into debt to create favorable conditions for him. Of course, Benson, who was literate and had worked for several years, was not reckless or lacking in foresight. He cleverly persuaded their landlord to finance the installation of gas pipes on the premise that it would elevate the apartment's prestige and aid in future rentals. Utilizing his connections at the import-export company, he acquired modern gas lamps at nearly cost price, managing to do so solely with his savings, without borrowing from anyone. As the fleeting memory faded, Zhou Mingrui returned to his desk, opening the pipe valve and twisting the gas lamp switch. The sound of striking igniters echoed. Yet the anticipated light did not materialize. He twisted the switch again, but the gas lamp remained dim. Recalling the situation, he pressed his left temple, sifting through fragmented memories for answers. After a few moments, he turned his body and approached the mechanical device embedded in the wall beside the door. Connected by the same grayish-white pipes. This was the gas meter. Observing the exposed gears and bearings, Zhou Mingrui retrieved a coin from his pocket. Its dark yellow hue shimmered with a copper sheen, bearing the crowned visage of a man on one side, while the reverse showcased a sheaf of wheat encircling the numeral 1. Zhou Mingrui recognized it as the most basic currency of the Kingdom of Rune. Known as the copper penny, the purchasing power of 1 penny was roughly equivalent to 3 or 4 of his former currency. This coin had denominations of 5 pennies, half a penny, and a quarter penny, but still lacked precision, often requiring him to gather change for purchases. After twirling the coin, minted during King George III's reign, between his fingers, he inserted it into the slender opening of the gas meter. A delightful chime resonated. As the penny tumbled within the meter, the gears clicked rhythmically, producing a brief yet enchanting mechanical melody. Zhou Mingrui gazed for a few seconds before returning to the wooden desk, twisting the gas lamp's switch once more. With a sudden flare, flames erupted, growing rapidly, illuminating the wall lamp before spilling through the transparent glass, casting a warm hue across the room. The darkness retreated abruptly, and the crimson glow withdrew from the window. Zhou Mingrui felt a strange sense of reassurance and hastened to the dressing mirror. This time, he scrutinized the area around his temple, leaving no detail overlooked. After careful comparison, he observed that aside from the initial bloodstains, the gruesome wound had ceased to bleed, as if it had received the utmost care in terms of hemostasis and bandaging. The sluggishly writhing grayish-white matter of his brain and the visibly regenerating flesh around the wound hinted at impending healing, perhaps in 30 to 40 minutes, or 2 to 3 hours. Only faint traces would remain. Was this the effect of traversing realms? Zhou Mingrui smirked slightly, whispering silently. He exhaled deeply, reminding himself that regardless of the circumstances, he was still very much alive. Regaining his composure, he pulled open the drawer, retrieving a small bar of soap and a tattered towel from the cabinet. He then opened the front door and made his way to the shared washroom on the second floor. Yes, the blood on his head needed to be addressed, lest he perpetually resemble a crime scene. It mattered little if he frightened himself, but he could not risk alarming his sister, Melissa, who needed to rise early the following day. The corridor outside was engulfed in darkness, with only the waning crimson moonlight at the far end barely outlining the protruding objects, rendering them akin to monstrous eyes silently observing the living in the depths of the night. Zhou Mingrui tread lightly, a touch of trepidation accompanying his steps toward the washroom. Upon entering, the moonlight intensified, clarifying his surroundings. He stood before the wash basin and turned on the faucet. The sound of rushing water filled his ears, and suddenly, he recalled the landlord, Mr. Frankie. Since the water bill was included in the rent, this diminutive, slender man, adorned with a top hat, waistcoat, and black formal attire, often patrolled the washrooms, eavesdropping on the sound of running water. If the noise grew too loud, he would abandon all gentlemanly decorum, fiercely wielding his cane against the washroom door, bellowing accusations of theft and wastefulness. Snapping back to the present, Zhou Mingrui wet the towel and began scrubbing the blood from his face, repeating the process. Once he had gazed into the washroom's shabby mirror and confirmed only the grotesque wound and his pale visage remained, he felt a significant sense of relief. He then removed his linen shirt, using the soap to scrub away the bloodstains. At that moment, a frown creased his brow as he remembered another potential problem: the exaggerated wound and the copious blood. There should be traces elsewhere in the room. After several minutes, having cleaned his linen shirt, Zhou Mingrui hurried back home with a damp towel, first wiping away the bloodstains from the desk, then, guided by the gas lamp's glow, searching for further remnants. In his quest, he quickly discovered numerous splatters on the floor and beneath the desk, as well as a yellowed bullet casing lying against the wall. Had a revolver been pressed to his temple and a shot fired? The clues fell into place, and Zhou Mingrui began to grasp the cause of Klein's demise. He did not rush to confirm this, but meticulously wiped away the bloodstains and tidied the scene before retrieving the bullet casing and returning to the desk. He opened the revolver's cylinder, ejecting the bullets within. There were 5 bullets in total, along with 1 casing, all gleaming with a brass luster. Indeed, Zhou Mingrui glanced at the empty casing, nodding slightly as he replaced the bullets one by one into the cylinder. His gaze shifted to the open notebook, where he had written the phrase, "Everyone will die, including me," and a wave of doubt surged within him. Where had the gun come from? Was it suicide or a facade of suicide? What trouble could a history graduate from a common background have stirred? How could such a method of suicide leave this scant evidence of blood? Was it due to my timely arrival from another realm, endowed with healing benefits? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Mingrui donned another linen shirt and settled into a chair, pondering matters of greater significance. Klein's predicament was not his immediate concern. The true issue lay in unraveling the mystery of his unexpected transmigration and whether he could return. His parents, relatives, close friends, the vibrant tapestry of the online world, and an array of delectable cuisines, these evoked an earnest yearning to return. Snap, snap, snap. Zhou Mingrui's right hand instinctively flicked the revolver's cylinder, only to retract it repeatedly. This period was not markedly different from the past, save for a streak of misfortune. How could he have inexplicably crossed over? Misfortune. That's right. Prior to dining this evening, he had performed a ritual for good fortune. A flash of insight illuminated Zhou Mingrui's mind, shedding light on memories obscured by mist. As a self-proclaimed adept of keyboard politics, history, economics, biology, and folklore, he often claimed to possess a smattering of knowledge in various fields, much to the amusement of his close friends, who teased that he only understood a little of everything. Among these was the art of mysticism. Last year, during a visit to his hometown, he stumbled upon a fascinating old tome on secret mystical practices from the Qin and Han dynasties at a second-hand bookstall. It appeared intriguing and seemed beneficial for posturing online, so he purchased it. Alas, his interest was fleeting. The vertical layout made it cumbersome to read, and he had only perused the introduction before relegating the book to a corner. It was only after a month of relentless misfortunes, losing his phone, clients absconding, work blunders, a series of unfortunate events, that he recalled the opening of the mystical tome, which detailed a simple ritual for good fortune requiring no prior knowledge. Merely divide the staple food of the region into 4 portions and place them in the 4 corners of a room, be it on a table or a cabinet. Then, standing in the center, he was to trace a square counterclockwise in 4 steps. First, sincerely reciting Fu Sheng Xian Huang Xian Zun. Second, Fu Sheng Xian Huang Tian Jun. Third, Fu Sheng Xian Huang Shang Di. And fourth, Fu Sheng Xian Huang Tian Zun. After completing the steps, he would close his eyes and wait for 5 minutes, thus deeming the ritual a success. With a nonchalant attitude, he retrieved the book and followed the instructions before dinner. However, nothing transpired at that moment. To his astonishment, by midnight, he had indeed transmigrated. There was a distinct possibility that the ritual had played a role. He would test it here tomorrow, if it were indeed the cause. He might have hoped for a return. Zhou Mingrui halted the fidgeting with his revolver, sitting up straight with renewed resolve. Regardless of the outcome, he had to give it a try. A dead horse must be treated as a live one. Chapter 3. Melissa had devised a plan, and in that moment, Zhou Mingrui found a sense of reassurance. His anxiety, indecision, and insecurity curled up into a corner, retreating into silence. It was only then that he could take the time to scrutinize the fragmented memories left by Klein. Habitually, he rose to close the valve, observing as the wall lamp dimmed slowly until it extinguished. He sat back down, unconsciously caressing the brass cylinder of his revolver while pressing his head to the side, quietly savoring the dark tinged with crimson, akin to the most engrossed audience member in a cinema. Perhaps influenced by the bullet S passage, Klein's memory shattered like broken glass, losing not only coherence, but also significant content. Questions arose. Where did the exquisitely crafted revolver come from? Was it a suicide or a murder? What did the note's cryptic statement, "Everyone will die, including me," truly signify? Did he partake in any peculiar events 2 days prior to the incident? Not only had these specific recollections become fragmented, but even the knowledge he possessed was similarly compromised. Under the current circumstances, Zhou Mingrui believed that if Klein were to return to university, he would likely fail to graduate, despite having just left campus a few days ago and not having relaxed his diligence in the slightest. In 2 days, he was to attend an interview at the history department of Tianjin University. The universities in the Kingdom of Rune had a tradition of graduates not directly remaining at the school. His mentor had provided a recommendation letter for Tianjin University and another for Beekland University. As Zhou Mingrui silently observed, the red moon hung low in the western sky, gradually sinking until a faint light arose in the east, painting the horizon in gold. At that moment, sounds emanated from the inner room, and soon footsteps approached the isolation door. Melissa had awakened, as punctual as ever. Zhou Mingrui smiled faintly, influenced by Klein's memories, feeling a fraternal affection towards Melissa, akin to that of an elder brother. Yet, he reminded himself that he had no biological sister. Melissa differed from Klein. Her early education was not conducted at the Sunday school of the Night Goddess Church. By the time she reached the age for schooling, the Kingdom of Rune had enacted the Elementary Education Act, establishing a committee for primary and secondary education with dedicated funding, significantly increasing investment. Within 3 years, numerous public primary schools were established, absorbing many church schools while strictly adhering to principles of religious neutrality, avoiding involvement in the disputes between the Storm Lord, the Night Goddess, and the Church of Steam and Machinery. Compared to the Sunday school that charged merely a copper penny a week and taught only on Sundays, the public primary schools, with a tuition of 3 pennies per week, seemed quite expensive. However, considering the former's limited instruction and the latter's 6 days of classes each week, the overall cost appeared almost negligible. Unlike most girls, Melissa had a passion for gears, springs, and bearings from a young age, aspiring to become a steam mechanic. Having suffered from cultural disadvantages and understanding the importance of education, her elder brother, Benson, supported her dream just as he had supported Klein's pursuit of higher education. For the Tingen Technical School was merely a form of secondary education, negating the need for further accumulation at a grammar school or public school. In July of the previous year, 15-year-old Melissa successfully passed the entrance exam, fulfilling her ambition to join the steam and machinery department of Tingen Technical School, with her weekly tuition rising to 9 pennies. Meanwhile, Benson's import-export company faced significant challenges due to the situation in the southern continent, leading to drastic reductions in both profits and business volume, forcing them to lay off over a third of their staff. To maintain his job and livelihood, Benson had to accept increasingly heavy workloads, often working overtime or traveling to inhospitable locations, just as he had been doing recently. Klein had contemplated alleviating some of his brother's burden, but as a commoner who had entered university through an ordinary grammar school, he acutely felt his inadequacies upon entering higher education. The ancient Guffasac language, the root language of all countries on the northern continent, was something the children of the nobility and affluent classes had learned from an early age, while he encountered it only for the first time in university. There were many such aspects. Klein exerted all his strength, often staying up late and rising early, barely managing to keep up with others and graduating with a mediocre performance. The memories of the siblings flickered in Zhou Mingrui's mind until he turned the revolver in his hand, and the door to the inner room creaked open, jolting him back to reality as he remembered he was gripping a revolver. This was a semi-regulated item. It could frighten children. And my wound on the head. Seeing that Melissa was about to emerge, Zhou Mingrui pressed his temple while hurriedly pulling open the desk drawer and tossing the revolver inside with a thud. What had transpired? Hearing the commotion, Melissa looked over, puzzled. In the prime of her youth, despite not having access to fine food, her face was thin and slightly pale. Yet her skin retained a radiant glow, exuding a youthful essence. Upon noticing her brother's brown eyes scrutinizing her, Zhou Mingrui feigned calmness, picked up an item nearby, and casually closed the drawer to obscure the revolver's presence. The sensation on his temple confirmed that the wound had healed. What he retrieved from the drawer was a silver pocket watch adorned with vine and leaf patterns. A gentle press on the top caused the cover to spring open. It was the most valuable possession left behind by their father, a sergeant in the Royal Army, but being a second-hand item, it had exhibited issues intermittently over recent years. Even after having been repaired by a watchmaker, this frequently led to embarrassment for Benson, who liked to carry it to elevate his status. And he had simply left it at home. It must be said that Melissa might indeed possess a talent for mechanics. After mastering theoretical knowledge, she began to tinker with the pocket watch using the tools available at the technical school, recently declaring that she had fixed it. As Zhou Mingrui watched the cover spring open, he noticed the second hand was motionless and instinctively began to turn the top, intending to wind the watch. However, after several turns, the expected sound of the spring tightening did not resonate, and the second hand remained still. It seemed to be broken again. Searching for conversation, he glanced at his sister. Melissa shot him a blank look, swiftly approached, and took the pocket watch from him. Standing there, she pulled up the top button. And after merely a few turns, the rhythmic ticking of the second hand echoed. Normally, wasn't he pulling it up supposed to adjust the time? Zhou Mingrui's expression grew blank. Just then, the distant church bells tolled 6 times, resonating with a distant and ethereal sound. After listening attentively, Melissa elevated the button further and continued to twist it, synchronizing the time. Done, she stated succinctly, devoid of any emotion, then pressed the top back down, returning the pocket watch to Zhou Mingrui. He offered an awkward yet polite smile in response. Melissa cast one more deep glance at her brother before turning towards the cupboard to retrieve her toothbrush and towel. Pulling the door open to head to the communal washroom. Had her earlier expression conveyed a mix of disdain and helplessness? Was it a gaze of concern for her less capable brother? Zhou Mingrui shook his head, chuckling softly, snapping the watch cover shut with a click, then pressing it open again with another sound. Repeating this action, his thoughts drifted to a troubling question. In the absence of a silencer, if Klein had indeed committed suicide, well, for now, let us consider it a suicide. The noise would have been substantial, and yet Melissa, merely a wall away, had remained completely oblivious. Was she sleeping too soundly? Or was there something inherently bizarre about Klein's suicide? Click, open, snap, shut. Upon Melissa's return from washing up, she found her brother engrossed in the mindless act of opening and closing the pocket watch's cover repeatedly. Her expression once more reflected exasperation as she sweetly declared, Klein, be sure to take out the remaining bread today. Remember to buy some fresh bread. along with meat and peas. You have your interview soon. I'll make you lamb stew with peas. As she spoke, she maneuvered the stove from the corner, coaxing a fire from the residual embers to boil a kettle of water. Just before the water reached a rolling boil, she opened the lower drawer of the cupboard and, treating it like a treasure, extracted a canister of inferior tea leaves, sprinkling a handful into the pot, feigning that it was authentic tea, pouring 2 generous cups. Melissa and Zhou Mingrui shared the tea alongside 2 slices of rye bread. Although devoid of wood shavings and excessive gluten, it was still rather unpalatable. Zhou Mingrui, now enfeebled and famished, relied on the tea as he begrudgingly swallowed the bread, cursing inwardly. After a few moments, Melissa finished her portion, gathered her long, dark hair that had fallen over her back, and turned to Zhou Mingrui, saying, "Remember to buy fresh bread. It's only 8 pounds. The weather is warm, and it spoils easily. Don't forget the lamb and peas." Truly a caring sister to her bookish brother, she felt the need to reiterate. Zhou Mingrui smiled and nodded. All right. Regarding the weight of 1 pound in the Kingdom of Rune, Zhou Mingrui, comparing his recollections from Klein's meat measurements with his own, deemed it akin to the customary half-kilogram. Melissa ceased her admonitions, stood up to tidy the space, packed the last slice of bread for lunch, donned the tattered lace hat left by their mother, and took up her handmade bag for carrying books and stationery, preparing to depart. It was not Sunday. She had a full day of classes ahead. The walk from their apartment to Tianjin Technical School took approximately 50 minutes. Public carriages were available, charging 1 penny per kilometer, with a maximum fare of 4 pennies within the city and 6 pennies for the outskirts. To save money, Melissa always set out early and walked. As she opened the front door, she paused, half turning her body to say, "Klein, don't buy too much lamb and peas. Vincent might not return until Sunday. And remember, the bread is only 8 pounds. All right, Zhou Mingrui replied with resignation, silently repeating the word Sunday in his mind. In the northern continent, the year is similarly divided into 12 months, varying between 365 and 366 days, and a week comprises 7 days. The former is a product of astronomical achievements, prompting Zhou Mingrui to ponder if this was a parallel world, while the latter is derived from religion. As the northern continent venerates 7 deities, the eternal sun, the lord of storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, the goddess of night, the earth mother, the god of war, and the god of steam and machinery. Watching his sister close the door behind her, Zhou Mingrui let out a sudden sigh, quickly redirecting his thoughts to the transference ceremony. I truly wish to return home. Chapter 4. Divination. As the distant church bells chimed 7 times, Zhou Mingrui leisurely stood up and approached the cabinet to retrieve his attire. Clad in a black waistcoat, matching formal suit, and slightly snug trousers, topped with a semi-high top hat, he gazed into the mirror and felt as if he were a character in a British drama narrating a tale from the Victorian era. I'm not heading for an interview, merely purchasing ingredients for a ritual, he murmured softly, shaking his head in amusement. Klein was so preoccupied with the impending interview that it had become an instinct, prompting him to don this sole respectable outfit whenever his focus waned. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Mingrui changed out of his formal attire and waistcoat, opting instead for a worn brown coat and a matching round-brimmed felt hat. Having tidied himself, he strolled to the bunk bed, lifted the upper mattress, and reached through an inconspicuous tear at the bottom, feeling around until he found a hidden compartment. When he withdrew his right hand, it clutched a roll of banknotes, approximately 7 or 8 notes, their dark green hue tinged with a hint of white. This represented all of Benson's savings, even encompassing the living expenses for the next 3 days, which included only 2 5-solar bills. The rest were 1-solar notes. In the currency system of the Kingdom of Rune, the solar occupies the second tier, derived from ancient silver coins, with 1 solar equating to 12 copper pennies, existing in denominations of 1 and 5. At the pinnacle of this monetary hierarchy lies the gold pound, also a paper note but backed by gold, directly pegged, with 1 gold pound equal to 20 solars, available in denominations of 1, 5, and 10. Zhou Mingrui unfurled the banknotes, inhaling a faint and delicate scent of special ink. This was the aroma of money, perhaps influenced by fragments of Klein's memories or stemming from an unchanging desire for wealth in that moment. Zhou Mingrui found himself enamored with these little beings. Look at their exquisitely intricate designs, rendering the stern and serious King George III utterly charming. Behold, the watermark visible in the sunlight is so alluring, and the meticulously crafted anti-counterfeiting label starkly distinguishes it from counterfeit trinkets. After admiring them for several moments, Zhou Mingrui extracted 2 1-solar bills, rolled the remaining notes, and tucked them back into the hidden compartment beneath the mattress, smoothing the fabric around the tear. He neatly folded the 2 extracted bills and placed them in the left pocket of his brown coat, separate from the few pennies in his trouser pocket. Once he had completed these preparations, he stowed the key in his right pocket, grasped a large brown paper bag, and swiftly made his way to the door. The sound of his footsteps transitioned from hurried to slow, eventually coming to a halt. Standing at the door, Zhou Mingrue found his brow furrowed. Having been unaware of when this had occurred, the circumstances surrounding Klein's suicide were fraught with uncertainties. Would venturing out expose him to unforeseen dangers? After a moment of contemplation, he returned to his desk, opened the drawer, and retrieved a brass glimmering revolver. This was the only weapon for self-defense he could conceive of, and it was sufficiently potent. Though he had never practiced shooting, the mere act of brandishing the firearm would surely intimidate anyone. Running his fingers over the cold metallic cylinder, Zhou Mingrue concealed the revolver in the pocket housing the banknotes, clasping the bills tightly in his palm while pressing his fingers against the grip to ensure perfect concealment. A wave of security washed over him, yet a sudden worry surfaced. Would it accidentally discharge? Thoughts raced through his mind until he settled on a plan. He withdrew the revolver, rotated the cylinder to position an empty chamber for firing, and then snapped it shut. This way, even if it were to misfire, it would only discharge a blank. Reinserting the revolver, Zhou Mingrue left his left hand nestled in his pocket, no longer drawing it out. Adjusting his hat with his right hand, he opened the door with a loud clatter. The corridor remained dimly lit, with sunlight filtering in through the distant windows in limited amounts. As he hurried down the stairs and exited the apartment, he felt the brilliance and warmth of the outside world. Though it was nearing July and summer was in full swing, Tianjin, located in the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Rune, exhibited unique climatic characteristics, with the highest annual temperature barely exceeding 30 degrees Celsius, and mornings were particularly refreshing. However, some areas of the street were marred by muddy water and litter. In Klein's memories, such scenes were not uncommon in neighborhoods inhabited by low-income families, even with sewage systems in place, due to the sheer number of people and the realities of life. Come, enjoy the delicious pan-fried fish, hot and fresh oyster soup. A bowl in the morning will invigorate you for the entire day. Fresh fish delivered from the port for just 5 pennies each. Little cakes, eel soup with ginger beer. Conk. Fresh vegetables just harvested from the farms outside the city, both cheap and fresh. Street vendors peddling vegetables, fruits, and prepared foods shouted loudly, beckoning hurried passers-by. Some would stop to compare and make purchases, while others waved impatiently as their work for the day remained unfulfilled. Zhou Mingrue navigated through the tumultuous street, the air filled with the mingling of foul smells and enticing aromas, his left hand firmly gripping the revolver, clutching the banknotes, while his right hand pressed against his round-brimmed hat, slightly bending forward and lowering his head to traverse the bustling thoroughfare. Wherever crowds gathered, thieves lurked, especially in this neighborhood filled with semi-unemployed individuals and hungry children driven by desperation. As he proceeded, once the density of the crowd returned to normal, Zhou Mingrue straightened his posture, lifted his head, and gazed towards the street. There, a wandering accordion player performed, the melody oscillating between melodious and fervent. Surrounding him were numerous ragged children, their faces pale from malnutrition. They listened to the music, instinctively swaying to the rhythm, dancing their improvised steps, their faces radiant with joy, as if they were little princes, little angels. A woman with a vacant expression passed by, her skirt filthy, her skin dull. Her gaze was vacant and dazed. But a glimmer of light flickered in her eyes as she looked towards the group of children, as if she were glimpsing her own self from 30 years ago. Zhou Mingrue surpassed her and turned onto another street, pausing in front of the Slin Bakery. The shopkeeper, an elderly lady in her 70s named Wendy Slin, had hair entirely turned gray and always wore a gentle smile. Since the beginning of Klein's memories, she had been selling bread and pastries here. Her homemade Tianjin bread and lemon cake are simply delightful. Zhou Mingrue swallowed hard, smiling as he said, "Mrs. Slin, I'd like 8 pounds of rye bread." "Oh, little Klein, where's Benson? Has he not returned yet?" Wendy inquired, her expression still warm and cheerful. "In a few days," Zhou Mingrue replied vaguely. As Wendy wrapped the rye bread, she remarked, "He truly is a diligent young man. He will find a good wife." At this, her lips curled into a playful smile. "Now that you're graduated, our history graduate from Hoi University, you will soon earn money. You should not be living in an apartment like this. You deserve a place with your own washroom." "Mrs. Slin, you are so lively and youthful today." Zhou Mingrue could only respond with a dry laugh. If Klein successfully passed the interview and became a lecturer at Tianjin University, their family would indeed be on the path to prosperity. In his fragmented memories, he had even fantasized about renting a detached house on the outskirts, with 5 or 6 rooms upstairs, 2 washrooms, a large balcony, 2 rooms downstairs, a dining room, a living room, a kitchen, another washroom, and a basement storage room. This is not a mere aspiration. Even a lecturer during the internship at Tianjin University can earn a weekly wage of 2 gold pounds, which rises to 3 gold pounds and 10 shillings upon securing a permanent position. In contrast, Klein's elder brother, Benson, has toiled for several years, earning only 1 pound and 10 shillings weekly, while ordinary factory workers barely make a pound or just a little above it. The rent for a standalone house ranges between 19 shillings to 1 pound 18 shillings. This highlights the stark contrast between earning 3 to 4,000 a month and 1,004 to 5. Zhou Mingrui quietly murmured to himself. However, all of this hinges on the ability to pass the interview at Tianjin University or Beekland University. As for other avenues, individuals without connections find it impossible to receive recommendations for public service positions, and those studying history face even narrower employment prospects. The demand for personal advisors to nobles, bankers, or industrial magnates is quite limited. Given that Klein's knowledge has become fragmented and incomplete, Zhou Mingrui felt a sense of embarrassment and unease regarding Mrs. Slin's expectations. No, I have always been this youthful, Wendy responded humorously. As she spoke, she packed the 16 weighed rye loaves into Zhou Mingrui's deep brown paper bag and extended her right hand, stating, 9 pence. Each loaf of rye weighs approximately half a pound, with inevitable variations. 9 pence. Wasn't it 11 pence just a couple of days ago? Zhou Mingrui instinctively inquired. It was even 15 pence last month. You should thank the repeal of the corn laws. Thank those who protested, Wendy replied with a smile, spreading her hands wide. Zhou Mingrui nodded, somewhat understanding. Klein's recollection of this matter was somewhat fragmented, remembering only that the essence of the corn laws was to protect domestic agricultural prices, preventing the importation of grains from southern regions such as Fenibot, Massey, and Lundberg until prices reached a certain level. Why would anyone protest against it? Without elaborating further, Zhou Mingrui, wary of drawing attention to his revolver, cautiously extracted a paper note and handed it to Mrs. Slin. After receiving 3 copper pence in change, which he tucked into his trouser pocket, he set off towards the lettuce and meat market across the street, intent on procuring ingredients for the tender pea stew his sister had requested. At the intersection of Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street stood a municipal square, now adorned with numerous tents, where comically dressed clowns were distributing flyers. A circus performance tomorrow night? Zhou Mingrui glanced at the flyers in others' hands and murmured the gist of the content. Melissa would surely enjoy that. I wonder how much the tickets cost. An idea sparked, and Zhou Mingrui moved closer, preparing to inquire of one of the clowns clad in red and yellow. Just then, a hoarse female voice interrupted him from the side. Care for a fortune-telling? Instinctively turning, Zhou Mingrui beheld a woman standing before a low tent, donned in a pointed hat and a long black dress. Her face was painted in red and yellow, and her gray-blue eyes were deeply captivating. No, Zhou Mingrui shook his head, responding. He had no spare funds for fortune-telling. The woman smiled and said, my tarot readings are quite accurate. Tarot. Zhou Mingrui was momentarily taken aback. The pronunciation was strikingly similar to the tarot cards on Earth. On Earth, tarot cards are a form of divination playing cards, embellished with various symbolic imagery. Wait a moment. He suddenly recalled the origins of tarot divination in this world. It did not stem from 7 orthodox deities, nor was it an ancient remnant. It was invented over 170 years ago by Russell Gustav, the then governor of the Republic of Indus. This Mr. Russell invented the steam engine, improved sailing vessels, overthrew the reign of the Kingdom of Indus, and was recognized by the Guild of Craftsmen, becoming the first governor of the new republic. Subsequently, he waged campaigns, bringing nations like Lundberg under his protection, compelling powerful northern states like the Kingdom of Run, Fenibot, and the Empire of Fusel to submit, and eventually transformed the republic back into an empire, proclaiming himself Caesar. During Russell's rule, the Guild of Craftsmen received the first public oracle since the Fifth Age, changing the title of the craftsman god to the god of steam and machinery. Russell also invented tarot divination, establishing the current composition and gameplay of the cards, which included a few familiar types to Zhou Mingrui, such as upgrading, landlord, Texas, and Quint. Furthermore, he dispatched fleets through storms and turbulence, discovering the route to the southern continent, thus initiating the era of colonization. Regrettably, in his old age, he suffered betrayal, and in the year 1198 of the Fifth Age, he was assassinated by the Eternal Sun Church in collaboration with the Solon family of the Intis royal lineage and other nobles, perishing at the Maple Palace. Recalling these facts made Zhou Mingrui feel a slight toothache. Could this woman possibly be a fellow time traveler? With this thought in mind, Zhou Mingrui was curious to see what the tarot cards here looked like, and thus he nodded to the woman in the pointed hat, her face adorned with paint, saying, if the price is reasonable, I shall give it a try. The woman instantly smiled. Sir, you are the first person to seek a reading today. It is free of charge. Chapter 5, The Ritual Free? The most expensive things are those that are free. Zhou Mingrui murmured silently, resolved to firmly refuse any additional services that might be offered. If you have the talent, then predict that I have traveled through time. With this thought, Zhou Mingrui followed the woman adorned with red and yellow face paint and bent down to enter the low tent. Inside the tent, darkness enveloped him, with only a faint light seeping through to reveal a table cluttered with tarot cards. The woman, donning a pointed hat, appeared unfazed, her long black dress flowing like water as she glided around the table, lighting a candle. The flickering yellow glow cast an air of mystery within the tent. Zhou Mingrui sat down, maintaining his composure as he scanned the tarot cards before him, recognizing familiar symbols such as the Magician, the Emperor, the Hanged Man, and Temperance. Could Comrade Roselle truly be a senior? I wonder if she hails from the same gluttonous empire as I do. A fleeting smile crossed Zhou Mingrui's lips, momentarily lost in thought. Before he could fully examine the spread of cards, the self-proclaimed gifted fortune teller gathered all the tarot cards, piled them together, and pushed them towards him. You will shuffle and cut the deck, she said in a husky voice. Shuffle? Zhou Mingrui instinctively replied. The fortune teller's painted face shifted, revealing a faint smile. Of course. Only you can read your own destiny. I am merely an interpreter. Zhou Mingrui, now wary, responded. This interpretation doesn't come with an extra charge, does it? As a keyboard folklorist, I've seen many similar tricks. The fortune teller paused, clearly taken aback, before muttering, it's free. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Mingrui tucked his revolver deeper into his pocket and confidently extended his hands to shuffle and cut the cards with practiced ease. Done, he declared, placing the shuffled tarot deck at the center of the table. The fortune teller clasped her hands and scrutinized the cards for a moment before speaking. I'm sorry. I forgot to ask, what do you wish to inquire about? Having studied tarot cards during his unfulfilled first love years ago, Zhou Mingrui answered without hesitation, the past, the present, and the future. This was a traditional tarot spread, with 3 cards representing past, present, and future. The fortune teller nodded, her lips curling into a smile. Then please shuffle the deck once more. Only by understanding your inquiry can you reveal cards of true significance. You were just toying with me. Is it really so petty? It's simply my insistence on it being free. Zhou Mingrui's facial muscles twitched, and he took a deep breath before reclaiming the tarot deck to shuffle and cut again. Is this satisfactory now? He asked, placing the cut cards on the table. Not yet, the fortune teller replied, extending her finger to pick the top card, placing it to Zhou Mingrui's left. This symbolizes the past. This symbolizes the present. She placed the second card directly in front of him, then picked up the third card and set it to his right. This symbolizes the future. Now, which card would you like to examine first? Completing this ritual, the fortune teller lifted her head, her gray-blue eyes penetrating Zhou Mingrui's gaze. Let us see the present first, he pondered briefly. The fortune teller slowly nodded and turned over the card positioned before him. It depicted a young man clad in splendid attire, adorned with a dazzling headdress, bearing a staff with luggage hanging from its tip, accompanied by a small dog pulling at his side. The card was numbered 0, the Fool. The fortune teller whispered the name of the card, her gray-blue eyes fixed intently on Zhou Mingrui. The Fool? The 0 card of the tarot? The beginning? It encompasses all possible beginnings? Zhou Mingrui, barely a novice in tarot, could only offer a rudimentary interpretation based on his limited knowledge. Just as the fortune teller was about to speak, the flaps of the tent were suddenly thrown open, and a blinding beam of sunlight flooded in, causing Zhou Mingrui to instinctively squint. What are you doing pretending to be me again? Giving readings is my job. A female voice thundered angrily. Go back. Remember, you are merely a tamer. A tamer? Zhou Mingrui adjusted to the light, spotting a taller, slimmer woman at the entrance, similarly adorned with a pointed hat and black dress, her face painted in red and yellow. The woman seated before him quickly stood, looking deflated. Please don't mind me. I just enjoy this. I must say, sometimes, my readings and interpretations are quite accurate, truly. As she spoke, she lifted her skirt and swiftly exited the tent. Sir, would you like me to interpret for you? The genuine fortune teller inquired, smiling at Zhou Mingrui. Zhou Mingrui twitched his lips and sincerely asked, is it free? No, the true fortune teller replied. Then never mind. Zhou Mingrui slipped his hand back into his pocket, pressing down on his revolver and coins, and bent down to exit the tent. This is absurd, to seek a tamer for a tarot reading. Is a tamer not a poor jester in the world of fortune-telling? Zhou Mingrui quickly dismissed the incident from his mind, purchasing 1 pound of less-than-ideal lamb for 7 pence in the meat and lettuce market, along with tender peas, cabbage, onions, potatoes, and other items. Adding to the previous bread, he spent a total of 25 copper pence, or 2 souls and 1 penny. Money truly does vanish quickly, per Benson. Zhou Mingrui lamented, having lost the 2 bills he had brought along and even a penny from his pocket. He uttered this thought but moved on, hurrying home. With the main ingredient secured, he could proceed with the transport ritual. After the tenants on the 2nd floor departed, Zhou Mingrui did not rush into the ritual. Instead, he first translated terms such as Fushin Xian Wang Xianzuan into ancient Volsac and runic languages, planning to retry the incantation in the local tongue the next day if it did not yield results. After all, one must consider the differences between the 2 realms and adapt accordingly. As for translating into the ancient Hermetic script reserved for prayers and sacrifices, Zhou Mingrui found himself unable to complete it due to a lack of vocabulary. Once all was prepared, he retrieved 4 loaves of rye bread from his bag, placing one in the corner where the coal stove was once situated, another at the base of the dressing mirror, one atop the cabinet where two walls converged, and the last beside his cluttered desk. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Mingrui stood in the center of the room, calming himself for a few moments before solemnly stepping forward to walk counterclockwise in a square. With the first step, he whispered, Fuxing Xian Wang Xianzuan. On the second step, he sincerely murmured, Fuxing Xian Wang Tianjun. On the third step, he held his breath, softly intoning, Fuxing Xian Wang Shangdi. On the fourth step, he exhaled deeply, fervently reciting, Fuxing Xian Wang Tianzuan. Upon completing the circuit, Zhou Mingrui closed his eyes, standing still as he awaited the outcome, filled with anticipation, unease, hope, and trepidation. Could he return? Would it be effective? Would any unforeseen circumstances arise? The darkness before him was tinged with the deep red of the light. As a whirlwind of thoughts surged in Zhou Mingrui's mind, difficult to quell. At that moment, he sensed a peculiar stillness in the air surrounding him, as if it had thickened and turned strange. Following this, whispers filled his ears, at times dense, at times sharp, at times ethereal, at times enticing, at times frenzied, at times maddening. Though he could not comprehend the murmurs, Zhou Mingrui found himself irresistibly drawn to listen and discern. A sharp pain surged through his head, as if a steel spike had been driven into it. He felt as if his mind might explode, his thoughts swirling in a haze of hallucination. He realized something was amiss, struggling to open his eyes, but found himself unable to perform this simple act. The tension within him grew increasingly unbearable, as if he might shatter at any moment. Zhou Mingrui was suddenly struck by a self-deprecating thought. If one does not court disaster, one shall not meet it. Unable to endure any longer, as the taut string in his mind threatened to snap, the cacophony of overlapping whispers receded, leaving the surroundings steeped in an eerie silence. The atmosphere ethereal. It was not merely the ambience. Zhou Mingrui felt as though his very body had become insubstantial. He attempted to open his eyes once more, this time with remarkable ease. A pervasive gray mist filled his vision, nebulous, indistinct, seemingly infinite. What was the situation? Zhou Mingrui gazed around in astonishment, then lowered his head to discover himself floating at the edge of an endless expanse of gray fog. The mist flowed like water, adorned with deep crimson stars, some grand, others diminutive, some hidden in the depths, others resting on the surface. Captivated by this holographic scene, Zhou Mingrui extended his right hand, a blend of confusion and curiosity, seeking to touch a deep crimson star that floated nearby, in hopes of finding a way to depart. The moment his fingertips brushed the star's surface, ripples surged forth from him, igniting the crimson into a dazzling display, akin to a dreamlike firework. Startled, Zhou Mingrui quickly withdrew his hand, inadvertently grazing another deep crimson star. Consequently, that star too erupted in brilliance. Zhou Mingrui felt his mind grow vacant, his spirit dissipating. In the capital of the Kingdom of Linnea, Beakland, within a luxurious villa in the Queen's District, Audrey Hall sat before her dressing table, caressing an ancient, cracked copper mirror. Mirror, mirror, awaken swiftly. I command you to awaken in the name of the Hall family. She attempted various incantations, yet the mirror remained unresponsive. After a quarter of an hour, she chose to relent, pouting in frustration and murmuring, Father truly deceives me, always claiming this mirror is a treasured relic of the ancient Black Emperor of the Solomon Empire. An extraordinary artifact. No sooner had she uttered these words than the copper mirror on the table suddenly erupted in deep crimson light, enveloping her entirely. On the Sunia Sea, a visibly outdated three-masted sailing ship navigated through a storm. Alger Wilson stood on the deck, his body swaying with the tumultuous waves, effortlessly maintaining his balance. Clad in a robe embroidered with lightning motifs, he cradled a peculiar glass vial in his hands, within which bubbles churned, frost formed into snow, and gusts left traces. Only the blood of the ghost shark remains, Alger murmured. At that moment, a deep crimson burst erupted between the glass vial and his palm, instantly engulfing the surroundings. Above a misty expanse of gray and white, Audrey Hall regained her sight, her expression a mixture of fear and confusion as she scanned her surroundings. She noticed a man across from her, his head indistinct, his form hazy, mirroring her own bewildered movements. Almost simultaneously, they discerned a mysterious figure shrouded in gray-white mist standing not far away. The enigmatic Zhou Mingrui was equally astonished. My lord, where's this? What do you intend to do? Audrey and Alger were momentarily stunned into silence. Then, as if in unison, they spoke. Chapter 6. The Extraordinary. The same runic language, imbued with a weighty and taut sensation. Where is this place? What am I meant to do? I too wish to know. Zhou Mingrui calmed himself, silently echoing the inquiries of the two individuals. What struck him most profoundly was not the sentences formed by words, nor the meanings they encapsulated, but rather the palpable panic, vigilance, fear, and awe displayed by the man and woman before him, unceremoniously thrust into the shrouded world of mist. Even as the instigator, he felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment and shock, let alone the passive parties involved. To them, such an occurrence must surely transcend their wildest imaginations. Wouldn't it? In that fleeting moment, Zhou Mingrui contemplated two courses of action. The first was to feign being a victim himself, concealing his true identity to garner a degree of trust, observing the developments as a silent participant, while the second was to maintain an air of mystique in the eyes of the man and woman, actively steering the situation to extract valuable information. Without the luxury of prolonged reflection, Zhou Mingrui seized the fleeting thought within his mind and swiftly resolved to pursue the latter approach. He endeavored to leverage their current psychological state to his utmost advantage. After a brief silence hung over the mist, Zhou Mingrui let out a soft chuckle, his tone unpretentious. His voice low yet resonant, akin to responding to a courteous greeting from a visitor, a mere attempt. An attempt? An attempt? Audrey Hall gazed at the enigmatic man enveloped in grayish-white mist, feeling the absurdity, humor, terror, and strangeness of the situation. Just moments ago, she had been at her vanity in her bedroom, and now she found herself in this fog-laden realm. How utterly unfathomable. Taking a deep breath, Audrey offered an impeccable, polite smile, nervously inquiring, "My lord, has the attempt concluded? May we return?" Algie Wilson, wishing to probe similarly, exhibited greater composure due to his considerable experience. He restrained his impulsiveness and remained silently observant. Zhou Mingrui turned his gaze towards the questioner, faintly perceiving her silhouette through the haze, a tall girl with flowing golden hair. Though her features remained indistinct, he did not rush to answer her question, instead shifting his attention to the other man, whose deep blue hair was tousled like seaweed, and whose physique was average, not particularly robust. In that moment, Zhou Mingrui experienced a sudden epiphany. Once he grew stronger, or deepened his understanding of this misty world, he might truly pierce through the obscurity and discern the appearances of the girl and the man. In this encounter, they were the guests, while he was the host. With this shift in mindset, Zhou Mingrui immediately became aware of previously unnoticed details. The sweet-voiced girl and the composed, reserved man appeared quite ethereal, tinged with a faint crimson hue, reminiscent of two deep red stars casting shadows upon the mist. This projection stemmed from his connection with the deep red, intangible yet distinctly graspable. Severing this connection would cause the projection to dissipate, allowing them to return. Nodding subtly, Zhou Mingrui turned to the golden-haired girl and remarked softly, "Of course, should you formally request it, I can facilitate your return at this very moment." Hearing no malice in his words, Audrey felt a wave of relief. Surely, a gentleman capable of such wondrous feats would honor his promise. With her spirit somewhat calmed, she hesitated to request her departure, her azure eyes darting with unusual brilliance. She expressed her excitement. "This truly is a marvelous experience. I have always yearned for something like this. Mystery, the miraculous that transcends nature. No, my point is, my lord, how might I become extraordinary?" Her enthusiasm grew, her words tumbling forth in a slightly incoherent frenzy, as the dream sparked by tales of wonder from her elders in childhood seemed to finally glimpse the light of realization. In mere moments, she had forgotten her earlier trepidation. What a splendid inquiry. I too seek the answer. Zhou Mingrui mused internally. He began to ponder how he might respond to maintain his enigmatic persona. Simultaneously, he felt that merely standing and conversing appeared rather pedestrian. This scene was more befitting a grand temple, a long table, and numerous intricately carved chairs exuding an aura of mystery, with himself seated at the head, quietly observing his guests. As this thought settled in his mind, the mist suddenly swirled, startling Audrey and Algie. In an instant, they beheld towering stone pillars emerging around them, all beneath a vast stone ceiling. The entire structure was magnificent, grand, and imposing, reminiscent of a giant's palace from lore. At the heart of the dome, amidst the gathering mist, a bronze-long table appeared, flanked by 10 high-backed chairs on either side, with similar seating arranged at the ends. The backs of the chairs shimmered, deep red and radiant, depicting strange constellations not aligned with reality. Audrey and Algie found themselves seated across from each other, positioned closest to the head of the table. The girl glanced to her left, then to her right, unable to suppress a low murmur. How wondrous. Indeed, it was wondrous. Zhou Mingrui extended his right hand, subtly caressing the edge of the bronze table, his demeanor impassive. Algie surveyed the surroundings, and after a few moments of silence, he suddenly spoke, answering Audrey's question on behalf of Zhou Mingrui. "You are a Ruanian, are you not? To become extraordinary, one must join the Church of the Night Goddess, the Church of the Lord of Storms, or the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery." Although the vast majority of individuals will never witness the extraordinary in their lifetimes, leading to skepticism about the churches, even within the major churches, many clergy share similar doubts. However, I can unequivocally assure you that within the arbiter's court, the tribunal, and the executioner's office, the extraordinary still exists, still combating the dangers that thrive in darkness, albeit in much fewer numbers than during the early days of the Iron Age or prior. Zhou Mingrui listened intently, striving to maintain an air of indifference as if he were a child listening to a tale, drawing upon Klein's residual historical knowledge. He understood that the Iron Age referred to the current era, specifically the Fifth Era, which commenced 349 years ago. Audrey quietly absorbed this information, exhaling softly. Sir, I am already aware of what you speak, and even know more, such as the Night Watchers, the Penalizers, and the Mechanical Hearts. However, I do not wish to lose my freedom. Audrey chuckled lightly, cryptically replying, who wishes to become extraordinary without paying a price? If you do not consider joining a church and undergoing trials, you must seek the royal family or those few nobles whose lineage stretches over a millennium, or perhaps, by sheer luck, you might stumble upon those elusive, nefarious organizations. Audrey instinctively puffed her cheeks, glancing around in a flustered manner until she confirmed that the enigmatic gentleman and the individual opposite her were oblivious to her small actions, before pressing on. Is there no other way? Audrey fell silent for a moment, and after a few breaths, he turned to the quietly observant Zhou Mingrue. Upon seeing the latter's noncommittal stance, he returned his gaze to Audrey, considering his words carefully. I happen to possess 2 formulas for potions of Sequence 9. Sequence 9? Zhou Mingrue muttered to himself. Really? Which 2? Audrey clearly understood the significance of the Sequence 9 potion formulas. Audrey reclined slightly, speaking in a measured tone. You know that to become a true extraordinary, humans must rely on potions, and the names of these potions derive from the blasphemous tablets, having undergone translations through Giant, Elven, Ancient Hermetic, Ancient Vuzac, and contemporary Hermetic languages, resulting in variations that reflect the characteristics of the era. The name itself is not the crux. What matters is whether it can embody the core symbol of that potion. In my possession lies a recipe from Sequence 9, one known as the Mariner. It bestows upon you exceptional balance, enabling you to traverse a ship besieged by storms with the grace of walking upon solid ground. Additionally, it grants remarkable strength and the elusive scales hidden beneath your skin, rendering you almost as elusive as a fish, agile in the water like a denizen of the sea. Even without any equipment, you would be capable of diving effortlessly for at least 10 minutes. It sounds splendid. The sea's favor of the Storm Lord? Audrey inquired, half in anticipation and half in seeking confirmation. Indeed, in ancient times, it was referred to as the sea's favor. Without pause, Alge continued. The second recipe from Sequence 9 is called the Observer. As for its ancient appellation, I am unaware. This potion endows you with exceptional mental acuity and keen observational skills. I trust you have experienced opera and theater, thus comprehending the essence of the Observer, to scrutinize the actors of our worldly society, gleaning their true thoughts through their expressions, gestures, idiosyncrasies, and the hidden actions they perform. At this juncture, Alge emphasized, you must bear in mind that whether amidst lavish banquets or bustling streets, the observer shall always remain merely an observer. Audrey's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and after a lengthy pause, she asked, why? Well, that is a question for another time. I believe I have grown fond of this sensation, the Observer. How might I obtain the recipe for the Observer? What shall I exchange with you? Alge appeared well prepared, replying in a grave tone, blood of a ghost shark, at least 100 milliliters. Initially elated, Audrey's expression shifted to one of concern as she queried, and I mean if I manage to procure it, how shall I deliver it to you? And how can I ensure that upon receiving the ghost shark's blood, you will indeed provide me with the recipe, along with its authenticity? Alge spoke with an air of nonchalance. I shall furnish you with an address. Once I receive the ghost shark's blood, I will either mail the recipe back to you or disclose it here directly. As for assurance, I believe that with the testimony of this mysterious gentleman, both you and I would find ample comfort. At this, he cast his gaze toward the esteemed Zhou Mingrue, stating, My lord, your ability to summon us here and grant us unimaginable power renders your testimony something neither she nor I would dare contravene. Indeed, Audrey exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement, wholeheartedly agreeing. To her, this enigmatic figure, whose methods were unfathomable, seemed a sufficiently authoritative witness. Half turning her body, she earnestly addressed Zhou Mingrue. My lord, please serve as the witness to our transaction. It was only then that she realized she had neglected an important question. How impolite of her. She hastily added, My lord, how should we address you? Alge nodded slightly, then solemnly asked, My lord, how should we refer to you? Zhou Mingrue paused momentarily, his fingers lightly tapping against the bronze table as fleeting thoughts of his earlier divination crossed his mind. Leaning back, he withdrew his right hand, interlacing his fingers beneath his chin, and smiled at the two. You may call me. He paused, his tone gentle and unassuming as he continued, The Fool. Chapter 7. Codename You May Call Me, The Fool. The brief response quickly dissipated within the majestic temple and the pervasive mist. Yet the voice resonated profoundly in the hearts of Audrey and Alge, stirring ripples that echoed endlessly. The name, unexpected yet fitting, perfectly encapsulated the essence of mystery, power, and enigma. After a few moments of silence, Audrey rose gracefully, lifting her skirt slightly, bending her knee in a respectful gesture towards Zhou Mingrue, esteemed Mr. Fool. May I be so bold as to request your presence as a witness to our transaction? A minor request, Zhou Mingrui thought quickly, responding in a manner befitting his stature. It is our honor, Mr. Fool. Alj followed suit, rising and placing his right hand over his heart, bowing slightly. Zhou Mingrui gestured with his right hand, a smile gracing his lips. Please, continue. Alj nodded, taking his seat again, turning to Audrey. If you can procure the blood of the ghost shark, then send someone to the Warriors and Sea Tavern on Pelican Street in the White Rose district of Priai's Harbor and inform the owner, Williams, that this is required by the captain. Once I confirm, will you send me the address to forward the potion formula, or shall I relay it to you directly here? Audrey pondered for a moment, then smiled. I prefer the more discreet method, right here, though it will test my memory. Since Mr. Fool had agreed to witness the transaction, it implied there would be future gatherings of a similar nature. As she contemplated this, she suddenly turned her head, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she addressed Zhou Mingrui. Mr. Fool, would you mind indulging in more such experiments in the future? Alj, having listened calmly, felt a surge of excitement and eagerly added, Mr. Fool, do you not find these gatherings rather fascinating? While your power surpasses our imagination, there are surely realms you might not fully grasp. The lady before us, clearly of noble birth, possesses her own unique experiences, insights, channels, and resources. Perhaps, at certain moments in the future, she and I could assist you with matters that might be inconvenient for you to handle personally. In his view, being unwittingly drawn into this situation suggested that the initiative lay with the enigmatic Mr. Fool. It was not guaranteed that one could simply refuse participation in future gatherings if it wished. Thus, it would be wiser to delve deeper and reap the benefits of this encounter, compensating for the passivity and disadvantages faced. The three parties at the long table came from diverse backgrounds, possessing varied resources, channels of information, and understandings of different mysterious realms. If they could exchange ideas and collaborate, the results would yield extraordinary outcomes beyond measure. For instance, the previously established resource exchange, or if one wished to eliminate an adversary, they could enlist the help of gathering members with no apparent connection to the matter, skillfully diverting the situation elsewhere. The noble-born lady. Is my demeanor and accent that conspicuous? Audrey's mouth slightly agape. She paused momentarily, but quickly regained her composure and nodded decisively. Mr. Fool, I believe this is an excellent proposal. As long as the gatherings become regular, should there be matters you prefer not to handle directly, you may certainly entrust them to us. Within our capacity, of course. Since the beginning, Zhou Mingrui had been weighing the pros and cons. More gatherings would undoubtedly enrich his understanding of extraordinary mysteries and esoteric knowledge, aiding his eventual return. For example, the potion formula anticipated to emerge at the next gathering, which would likewise provide vital information and assistance for his current reality. However, an increasing number of gatherings also risked exposing his true nature. Indeed, in any realm, there are no purely advantageous scenarios. Zhou Mingrui tapped his fingers lightly against the edge of the long table. Considering that the convening and dissolution of these gatherings were within his control, any potential issues that arose would remain manageable, with the benefits clearly outweighing the drawbacks. Thus, he swiftly made a decision. His tapping ceased, and, meeting the four expectant yet anxious gazes, he smiled. I am one who favors equitable exchanges. I shall not have you aiding me unconditionally. Every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, strive to be alone. Wait for me to conduct a few more experiments and clarify certain matters. Perhaps you will be able to secure leave in advance, without concern for being in an unsuitable situation. This was tantamount to agreeing to Alj and Audrey's proposal. Just turned 17, Audrey had always been sheltered, her youthful heart brimming with enthusiasm. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's response, she could not help but clench her fists and sway them excitedly before her chest. Should we not also adopt titles for ourselves? After all, we cannot communicate using our true names. Before Alj could speak, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, though her true identity might not escape Mr. Fool's keen perception. The individual across from her was somewhat perilous, and she could not allow him to discover who she truly was. Excellent idea, Zhou Mingrui replied succinctly and casually. Immediately, Audrey began to brainstorm, articulating her thoughts. You are Mr. Fool, derived from the tarot cards. As a periodic, long-term, and clandestine gathering, our titles should ideally be consistent. I shall also select from the tarot. Her tone shifted to one of delight. I have decided. My title is Justice. This is one of the 22 major cards of the tarot. And you, sir? Audrey beamed at her companion across the table. Alj furrowed his brow slightly before relaxing. The Hanged Man. Another major card. Very well. We shall consider ourselves the founding members of the Tarot Society. Audrey exclaimed joyfully, then timidly glanced at Zhou Mingrui, shrouded in grayish-white mist. Is that acceptable, Mr. Fool? Zhou Mingrui chuckled, shaking his head. Such trivialities, you may decide amongst yourselves. Thank you. Audrey was evidently thrilled. She then turned to Alj. Mr. Hangman, could you please repeat the address from earlier? I fear my memory may not suffice. Not a problem. Alge, satisfied with Audrey's earnestness, reiterated the address. After mentally repeating it thrice, Audrey eagerly remarked, I have heard that tarot cards were merely a game invented by Emperor Roselle and do not possess divinatory capabilities? No. Often divination originates from within oneself. Each individual possesses a spirit that can resonate with the spirit world, connecting to higher realms of information regarding oneself. However, ordinary individuals remain oblivious to this, let alone interpret the hints they receive. When they employ divination tools, such information manifests through those tools. A simple example is dreams and dream interpretation. Alge glanced at Zhou Mingrue, noting his silence, and then countered Audrey's assertion. Tarot cards indeed belong to this category of tools. They utilize greater symbolism and more rational elements to assist us in interpreting hints with greater ease and accuracy. Zhou Mingrue appeared nonchalant, yet he listened intently, though the fog in his mind was intensifying, causing sharp pangs of pain. I understand. Audrey nodded in acknowledgement, then added, what I meant was not to challenge the tarot. Rather, I have heard that Emperor Roselle actually created a different deck, one shrouded in secrecy, symbolizing certain unknown forces, consisting of 22 cards. It was after completing this that he fashioned the 22 major tarot cards as a game tool. Is this assertion accurate? She gazed at Zhou Mingrue, seemingly seeking an answer from the enigmatic Mr. Fool. Zhou Mingrue merely smiled, remaining silent, his gaze fixed upon the hanged man, as if to test his knowledge. Alger instinctively straightened his back and said in a low voice, Indeed, it is said that the great Emperor Roselle has gazed upon the blasphemous tablet, wherein lies concealed the mysteries of the 22 pathways of divinity. The 22 pathways of divinity. Audrey echoed with a tone filled with yearning. At that moment, Zhou Mingrue felt an intensifying headache, sensing that his intangible connection with the crimson stars and the gray mist began to waver. All right, let us conclude today's gathering here. He decisively proclaimed in a somber tone. As you wish, Alger bowed respectfully. As you wish, Audrey mimicked the hanged man. She had countless questions and thoughts, utterly reluctant to bring the session to an end. As Zhou Mingrue severed the connection, he managed to smile, saying, Let us look forward to our next gathering. The stars shone ever brighter, yet the deep crimson glow receded like water. As soon as Audrey and Alger heard the words of the fool, their figures became increasingly indistinct, more ethereal. In less than a second, the projection shattered, and silence returned to the gray mist. Zhou Mingrue felt himself growing heavier, the surroundings becoming insubstantial. Before him, darkness enveloped, followed by dazzling sunlight. He remained in the apartment, standing at its center. It felt dreamlike. What was this gray mist world? Who or what force had wrought the changes he had just experienced? Zhou Mingrue mused softly, enveloped in confusion, his legs feeling as though they were filled with lead as he approached the desk. He picked up the pocket watch he had left outside, confirming how much time had passed. A one-to-one flow of time, Zhou Mingrue surmised. Setting down the watch, he could no longer endure the throbbing pain in his head and sank into a chair, bowing his head as he massaged his temples with his left thumb and middle finger. After a considerable time, he suddenly sighed and murmured in Mandarin. It seems I cannot return in the short term. Only the ignorant can be fearless. Having witnessed such marvelous events and gained insight into extraordinary realms and mysterious worlds, Zhou Mingrue dared not recklessly attempt the transportation rituals of the ancient Guffasac and rune languages. Who knows what other circumstances might arise, perhaps even more bizarre and terrifying, rendering existence worse than death. It would be prudent to wait until he had a profound understanding of mysticism before attempting any such feats, Zhou Mingrue thought helplessly. Fortunately, the so-called gathering could provide him with assistance. Another silence fell as he spoke to himself, burdened by emotions of frustration, loss, pain, and melancholy. From this moment forth, I shall be Klein. Klein endeavored to redirect his thoughts towards methods and plans, seeking to alleviate the negative emotions within. Perhaps next week he could audit the formula for that potion. The recent gathering had indeed been miraculous, bringing together individuals from disparate corners of the world, transforming distance into proximity for direct communication and exchange of ideas. This notion felt oddly familiar. Klein paused for a few seconds, then suddenly chuckled, pressing his temple while softly mocking himself. How about a little online social networking? Chapter 8. A New Era Alas. The howling wind roared, and torrential rain fell as the three-masted sailing vessel surged between towering waves, akin to a toy tossed and caught by a giant. In the depths of Alge Wilson's eyes, the crimson hue faded, revealing that he still stood upon the deck, unchanged from before. Following this, he witnessed the peculiar glass bottle in his hand shatter with a crisp sound, its frost melting away and merging with the raindrops. Within mere seconds, this ancient relic vanished without a trace. A hexagonal, crystalline snowflake materialized in Alge's palm, only to swiftly fade away until it was no more. seemingly retreating into flesh and blood. Alge, as if lost in contemplation, imperceptibly nodded, remaining in silence for a full 5 minutes. He turned his body and approached the cabin entrance, just as a man adorned in a long robe embroidered with lightning motifs emerged. The man, with soft golden hair, halted in his tracks, gazing at Alge, extending his right hand to place a clenched fist upon his chest, uttering, "The storm is with you. The storm is with you." Alge echoed, his rugged and profound visage betraying no excess emotion, mirroring the gesture by striking his left chest with his right fist. After exchanging pleasantries, Alge entered the cabin and traversed the corridor towards the captain's quarters. Along the way, he encountered not a single sailor or crew member. The silence enveloped the space as if it were a tomb. The door to the captain's quarters swung open, revealing a plush, deep brown carpet beneath his feet, flanked by bookshelves and a wine cabinet. Yellowed tomes and dark red bottles of wine shimmered under the flickering candlelight. On the candlelit desk lay a bottle of ink, a quill, a black metal telescope, and a brass sextant. Behind the desk stood a pale, middle-aged man donning a skull captain's hat, who glared at Alge as he approached. Gritting his teeth in anger, "I will not yield. I believe you can do it." Alge responded with a calmness akin to commenting on the inclement weather. "You." The middle-aged man faltered, seemingly unprepared for such a reply. In that moment, Alge bent slightly, lunging forward to close the distance between them to merely the length of the desk. Crack! Tensing his shoulder, he swiftly extended his right hand and seized the man's throat. Without granting him a chance to react, shimmering scales manifested on the back of Alge's hand, and his fingers tightened with fervor. With a sharp crack, the man's eyes widened in shock as he was hoisted into the air. His legs thrashed violently, but soon he fell still, his gaze vacant, pupils dilating. As a dampness spread across his trousers, releasing a foul odor, Alge lifted the man, bending at the waist, and with a powerful shove, he propelled him towards the adjacent wall, using him as a shield. Bang! The wooden wall shattered upon impact, the frenzied wind and rain, carrying the scent of the sea, surged in. Alge twisted his body, casting the middle-aged man out of the cabin into the towering waves. The sky darkened, the storm howled, and the might of nature buried all beneath its fury. Alge retrieved a white handkerchief, meticulously wiped his right palm, and then cast it into the sea. Taking a few steps back, he patiently awaited his companion's return. "What's wrong?" Within 10 seconds, the golden-haired man burst in, exclaiming, "The captain has fled." Alge replied. Panting and vexed, he still retained some extraordinary power. "Damn it," the golden-haired man muttered under his breath. He approached the breach, peering into the distance, but saw nothing save for the storm and the waves. Forget it. He was merely an additional factor. He waved his arm dismissively. "Finding this ghost ship from the Tudor era will only earn us credit. Even a denizen of the sea would not dare plunge into the waters in such weather. Moreover, if the storm continues, the captain won't last long." Alge nodded, noticing the breach in the wooden wall beginning to visibly mend. He cast a deep glance before instinctively turning towards the helm and sails. Even through layers of wood, he could discern the situation clearly. There was no first mate, no second mate, no crew, no sailors, not a single living soul. The place was devoid of life, and the helm and sails adjusted eerily by themselves. The image of that fool shrouded in gray mist resurfaced in his mind, prompting a deep sigh from Alge. He turned his gaze to the raging winds and towering waves, murmuring in a voice tinged with both anticipation and dread, "A new era has begun. In the capital of the ruined kingdom, Beckland, in the Queen's district." Audrey Hall pinched her cheek, unable to believe her recent encounter. Before her, the ancient bronze mirror lay shattered into fragments upon her vanity. Her gaze lowered, and she saw deep crimson swirling upon her hand, resembling a starry tattoo. The crimson gradually faded, ultimately vanishing beneath her skin. It was only then that Audrey realized she was not dreaming. Her eyes sparkled, and her lips curled into a smile as she stood, bending to lift her skirt. Bowing gracefully to the air, Audrey's steps became light as she twirled, breaking into the latest court dance, the ancient elven waltz. Her figure danced elegantly, her face radiant with joy. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock resounded at her bedroom door. "Who is it?" Audrey halted, striking a poised posture. "Miss, may I come in?" "You should be ready," her maid inquired from outside. Audrey glanced at her reflection in the mirror, quickly suppressing her smile, leaving only a subtle hint. After ensuring her appearance was flawless, she gently replied, "Come in." With a twist of her wrist, her maid Annie pushed the door open. "Oh, it's broken." Annie immediately noticed the fate of the ancient mirror. Audrey blinked slowly, speaking with deliberation. Yes, well, Susie was in here earlier. You know how she loves to cause mischief." Susie was a not-so-purebred golden retriever, a gift received when her father, Count Hall, acquired a hunting dog, yet dearly cherished by Audrey. "You must discipline her properly," Annie said, deftly collecting the mirror shards, cautious not to harm her mistress. Once finished, she looked at Audrey and smiled, asking, "Which dress would you like to wear?" After a moment's reflection, Audrey replied, I adore the one designed by Mrs. Ginny for my 17th birthday. No, others will say the Hall family is facing a financial crisis if a dress is worn twice at a formal event. Annie shook her head in denial. But I truly love it, Audrey insisted gently. You can wear it at home or at less formal occasions, Annie stated firmly, indicating the matter was non-negotiable. Then the one Mr. said sent over the day before, the one with the ruffled sleeves, Audrey inhaled discreetly, maintaining her graceful and sweet smile. Your taste is always impeccable, Annie replied, stepping back with a smile, calling out to the door, the 6th dressing room. Never mind, I'll fetch it myself. The maids began bustling about, one responsible for the gown, another for jewelry, one for shoes, another for a lace hat. While one prepared Audrey's makeup, and another contemplated her hairstyle. Just as preparations neared completion, Count Hall, dressed in a deep brown waistcoat, appeared at the doorway. He wore a hat matching the color of his attire, adorned with 2 charming little mustaches. His azure eyes sparkled with mirth, yet the looseness of his muscles, the protrusion of his belly, and the emergence of pronounced laugh lines cruelly marred the handsomeness of his youth. The most dazzling jewel of Beckland. It is time for us to depart. Earl Hall stood at the entrance, lightly tapping the open doors. Father, please refrain from calling me that, Audrey protested, rising with the assistance of a maid, feigning a look of distress. Then my beautiful little princess, it is time for us to set forth, Earl Hall replied, bending his left arm to invite Audrey to take his arm. Audrey smiled faintly and shook her head. That is the position of Lady Hall, my dear mother. Then this way, Earl Hall smiled again, extending his right arm. This is the pride of a father. As they approached the grand spectacle at the port of Price Harbor, Oak Island, and the Royal Navy base, Audrey was suddenly taken aback by the colossal sight before her. In the nearby naval harbor, a magnificent warship gleamed with metallic luster. It lacked sails, retaining only a lookout tower, yet boasted 2 towering smokestacks and 2 exposed turrets positioned at the front and back. Its grandeur was so overwhelming that the nearby sailing battleships appeared as mere newborn dwarfs surrounding a giant. A storm is brewing, oh my lord. An ironclad. A chorus of awe-filled exclamations intertwined as Audrey too felt the same astonishment, for it was a marvel of human ingenuity, an unprecedented miracle of the sea. After an indeterminate span of time, the nobles, ministers, and members of the House of Commons gradually regained their composure. At that moment, a black speck in the sky grew larger, gradually occupying a third of the sky, capturing everyone's gaze, and shifting the atmosphere to one of solemnity. This immense object floated in midair, characterized by exceptionally smooth and graceful lines, entirely painted in deep blue. A robust yet lightweight alloy framework supported hydrogen-filled fabric, from which hung a body equipped with machine gun ports, bomb chutes, and direct fire cannon ports. The exaggerated buzzing of the high-octane steam engine and the frantic whirring of the rear propellers formed a heart-stirring symphony. The airship carrying the royal family arrived, exuding an air of majestic authority. A sword of judgment, its hilt adorned with a ruby crown, gleamed in the sunlight on either side of the body, symbolizing the ancient lineage of the Augustus family, tracing back to a bygone era. Audrey, yet to turn 18 and not having participated in the introduction ceremony led by the Queen to formally enter Beckland's social sphere, was relegated to quietly observing from afar. Unable to approach, however, she was not overly concerned, even feeling a sense of relief at not having to face the princes. The marvel of humanity conquering the skies gracefully descended, with the first to disembark from the staircase being dashing young guards clad in red military uniforms and white trousers, adorned with medals, holding rifles, forming 2 lines to await the arrival of King George III, the Queen, princes, and princesses. Though Audrey had encountered prominent figures before, she felt no interest. Instead, her gaze wandered toward 2 knightly figures in black armor beside the king, resembling statues. In this age of steel, steam, and cannon, there were still those who persisted in wearing full armor. The cold metallic sheen and the somber black helmets evoked a sense of weight, authority, and an expectation of obedience. Could they be the higher-ranking knights of retribution? A fleeting thought crossed Audrey's mind, recalling snippets of conversations among her elders, filled with curiosity yet too timid to approach. As the royal family arrived, the ceremony finally commenced, with the current Prime Minister, Lord Agwood Negan, stepping forward. A member of the Conservative Party, he was one of the only 2 individuals of non-noble birth to ascend to the premiership, having been granted lordship for his exceptional contributions. Audrey was aware of more. Agwood's brother, a key supporter of the Conservative Party, was named Palace Negan, the current Duke of Negan. Agwood, in his 50s, tall and slender, with thinning hair and sharp eyes, surveyed the crowd before addressing them. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have all seen it. This is an ironclad, capable of redefining an era, measuring 101 meters in length, 21 meters in width, with a raised hull design. Its main armor belt boasts a thickness of 457 millimeters, displacing 10,060 tons, equipped with 4 305mm main guns, in addition to 6 quick-firing cannons, 12 6-pounders, 18 6-barreled machine guns, and 4 torpedo tubes. With a speed of 16 knots, it will be a true sovereign, conquering the seas. A stir rippled through the nobles, ministers, and members of parliament. Just the prime minister's description was enough for them to envision the terror of this ironclad, especially with the real vessel before them. Agwood revealed a slight smile and continued his speech, then bowed to King George III, saying, "Your Majesty, please bestow a name upon her. Let it be named Prize." Starting from Prize Harbor, King George III's expression was quite jovial. Prize, Prize. From the Navy Minister to the Admiral of the Royal Navy, the names spread in succession, ultimately reaching the ironclad, where officers and sailors alike cheered, Prize. Amidst the celebratory atmosphere, cannon salutes rang out, and King George III issued the command for the ship's maiden test voyage. With a resounding whistle, plumes of smoke billowed from the smokestacks, and the whirring of machinery could be faintly heard. The colossal vessel set sail, and as it emerged from the harbor, firing its 2 main guns at an uninhabited island ahead, all present were taken aback. Boom, boom, boom. The ground seemed to tremble, dust soared into the air, and the hurricane unleashed its fury, stirring the waves. Prime Minister Agwood turned with satisfaction to the nobles, ministers, and members of parliament, proclaiming, from this moment forth, those 7 self-proclaimed pirate generals and those 4 usurpers who dare to claim kingship shall tremble in fear, awaiting their doom. Their era has concluded. Even if they possess extraordinary powers, whether ghostly or cursed ships, the sea shall be ruled solely by ironclads. At this moment, Agwood's chief secretary deliberately inquired, but can they not construct their own ironclads? Some nobles and members of parliament nodded discreetly, considering this possibility. Agwood immediately smiled and slowly shook his head, declaring, "Impossible, forever impossible. Constructing such an ironclad requires 3 large coal steel consortiums, 20 sizable steel mills, 60 scientists from the Beckland Artillery Institute and the Prize Shipbuilding Institute, and more senior engineers, not to mention 2 royal shipyards and nearly 100 subsidiary parts factories. Alongside a naval department, a shipbuilding committee, a cabinet, a king with exceptional vision, and a great nation producing 12 million tons of steel annually. Pirates shall never achieve this." At this juncture, he paused, raising both arms and exclaiming passionately, "Ladies and gentlemen, the era of colossal ships and cannons has arrived." Chapter 9. Notes after a half-hour respite. Zhou Mingrui, who considered himself Klein, finally regained his composure. During this interval, he noticed 4 black spots had appeared on the back of his right hand, forming a small square. These spots transitioned from dark to faint and quickly vanished. Yet Klein understood that they remained concealed within him, awaiting awakening. For points. A square. Could they correspond to the 4 corners of staple foods? Might I no longer need to prepare staples, and could directly proceed with steps and incantations? A vague conjecture began to take shape in Klein's mind. While this notion seemed promising, the presence of these peculiar spots rendered him uneasy. The unknown always evokes a sense of dread. Reflecting on the inexplicable phenomena of geomancy on Earth, which surprisingly manifested effects here, coupled with his strange dreams of traversing realms, the mysterious, ethereal, and ambiguous gray mist world, and the maddening whispers lurking during rituals, Klein found himself shuddering involuntarily, even in the sweltering heat of late June. He had once heard that the oldest and most potent human emotion is fear, and the most primal fear is that of the unknown. Now, he was profoundly experiencing this dread from the unknown. Unprecedented and uncontrollable, he felt an overwhelming urge to delve into the mysterious realm, to learn more, to dispel the unknown, while simultaneously grappling with the desire to bury his head in the sand, pretending nothing had transpired. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, casting a golden sheen over his desk, and Klein gazed at it, seemingly touching a thread of warmth and hope. He relaxed slightly, only to be engulfed by a tidal wave of fatigue. The sleepless night and recent exertion rendered his eyelids heavy as lead, uncontrollably drooping. Shaking his head, Klein propped himself up against the edge of the table, disregarding the black rye bread placed at the corners, and staggered over to the bunk bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Gurgle, gurgle. Hunger awoke Klein, and he opened his eyes, feeling invigorated, save for a slight headache. Rubbing his forehead, he sat up, convinced he could devour an entire cow. As he smoothed out the creases in his clothing, he returned to his desk and picked up the silver pocket watch adorned with vine patterns. With a snap, the lid sprang open, and the second hand ticked away. It was 12:30. He had slept for over 3 hours. Klein swallowed hard and tucked the pocket watch into the pocket of his linen shirt. In the northern continent, a day is similarly divided into 24 hours, each hour comprising 60 minutes and each minute consisting of 60 seconds. As for whether the length of each second aligns with that of Earth, Klein could not ascertain. At this moment, Even the words mysticism, ritual, and gray mist world failed to penetrate his mind. The most pressing concern was food. Only once satiated could he think clearly or undertake any tasks. Without hesitation, Klein retrieved the 4 pieces of rye bread from their corners, brushing off a bit of dust, intending to use one as his midday staple. Given the custom in his homeland of sharing offerings after a meal, and noting that these pieces of rye bread appeared unchanged, he felt it prudent to be frugal, especially with only 5 pennies left in his pocket. This inclination was undoubtedly influenced by fragments of the original owner's memories and habits. Since gas was expensive and painful to use for lighting, he pulled out the stove, added some coal, and paced back and forth, awaiting the water to boil. That rye bread was certainly not meant to be eaten dry. Alas, must he endure a life of black bread for breakfast, black bread for lunch, and only meat for dinner? No, it was not as if Melissa was considering his impending interview. He could only afford meat twice a week. In a state of aimless hunger, Klein glanced around. The thought of that pound of lamb made his eyes glint with longing as he gazed at the cupboard. No, he must wait for Melissa to join him. Klein shook his head vigorously, dismissing the idea of cutting a piece off now. As a solitary wanderer in the bustling city, although he primarily consumed takeout, he had honed his culinary skills to some extent. They were not exceptional, but they sufficed. Turning away, Klein resolved to ignore the cupboard, only to suddenly remember that in addition to purchasing meat this morning, he had also bought tender peas and potatoes. Potatoes! An idea struck him like a whirlwind as he dashed back to the cupboard, retrieving 2 potatoes from his modest supply. He first went to the communal washroom to scrub the potatoes clean, then placed them directly into the kettle to boil with water. After a considerable wait, he retrieved the spice box from the cupboard, opened the lid, and sprinkled a pinch of coarse, yellowing salt into the water. After a few more minutes of patient waiting, Klein lifted the kettle, pouring the not-quite soup into several cups and a large bowl, before finally extracting the 2 potatoes and placing them on the table. Phew! Blowing on a bit of skin, the aroma of the boiled potatoes wafted through the air, tantalizing his appetite. Saliva flowed uncontrollably as Klein, disregarding the fact that he had only peeled half and that the potatoes were still warm, seized one and took a hearty bite. Fluffy, savory, a hint of sweetness lingered. Klein's heart swelled with emotion as he devoured both potatoes ravenously, even consuming some skin. Only then did he pick up the large bowl and savor a sip of the broth, the mild saltiness washing away the dryness from his mouth. He had loved eating this way as a child. With his hunger quelled, Klein silently reflected while tearing off pieces of rye bread, soaking them in the broth. Perhaps due to the considerable expenditure of energy in the earlier ritual, he consumed 2 entire pieces, an entire pound. As he drank the broth and tidied up, Klein felt rejuvenated, experiencing the joy of being alive once more, basking in the brilliance of the sun. He returned to his desk, contemplating what he should do next. He could not evade the issue. He must find a way to engage with the mysterious realm, to become the extraordinary individual referred to by Justice and the Hangman. He needed to conquer the fear instilled by the unknown. Currently, the only avenue available was to await the next gathering, hoping to overhear the audience potion's formula or other esoteric knowledge. There were 4 days until Monday. Prior to that, he needed to confront the original owner's issues. Why did he commit suicide? What had transpired? Unable to traverse back and simply walk away, Klein picked up the open notebook, intending to leaf through it for clues that might complete the fragmented memories. It was evident that the original owner had a habit of note-taking and enjoyed using the notebook as a diary. Klein knew well that the cabinet serving as the right leg of the desk was filled with completed notebooks. This particular notebook had been in use since May 10th. The initial entries largely concerning school, mentors, and knowledge. May 12th, Mr. Askey mentioned that the common tongue of the southern continent's Balang Empire also derives from ancient Farsak, a branch of the Giants' language. Why is this so? Could it be that all sentient beings once utilized a single language? No, this must be a fallacy. Even in the accounts of the revelation of Night in the Book of Storms, in ages older than the ancients, giants were not the sole dominators of the continent. There were elves, other races, and dragons. Very well, these are merely legends, mere mythological tales. On May 16th, Professor Cohen and Mr. Ask engaged in a discussion regarding the inevitability of the Steam Age. Mr. Ask contended that it was a matter of chance, had it not been for the sudden emergence of Emperor Rossel. Perhaps the northern continent would have remained in the cold weapon era, akin to the southern continent. The professor believed he was placing undue emphasis on individual influence, asserting that as time progresses, even in the absence of Emperor Rossel, figures such as Emperor Robert would inevitably arise. In essence, the Steam Age may be delayed, but it is destined to arrive. I found their debate rather meaningless. I preferred to uncover new elements, to restore history shrouded in mist. Perhaps I ought to have pursued archaeology instead of history. On May 29th, Welch approached me, claiming to have acquired a notebook from the Fourth Era. My goddess! A notebook from the Fourth Era. He did not wish to seek assistance from archaeology students and requested that Naya and I help him decipher its contents. How could I possibly refuse such an endeavor? Naturally, it had to be scheduled after my graduation defense. I could not afford to be distracted at this time. Upon reading this, Klein felt invigorated, compared to the historical notes and ideological debates preceding it. The newly surfaced Fourth Era notebook held a greater potential to unravel the mystery surrounding its original author's demise. The Fourth Era existed prior to the current Iron Age. Its history shrouded in obscurity and fraught with gaps. Even the unearthed tombs, ancient cities, and literature are scarce. Historians and archaeologists can only piece together fragments of its existence through the ambiguous theological texts of the seven churches, which primarily focus on faith-based education, allowing for a meager understanding of the Solomon Empire, the Tudor dynasty, and the Trencist Empire. Klein, determined to pierce through the fog and restore history, found little interest in the myth-laden prior eras, focusing solely on the Fourth Era, also known as the Age of Gods, which fueled his excitement. Upon reflection, the original author's apprehension regarding interviews and future employment seemed unwarranted. Klein could not help but exclaim, "At present, universities remain scarce, with the majority of students hailing from noble or affluent families. Commoners, despite facing discrimination and exclusion from social circles, could still forge valuable connections through group discussions and collective activities, provided they maintained a moderate demeanor. Welch, for instance, was the son of a banker from the coastal city of Constant in the Kingdom of Ruin, known for his generosity and lavishness, having frequently collaborated with Klein and Nye on projects." Without further digression, Klein continued to peruse the notebook. On June 18th, graduation arrived. "Farewell, my beloved Hoy University." On June 19th, I beheld that notebook. Through comparative analysis of structure and root words, I discovered it to be a variant of ancient Fusac. More precisely, over the span of a millennium, ancient Fusac has undergone subtle transformations. On June 20th, we deciphered the first page, revealing the author to be a member of a family known as Antigonus. On June 21st, he mentioned the Black Emperor, a notion that contradicted previously inferred timelines. Could it be that my mentor's perspective was flawed? Was the Black Emperor a collective title for each emperor of the Solomon Empire? On June 22nd, it appeared this Antigonus family held a prominent position within the Solomon Empire, as the notebook's owner referenced a clandestine transaction with someone named Tudor. Tudor? The Tudor dynasty? On June 23rd, I resolved to refrain from contemplating the notebook and to avoid Welch. I needed to prepare for my interview, which was of utmost importance. On June 24th, Naya informed me of their new findings, prompting me to consider visiting them. On June 25th, the newly interpreted content indicated that the notebook's owner had accepted a mission to ascend the peak of the Hinachus Mountains to visit the land of night at its summit. My goddess, the peak of the Hinachus Mountains exceeds 6,000 meters. How could a nation possibly exist there? What sustenance could they rely upon? On June 26th, I questioned the veracity of these strange assertions. At this juncture, the notebook concluded, with Zhou Mingrui crossing over in the early hours of June 28th. This implied that the entries from June 27th indeed existed, encapsulated in the phrase, "Everyone will die, including me." Klein flipped back to the initial page he had first encountered, feeling a chill as he made his assessment. He believed that to unravel the mystery of the original author's suicide, he ought to visit Welch and further examine the ancient notebook's contents. However, with a wealth of experience drawn from novels, films, and television series, he sensed that should he proceed, and if the matters were indeed connected, he would likely encounter unforeseen dangers akin to those who knowingly venture into haunted castles. Yet, abstaining from action was not an option. Evasion could never resolve issues, only allowing them to escalate until they inevitably overflowed and engulfed him entirely. Report the matter? Surely, I cannot declare that I have committed suicide. Suddenly, a series of urgent, forceful knocks echoed at the door. Klein sat up abruptly, listening intently. The knocks reverberated throughout the desolate, empty hallway. Chapter 10. The norm as Klein pondered the mysterious suicide of the original owner and the potential unknown dangers he might face. A sudden knock at the door startled him. Instinctively, he opened the drawer and retrieved a revolver, his voice laced with caution as he inquired, "Outside?" There was a brief silence before a somewhat high-pitched voice, tinged with an Ahowan accent, called out, "I am Mountbatten, Beach Mountbatten." The voice paused momentarily before adding, "Police." Beach Mountbatten. Upon hearing this name, Klein immediately recalled its owner. He was one of the officers responsible for the block where the apartment was located. A rude and brutish man who relished physical confrontation. Perhaps only such a person could intimidate drunks, thieves, part-time criminals, and rogues. His unique voice was one of his distinguishing traits. "All right, I'll be right there," Klein responded loudly. He had intended to toss the revolver back into the drawer, but realizing the officer outside might have come for a search or other reasons, he carefully made his way to the now-extinguished stove and placed the gun inside. He then grabbed a small basket of coal, shook a few pieces over the weapon, and finally set a kettle atop it to conceal everything. After ensuring everything was in order, he straightened his clothes and hurried to the door, mumbling, "Sorry, I was just napping." Outside stood 4 officers clad in black uniforms with white checks, wearing badge-adorned soft hats. Beach Mountbatten cleared his throat and addressed Klein. "These 3 officers have some questions for you." "Officers?" Klein instinctively glanced at the insignias of the other 3, noticing 2 bore 3 silver hexagons while one had 2, suggesting they ranked higher than Beach Mountbatten, who only had 3 V-shaped tags. As a history student, Klein had little knowledge of police insignia but was aware that Mountbatten often boasted of being a senior constable. "Are those 3 inspectors?" he wondered. Influenced by conversations with classmates like Benson and Welch, he stepped aside, gesturing toward the interior. "Please, come in. May I ask what this is about?" The foremost officer among the 3 was a middle-aged man with a gaze sharp enough to pierce the soul, instilling an involuntary fear. His wrinkled eyes bore a hint of light brown hair peeking from beneath the brim of his hat as he surveyed the room, his voice deep and solemn. "You know Welch McGowan, correct? What has happened to him?" Klein's heart raced at the question, instinctively responding. "I am the one asking you," the authoritative officer retorted, his gaze chilling. The officer beside him, also wearing 3 stars, looked at Klein with a gentle smile. "There is no need to be anxious. We are merely conducting a routine inquiry." This officer appeared to be in his 30s, with a straight nose and gray eyes that exuded an indescribable depth, reminiscent of an unvisited lake in an ancient forest. Klein inhaled deeply, gathering his thoughts. "If you are referring to Welch McGowan from Hoy University, who hails from Constant, then yes, I know him. We are classmates, studying under the same mentor, Senior Associate Professor Quentin Cohen, in the Kingdom of Ruin. A professor is not merely a title but a position, akin to the amalgamation of professor and department head on Earth." This meant that in a university, there could only be 1 professor per department, and an associate professor could only attain full professorship upon the retirement of their superior or by successfully displacing them. In light of the need to retain talent, the Higher Education Committee had introduced the title of Senior Associate Professor into the 3-tiered system of lecturer, associate professor, and professor. After years of deliberation, this title was granted to individuals of high academic standing or sufficient tenure who were unable to ascend to full professorship. Upon reaching this point, Klein glanced into the middle-aged officer's eyes, contemplating for a moment before stating, "To be honest, we had a fairly good relationship. Recently, he, along with Naya, and I met frequently to interpret and discuss his findings on the quaternary literature, a set of notes." "Officer, what has transpired?" The middle-aged officer did not respond directly, but glanced at his gray-eyed companion. The officer, adorned with a badge and possessing ordinary features, replied calmly, "I'm afraid Mr. Welch has passed away." How could this be? Though he had a premonition, Klein could not help but express his astonishment. Welch had died just as the original owner had? This was indeed alarming. "And what of Naya?" Klein hastily inquired. "Ms. Naya has also passed away," the gray-eyed officer stated with remarkable calmness. "They both died at Mr. Welch's residence." Murdered? Klein felt a creeping suspicion forming in his mind. Perhaps it was suicide. The gray-eyed officer shook his head. "No. Evidence from the scene suggests they both took their own lives." Mr. Welch repeatedly struck his head against the wall, leaving a trail of blood, while Miss Naya drowned herself in a basin of water, the type used for washing the face. "This is impossible." Klein felt a chill as he envisioned the bizarre scene. The girl kneeling on a chair, her face submerged in the basin filled with water, her brown hair flowing gently with the breeze, yet utterly still. Welch sprawled on the floor, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, his forehead utterly crushed and smeared with blood, with marks of impact scattered across the wall, blood splattering everywhere. The gray-eyed officer's lips twitched slightly. "We share this belief, but the autopsy results and the circumstances at the scene ruled out drugs and external forces. There were no signs of struggle from either Mr. Welch or Ms. Naya." Before Klein could speak again, the officer stepped into the room, feigning casualness as he asked, "When was the last time you saw Mr. Welch or Ms. Naya?" He gestured with his eyes toward his companion with 2 silver stars. A young officer who appeared to be of similar stature declined, with dark hair and green eyes, exuding a romantic poet's charm. Upon hearing the question, Klein's thoughts raced as he contemplated his response. It should have been June 26th. We collectively interpreted a new set of notes, and afterward, I returned home to prepare for an interview on the 30th. Yes, the interview for the history department at Tianjin University. Tianjin City, renowned as the university town, boasted 2 universities, Tianjin and Hoy, along with technical schools, a law school, and a business school, second only to the capital, Beekland. As soon as he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of the young officer approaching the desk and picking up the notebook that resembled a diary. "Oh no, I forgot to hide it," Klein exclaimed. "You." The young officer returned his smile, but continued to peruse the notes, while the gray-eyed officer explained, "This is a necessary procedure." At that moment, Beach Mountbatten and the authoritative middle-aged officer merely observed quietly, neither intervening nor assisting in the search. "Where is your search warrant?" Klein initially intended to ask, but upon reflection, He realized that the judicial system in the Kingdom of Ruin had not yet evolved to include such a concept, at least to his knowledge, as the police force had only been established for about 15 or 16 years. In the original owner's childhood, they were still referred to as constables. Klein was powerless to stop the young officer from swiftly flipping through his notes, while the gray-eyed officer refrained from further questioning. What is this strange phrase? The young officer suddenly remarked, flipping to the last page, and what does this mean? Everyone will die, including me. Isn't it common knowledge that everyone, except for deities, will eventually die? Klein had initially prepared to offer a rebuttal, but suddenly recalled his intention to connect with the police, to safeguard against the potential dangers he might encounter, yet he found himself lacking a reason or excuse. In less than a second, he made a decisive resolution, pressing his hand against his forehead and responding with a tone laced with anguish. I don't know. I truly don't know. Since waking up this morning, I have felt an unsettling disarray, as though I have forgotten something significant, particularly events from the recent days. I am even unclear as to why I must articulate this particular statement. At times, candor is the most effective means of addressing dilemmas, however. Transparency requires a degree of finesse. Understanding what can be disclosed and what must remain unsaid is one aspect, while determining the order and manner of such revelations is another. As a keyboard expert, Klein has also delved into the nuances of rhetoric. Absurd. Do you take us for fools? Mountbatten interjected with indignation, unable to contain himself. This deception is so clumsy that it borders on an affront to the intelligence of those present. Pretending to be insane is far preferable to feigning amnesia. Truly, Klein met the gazes of Mountbatten and the middle-aged officer with serene composure. This situation could not be more genuine. Perhaps it is indeed plausible. At that moment, the gray-eyed officer spoke slowly. What? You believe this? Klein himself was taken aback. The gray-eyed officer smiled at him and said, in a couple of days, an expert will arrive. Trust me, she should be able to assist you in recalling your lost memories. An expert? To aid in recollection? In the field of psychology? Klein furrowed his brow. What if this unearths my memories of Earth? Suddenly, he felt a sharp pang in his tooth. The young officer set down his notepad and conducted a thorough search of the desk and room. Fortunately, he focused on the books and did not disturb the kettle. Well then, Mr. Klein, thank you for your cooperation. In the coming days, it would be prudent for you not to leave Tingen. Should you need to, please inform Officer Mountbatten. Otherwise, you risk becoming a fugitive, the gray-eyed officer cautioned at last. Is this the conclusion? Is today merely an interlude? No further inquiries? No additional investigations? Or will I be taken back to the precinct for interrogation? Klein felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Nonetheless, he was eager to resolve the peculiar occurrences brought forth by Welch, so he nodded affirmatively. No problem. The officers exited the room in succession, and the young man at the rear suddenly clapped Klein on the shoulder. How fortunate. What? Klein exclaimed, bewildered. The green-eyed officer, possessing an air of poetic charm, smiled gently and remarked, generally speaking, in such incidents, it is typical for all involved to perish. We are both relieved and fortunate to see that you are still alive. With that, he exited the room, closing the door with a courteous gesture. All perishing is the norm? I am glad to be alive. Fortunate to be alive? On this June afternoon, Klein felt a chill enveloping him. Chapter 11. The true art of cooking. Is it normal for everyone to perish? Am I fortunate to still be alive? Klein shuddered suddenly, hastening his steps towards the door, attempting to catch up with a few police officers in search of protection. Yet, just as his hand brushed the doorknob, his movements abruptly halted. If that officer had painted such a grim picture, then why were they not safeguarding me, this crucial witness? Or Keyled, was this not a grave oversight? Was it a test, or merely bait? A tumult of thoughts clashed in Klein's mind, fostering doubts that the police were covertly observing him, gauging his reactions. With this realization, he felt a measure of calmness return, his panic subsiding as he slowly opened the door, deliberately quavering his voice as he called out toward the staircase. You will protect me, won't you? The officers offered no response, their polished shoes echoing against the wooden staircase with unchanging rhythm. I knew it. You would do this. Klein shouted again, feigning conviction, striving to present himself as a normal person in peril. The footsteps gradually faded, vanishing into the depths of the apartment. Klein let out a low grunt, internally mocking. This reaction is simply too contrived. The acting is subpar. He refrained from pursuing them, turning back into his room and shutting the door behind him. In the ensuing hours, Klein exhibited a restless demeanor, shifting anxiously, his mind plagued with unease, struggling to comprehend the words of the vast culinary lexicon, refusing to relax his standards despite the absence of company. This is what one might call an actor's self-cultivation, he self-deprecatingly mused. As the sun dipped low and the clouds blazed with fiery hues, the apartment residents began to trickle home, prompting Klein to redirect his focus elsewhere. Melissa would soon be returning from school. He cast his gaze toward the stove, lifting the kettle, stoking the coals, and retrieving his revolver. Without hesitation, He reached beneath the lower layer of the bunk bed, where a dozen wooden slats crossed and supported one another. After wedging the revolver between a slat and the board, Klein straightened up, anxiously awaiting, fearful that the police might suddenly burst through the door, weapons drawn, rushing into his room. In a normal steampunk world, he would have been assured that no one would witness such actions, yet this realm was imbued with extraordinary forces he had personally verified. Minutes passed in silence at the door. Only the distant chatter of two tenants making plans to visit the Wild Heart Tavern on Iron Cross Street, growing louder before fading away. Exhaling deeply, Klein felt his heart settle back into his chest. Soon, he would await Melissa's return to indulge in a delectable lamb stew. The mere thought of it filled his senses with the savory aroma of meat, reminding him of how she prepared the tender pea and lamb stew. She would first boil the meat, then add onions, salt, a pinch of pepper, and water, allowing it to simmer. After a while, she would toss in peas and potatoes, letting it stew for 40 to 50 minutes. How simple and rudimentary the process was, relying solely on the inherent flavor of the meat. Klein couldn't help but shake his head. Yet, such was the reality. A humble household could not afford a plethora of spices or elaborate culinary techniques, prioritizing simplicity, practicality, and frugality. After all, as long as the meat wasn't burnt or spoiled, it would suffice for someone who ate but once or twice a week. Klein did not consider himself a culinary virtuoso, primarily relying on takeout, but cooking 3 to 4 times a week had granted him a passing proficiency, ensuring he wouldn't squander that pound of lamb. Once Melissa returned, it would be well past 7:30 by the time dinner was ready, and she would be starving. It was time to showcase true culinary skill. Klein concocted an excuse, rekindled the fire, and headed to the communal washroom to fetch water to cleanse the lamb, then pulled out a cutting board and knife, chopping it into small chunks. As for how to explain his newfound culinary prowess, he decided to attribute it to the late Welch. This classmate not only employed a chef skilled in maritime cuisine, but also often experimented with dishes himself, inviting others to taste. Well, the dead cannot contradict me. However, in a world filled with the extraordinary, who is to say the deceased might not have a voice with such thoughts swirling? Klein cast aside his chaotic musings. Placing the chunks of meat into a bowl, he then retrieved a spice jar, shaking in a generous spoonful of coarse salt, followed by a few precious black peppercorns. Mixing them with the lamb to marinate. Placing the stew pot on the stove, he searched for yesterday's leftover carrots and today's freshly bought onions, chopping them into numerous pieces. After the preparation, he opened a small jar from the cupboard, revealing a scant amount of lard. Klein scooped a spoonful into the pot, melting it before adding the carrot and onion pieces, ing them until fragrant. The aroma began to waft, and Klein poured in all the lamb, searing it carefully. This process should have included some cooking wine. At the very least, he could have substituted it with red wine. However, the Moretti household lacked such luxuries, and Benson only indulged in a single beer per week. Thus, Klein had to make do, adding a splash of boiling water to the mix. After about 20 minutes of simmering, he lifted the lid, adding the tender peas and diced potatoes, along with a cup of hot water and 2 spoons of salt. Covering the pot, he lowered the heat, exhaling with satisfaction as he awaited his sister's return. Time passed slowly, and the enticing aroma intensified within the room. A tantalizing blend of meat, hearty potatoes, and refreshing onions. The flavors began to melt, and Klein found himself swallowing hard, glancing at the clock. After 40 minutes, a rhythmic yet measured footfall approached, a key inserted, the doorknob turned, and the door swung open. "It smells divine," Melissa's voice, laced with curiosity, echoed before she even stepped inside. Clutching her bag, she entered, her gaze sweeping over the stove. "Did you make this?" she asked, her action of removing her hat pausing mid-motion, her eyes wide with astonishment. She sniffed, inhaling the fragrant air, her expression softening as she seemed to regain her confidence. "You did this?" she repeated, still bewildered. "Are you worried I might waste the lamb?" Klein replied with a smile, not waiting for an answer as he continued, "Rest assured. I specifically consulted Welch on how to prepare this dish. You know he has a talented chef. Is this your first time?" Melissa's brow furrowed involuntarily, though the aroma soothed her. "It seems I have quite the knack for it," Klein chuckled. "It's almost ready. Set aside your books and hat. Wash your hands in the restroom, and prepare to savor it. I'm quite confident." Hearing her brother's calm instructions, and witnessing his gentle smile, Melissa stood frozen at the doorway, momentarily at a loss for words. "Do you prefer it cooked a little more tender?" Klein urged, still smiling. "Ah, yes, okay." Melissa snapped back to reality, juggling her bag and hat as she hurried into the inner room, lifting the lid of the stew pot. A cloud of steam erupted before Klein, revealing 2 slices of rye bread placed beside the lamb and peas, allowing them to absorb the aromas and warmth until soft. By the time Melissa returned, having tidied up and washed her hands and face, a plate adorned with potatoes, carrots, and onions nestled alongside the tender pea and lamb stew, while 2 slices of dark bread, tinged with meat juices, awaited on their respective plates. "Come," Try it. Klein gestured toward the wooden fork and spoon resting beside the plate. Melissa, still slightly dazed, did not refuse. She picked up a fork, spearing a piece of potato, bringing it to her lips for a tentative bite. The powdery texture of the potato and the rich aroma of the meat wafted through the air, causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. In just a few moments, she devoured the piece of potato, swallowing it whole. Try the meat, Klein suggested, gesturing towards the plate with his chin. He had already sampled the dish and deemed it merely passable, yet for a young girl who rarely encountered such delicacies, it was more than sufficient. Melissa's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she cautiously speared a piece of lamb. It was braised to perfection, melting almost instantly upon contact with her tongue, releasing an explosion of true meat flavor and a delightful torrent of juices that filled her mouth. It was an unprecedented sensation, one that made it impossible for Melissa to cease her indulgence. By the time she regained her composure, she had already consumed several pieces of lamb. I prepared this for you, Klein. Melissa's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered. I have already sampled it. That is the privilege of a chef. Klein replied with a reassuring smile, simultaneously lifting his fork and spoon to enjoy a morsel of meat, then a mouthful of peas, and occasionally setting down his utensils to tear off a piece of dark bread to soak up the flavorful juices. Melissa relaxed, influenced by Klein's nonchalant demeanor, and lost herself once more in the exquisite flavors. This is delicious. One would never guess it is your first time cooking, she remarked earnestly, glancing at the empty plate that bore no remnants of sauce. Compared to the chef at Welch's, it still has a long way to go. Once I have the means, I shall take you and Benson to a fine restaurant for an even grander feast. Klein mused, feeling a sense of longing. You have an interview. Hick. Melissa's unfinished sentence was interrupted by an involuntary sound of satisfaction. She hastily covered her mouth, her face a portrait of embarrassment. It's all the fault of the tender peas and lamb stew. Klein chuckled quietly, deciding against teasing his sister. He pointed to the plate and declared, That is your task. All right, Melissa exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she sprang to her feet, grabbing a basin and rushing towards the door. Upon her return from washing up, she instinctively opened the cupboard to check the spice containers and other items. Did you use any of this? Melissa exclaimed in surprise, turning to Klein while holding a bottle of black pepper and a jar of lard. Klein shrugged with a smile, just a smidge. It is the price of deliciousness. Melissa's eyes flickered with contemplation, her expression shifting several times before she finally pursed her lips and said, Perhaps I should be the one to cook from now on. Indeed. You must prioritize your interview preparations and consider your future employment, Klein replied. Chapter 12. A return visit, dear sister. Must we always bring up matters best left untouched? Klein silently lamented, feeling a familiar throbbing pain in his head. The original owner's forgotten knowledge was neither trivial nor negligible, and with an interview looming on the morrow, there was scarcely any time to catch up. Furthermore, entangled in a bizarre and terrifying incident, how could he possibly focus on revision? After offering a few perfunctory words to his sister, Klein feigned interest in his studies. Melissa had pulled up a chair and was seated beside him, diligently working on her assignments by the flickering light of the gas lamp. The atmosphere was serene and comfortable. As the clock approached 11, the siblings exchanged goodnights and retired to their respective rooms. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated through the air, jolting Klein from his slumber. Glancing out at the dawn's light, he groggily turned to sit up. Who is it? What time is it? Why didn't Melissa wake me? It is I. Dunsmith, came a steady male voice from beyond the door. Dunsmith? I do not recognize you, Klein muttered, shaking his head as he descended from his bed and approached the door. Upon opening it, he was met by the gray-eyed officer from the previous day. Is something amiss? Klein inquired, his wariness palpable. The officer's expression was grave as he replied, We have located a coachman who confirms that you visited Mr. Welch's residence on the 27th, the very day Mr. Welch and Miss Nia met their untimely demise. Moreover, it was Mr. Welch who covered your fare. Klein paused, feeling no dread or guilt at the prospect of being unmasked. After all, he was not lying. In fact, he sensed that the evidence provided by Officer Dunsmith was entirely within his expectations. On June 27th, the original owner had indeed visited Mr. Welch's abode. And that very night, he had taken his own life, mirroring the fate of Welch and Nia. Klein opened his mouth, a bitter smile forming. This is hardly compelling evidence. It cannot directly implicate me in the deaths of Mr. Welch and Miss Nia. Frankly, I, too, am eager to unravel the circumstances surrounding my unfortunate friends. However, I genuinely cannot recall that day's events. You may find it hard to believe, but I have relied solely on my notes to piece together the possibility that I visited Mr. Welch's residence on the 27th. Your composure is commendable, Officer Dunsmith noted, his demeanor neither angry nor amused as he nodded. You should be able to discern my sincerity, Klein maintained, locking eyes with the officer. What I say is the truth, albeit only a fragment of it. Dunsmith did not respond immediately, instead surveying the room before speaking slowly. Mr. Welch is missing a revolver. and I believe I might find it here. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Klein? At last, Klein comprehended the origin of the revolver. Thoughts raced through his mind like lightning, and he swiftly reached a decision. He raised his hand slightly and took a step back to clear the way, gesturing with his chin toward the lower bunk. It's behind the bedboard. He refrained from specifying which bed. For any rational individual would not conceal something behind the upper bunk. That would be all too obvious. Officer Dunn did not advance, but instead smirked slightly. Nothing else you wish to add? Klein answered without hesitation. Indeed. The night before last, I awoke to find myself slumped over my writing desk. A revolver beside me and a bullet on the floor, suggesting a botched suicide. Perhaps due to inexperience with firearms or a moment of fear. The bullet failed to achieve its intended result, and here I am, still alive. From that moment onward, I have lost certain memories, including what transpired on the 27th at Mr. Welch's residence. I am not lying. I truly cannot recall. In a bid to clear his name and resolve the peculiar events that had ensnared him, Klein divulged nearly everything, save for the details of his time travel and the gathering. Additionally, he chose his words carefully to withstand scrutiny, avoiding the phrase "the bullet did not strike my head," instead saying it failed to achieve its intended result, while emphasizing that his head remained intact afterward. To an outsider, the two expressions might seem similar, yet they bore entirely different implications. Officer Dunn listened quietly, then spoke thoughtfully. This aligns with my deductions and the concealed logic behind similar past incidents. However, I am curious as to how you survived. Believe me, I am just as perplexed by my survival, Klein admitted, feeling a weight lift slightly from his chest. However, Dunn interjected, believing is insufficient. At this moment, you are a prime suspect. You must undergo confirmation by an expert to ascertain whether you genuinely forgot the events or did not directly contribute to the deaths of Mr. Welch and Miss Naya. Clearing his throat, Dunn's expression turned serious. Mr. Klein, please cooperate with the investigation and accompany us to the precinct. This may take 2 to 3 days, provided you are indeed without issue. The expert has arrived? Klein asked, bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to be in 2 days? She arrived sooner than we anticipated, Dunn indicated, gesturing for Klein to exit. May I leave a note? Klein requested. With Banson away on business and Melissa at school, he wished to leave a message informing them of his involvement with the Welch matter, reassuring them not to worry. Dunn nodded, seemingly uninterested. That is acceptable. Returning to his desk, Klein retrieved a piece of paper to write while contemplating his next steps. Truthfully, he was quite reluctant to meet the expert, as he harbored an even greater secret. In a world governed by 7 great churches and under the shadow of the assassination of the presumed predecessor, Emperor Rossel, such matters of time travel would likely necessitate legal proceedings. However, without weapons, combat skills, or supernatural powers, he was no match for a professional officer, especially with several of Dunn's subordinates waiting outside in the dim corridor. Should they draw their weapons in unison, he would surely be apprehended. Taking a deep breath, Klein left a note, grabbed his keys, and followed Dunn out of the room. In the dimly lit corridor, 4 officers clad in black and white flanked either side, standing alert. As Klein followed Dunn down the wooden staircase, the sound of their footsteps echoed, occasionally accompanied by creaks and groans. Outside the apartment, a horse-drawn carriage awaited, adorned with the emblem of the police system, featuring crossed swords encircled by a crown. The surrounding area bustled with the same lively chaos as every other morning. After you. Dunn gestured for Klein to enter first. Just as Klein prepared to step forward, a vendor selling oysters accused a customer of theft, igniting a scuffle that startled the horses and threw the surroundings into disarray. An opportunity. Without a moment to spare, Klein bent low and surged into the crowd. Whether pushing or dodging, he ran frantically toward the other end of the street. Given the current circumstances, evading the expert meant heading to the outer docks, boarding a boat down the Taysok River to the capital of Beckland, a bustling metropolis ripe for concealment. Alternatively, he could hijack a steam train heading east to the nearest port of Enigmatic, traverse the sea to Preis, and then finally make his way to Beckland. Before long, Klein reached the street corner and turned into Iron Cross Street, where several hireable carriages awaited. To the outer docks, Klein declared, vaulting onto one of the carriages. He had a clear plan, to intentionally mislead the pursuing officers, and once they had traveled a sufficient distance, he would simply leap off. Very well, the driver replied, pulling on the reins. With a rhythmic clatter, the carriage departed Iron Cross Street. As Klein prepared to leap from the carriage, he suddenly realized that it had veered onto a different path, one that did not lead out of the city. Where are you headed? Klein blurted out in surprise. To Welch's residence, came the driver's monotonous response. What? In his astonishment, Klein saw the driver turn, revealing deep, indifferent gray eyes, none other than Dunn Smith. You! Klein exclaimed, gripped by an inexplicable terror, as the world around him began to spin, and he abruptly sat up. Sitting up? Confused, Klein glanced around, noticing the crimson moon shining brightly outside, and the room adorned with sheer drapery. He reached up to touch his forehead, which was damp and icy, drenched in cold sweat. The same sensation lingering on his back. Just a nightmare. Klein exhaled slowly, relieved that it was merely a dream. He felt surprisingly lucid within it, capable of calm contemplation, which struck him as odd. After regaining his composure, Klein glanced at his pocket watch and noted it was barely past 2 in the morning. He quietly slipped out of bed, intending to wash his face in the communal restroom and alleviate the discomfort in his abdomen. Turning the doorknob, he stepped into the dimly lit corridor, moving softly toward the shared washroom, guided by the faint, indistinct moonlight. Suddenly, he spotted a figure standing by the window at the end of the hallway. The silhouette wore a black coat that was shorter than a robe, yet longer than formal attire, partially merging with the shadows while bathed in the chilling crimson moonlight. The figure slowly turned, revealing deep, somber, and indifferent eyes. Dunn Smith. Chapter 13. The night watchman Klein involuntarily stepped back, momentarily unsure whether he was awake or still ensnared in a dream. The figure removed his black top hat, bowing slightly with a subdued smile, and said, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Dunn Smith, the night watchman." The night watchman? The code name for the extraordinary members of the Church of the Night Goddess. Mentioned by Justice and the Hanged Man? Klein felt a sudden clarity, recalling previous events, and exclaimed, "You manipulate dreams? You caused me to have that dream just now?" Dunn Smith replaced his black hat, concealing his slightly receding hairline, and his gray, profound eyes twinkled with amusement as he replied, "No. I merely entered your dream to provide necessary guidance." His voice was rich and soothing, resonating through the dimly lit corridor like a lullaby that would not disturb the slumber of others. In dreams, while suppressed emotions and various dark psychologies are amplified, creating a chaotic and absurd landscape, reality still exists, hidden within. For someone experienced like me, everything is evident and easily perceived. I trust the dream version of you more than the waking you. What normal person can control their dreams? If I were to dream of something from Earth, wouldn't Dunn Smith discover it? Klein was suddenly filled with dread, haunted by his dream experience. Yet, he quickly discerned something peculiar. He remembered being quite lucid and rational in the dream, knowing precisely what to say and what to withhold. In essence, it felt nothing like a dream at all. So, Dunn Smith only saw what I wanted him to see? Klein's thoughts raced, slowly reaching a semblance of understanding. Was this a benefit of crossing over, perhaps due to the uniqueness of my spirit, or an influence from the fortune-turning ritual? Then, Mr. Smith, are you certain that I truly lost my memory? Klein rephrased his question cautiously. Dunn Smith did not provide a direct answer, but regarded him intently. Are you truly not surprised by such matters? The individuals I encountered before, even right after dreaming, refused to believe in extraordinary powers, preferring to think they had not genuinely awakened. Klein replied thoughtfully, "Perhaps it is because I have been yearning for such power to assist me." An intriguing line of reasoning. Perhaps your survival is not solely attributed to luck. Dunn nodded soberly. I can now confirm that you have indeed lost part of your memory regarding this incident, particularly concerning the events themselves. Then may I return? Klein let out a sigh of relief, tentatively inquiring. Dunn walked closer, one hand in his pocket, as the surrounding darkness grew tranquil and gentle. No, you must accompany me to meet the expert. A polite smile graced his lips. Why? Klein blurted out, then quickly added, do you not trust your own guidance over dreams? What a jest. If that expert excels in hypnosis or mind reading, wouldn't my greatest secret be exposed? The consequences are unimaginable. I am usually modest, but I possess some confidence regarding dreams, Dunn answered calmly. However, it is prudent to reconfirm matters of significance, especially since her expertise greatly differs from mine, perhaps aiding you in recovering certain memories. Without waiting for Klein to respond, his voice deepened. After all, you are connected to the whereabouts of the Antigonus family notes. What? Klein was momentarily stunned. Dunn halted before him, his gray eyes fixated on Klein's. The 4th epic notes are not present at the scene, nor anywhere in the house. Welch is dead, Naya is dead, and you are the sole lead. Very well. Klein fell silent for a moment, exhaling deeply. The missing notes. How peculiar. I hadn't even considered their whereabouts before. Dunn nodded almost imperceptibly, passing by Klein as he spoke. Lock the door, and we shall proceed to Welch's residence. The expert awaits us there. Klein inhaled silently, his heart pounding with anxiety. He felt the urge to refuse, even to escape. But he believed that, having witnessed the dream, Dunn Smith would undoubtedly be on high alert. Given the disparity in strength between ordinary people and the extraordinary, any attempt at resistance would likely be futile. He probably still has a firearm, and is undoubtedly well practiced in shooting. Thoughts collided violently in his mind. But ultimately, Klein chose to confront reality. All right, I suppose I must take it one step at a time. Perhaps the peculiarities of my dream will manifest once more. Then let us proceed. Dunn's tone was devoid of any tremor. Klein turned and followed a few steps before suddenly stopping. Mr. Smith, I would like to visit the restroom first. I came out just to relieve myself. Dunn did not stop him. Instead, He regarded him earnestly and said, "No problem, Klein. Trust me. In the darkness, I am far more formidable than you imagine." In the darkness. Klein silently repeated those words. He refrained from recklessly experimenting, instead diligently resolving his discomfort, then splashed cold water on his face to thoroughly calm himself. After donning his hat again and closing his door, Klein softly followed Dunn down the stairs towards the apartment entrance. In this moment of tranquility, Dunn Smith suddenly inquired, "In the final moments of your dream, why did you wish to flee? What were you afraid of?" Klein's mind raced as he pondered before responding. "I do not recall what transpired at Welch's house. Nor do I remember if I directly caused his and Naya's deaths. I fear the possibility of confirming that it was indeed me. I dare not gamble on that. Preferring instead to escape and start anew in the southern continent. If it were me, I would act similarly," Dunn replied, opening the apartment door and allowing the cool night breeze to disperse the stifling warmth inside. He was unperturbed by Klein's potential escape, stepping into the carriage first. The very one Klein had seen in his dream, four-wheeled, single horse, with the driver, adorned with the emblem of crossed swords encircled by a crown, representing the police system. Klein entered behind him, finding the interior plush with thick carpets and infused with a soothing fragrance that calmed the mind and spirit. Settling into his seat, he sought to engage in conversation, hoping to glean more information. "Mr. Smith, if, and I stress if, the expert confirms that I have indeed forgotten that portion of my memory, with no other evidence to prove I am the perpetrator rather than a victim, would that suffice to conclude this matter?" "In theory, yes. We would seek the notes through other avenues. As long as they exist, they can be discovered. Of course, prior to that, we must ensure you bear no curse, no lingering essence of malevolent spirits, and no corresponding psychological issues, so that you may embrace a future life safely and healthily." Dunn Smith flashed a smile that seemed somewhat peculiar. Klein keenly sensed this and, disregarding his previous relief, pressed on, "Theoretically? Indeed, merely in theory. This realm is perpetually rife with distortions, contradictions, and incredulities," Dunn responded, gazing into Klein's eyes. "Their continuance and conclusion are sometimes beyond our foresight and control. For instance?" Klein felt a flicker of fear. The carriage sped swiftly along the nearly deserted streets, and Dunn took out his pipe to savor its aroma. "When we believe matters have concluded and everything has returned to normal, they may re-emerge in terrifying, shocking ways. A few years ago, we dealt with a case involving a cult that orchestrated the suicides of its followers as a form of live sacrifice to appease a malevolent deity. Among the adherents, one individual, selected for this grim fate, allowed the instinct for survival to triumph over folly, heresy, and hallucinogens, and clandestinely sought refuge at a police station to report the atrocity. The matter was subsequently handed over to us, a rather trivial task. For the cult lacked any extraordinary individuals, and the deity they worshipped was merely a figment of their leader's imagination, crafted for the purpose of amassing wealth and indulging in hedonism, thus erasing their humanity. With just 2 team members, alongside the cooperation of the police, we efficiently dismantled the cult, leaving no one unaccounted for. As for the informant, we confirmed that he bore no residual traces of malevolent spirits, nor was he ensnared by curses, psychological impediments, or any peculiar anomalies. In the aftermath, he experienced significant professional advancement, married a wonderful woman, and fathered a son and a daughter. The shadows of his past appeared to have receded, and the horrors and bloodshed of yesteryears seemed to have dissipated entirely." At this juncture, Dunn Smith chuckled and remarked, "Yet, in March of this year, despite his flourishing financial situation, a deep bond with his spouse, and the intelligence and charm of his children, he tragically took his own life, choking himself in his office." The crimson moonlight streamed through the carriage window, casting a glow upon Dunn Smith. In that moment, his seemingly self-deprecating smile struck Klein as unsettling, eliciting an indescribable sense of dread. He had choked himself to death. Klein silently gasped, perceiving a reflection of his own dismal fate. Even if one evades peril, could it merely be a temporary reprieve? Is there any means to resolve such despair definitively? To transcend oneself into an extraordinary being to resist such fate? The carriage fell into silence, as a flood of thought surged within Klein, only to dissipate once more. In this profound stillness, the carriage sped onward for quite some time. Just as Klein resolved to muster the audacity to consult Dunn Smith for potential solutions, the carriage came to a halt. "Mr. Smith, we have arrived at Mr. Welch's residence." The driver's voice reached their ears. "Let us disembark." Dunn adjusted his knee-length black coat, and with a chuckle, added, "Allow me to introduce the expert. Her public guise is that of the most renowned medium in Ahova County." Klein suppressed his other thoughts and inquired with curiosity, "And what is her true identity?" Dunn turned partially, glancing back with profound gray eyes, and replied, "The genuine medium." Chapter 14. The Medium, the True Medium. Klein silently recited this description, remaining silent as he followed Dunn Smith down from the carriage. Welch's residence in Tingen was a stand-alone house adorned with a garden, its wrought iron gate opening onto a road wide enough for 4 carriages to pass simultaneously. Every 50 meters along the road stood a lamppost, distinct from those Klein had seen in his previous life, as they were gas lamps, their columns slightly taller than an average man, convenient for lighting. The black metal embraced the glass, forming a grid that crafted classical art pieces resembling lanterns, where coldness danced with warmth, shadows coexisted with light. Walking along the dimly lit road, Klein and Dunsmith passed through the half-open iron gate and entered Welch's abode. Directly in front of the main entrance was a driveway wide enough for 2 carriages, paved with concrete, leading straight to the 2-story house. On its left lay the garden, while the right side featured a lawn, the delicate fragrance of flowers intermingling with the refreshing scent, creating an invigorating atmosphere. Upon stepping inside, Klein suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, glancing around uneasily. He sensed that in the garden, within the shadows of the lawn, atop the roof, behind the swing, and in various dim corners, pairs of eyes were observing him. Although the place appeared empty, Klein felt as if he were amidst a bustling street. This bizarre contrast, this strange sensation, made his body tense, a chill creeping up his spine. Something is amiss. He couldn't help but warn Dunn. Dunn, expression unchanged, continued walking beside him, responding nonchalantly, "Do not concern yourself with it." Hearing the night watchman say so, Klein suppressed the eerie feeling of being followed, scrutinized, and examined without being able to pinpoint the source, and stepped closer to the front door of the standalone house. If this continues, I will become neurotic. As Dunn reached out to knock on the door, Klein quickly turned back for another glance. The flowers swayed in the wind, yet no figures were in sight. "Come in, gentlemen." A voice, slightly ethereal, emerged from within the house. Dunn twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open, addressing the woman seated on the sofa. "Dolly, have there been any results?" The chandelier in the living room remained unlit, and a trio of leather sofas encircled a marble coffee table. A single candle flickered atop the table, its flame casting an eerie blue hue, enveloping the semi-open layout of the living room, dining area, and kitchen in a quivering, mysterious color. In the center of the long sofa sat a lady clad in a hooded black robe, adorned with blue eyeshadow and blush, her exposed wrists entwined with silver chains bearing white crystal pendants. At the first glimpse of her, Klein felt an inexplicable sensation. She resembled a true medium. Is she playing a role? The enchanting medium, Dolly, surveyed Klein with her shimmering emerald eyes before turning her gaze to Dunsmith. "The original spirits have vanished, including Welch and Naya. The little ones here know nothing." Spirits? Mediums? Were those unseen observers spirits? So many spirits exist? Klein removed his hat, placed it against his chest, and bowed slightly. "Good evening, madam." Dunsmith sighed. "This truly is a tricky situation. Dolly, this is Klein Moretti. Perhaps you can discern something from him." Dolly's attention shifted instantly to Klein as she gestured to the single armchair adjacent to her. "Please, take a seat." "Thank you." Klein nodded, taking a few steps to sit down, his heart instinctively quickening. Whether he would live or die, whether he would pass through smoothly or expose secrets, all depended on the developments to come. Most disheartening was his lack of resources to rely upon, leaving him to place hope in the extraordinary. This truly is a most uncomfortable feeling, Klein thought bitterly, as Dunn settled onto the double sofa opposite him. The medium Dolly retrieved 2 thumb-sized glass vials from the hidden pouch at her waist. With a smile in her verdant eyes, she addressed Klein. "I require a bit of assistance. After all, you are not an enemy, and I cannot treat you too directly or roughly, as it would cause you discomfort, pain, and perhaps even severe after effects. I will provide you with some fragrance, offering you enough gentleness and lubrication to gradually let go of yourself and immerse truly in that sensation." "This does not sound quite right." Klein gasped in surprise. Dunn chuckled. "Do not be astonished. Unlike those from the Church of the Storm Lord, here, ladies may also verbally tease men. You should understand this. Your mother is a devout follower of the goddess, and you and your brother have attended the church's Sunday school." "I understand, but I did not expect it to be so." "So?" Klein gestured, struggling to find a fitting description, almost blurting out an inappropriate translation. Dunn smirked. "Rest assured, Dolly rarely behaves this way. She merely wishes to calm and relax you through this method. She prefers corpses over men." "You make me sound like a pervert," Dolly interjected with a smile. She opened one of the small vials and sprinkled a few drops into the vivid blue candle flame. Night-blooming jasmine, deep sleep flower, and chamomile, distilled and extracted into a pure essence. "I call it Amanda," meaning tranquility in Hermetic language. "It has a delightful aroma." As she spoke, the candle flickered several times, and the drops of pure essence evaporated swiftly, permeating the room. A captivating fragrance wafted into Klein's nostrils, easing his tense emotions and rapidly calming his spirit, as if he were gazing down into the darkness in the stillness of night. "This vial is called Eye of the Spirit, made from the bark of the dragon-pattern tree and the leaves of the white poplar, sun-dried for 7 days, boiled 3 times. and steeped in launchy wine, of course, accompanied by a few incantations. The amber liquid dripped onto the vivid blue flame as Dolly described it. Klein caught the scent of the ethereal, drifting wine. He saw the candle flames sway violently, noticed Dolly's blue eyeshadow, and blush shimmering with an uncanny glow, even perceiving double images. It is an excellent aid for divination, as well as an alluring floral essence. As Dolly spoke in her mellifluous tone, Klein felt her voice enveloping him from all directions. Confused, he gazed around, realizing everything was swaying, blurring, as if shrouded in layers upon layers of thick fog. Even his own body swaying, blurring, drifting, and losing weight. The reds became redder, the blues bluer, the blacks blacker, colors blending like an impressionist painting, enchanting and dreamlike. While whispers echoed, as if countless invisible beings were discussing. This sensation is reminiscent of my previous experience during the transmutation ritual, yet devoid of the madness that made one wish to explode. Klein contemplated as he observed the scene. Just then, his gaze was drawn to a pair of eyes, glistening like emeralds. Dolly, in her black robe, sat on the blurred sofa. Her gaze peculiarly focused on the top of Klein's head, her voice soft and gentle. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Medium Dolly. Calm and rational contemplation still resides within me, much like during the transmutation ceremony and gatherings. Klein, with a flicker of thought, deliberately adopted a state of bewilderment. Hello. The human mind is vast, concealing myriad secrets. Behold, that expansive sea. We can only comprehend the islands that emerge above the water. Yet beneath the surface lies a far greater portion of these islands. Beyond the islands, there exists the entirety of the ocean, along with the boundless sky that symbolizes the spiritual realm. You are the spirit of the body, aware not only of the islands that rise above the waves but also of the portions concealed beneath, comprehending the vast ocean in its entirety. Every existence leaves a trace. The memories of the island's surface may be erased, yet the depths below and the entirety of the ocean surely harbor remnants of their corresponding projections. Dolly persistently lured him. As the indistinct winds and shadows around morphed into similar shapes, akin to Klein's vast ocean of the soul fully exposed, awaiting his own exploration and discovery. Klein watched serenely, occasionally tumultuous waves crashing within him, ultimately responding with an ethereal tone. No, I cannot recall. I have forgotten. He adeptly portrayed his anguish. Dolly attempted to entice him once more, but the alert Klein remained unaffected. All right, let us conclude here. It is time to return. Return, return. As her ethereal voice lingered, Dolly vanished. The winds and shadows began to settle, and the tranquil scent mingled with a faint aroma of wine became apparent once more. All colors returned to normal, and the haze of confusion dissipated. Klein's body trembled slightly, regaining its weight. He opened his eyes, which he realized had closed at some point, discovering before him the vivid blue flame of the candle, the comfortably reclined Dunn Smith, and the hooded medium, Dolly. How did you employ the theories of those deranged alchemists? Dunn furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at Dolly. As she tucked away 2 small vials, Dolly calmly responded, I find them quite accurate. At least in accordance with my observations and experiences. Before Dunn could interject, she gestured dismissively, a tricky individual, leaving no traces whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Klein exhaled a long sigh of relief, feigning ignorance as he inquired, Is it over? What just transpired? I feel as if I have taken a nap. Is this sufficient to pass? Fortunately, there was a rehearsal for the transmutation ceremony. Let us consider it so, Dunn interrupted, turning to the medium Dolly. Have you examined the bodies of Welch and Naya? The corpses can reveal more than you might imagine, but alas, it is true that Welch and Naya committed suicide. One can only say that the forces influencing them are fearsome, leaving not a single trace. Dolly rose, reaching towards the candle. I shall take my leave. The brilliant blue light vanished, and the room was instantly flooded with a mesmerizing crimson hue. Congratulations, you may return home. But you must remember not to disclose this matter to family or friends. It is imperative. Dunn guided Klein towards the door. Klein, astonished, countered. Isn't there a need to investigate for curses or malevolent spirits? Dolly remained silent. It was simply not necessary, Dunn replied tersely. Klein felt a wave of relief wash over him, recalling his earlier concerns, and promptly asked, How can I ensure there will be no trouble ahead? Do not fret excessively. Dunn remarked with a slight smile. Statistically speaking, in similar situations, 80% of the living parties have not encountered terrifying repercussions. Well, this data is merely based on my recollections, but it is approximately accurate. And what are the 20% of unfortunate souls? Klein dared not gamble with fate. Then you might consider joining us in a clerical capacity. This way, if any signs appear, we can detect them promptly, Dunn suggested casually as he approached the carriage. Or you could directly become an extraordinary individual, for we cannot act as your guardians, watching over you through the night, nor can we oversee your interactions with women. Can I? Klein inquired, following the thread of the conversation. Certainly, he held little hope. For how could one so easily join the ranks of the Night Watchers and gain extraordinary powers? Such powers are indeed remarkable. Dunn halted, glancing at him. It is not impossible. It depends on the circumstances. What? This twist astonished Klein, leaving him momentarily speechless beside the carriage before he exclaimed, Really? Are you jesting? It can be so simple to become an extraordinary individual? Dunn chuckled softly, the shadows of the carriage obscuring his gray eyes. Do you doubt? In truth, becoming a Night Watcher comes with significant sacrifices, such as the loss of freedom. Setting that aside, there are further issues. First, you are neither a commendable cleric nor a devout believer, hence you cannot afford to be selective, nor can you choose the safest path. Secondly, Dunn grasped the handrail and boarded the carriage. We, the Punishers, the Mechanical Hearts, and other similar judicial bodies, deal with incidents wherein one quarter involve extraordinary individuals losing control. A quarter, extraordinary individuals losing control. Klein was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Dunn turned partially, his gray gaze deep and devoid of mirth. As he added, and within that quarter, a significant portion comprises our own comrades. Chapter 15. The Invitation. Why? Upon hearing Dunn's words, Klein felt a tempest of emotions surging within him, instinctively responding, Are extraordinary individuals fraught with severe risks? Is it true that even the ecclesiastical tribunal, which deals with aberrant events, can encounter problems with these extraordinary beings? Dunsmith entered the carriage and resumed his previous seat, his expression and tone remaining as usual. This is not something you need to comprehend, nor can you, unless you become one of us. Klein sat down, momentarily at a loss, half amused and half perplexed. How can one make a decision to join without understanding this? Without joining, one cannot gain insight, creating a vicious cycle. Dunsmith took out his pipe once more, inhaling a puff without igniting the tobacco. You may have misunderstood. Our ranks include civilian personnel. In other words, as long as you become one of your civilian staff, you will gain access to related secrets, comprehending the dangers that extraordinary individuals may face. And only then can you consider the question of becoming one of them. Klein, organizing his thoughts, paraphrased Dunn's meaning. So, simply by joining as a civilian, one can understand the relevant secrets, and then contemplate the potential risks of becoming extraordinary? Dunn smiled slightly. Indeed, with one caveat. Just because you wish to become extraordinary does not guarantee you will. All major churches are equally stringent in this regard. How could it not be strict? Klein thought to himself, gesturing emphatically. What about civilian personnel? Surely that must be rigorous as well. If it's you, there should be no issue, Dunn replied. His eyes partially closed, his expression slightly easing as he savored the pipe's aroma without lighting it. Why? Klein found himself puzzled once again. Meanwhile, he began to self-mock, wondering if his uniqueness, his aura as a traveler, shone as brightly as a firefly in the night, so distinct and exceptional. Dunn opened his half-closed eyes, his gray gaze as profound as before. First, surviving such events without our assistance indicates you possess qualities that set you apart from others, such as luck. And fortunate individuals are always in demand. Observing Klein's somewhat dazed expression, he added with a hint of humor, Well, consider it a humorous observation. Secondly, you are a graduate of the history department at Hoy University, which we greatly require. Although the attitudes of Lurmy, the Storm Lord's adherents, towards women can be repugnant, his insights on society, culture, economics, and politics remain incisive. He once remarked that talent is a key factor in maintaining competitive advantages and fostering development. A sentiment I wholeheartedly endorse. Noticing Klein's slight frown, he casually elucidated. You can imagine that we frequently engage with quaternary and even earlier documents and artifacts. Many cults and heresies attempt to derive power from these items, and at times, they can themselves lead to strange and terrifying occurrences. Aside from extraordinary individuals in specialized fields, we are generally not adept at learning, or rather, have outgrown that phase. At this juncture, Dunn pointed to his head, a wry smile gracing his lips as he self-deprecatingly remarked, Those dry, tedious facts always make one want to sleep. Even the sleepless cannot resist. In the past, we would collaborate with historians and archaeologists, but this posed risks of secret leaks that could lead to unfortunate outcomes for professors and associate professors. Thus, having a professional join us as one of our own is an opportunity difficult to refuse. Klein nodded gently, accepting Dunn's explanation, and his mind began to wander as he queried, Then why didn't you directly, develop one previously? Dunn continued unabated. This leads to the third and final, most crucial point. You've already encountered similar events, and inviting you does not violate any confidentiality clauses. However, developing someone else poses risks. If it fails, I would bear the responsibility for any leaks. Most of our team members and civilian staff originate from within the church. Having listened quietly, Klein inquired curiously, Why do you maintain such strict confidentiality? Wouldn't publicizing many matters, allowing more people to be aware, help prevent the same mistakes from reoccurring? The greatest fear stems from the unknown, We can transform the unknown into the known. No, the folly of humanity surpasses your imagination. This would lead to more imitation, greater chaos, and more severe incidents, Dunsmith countered, shaking his head. Klein replied with an understanding murmur. The only lesson humanity learns from history is that it learns nothing from history, perpetually repeating the same tragedies. The wisdom of Emperor Rossel's famous saying rang true. Dunn nodded in agreement. Did the great Rossel say that? Truly, the predecessors of travelers leave no room for the successors to appear impressive. Klein found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Dunn turned to gaze out the carriage window, the dim light of the street lamps weaving a tapestry of civilization's glow. Within the tribunals of all major churches, there exists a saying akin to this. Perhaps this is the primary reason for strict confidentiality, forbidding ordinary individuals from knowing. What is it? Klein's spirit perked up, feeling a thrill of curiosity. Dunn turned back, a subtle twitch of his facial muscles revealing a hint of amusement. Trust and fear breed trouble. Greater trust and fear breed even greater trouble, until all is obliterated. After uttering this, he sighed, adding, and apart from beseeching the deities for protection and assistance, humanity cannot resolve the true calamities. Trust and fear breed trouble. Greater trust and fear breed even greater trouble. Klein murmured this phrase, struggling to comprehend it. As he grappled with the unknown, a sense of dread enveloped him, as if within the shadows cast by the street lamps. Countless malevolent eyes and gaping mouths lurked in the darkness. The carriage rolled onward, its hooves nimble, wheels turning, as Iron Cross Street loomed ahead. Dunn broke the sudden silence with a formal invitation. Will you join us as a civilian staff member? Klein's thoughts surged, momentarily unable to decide. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, may I take some time to consider? Given the gravity of the matter, he felt it unwise to act hastily. That is acceptable. Just provide me with a response by Sunday, Dunn nodded. And remember to maintain confidentiality. Do not disclose any information regarding the Welch incident to anyone, including your brother and sister. Any violation could not only bring trouble upon them, but may also lead you to a special tribunal. Understood, Klein replied solemnly. Silence enveloped the carriage once more. As Iron Cross Street drew near, and home was within reach, Klein suddenly recalled a question. After hesitating for a few seconds, he ventured. Mr. Smith, what are the salaries and benefits for your civilian personnel? This is a serious inquiry. Dunn paused for a moment, then smiled. You need not worry about that. Our funding is jointly secured by the church and the police department. Newly recruited civilian personnel receive a weekly salary of £2 and 10 shillings, alongside an additional 10 shillings for confidentiality and risk compensation, totaling around £3, which is quite comparable to that of a formal university lecturer. As you gain experience and corresponding merit, your salary will gradually increase. For civilian personnel, we generally operate on a 5-year contract. After 5 years, should you wish to leave, you can do so normally. However, you must sign an additional lifelong confidentiality agreement, and you cannot depart Tingen without our approval. Relocating to another city also requires immediate registration with the local night watch. Indeed, there are no Sundays, only rotating days off. And we must ensure that 3 administrative staff members are always present. If you wish to travel south to the Dixie Bay for a holiday, you must coordinate with your colleagues. Just as Dunn finished speaking, the carriage came to a halt, revealing the apartment where the Klein family resided on the side. I understand, Klein said, disembarking from the carriage and pausing momentarily. By the way, Mr. Smith, if I have made my decision, where shall I find you? Dunn replied with a low chuckle, at the Hound Tavern on Bisick Street. Seek out their proprietor, right, and inform him that you wish to hire a mercenary squad for a task. Klein was taken aback, utterly perplexed. Our address is also confidential. I cannot reveal it directly until you agree. Very well, Klein. Mr. Moretti, I wish you pleasant dreams tonight, Dunn said with a smile. Klein doffed his hat in salute. Watching as the carriage gradually sped away, he took out his pocket watch, clicking it open, and noted that it was just past 4 in the morning. A refreshing breeze swept through the streets, illuminated by the dim glow of the streetlights. Klein inhaled deeply, savoring the profound stillness of the night. The once bustling and noisy streets had transformed into a tranquil silence at this hour, starkly contrasting the unspoken gaze and ethereal ambience within Welch's residence. It was only then that he realized his linen shirt had become soaked with sweat, cold and clammy against his skin. Chapter 16. The dog catches the mouse at last. Klein had passed the ordeal of the medium. He exhaled a breath of relief, leisurely turning around while savoring the tranquility of the night and the refreshing cool breeze. As he ambled toward the entrance of his apartment, he retrieved his key, inserted it into the lock, and gently turned it. The sound of the creaking door echoing as the crimson and black mingled together. Walking down the desolate staircase and inhaling the brisk air, Klein inexplicably felt a peculiar sense of having a few extra hours of life compared to others, which made his steps lighter. With a soft click, He maintained a similar mindset as he opened his own door, but before he could step inside, he spotted a silhouette quietly seated in the darkness before his desk, black hair aglow with crimson, bright brown eyes, and a delicate face. It was none other than Melissa Moretti. "Klein, where have you been?" Melissa inquired, her brow unfurling with curiosity. Before Klein could respond, she added, as if to clarify the sequence of events and their logical connections. "I just got up to use the bathroom and noticed you weren't home." Klein, possessing ample experience in deceiving his parents, quickly devised a calm response. "I woke up once and couldn't fall back asleep. I thought it would be better to exercise rather than waste time, so I went for a few laps. See, I'm all sweaty." He removed his outer coat, half-turned, and pointed to his back. Melissa stood up and, with only a casual glance, considered for a few moments before saying, "Klein, you really don't need to feel so pressured. You'll definitely pass the interview at Tingen University. Even if not, well, if that happens, you can find something better. I haven't even considered the interview yet." Klein nodded. "I understand." He refrained from mentioning that he had already received an offer, as he was still uncertain about whether to accept it. Melissa regarded him intently for a moment, then abruptly turned and jogged into the inner room, emerging moments later with a turtle-shaped contraption made of gears, rusted iron, springs, and a winding mechanism. After quickly tightening the spring, she set the object on the desk. With a rhythmic clattering, the turtle began to jump and move, captivating Klein's attention. "When I feel troubled, watching it move like this brings me much comfort. I've been doing it often lately. It's quite effective." "Klein, you should give it a try," Melissa brightly invited. Klein accepted his sister's kind gesture and leaned in to observe the turtle, smiling once it came to a halt. Simplicity and rhythm indeed foster relaxation. Before Melissa could respond, he pointed to the turtle and casually inquired, "Did you make this yourself? When did you do it?" "I had no idea. I crafted it from materials the school discarded and things I found on the way. I just finished it a couple of days ago," Melissa replied, her expression casual, her lips curling slightly. "Very impressive," Klein sincerely praised, as he had always struggled with mechanical projects as a boy, often finding even assembling a toy car to be a daunting task. Melissa raised her chin slightly, her eyes narrowing with a hint of amusement, replying in a calm tone, "It's nothing special. Excessive modesty is a poor trait," Klein chuckled. "So this is a turtle, right?" A sudden heaviness fell upon the room's atmosphere as Melissa's voice resonated softly, like crimson silk. "It is a puppet." "A puppet?" Klein chuckled awkwardly, hastily attempting to clarify. "It's just that the materials seem rather rudimentary." He quickly shifted the topic. "What prompted you to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night? There is a toilet, after all. And aren't you the one who can sleep soundly until dawn?" Melissa froze for a moment, and after a few seconds, she opened her mouth to explain. Just then, a series of loud digestive gurgles emanated from her abdomen. I'll go back to sleep." She hastily grabbed the turtle-shaped puppet, dashed back into the inner room, and slammed the door shut. "Perhaps dinner was too delightful. I've eaten too much, and my stomach can't handle it." Klein shook his head with a chuckle, slowly making his way to the desk and silently sitting down. With the crimson moon emerging from behind the clouds, he began to quietly contemplate Dunn Smith's invitation. The drawbacks of becoming a clerical member of the Night Watch were glaringly apparent. As a traveler and the initiator of the mysterious gatherings known as the Fool, he bore numerous secrets while consistently lingering under the watchful eyes of the Night Goddess's Church, which specialized in dealing with extraordinary occurrences, presenting considerable risk. Upon joining Dunn Smith and his cohort, his ambition to become extraordinary would inevitably serve to conceal the benefits he acquired from the gatherings. And becoming a formal member would restrict his freedom, much like how clerical personnel must declare their whereabouts when leaving Tingen. They would miss many opportunities. The Night Watch was a tightly knit organization, where one could only wait for assignments and accept orders without the option to refuse. There was also the inherent risk of losing control as an extraordinary being. Having enumerated the disadvantages in his mind, Klein turned his thoughts toward the necessity and corresponding benefits. Based on his encounters with the transport ceremony, he knew he would not be one of the 80% lucky individuals Dunn spoke of, and he would inevitably face bizarre events filled with danger. Only by becoming extraordinary or joining the Night Watch could he gain the capability to counteract these threats. Merely attending the gatherings would not suffice to become extraordinary. While the potion formulas posed little issue, finding the corresponding materials, how to obtain them, and the knowledge required for daily practices as an extraordinary being were daunting obstacles for him. It was impractical to continually consult Justice and the Hanged Man for every detail, as this would not only tarnish the Fool's image, raising suspicions, but also consume too much time to discuss such trivial matters. Additionally, he lacked anything of interest to them. Moreover, increased material exchanges would leave traces of his real identity. If disputes escalated to physical confrontations, it would lead to significant trouble. Conversely, joining the Night Watch would grant him access to knowledge about the mysterious world and relevant channels, allowing him to build a sufficient network of contacts. which could then serve as leverage to maximize the benefits from the gatherings, thus enhancing his real-world status and resources, creating a virtuous cycle. Of course, he could also seek to join the Psychological Alchemy Society Dunn had mentioned, an organization suppressed and hunted by various churches. But becoming a member would similarly result in a loss of freedom and a constant state of fear. An even more pressing issue was that he had no idea where to find them, even if he extracted relevant information from the hanged man. Approaching them recklessly would pose a threat to his life. Becoming a clerical member offered a buffer and an opportunity to withdraw. A small hidden existence in the wild, a moderate one within the city, and a grand one within the court. Perhaps the identity of a night watcher serves as a better guise. In the future, if he were to rise to a high position in the arbitration court, who would suspect him of being a heretic, the mastermind behind a clandestine organization? As dawn broke and the crimson faded, Klein gazed at the golden hues on the horizon and made his decision. Today, he would seek out Dunn Smith to become a clerical member of the Night Watch. You're not asleep? At that moment, Melissa emerged from her room, surprised to see her brother stretching without concern for appearances. Just pondering some matters, Klein smiled, exuding an air of ease. Melissa thought for a moment and said, when faced with a dilemma, I list the pros and cons one by one, and once I finish, I compare them to find a hint for what I should do. That's a good habit. I do the same, Klein responded with a smile. Melissa's expression softened, and without further ado, she took a large yellowed piece of paper and her toiletries and headed for the communal bathroom. After finishing breakfast and seeing off his sister, Klein took his time before heading out, feeling quite content as he indulged in a brief nap, for he knew that almost all taverns remained closed during the morning hours. At 2 in the afternoon, he meticulously smoothed the creases of his top hat with a small brush and handkerchief, removing the dirt to restore its tidy appearance. Dressed in formal attire, he ventured out, akin to someone preparing for an interview. The distance to Basic Street was rather considerable, and Klein, concerned about missing the night watchman's shift, opted to wait for a public carriage at the intersection of Iron Cross Street rather than walk. In the Kingdom of Ruin, public carriages come in 2 varieties, trackless and track-bound. The former, drawn by 2 horses, could accommodate around 20 passengers, operating flexibly without fixed stops, responding to calls unless full. The latter, managed by a tram company, utilized rail-like tracks laid along main streets, allowing the horses to run on the inner side while the wheels turned above, effortlessly and efficiently pulling larger double-decker carriages that could seat nearly 50 passengers. However, the rigidity of their routes and stops left many places inaccessible. After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, the sound of wheels clattering on tracks grew nearer, and a double-decker carriage halted at the stop on Iron Cross Street. To Basic Street, Klein instructed the driver. You need to transfer at Champagne Street, but it's only about a 10-minute walk from there, the driver explained. Then let south go to Champagne Street. Klein nodded in agreement. That'll be over 4 kilometers, for pence, a young man with a fair complexion beside the driver announced. Responsible for collecting fares. Very well, Klein replied, retrieving 4 copper pennies from his pocket and handing them over. He boarded the carriage, noting that there were not many passengers, with several seats still available even on the lower level. With only 3 pence remaining, he would have to rely on walking for the return. Adjusting his hat, Klein settled into his seat. The gentlemen and ladies on this level were mostly dressed in formal attire, with a few in work clothes leisurely reading newspapers. Yet the atmosphere was notably quiet, with little conversation. Klein closed his eyes to gather his strength, indifferent to the comings and goings of fellow passengers. After several stops, he finally heard the words Champagne Street. Upon disembarking, he inquired along the way and soon arrived at Basic Street. Spotting a tavern marked with a brown and yellow hound emblem, pushing open the heavy door with determination, he was met with a rush of raucous noise and a wave of heat. Although it was still afternoon, the tavern was bustling with patrons. Some were temporary workers seeking opportunities, while others aimlessly numbed themselves with alcohol. The dimly lit interior featured 2 large iron cages in the center, with the lower third sunk into the ground, leaving no gaps. People gathered around with wooden mugs, occasionally engaging in loud discussions or bursts of laughter. Klein glanced curiously inside, discovering 2 dogs within. One was black and white, resembling a husky, while the other was entirely black, its coat sleek and muscular. Care to place a bet? Doug has won 8 matches in a row. A short man in a brown soft hat approached, pointing at the black dog. Bet? Klein paused momentarily before realizing, dogfighting? During his time at Hoy University, the aristocratic students and wealthy scions would often derisively inquire if he, a rough worker or an idle rogue, enjoyed participating in boxing and gambling at taverns. Beyond boxing and card games, did such betting include the brutal and bloody spectacles of cockfighting and dogfighting? The short man scoffed. Sir, we are civilized folk, not engaging in such undignified activities. He then muttered softly, moreover, laws were passed last year to prohibit such things. Then what are you betting on? Klein inquired, piqued with curiosity. Who was the better hunter? Just then, A stir erupted in the crowd. He turned to see two burly men dragging a sack to the cage, opening the door and dumping its contents inside. To Klein's astonishment, the sack contained dozens, if not hundreds, of gray, repulsive creatures. As the cage door closed, the chains binding the two dogs were released. Woof! The black dog lunged forward, swiftly dispatching a rat. The black and white dog, initially bewildered, soon joined in the fray, playing excitedly with the rodents. The surrounding patrons either raised their mugs in anticipation or shouted, "Kill it! Get it!" Klein realized with a grimace that this gambling activity revolved around betting on which dog would catch more rats, perhaps even betting on a specific number. No wonder there had been persistent inquiries for live rats around Iron Cross Street. What a peculiar spectacle. Chuckling softly to himself, he shook his head and maneuvered through the throng of patrons to the bar. New face? The bartender glanced up from polishing a glass. Rye beer is 1 penny a cup, and Matt beer is 2, and South Wales beer is 4 pence. Or would you prefer a mug of pure malt brewed Longsy? I'm looking for Mr. Light, Klein stated directly. The bartender whistled and called out to the back. Old man, someone else looking for you. Who? A slurred voice responded, and an inebriated elder rose from behind the bar. Rubbing his eyes, he focused on Klein and asked, "Young man, are you looking for me?" "Mr. Light, I wish to hire a mercenary team for a task," Klein replied as instructed by Don. "A mercenary team? Are you living in an adventure story?" "Those Haven Tea existed for ages." The bartender interjected with a laugh. Light paused for a few seconds before inquiring, "Who told you to come here?" Dunn Smith." Klein answered candidly. Light burst into laughter. "I see. Actually, mercenary teams do still exist, just under a different guise, a name more fitting for contemporary society. You can find one at 36 Zotland Street, 2nd floor." "Thank you." Klein expressed his sincere gratitude and turned to leave the tavern. As he stepped outside, the patrons who had gathered suddenly fell silent, murmuring amongst themselves, "Doug actually lost. Lost." Amused, Klein shook his head and quickly left, asking for directions to nearby Zotland Street. 30, 32, 34. Here, he counted the door numbers as he ascended the staircase, turning the corner and climbing the steps. He finally spotted a vertical sign, revealing the current name of the so-called mercenary team, Blackthorn Security Company. Chapter 17, Special Operations Department, Black Thistle Security Company. Upon seeing the sign, Klein was taken aback for a moment, struck by a sense of unexpected familiarity. Truly, how should one even begin to critique this? He shook his head with a chuckle, ascended the steps, and gently rapped on the half-closed door with his right hand. Knock, knock, knock. The slow and rhythmic sound of knocking resonated, yet there was no response from within, only the faint sound of tapping. Knock, knock, knock. Klein repeated his knocking, but the result remained unchanged. He shifted from knocking to pushing, widening the gap, and peered inside, catching sight of a set of classical sofas, soft armchairs, and a light-hued wooden coffee table, as well as a table directly opposite, behind which sat a girl with her head bowed and brown hair cascading down. Although the sign of the security company was merely a facade, it seemed excessively unprofessional, did it not? How long had it been since they had business? Well, perhaps they had little need for it. Klein mused to himself as he drew closer, tapping twice more on the table beside the girl's ear. Knock, knock. The girl with brown hair sat up straight, abruptly lifting a newspaper spread before her to shield her face. The Honest Man's Gazette of Tingen. What a delightful name, Klein thought to himself as he glanced at the headline facing him. The steam train soaring, which directly connects to Constant City, commenced service today. Truly, when will there be a direct route to the Dissy Bay? I dread the thought of taking a boat again. It is simply unbearable. Oh, who are you? The girl with brown hair feigned an air of seriousness as she read aloud, but as she spoke, she lowered the newspaper, revealing her smooth forehead and light brown eyes, initially with an air of friendliness, then astonishment upon seeing Klein. Greetings, I am Klein Moretti, here at the invitation of Mr. Dunsmith. Klein removed his hat and placed it over his heart, executing a slight bow. The girl appeared to be in her early 20s, clad in a light green, casual ruin-style gown, adorned with exquisite lace at the cuffs, neckline, and chest, which only accentuated her beauty. The captain, very well. Please wait here while I inquire with him. The girl hurriedly rose and entered an adjacent room. Not even a glass of water offered. The service awareness is quite concerning. Klein smiled faintly, remaining in place instead of moving to the sofas and chairs. After 2 or 3 minutes, the girl emerged. Her smile sweet as she said, "Mr. Moretti, please follow me. The captain is currently stationed at the Charney's Gate and cannot leave." "Very well," Klein replied warmly, stepping forward, though internally perplexed. Charney's Gate? What could that possibly be? As he passed through the partition, what first met his eye was a short corridor, flanked by 3 offices on either side. Some of these offices were locked tight, while others stood open, revealing individuals diligently typing away on heavy mechanical typewriters. A fleeting glance revealed a familiar face, the young officer who had come to search his home, with dark hair and bright eyes, exuding a poet's romantic aura. He was not in formal attire. His white shirt was untucked, giving him a carefree appearance. Perhaps he truly is a poet. Klein nodded in greeting, and the officer returned the gesture with a smile. The girl with brown hair turned the handle of the leftmost office at the end of the corridor, pushing the door open and gesturing inside with a smile. We must descend a few more flights of stairs. This office contained nothing but a gray-white stone staircase leading downward. Gas lamps, elegantly designed, illuminated the walls on either side, their steady glow dispelling the darkness and ushering in tranquility. The girl walked ahead, carefully watching her steps. Though I traverse this path often, I still feel apprehensive, always fearing a tumble, perhaps rolling down the stairs. You wouldn't believe it, but Leonard once did something quite foolish. On his first day as a sleepless, he attempted to sprint down without fully mastering his strength, and then he became a wheel. Haha. It's amusing to think back on it. Yes, the very one I greeted just now. That was 3 years ago. Speaking of which, I have been with the Night Watch for 5 years now. I was only 17 back then. The girl conversed amiably while watching her footing, suddenly tapping her forehead as if recalling something. How remiss of me, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Roshan. My father was a formal member of the Night Watch and perished in an accident 5 years ago. From now on, we shall be colleagues, or rather, I suppose colleagues is the appropriate term. We are not yet teammates, after all, as neither of us are extraordinary individuals. I hope to earn that honor. But ultimately it depends on Mr. Smith's decision. Klein surveyed the enclosed surroundings, feeling the chilly dampness of the subterranean stone walls dispelling the summer heat. Rest assured, being allowed direct access here indicates the captain's approval. I have always felt a bit intimidated by him, although he is quite amiable and caring, reminiscent of a father figure. For some reason, he still instills fear. Roshan's voice was sweet, akin to one savoring a piece of candy. Klein humorously replied, "Isn't it natural to be afraid of one's father?" "That makes sense," Roshan responded, reaching out to steady herself against the wall as they turned a corner. As they spoke, the two descended the spiral staircase and arrived at a stone-paved floor. This was a long corridor, with gas lamps set within metal grates adorning the walls, casting light below and elongating the shadows of Klein and Roshan. Klein keenly observed that every few paces, a dark emblem of the night goddess adorned the wall, characterized by a deep black background, brilliantly accented by a half-illuminated crimson moon. While these emblems seemed unremarkable, walking among them gradually brought Klein a sense of tranquility. And Roshan too fell silent, no longer engaging in her previous chatter. Before long, a crossroads appeared ahead, and Roshan briefly introduced. To the left leads to St. Selena's Church. To the right is the armory, materials, and library. Straight ahead is Charney's Gate. St. Selena's Church is Zodaran Street, just behind Red Moon Street. Klein pondered, momentarily taken aback. St. Selena's Church on Red Moon Street serves as the headquarters of the Night Goddess Church in Tingen, a sacred place long sought after by the local faithful. Alongside the Church of the Steam and Mechanical Gods located in the outskirts, and the River and Sea Church of the Storm Lord, which together uphold the religious community in Tingen and its surrounding towns and villages. Realizing that, given his current status, it was inappropriate to inquire further, Klein remained silent, merely listening. Crossing the crossroads and proceeding straight ahead, in less than a minute, a pair of black iron double doors decorated with 7 emblems came into view. They stood imposing, exuding a sense of weight, coldness, and superiority, like a giant guarding the darkness. Charney's Gate, Roshan mentioned, pointing to a nearby room. The captain is inside. You may enter on your own. Thank you for your assistance, Klein replied courteously. The room Roshan indicated was just in front of Charney's Gate, with the window open. Light spilling out. Klein inhaled deeply, composing himself, and rapped on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Dunsmith's deep and warm voice called out. Klein gently pushed open the slightly ajar door, discovering a simple setup of a table and 4 chairs within. Dunsmith, with a high hairline, donned the same black coat from the night before, leisurely reading a newspaper, a golden chain visible near his buttons. Please, take a seat. Have you made your decision? Are you certain you wish to join us? Dunn set aside the newspaper, smiling as he inquired. Klein removed his hat, bowed slightly, and seated himself at the table, nodding slowly. Yes, I am certain. Then, please review this contract, Dunn said with a chuckle, or rather, as everyone prefers to call it nowadays, a contract. He opened a drawer in the table and produced 2 identical copies of the agreement. The aforementioned terms are rather few, primarily reiterating what Dunsmith had previously articulated, with emphasis placed on the confidentiality clause. In instances of violation, the transgressors will no longer be judged by the kingdom's court, but will instead face the arbitration of the Night Goddess Church, akin to how soldiers and officers are subjected to military tribunals. The contract spans 5 years, offering a weekly wage of £2 and 10 shillings, alongside a confidentiality and risk allowance of 10 shillings. Klein read through the document thoroughly and responded with seriousness, "I have no objections. Let us proceed to sign." Dunn gestured towards the dark red fountain pen and ink on the table. Klein first tested the pen on a scrap of paper, inhaled discreetly, and then inscribed his full name, Klein Moretti, at the designated spots on both copies of the contract. Lacking a personal seal, he ultimately pressed his fingerprint. Dunn collected the contracts and retrieved a seal from his drawer, affixing it at the end and on several key points of the documents. After completing this task, he stood and handed one copy back to Klein, extending his hand. "Welcome. From this moment onward, you are one of us. Please remember, the contract must remain confidential." Klein rose to his feet, accepted the contract, and shook Dunn's hand, smiling. "Shall I then address you as Captain?" "Indeed," Dunn replied, his gray eyes appearing particularly profound in the dim light. Following their handshake, they resumed their seats. Klein glanced at the seal on the contract and noted the inscription, "Ruined Kingdom, Ahova County, Tingen City, Night Watcher Squad." "I never anticipated you would use Blackthorn Security Company as a FAAD," he remarked with a casual chuckle. "In truth, we have another name as well," Dunn revealed, producing a sheet of paper bearing the dual seals of the city government and police department, which contained 2 lines, "Ruined Kingdom, Ahova County Police Department, Special Operations Group. Team 7. The first 4 groups comprise standard police units tasked with security, such as the VIP Protection Unit and the Important Venue Protection Unit. From the 5th group onward, they address supernatural occurrences within the various cities of the county. Our Team 7 is responsible for events related to the goddesses' devotees in Tingen City. Should individuals of differing beliefs arise, we operate based on regional divisions, primarily covering the northern, western, and Golden Wudong districts." Dunn provided a brief overview, mentioning that Team 6, part of the Storm Lord Church's Punishers, oversees the Dock District, eastern, and southern areas, while the University District and suburbs fall under the jurisdiction of Team 5, known as Mechanical Heart in Tingen. Klein found no inquiries to pursue regarding this matter and instead smiled. "What if someone were to seek our services under the guise of the Blackthorn Security Company? We would accept the task, why not? As long as it does not interfere with our regular duties," Dunn replied with a calm and humorous tone. "Any earnings would be considered an extra bonus." The team members are quite agreeable since private detectives now handle those pesky and trivial matters like finding lost pets. "How many members are there in our Night Watcher squad?" Klein inquired, following the thread of conversation. "Supernatural events are infrequent, and extraordinary individuals even more so. There are officially only 6 members in the Night Watcher squad within Tingen City, including myself. With the addition of you, that makes 6 in total for the administrative staff." Dunn answered leisurely. Klein nodded and finally broached the topic that concerned him most. "Captain, what do you mean by extraordinary individuals going out of control? What causes such a loss of control?" Chapter 18. Origins and Causes. Upon hearing Klein's inquiry, Dunn cast a glance out the window towards the corridor leading to the Charney's Gate. He retrieved his pipe, filled it with tobacco and mint leaves, and brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. With a voice tinged with nostalgia, he mused, "It is only within the confines of home that I can unabashedly savor the exquisite blend of tobacco and mint." "Klein, are you acquainted with the creation myth?" "Indeed. During my enlightenment at Sunday school, I first encountered the term through the revelation of the night, wherein both the Book of Wisdom and the Epistles of the Saints reference the creation myth." As Klein recollected fragmented memories of the original, he slowed his pace, narrating, "The Creator awakened from chaos, shattering the darkness and conjuring the first glimmer of light. He wholly immersed himself into the cosmos, transforming into all existence. His body became the earth and the stars, one eye morphed into the sun, the other into the crimson moon. His blood surged forth as the seas and rivers, nurturing and giving birth to life." At this juncture, Klein involuntarily paused, partly due to the obscurity of subsequent memories, and partly because the creation myth bore a resemblance to the Panga myth of the gluttonous race. It seems that disparate cultures share common threads in their mythological imaginations. Observing Klein's struggle, Dunn chuckled softly and supplemented, "His lungs evolved into spirits, his heart into giants, his liver into treants, his head into dragons, his kidneys into feathered serpents, his hair into phoenixes, his ears into wolf demons, his mouth and teeth into otherworldly beings. The remnants of his bodily fluids evolved into sea monsters, with the essence being the nagas, his stomach, small and large intestines. And the vile parts of his being became demons and malevolent spirits, alongside various unknown evils. His spirit transformed into the eternal Sun, the Lord of Storms, the God of knowledge and wisdom. From his wisdom, humanity was born, marking the first age, the age of chaos." As Klein uttered the final sentence, he felt both amused and absurd. As a keyboard folklorist, this was his first encounter with such a meticulously detailed creation myth, one that specified the origins of every notable race derived from distinct parts of the Creator. It felt akin to a gathering where everyone was seated, indulging in fruits. Moreover, the scriptures of the night goddess were not the sole narrations. The Church of the Lord of Storms and the God of Steam and Machinery also provided similar accounts, neither elevating themselves nor diminishing the other deities. This either indicated the veracity of the creation myth or subtly hinted at a consensus reached among several major churches after prolonged struggles and compromises in the prehistoric period, prior to the Fifth Age. As these thoughts crossed Klein's mind, he was struck by a sudden question, his brow furrowing slightly. I find this somewhat troubling. Why did the eternal Sun, the Lord of Storms, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom emerge directly from the Creator's spirit, while the goddess did not? According to the prehistoric records in the Revelation of the night goddess did not awaken until the end of the Second Age, alongside the Lord of Storms and the eternal Sun, to guard and assist humanity through the Great Cataclysm, commonly referred to as the Third Age, the Age of Catastrophe. The Earth Mother and the God of War also made their appearances during this same period, while the God of Steam and Machinery, originally the craftsman god, did not come into being until the Fourth Age. This suggests a clear hierarchy among the deities, delineating who is older and more orthodox. This realization caused a degree of confusion among the followers of the night goddess. Dunn Smith, holding his pipe with one hand, retorted with a question of his own, recite the full title of the goddess. At that moment, Klein felt as though he had inadvertently wounded himself, straining to recall. She is the night goddess, more exalted than the starry sky and more ancient than eternity. She is the Crimson Lord, the mother of secrets, the empress of misery and fear, and the lord of slumber and silence. Fortunately, Klein's mother was a devout follower of the night goddess, and during her lifetime, she would recite these titles during evening meals. Even though the original memories had fragmented, they were not entirely lost. What does the Crimson Lord symbolize? Dunn inquired with a guiding tone. The red moon, Klein responded almost instinctively, and then, as if enlightenment dawned upon him, he understood. Which part of the Creator did that red moon evolve from? Dunn smiled, posing another question. From a solitary eye, Klein exchanged a knowing smile with Dunn. This was certainly not on par with the prestige of the Lord of Storms, who emerged from the Creator's spirit divided into three. As for the Earth Mother and the God of War, their churches likely had similar assertions. It was merely that the God of Steam and Machinery was born too late, and thus, there was no explanation for their church's prolonged weakness for a millennium until the invention of the steam engine allowed them to gain prominence. Dunn caressed his pipe, remarking, humanity was birthed from the wisdom of the Creator, thus possessing clever yet extraordinary minds, albeit lacking other mystical abilities. Nevertheless, from the creation myth, we can derive a simple yet clear conclusion. All things share a common origin. Common origin. Klein echoed the last few words. Based on this conclusion, humanity, under the protection of deities and in opposition to giants, demons, and otherworldly beings, gradually discovered methods to acquire extraordinary powers. This was achieved by utilizing the corresponding parts of malevolent spirits, dragons, monsters, or mystical trees and flowers, combined with other ingredients to concoct potions, which were then ingested to absorb different abilities. This was a shared understanding among all schools of mysticism. Dunn did not elaborate excessively, but succinctly introduced, in this process, our ancestors, through painful lessons, discovered that directly consuming high-grade, unconventional potions often led to tragic outcomes, resulting in three possible fates. What are the three? Klein inquired with curiosity. Firstly, mental death and bodily disintegration, with each piece of flesh transforming into a terrifying monster. Secondly, immediate alteration of personality by the power contained within the potion, rendering one cold, sensitive, irritable, cruel, and indifferent. And third, Dunn set down his pipe, picked up a nearby porcelain cup, and took a sip. The coffee from the Fairmore Valley is bitter yet fragrant, with a wonderful aftertaste. Would you care for a cup? I prefer the Highland coffee from Finnabote, though I've only had a few sips at the Welch's. Klein politely declined, pressing on. What is the third? Madness of the mind, descending into insanity, becoming more demonic than demons. That is the loss of control. Dunn emphasized the phrase loss of control. Before Klein could respond, Dunn placed the coffee cup down and continued. After extensive experimentation and exploration, coupled with the emergence of the blasphemy tablets, humanity ultimately perfected the potion system, establishing a series of sequential chains that promoted gradual enhancement and stable growth. The lower the sequence number, the higher the potion grade. To this day, the 7 major churches each command at least one complete sequence, along with several incomplete paths gathered over hundreds or thousands of years. Blasphemy tablets? Klein keenly seized upon the term. The Hanged Man mentioned it during the gathering. According to the Hanged Man, the blasphemy tablets were the most critical elements in the formation and completeness of the potion system. This contradicted Dunn's earlier statements. They are artifacts created by certain malevolent deities. I am not entirely clear on when they emerged, what they documented, or their peculiarities. If you uncover any leads, you must report to me immediately. They possess the highest level of response. Dunn explained vaguely, having just mentioned one form of loss of control. He now proceeded to elaborate on the remaining four. Very well, Klein set aside his thoughts on the blasphemy tablets, directing his full attention to Dunn. Although humanity is endowed with only an astute intellect and lacks other extraordinary abilities, this assertion is not absolute. There exist a fortunate few, or perhaps unfortunate souls, who are naturally endowed with heightened inspiration, essentially, an acute sensitivity to the ethereal. They can perceive sounds unheard by others, behold sights invisible to the naked eye, and possess certain exceptional traits. As Dunn spoke, he surveyed the desolate surroundings, instilling a sense of dread in Klein. In other words, they are akin to half of a Sequence 9 extraordinary being, possessing fixed characteristics. Sequence 9 represents the lowest echelon within the chain. In essence, they can only traverse the corresponding, predetermined sequence pathway. Should they consume other potions, they risk mild mental aberrations, severe loss of control, and in the worst cases, death. Klein nodded slowly in comprehension. The third type of loss of control is akin to the second. Once a sequence chain is selected, one is irrevocably bound to that path. If one ingests another path potion, while there is a high probability of acquiring a blend of strange and distorted abilities, it is almost certain that one will descend into a state of madness, becoming either sensitive and irritable, cruel and bloodthirsty, or silently melancholic. Such an opportunity arises only once. Thereafter, regardless of whether one consumes the original path potion or one from the current sequence, the outcome will invariably be loss of control, culminating in either mental death, physical transformation into a monster, or metamorphosis into a malevolent spirit. As Dunn continued, he raised his coffee cup and took a sip. Klein, trembling with trepidation, fell silent for a few seconds before inquiring, "What about the fourth type of loss of control?" The fourth type, Dunn chuckled softly, is among the most common issues. When we consume potions to gain abilities that rightfully belong to extraordinary beings, we undergo an unnatural transformation, inevitably bearing the lingering effects of our psyche. Perhaps no symptoms are outwardly manifest, rendering them undetectable to outsiders, yet they surely lie dormant within. Should one recklessly ingest a potion of a higher sequence before fully mastering the extraordinary powers conferred by the potion, the accumulation of madness and loss of control ensues. Dunn suddenly fell silent. After a brief pause, he lamented, "Our internal regulations dictate that even if a member has rendered significant service, they must consume the previous potion for 3 years and undergo corresponding evaluations before being eligible for promotion. Yet, even with such measures, numerous individuals succumb to loss of control each year. It is truly terrifying." Klein inhaled deeply and asked, "And the final type?" Dunn's lips curled into a semblance of a smile devoid of mirth. "The fifth type is also a frequent cause of loss of control. For extraordinary beings, inspiration is invariably heightened. The smaller the sequence number, the greater the enhancement. This allows them to hear sounds unheard by others, witness sights unseen, and encounter events unexperienced by the rest. They are perpetually subjected to mysterious temptations and illusory seductions. Should any form of stimulation arise or greedy desires emerge, they will inevitably tread the path toward madness." As he spoke, Dunn turned to face Klein directly, his gray eyes reflecting Klein's silhouette. His tone grew somber as he remarked, "The founder of the modern Night Watcher system, Archbishop Charnes, once proclaimed, 'We are guardians, yet also a pitiful lot, perpetually grappling with danger and madness.' Chapter 19, The Sealed Objects. We are the guardians, yet also a pitiful group that constantly battles against danger and madness." Outside the window, the corridor is sealed, the stone walls are frigid, and within the room, the flickering light casts a warm yellow glow. Dunn Smith's recounting lingers in this environment, resonating with Klein's heart, rendering him momentarily speechless. Observing Klein's silence, Dunn chuckled and remarked, "Are you disappointed? Extraordinary individuals are not as you might imagine. We have always walked alongside peril. With gain, there is assuredly a cost." As Klein regained composure from his earlier shock, he carefully considered his response. He had not anticipated that the extraordinary would harbor such hidden dangers apart from their brilliance and uniqueness. Perhaps it was the result of merely hearing descriptions without having experienced them firsthand, or perhaps it was due to his own entanglement in this vortex, leaving him vulnerable to the strange events that may soon befall him. His emotions of fear, anxiety, and trepidation swiftly subsided to a manageable level. Of course, the emergence of thoughts of retreat was inevitable, nagging and unwilling to depart. Indeed, very mature and rational. Dunn finished the last of his coffee and added, "Moreover, extraordinary individuals are not as powerful as you might think. Why is it that we denote the highest tier with a 1 and the lowest with a 9? Such a system defies intuition and logic. When we speak of low sequence, we refer to a low grade, with a high number marking the beginning of the sequence chain." Now, where was I? Ah, yes. Extraordinary individuals are indeed not as formidable as you might assume. A low-sequence extraordinary person's power pales in comparison to firearms, let alone artillery. In certain aspects, they may be more wondrous and elusive than guns, making them harder to guard against. Should you ever find the opportunity to become an extraordinary individual, you must reflect deeply on my words today and avoid hasty decisions. Klein chuckled self-deprecatingly. I am uncertain when such an opportunity may arise. If it does, I believe I would not let it slip by. Consuming the wrong potion or attempting to ascend too hastily can be avoided to a great extent. The primary risk lies in the subtle effects inherent in the potions and the unknown dangers that may emerge after enhancing one's inspiration. The former has generations of ancestral experience as reference. As long as one does not act with undue haste, the probability of losing control should remain relatively low. Moreover, my main focus is to address the current potential dangers, comprehend the essence of mysticism, and find a way to return home. I have not aimed for a high-sequence position. If losing control were truly so easy, I would simply refrain from ascending and remain at my original sequence, relying on knowledge to devise a plan for my return. The latter risks were even more daunting. Klein vividly recalled the whispers that nearly drove him to madness during the transportation ritual. A memory that could not be evaded simply by avoiding becoming an extraordinary individual. Given this, it may be wiser to acquire some form of power to combat the threats. Contemplating these matters, Klein found the balance of pros and cons to be so clear that his thoughts of retreat diminished significantly. Dunn picked up his pipe again, his gray eyes glinting with amusement as he said, regarding this matter, I cannot provide a precise answer. To become an extraordinary individual, one must first earn sufficient merits. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after, you may decode a crucial ancient text or provide invaluable insights for our case. Secondly, it depends on whether there are new ideas from above. That is beyond anyone's certainty. Now, I believe you have gained a fair understanding of extraordinary individuals, and you will not act impulsively in your choices. I shall now introduce you to the clerical duties of our night watch team. He rose and strolled to the door, gesturing towards the opposite direction of the Charney's door. We have an accountant, a person responsible for procuring essential items and receiving supplies from the church and police department, who also moonlights as a driver. They are all professionals and do not require rotation. They rest every Sunday. The remaining 3 clerical members are Roshan, Brait, and Old Neil, whose tasks include welcoming visitors, cleaning rooms, drafting case documents and inventory lists, as well as guarding weapons, materials, and literature archives, strictly monitoring entries and returns. Each person rotates their day off each week, except on Sundays, and they also coordinate their night shifts and rest periods among themselves. Am I to perform the same tasks as Roshan and the others? Klein inquired, setting aside his thoughts on extraordinary individuals to confirm his own responsibilities. No, you need not. You are a professional, Dunn replied with a smile. Your current tasks are twofold. First, every morning or afternoon, you shall take a walk, particularly along the routes from Welch's residence to your home. Huh. Klein looked bewildered. What sort of job is this? Is it very professional? Dunn placed his hands in the pockets of his black coat, saying, once you have confirmed the genuine loss of your memory, the cases involving Welch and Naya will be considered concluded. Similarly, the diary of the Antigonus family has vanished entirely. We suspect you left with it and concealed it on your way home, which is why we found no clues at your residence. This may explain why you were not present at the scene and instead committed suicide at home, though you have been mystically affected and completely forgotten that memory. The human spirit and brain are enigmatic. Perhaps some traces remain. The methods employed by Dali, using mediums, may not be able to retrieve them. But that does not mean they are utterly non-existent. In familiar places, at critical moments, you may experience a sense of déjà vu, as if you have seen or done something before. That is the outcome we seek. Understood, Klein said, enlightenment dawning upon him. The Night Watch's deductions regarding the diary's whereabouts were indeed reasonable. Among those present at the time, only he remained alive, and he alone possessed the time and motive to take the diary and conceal it. If you can locate that diary, you should earn enough merits to become an extraordinary individual, Dunn Smith encouraged, indirectly revealing the diary's significance. Hope, Klein nodded in agreement. Dunn shifted the conversation back. Secondly, you will have 1 day off each week, which you can determine for yourself. When you are not out, you should visit the weaponry storage and read the literature and texts we have preserved. This is the work of a history professional. Once you have finished, you will rotate with Old Neil and the others. All right, no problem, Klein thought with a silent sigh of relief. This is not such a difficult task. At that moment, Dunn half turned his body, pointing to the black iron double doors adorned with 7 holy emblems, saying, this is the Charney's door, named after the founder of the modern night watch system, Archbishop Charneys. In every major city's central church basement, there exists one. It is guarded in rotation by official members of the Night Watch, with at least 2 guardians from within the church, as well as countless traps. Do not approach it casually, lest you attract misfortune. It sounds quite formidable, Klein remarked. It is divided into several areas, housing a collection of potion formulas and various wondrous materials of a certain sequence, temporarily detaining heretics, aberrations, cultists, and members of secret organizations. They ultimately will be sent to the sanctuary. The sanctuary? Located in the northern kingdom of the Frostwind County. The headquarters of the Night Goddess Church, the Tranquil Church? Klein nodded, as if pondering. Additionally, there are various high-security copies of literary texts within. Once your permissions are elevated, you may have the opportunity to read them. Dunn mused, then added, in the lower level behind the Charney's door, there are some sealed objects. Sealed objects? Klein pondered the term. It sounded like a specialized term. Among the extraordinary items we have collected and acquired, some are of such paramount importance and enchantment that, if they were to fall into the hands of malevolent individuals, they could wreak unimaginable havoc. Therefore, it is imperative that we maintain stringent confidentiality and vigilant oversight. Even we ourselves may only utilize them under specific circumstances. Moreover, Dunsmith paused momentarily before continuing. There exists a portion of these items that possesses an exceptionally unique quality, exhibiting a certain living characteristic that can entice the guardian, affect the surroundings, and even escape autonomously, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences, thus necessitating rigorous control. It is indeed remarkable, Klein reflected. The Night Watch headquarters classifies these sealed objects into 4 tiers. Level 0 signifies extreme danger, demanding the highest degree of attention and confidentiality, with information strictly restricted from inquiry, dissemination, description, or scrutiny, confined solely to the depths of the sanctum. Dunn elaborated, Level 1 indicates high danger, allowing for limited utilization, with confidentiality maintained at the level of bishops and Night Watch deacons or higher. Central churches and regions such as Beckland may retain 1 or 2 items, while the remainder must be surrendered to the sanctum. Level 2 denotes danger, warranting cautious and restrained use, with confidentiality upheld by bishops and team leaders of the Night Watch or above. Major city central churches may hold 3 to 5 items, with others being delivered to the sanctum or regional headquarters. Level 3 signifies a moderate level of danger, requiring careful use and necessitating a request for action involving 3 or more individuals, with confidentiality limited to official members of the Night Watch. In the future, when you encounter relevant documents, you should understand their significance through the assigned numbers. For instance, 2 to 125 refers to the sealed object of danger level 125. As Dunn spoke, he suddenly turned and returned to the room, retrieving a piece of paper from the bottom of a drawer. Oh, take a look at this. 3 years ago, a newly appointed archbishop lost control and somehow bypassed numerous protections, mysteriously disappearing with a level 0 sealed object. Recognize his photograph if you come across him. Do not alarm or disturb him. Return and report, otherwise, your chances of survival are infinitesimally low. What? Klein accepted the paper, discovering it bore no heading. Only a black and white photograph accompanied by a few lines of text. Ines Zangwell, male, 40 years old, former archbishop, a failed gatekeeper, tempted by the devil, having fallen into depravity, absconded with the sealed object 0-08. His specific features are: in the photograph, Ines Zangwell is clad in a double-breasted, pure black clerical robe, wearing a soft hat. His hair a dark gold, and his eyes a blue so deep they appear almost black. He possesses a prominent nose, tightly pressed lips, and facial features reminiscent of classical sculptures, devoid of any wrinkles. The most striking characteristic is the loss of one eye. The description of the fallen is detailed, yet the sealed object is referred to only by a code name. Klein honestly expressed his initial impression. Thus, the search for the 0-08 sealed object is classified at the highest level of confidentiality, communicated solely through verbal exchanges, with only minimal information disclosed. Dunn sighed, stating that 0-08 takes the form of a common feather quill, yet it can write without ink, and that is all there is to it. Dunn refrained from elaborating further on this matter. Following the golden chain of his black coat, he produced an ornate pocket watch of the same hue, clicked it open, glanced at it, and gestured toward the door. I have conveyed all that I needed to share. You should proceed to the armory and seek out old Neil. He will arrange specific literature for your perusal. He is no ordinary clerical staff. He was once a formal member, yet due to age and lack of advancement, his health no longer permits him to handle cases. He is unwilling to transition to an internal guardian role or retire to rest at home, instead choosing to find solace and companionship with books and literature. Chapter 20. The Forgetful. Done very well. Klein slightly bowed, removing his modest top hat before replacing it atop his head, his mind preoccupied with visions of the sealed object 0-08. Could it be an unassuming quill pen? One that requires no ink for writing? What, then, could its true purpose be to warrant such secrecy and be deemed exceedingly perilous? Surely, it could not be a causality pin that foretells death. No, that would be too outlandish, and Zangwell would have no need to flee. As Klein turned to depart, Dunn Smith suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment, I forgot something. What is it? Klein inquired, puzzled. Dunn set his pocket watch aside. Smiling as he spoke, remember to seek out Mrs. Oleana to request an advance on 4 weeks' wages, totaling £12. After that, you shall receive only half your salary weekly until the debt is settled. That's far too much. It's unnecessary. It can be less, Klein instinctively replied. He bore no objection to the advance, considering he lacked even the fare for a public carriage home. Yet the prospect of receiving such a substantial sum of £12 was somewhat daunting. No, it is imperative, Dunn insisted, shaking his head with a smile. Think about it. Do you truly wish to continue residing in your current apartment? You share the lavatory with several other tenants, not only for your own comfort but for the Lady Sake as well. Moreover, noticing Klein nodding in agreement, he paused, casting a meaningful glance at Klein's attire. And you certainly require a cane as well as a new formal suit. Klein was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly realized a warmth creeping to his cheeks. For his current ensemble was indeed of inferior quality. Ordinarily, a gentleman's top hat ought to be crafted from silk, valued at 5 to 6 shillings. A bow tie at 3 shillings, a silver-tipped cane at 7 to 8 shillings, a shirt at 3 shillings, and trousers, waistcoat, and tailcoat would sum to around £7. With leather boots costing 9 to 10 shillings, the total would exceed £8 and 7 shillings. Naturally, a respectable gentleman would also require a watch chain, pocket watch, and wallet. The original owner and his brother Benson had scrimped and saved to amass a modest sum, only to visit a haberdashery and leave in embarrassment, unable to haggle, ultimately settling for a pair of suits from a cheap shop near Iron Cross Street for less than £2 each. This experience left a profound impression on the original owner regarding the value of clothing. All right, Klein stammered slightly in response. He, like the original owner, possessed a sense of pride. Dunn retrieved his pocket watch, glancing at it before saying, Perhaps you should first visit Mrs. Oleana? I am uncertain how long you will linger at Old Neil's. If you wait too long, she may return home. Very well. Klein, feeling the weight of his poverty, expressed no dissent. Dunn returned to his desk, tugging at one of the dangling ropes, instructing, I shall have Roshan accompany you. As the ropes moved and gears turned, Roshan, stationed in the reception of the Blackthorn Security Company, heard the gentle chime of a bell and promptly rose, descending the stairs with care. It wasn't long before she appeared before Klein. Dunn Smith quipped humorously, I hope I haven't disturbed your repose? Yes, take Moretti to Mrs. Oleana, he instructed. Roshan discreetly smirked, responding cheerfully, Certainly, Captain. Is it that simple? Klein interjected, astonished. For an advance on wages, do you not require a note of authorization from the captain? Why would I? Dunn retorted with confusion. I mean, for the advance from Mrs. Oleana, do you not need your signature? Klein endeavored to phrase his inquiry plainly. Oh no, that is not necessary. Roshan can vouch for you, Dunn replied, gesturing toward the brown-haired girl. Captain, our financial management here is nearly non-existent. Klein suppressed the urge to respond sarcastically and followed Roshan out of the room. At that moment, Dunn called out once more, Wait, there is one more thing. Can we not say everything at once? Klein smiled as he turned back. Dunn pressed his fingers to his temple, stating, When you visit Old Neil, remember to collect 10 demon hunter bullets. Demon hunter bullets? Klein echoed, astonished. ISNT Welch S revolver in your possession? That need not be returned. Dunn placed one hand in his pocket, saying, With the demon hunter bullets, should you encounter any peculiar dangers, you will be able to protect yourself. Well, at least it will grant you some courage. You need not add that last part. Klein, troubled by matters of self-defense, replied without hesitation, Very well. I shall remember. This will require a formal document. Please wait a moment. Dunn Smith seated himself, grasping a deep red fountain pen, swiftly inscribing a note, signing it, and affixing a seal. Thank you, Captain, Klein expressed earnestly as he accepted the document. He stepped back slowly, turning once more. Wait, Dunn called out again. Captain, you appear scarcely in your 30s. Why do you show signs of premature aging? Klein forced a smile and turned to inquire, Is there anything else? I nearly forgot. You have not practiced shooting, so possessing demon hunter bullets would be of little use to you. Thus, you shall also receive 30 standard bullets daily. Take this opportunity to practice at the underground shooting range at 3 Zotland Street. While most of it belongs to the police department, a section is designated for us night watchmen. And you will also need to collect a badge from Old Neil. Without it, you cannot enter the range. Dunn smacked his forehead, reclaiming the note from Klein to add further details before sealing it. Good marksmen are nurtured with bullets. Do not underestimate this, Dunn stated, handing the amended note back to Klein. I understand. Klein, apprehensive of danger, was eager to commence his training. He took 2 steps toward the exit, then cautiously turned halfway. Weighing his words before asking, Captain, is there nothing else? There is not, Dunn affirmed confidently. Klein exhaled in relief, making his way to the door, almost yielding to the urge to turn back and ask if he was entirely certain. He resisted this impulse and successfully exited the guardroom. The captain is always like this. He frequently forgets things, Roshan remarked quietly beside him. My grandmother has a better memory. Of course, he only forgets trivial matters. Well, trivial matters. Klein, from now on. I shall call you Klein. Mrs. Oleana is a kind soul, quite agreeable. Her father is a skilled watchmaker. As Klein listened to the prattling of the brown-haired girl, he ascended the stairs, arriving at the outermost office on the right side, where he encountered Mrs. Oleana. She was a black-haired lady clad in a frilled long dress, appearing to be in her 30s. With fashionable curls framing her face and a pair of emerald eyes sparkling with kindness and elegance. After Roshan conveyed Dunn Smith's instructions, Oleana retrieved a notepad and drafted an advance request. Please sign here. Do you have a seal? If not, simply leave your fingerprint. Very well. Klein adeptly completed the paperwork. Oleana produced a brass key and unlocked a safe within the room, counting out the pounds with a smile as she remarked, You were quite fortunate. We have sufficient cash today. By the way, Klein, you were invited by the captain due to your involvement in supernatural events and your unique skills, correct? Indeed, madam. Your intuition is remarkably accurate. Klein readily offered his praise. Oleana extracted 4 notes, pale gray with dark patterns, securely locking the safe before turning with a smile. I share a similar background. Is that so? Klein expressed appropriate surprise. Are you familiar with the notorious serial killer who caused a sensation in Tingen 16 years ago? Oriana handed 4 gold pounds to Klein. Ah yes, the one who brutally murdered 5 young girls, some of whom had their hearts removed, while others had their stomachs taken, the infamous butcher. My mother often used this dreadful tale to frighten my sister during our childhood, Klein mused. He accepted the notes, noticing they comprised 2 5-pound notes and 2 1-pound notes, all featuring a gray background with intricate black patterns and unique watermarks for authenticity. The larger notes displayed the likeness of Henry Augustus I, the direct ancestor of King George III, with a white wig, a round face, and elongated eyes. His expression strikingly serious, yet oddly familiar to Klein. This was indeed a 5-pound note, equivalent to nearly 4 weeks' wages for Benson. The 1-pound notes bore the image of George III father, the former King William Augustus VI, a formidable figure with a thick beard and resolute gaze, who led the Roan kingdom to unprecedented heights, breaking free from antiquated constraints. These were noble kings. Klein caught a whiff of the refreshing scent of banknote ink. Yes, had it not been for the timely arrival of the night watch, I would have been the 6th victim, Mrs. Oriana's voice still tinged with residual fear. Even after so many years, it seems that this serial killer, no, butcher, was an extraordinary individual? Klein carefully folded the banknotes and tucked them into the inner pocket of his jacket, confirming their presence with several discreet touches. Indeed, Mrs. Oriana nodded gravely, noting that he had killed many others before being apprehended while preparing for a demonic ritual. No wonder he required various internal organs. I apologize, madam, for provoking such distressing memories, Klein said earnestly. Oriana chuckled lightly. I have long since ceased to fear it. At that time, I was studying accounting at a business school, and afterward, I came here. Well then, I shan't delay you further. You must seek out old Neil. Farewell, madam. Klein doffed his hat in a courteous gesture and exited the office. Just before descending the stairs, he couldn't resist checking his inner pocket once more to ensure the 12 pounds remained. He turned at the crossroads, proceeding to the right, and soon discovered a partially ajar iron door. Knock, knock, knock. A frail voice from within called, Come in. Klein pushed open the iron door, revealing a narrow chamber, barely spacious enough for a table and 2 chairs. At the far end, another tightly locked iron door stood, while an elderly man clad in a classical black robe, his hair a patchwork of gray, read several yellowed pages under the glow of a gas lamp. He lifted his gaze towards the entrance, addressing Klein. You must be Klein Moretti? Young Roseanne just mentioned you were quite polite. Miss Roseanne is indeed a kind soul. Good afternoon, Mr. Neil, Klein replied, bowing slightly. Please, take a seat. Neil gestured towards an ornately designed silver tin container on the table. Would you care for a cup of freshly brewed coffee? The deep lines around his eyes and mouth hinted at a life well lived, and his dark red irises appeared somewhat clouded. I see you haven't had any, Klein observed keenly, noting Neil's ceramic cup held only water. Ah, that is my custom. I refrain from coffee after 3 in the afternoon, Neil chuckled lightly. Why? Klein asked casually. Neil looked into Klein's eyes with a smile. I fear it might disturb my sleep, leading me to hear whispers of some inexplicable presence. Klein found himself momentarily at a loss for words and instead inquired, Mr. Neil, which texts and manuscripts should I study? As he spoke, he produced a note penned by Dunn Smith. Works related to history, complex and fragmentary. To be honest, I have been attempting to learn but have only grasped the basics. The rest is too troublesome. Diaries of those times, popular literature, epitaphs, and so forth. Neil lamented, for instance. These documents in my possession require more detailed historical context to infer their specific meanings. Why? Klein asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Neil pointed to the yellowed pages before him. This is the diary lost by Russell Gustav before his demise. He recorded his thoughts using bizarre symbols of his own invention for secrecy. Russell the Great? The predecessor of the Transcendence? Klein was momentarily taken aback, then focused intently. Many believe he did not truly die but transformed into a secret deity, resulting in a cult of followers performing various rituals in an attempt to gain power. We occasionally encounter such occurrences and acquire original or copied notes. Neil shook his head. To this day, no one has deciphered the true significance of those peculiar symbols. Which is why the sanctum permits us to retain copies for study, hoping for unexpected revelations. At this, Neil's expression brightened with pride. I have managed to decode several of these symbols, confirming their numerical representations. Behold, I have discovered something remarkable. This is, in fact, a diary. I aim to compare historical events from different dates, particularly those surrounding the emperor, with the entries recorded on corresponding days in the diary, hoping to unveil more symbols. A brilliant line of thought, wouldn't you agree? The elderly gentleman, his hair gray and face lined with deep wrinkles, gazed at Klein with sparkling eyes. Klein nodded in agreement. Indeed. Haha, you may also take a look. You shall begin assisting me with this task tomorrow. Mr. Neil slid the yellowed pages towards Klein. As Klein straightened them, he merely glanced upon them and found himself frozen in place. Though the symbols were poorly replicated and somewhat distorted, he would never mistake them, for they were the characters he knew best, Chinese. Simplified no less. Chapter 21. An encounter with an old acquaintance. For a fleeting moment, Klein believed he had traversed time. Yet the elegant gas lamps encircled by brass grills and the sight of old Neil grinding coffee in a silver-plated tin jar brought him back to reality. Was the illustrious Roselle, this predecessor of transcendent beings, truly a compatriot? Did he document secrets in simplified Chinese, a script non-existent in this world? Overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of nostalgia, Klein swiftly perused the 3 pages of manuscript before him. November 18th. What a marvelous occurrence. An outlandish experiment coupled with a serendipitous blunder led me to discover a wretched soul ensnared in a tempest, lost in the depths of darkness. He can only draw near to the realm of reality during the full moon each month, yet remains unable to convey his cries. Fortune smiled upon him, for he encountered me, the protagonist of this era. Upon reading this passage, Klein felt a pang of wistfulness. Even in Chinese characters, the translation was palpable, echoing with a distinct tone. 40 years had slipped by like a fleeting moment, rendering past memories akin to a dream. January 1st, 1884. A grand new year soiree. Madame Flonnery is truly a vision of beauty. January 2nd. My gentlemen from the diplomatic committee are nothing but foolish asses. January 3rd. The initial choices were indeed hasty. In retrospect, whether as an apprentice, diviner, or thief, each would have been preferable. Alas, there is no turning back. January 4th. Why are my children so foolish? I have reiterated 1,000 times. Do not be deceived by those charlatans. No, perhaps those charlatans are themselves deceived. The essence of potions lies not in mastery, but in digestion. Not in excavation, but in performance. Moreover, the names of potions serve not merely as symbolic cores, but as concrete imagery and the key to digestion. September 22nd. An alliance opposing me is forming. From the northern Vis-Sac to the eastern Rune, and down to the southern Phenobot, my adversaries have finally united, yet I am unperturbed. I shall demonstrate to them that the disparity in weaponry and knowledge cannot be compensated by mere numbers or low-tier practitioners. Besides, I am not without capable subordinates. And as for the elite, have they forgotten who I am? September 23rd. I have lost contact with the vessel searching for the land abandoned by the gods. Perhaps it is time to invent the wireless telegraph. May it remain unaffected by the storm. September 24th. Miss Isaka is even more enchanting than Madame Flonnery. Perhaps I am merely reminiscing about my youth. Due to being a copied manuscript, the complexity of the Chinese characters rendered each letter considerably larger. Thus, the content on each page was sparse, with the reverse sides left blank for preservation and study. Nevertheless, Klein's heart surged with excitement, particularly at Roselle's descriptions of the essence of potions, which ignited a euphoric sense of having unraveled a riddle and grasped invaluable secrets. Could this be the guiding light on my path to extraordinary being? Indeed. The 3 pages of manuscript represented diaries from different periods. It was evident that Roselle had a habit of denoting the year only at the start of each year. The entries from November and September could not yet be attributed to a specific year. Who was the wretched soul he discovered? What did digestion and performance specifically refer to? Where was the land abandoned by the gods? A multitude of questions surged within Klein, ignited by the thrill of discovery, compelling him to gather all of Roselle's diaries and read them in their entirety. Klein? At that moment, old Neil, seated across from him, spoke in confusion. Klein jolted back to attention, hastily disguising his smile. I believed I would be the most unique one, attempting to decipher and interpret. Ah, such youthful exuberance! Old Neil chuckled heartily. I once thought myself to be the most extraordinary as well. Klein flipped through the 3 pages of manuscript, ensuring he hadn't overlooked anything, then returned them while feigning nonchalance. Are these the only pages we have? I wish to see more of Roselle's diaries. Did you expect there to be many? Old Neil chuckled, stroking the manuscript. Each year, the occurrences involving the extraordinary and the mysterious are few. Alas, the extraordinary beings are gradually disappearing from our northern continent. Without them, there are fewer potions, and thus fewer extraordinary beings. These past few centuries, dragons, giants, and elves have become mere entries in books. And even the sea folk no longer appear near the shores. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly recalled a jest and exclaimed, I believe it is time to establish a Dragons and Giants Protection Society. Old Neil looked bewildered for a moment, before finally comprehending the jest. Once he did, he slapped the table and laughed heartily. Haha, Klein, you are quite the humorous fellow. This is a tradition in our Rune Kingdom. A touch of humor never goes amiss for the youth. However, we ought not to be so narrow-minded. Why limit it to just dragons and giants? It should be called the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures. No, no. How could we forget those unfortunate plants? Klein shook his head. At this juncture, he and Old Neil exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously declaring, the Society for the Protection of Magical Beings. As their voices faded, a sense of camaraderie blossomed, dissipating the earlier awkwardness. Young people like you, who possess such wit, are becoming increasingly rare. Where was I? Old Neil's face crinkled into a smile. Yes. I was saying that the occurrences involving the extraordinary and the mysterious are indeed few, and the fools who idolize Emperor Roselle are but a minority among minorities. To obtain 3 pages of manuscript is already quite fortunate. Other cathedrals or parishes should have more, he murmured to himself, then picked up the note Klein had placed on the table earlier, glancing at it. Is it a revolver bullet, a rifle bullet, or perhaps a bullet for a steam-powered high-pressure gun? A revolver, Klein replied, adhering to the truth. Very well, I shall retrieve it. Ahem, do you possess a holster? Old Neil quipped, as a gentleman, one must not allow oneself to appear bloated below the waist in public. Haha. No, should I ask the captain to write it down? Klein chuckled in response. Old Neil rose. No need, just ensure it is recorded. This counts as accompanying items. Repeat after me. Accompanying items. Did you ever serve as a teacher? Klein inquired, amused. I spent some time in the Sunday school and free school of the church, Old Neil replied, raising the note and retrieving the keys from his drawer to unlock the iron door leading to the inner room. The distinction between extraordinary beings and ordinary people feels negligible. Klein mused silently, turning his gaze back to the 3 pages of diary. Roselle indeed delved into the realm of the mysterious. His diaries are worth their weight in gold. To others, they are merely scraps of paper, a puzzle yet to be deciphered. To me, they are treasures. I wonder where the remaining diaries are. I must find a way to uncover more. As Klein's thoughts swirled, he remained restless until Old Neil emerged from the inner room, closing the iron door behind him. 10 demon-hunting bullets, 30 revolver bullets, 1 leather holster, and a badge from the Special Operations Group, Team 7. Please check and sign the record. Old Neil placed the items on the table. The revolver bullets were encased in a cardboard box, neatly arranged in 3 layers, their yellow hue reminiscent of the bullets at Klein's home, slightly elongated. The demon-hunting bullets were stored in a small metal box, identical in shape to standard revolver bullets but gleaming silver, detailed with complex, dazzling patterns. And the base even bore a small emblem of a red crescent moon against a backdrop of black stars. The leather holster exuded a robust texture, with a strap featuring a clasp. Beside it lay a badge, approximately the size of half a palm, adorned with a dark iron background and embellished with silver lettering that read Special Operations Group 7 of the Ahova County Police Department. This text wound in nearly closed loops, encircling the emblem of crossed swords cradling a crown. Regrettably, it was not the badge of the Night Watch. Klein remarked with a mix of nostalgia and inquiry. Old Neil chuckled softly, encouraging Klein to try the underarm holster. After shedding his outer coat, Klein exerted considerable effort to secure the holster snugly against his left arm. Quite satisfactory, he decided, opting not to remove it as he donned his formal attire. Old Neil scrutinized him briefly, nodding with satisfaction. It fits perfectly. My judgment remains impeccable. After stowing away his belongings and signing the record book, Klein exchanged a few casual remarks with Old Neil before taking his leave. Halfway through his departure, he suddenly felt a pang of regret, striking his forehead. He had forgotten to inquire further about the sequences and potions. All due to the diary of Emperor Roselle. To this day, he remained oblivious to the complete sequence of the path controlled by the Church of the Goddess of Night. Specifically the starting point of Sequence 9. Roshan had seemingly mentioned it once. The Sleepless? As Klein ambled toward the stairs, a figure hurriedly descended, dressed in fitted trousers conducive to movement, with a white shirt untucked, exuding an unmistakable aura of poetic romanticism. It was the dark-haired, green-eyed officer who had previously searched Klein's residence. They had exchanged glances upstairs earlier, but no words had passed between them. "Good afternoon." The poetically inclined young watcher greeted him with a smile. "Good afternoon. I presume I need not introduce myself?" Klein replied with a hint of humor. "No. I have a vivid impression of you." The young watcher extended his right hand, introducing himself as Leonard Mitchell, the midnight poet of Sequence 8. "Sequence 8, truly a poet," Klein mused, shaking his hand lightly and smiling as he queried. "Impressive, you say?" Leonard Mitchell's green eyes held a deep gaze, and with a faint smile, he replied, "You possess a rather unique aura." Somewhat effeminate Klein's lips twitched slightly as he forced a smile. "I don't perceive myself that way. Having encountered such an ordeal and yet not seeking our protection immediately, your survival alone is remarkable." Leonard pointed ahead. "I must relieve the captain now. See you tomorrow." "Until tomorrow," Klein stepped aside to allow him passage. As Leonard Mitchell gradually disappeared at the staircase's end, he abruptly turned, gazing intently at the dim glow and the cobblestone floor, murmuring softly to the air, "Do you perceive anything?" Indeed, he seemed to possess nothing extraordinary. Chapter 22. The beginning of the sequence. Upon ascending the staircase and returning to the reception hall, Klein was just about to bid farewell to Rosen when he heard the cheerful brunette say, "The captain asked you to come back on Monday. Take care of your household matters first." "All right," Klein replied, somewhat surprised by the human touch in the management of the night watch team, feeling a surge of gratitude. He had initially planned to awaken early the following day, seizing the opportunity to visit Tingen University in the morning to inform the instructor responsible for the interview reception that he would not be participating in the subsequent stages. After all, the original owner had entered the interview with a letter of recommendation from his mentor. It was only polite to provide closure, not only for his own sake, but also to honor his mentor's goodwill. Given the absence of telephones, the high cost of telegrams, and the impracticality of mailing a letter at this time, taking a public carriage was the most economical and suitable option. With the captain's special approval, Klein felt relieved from the burden and could afford to sleep in and leisurely make his way there. As Klein prepared to doff his hat in farewell, a sudden thought struck him. He glanced around and lowered his voice. "Rosen, do you know what the complete starting sequence that the church possesses is?" This was a question he had forgotten to pose to old Neil earlier. Rosen's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Klein. "Do you wish to become an extraordinary being? Did I seem that obvious?" Klein replied, awkwardly touching the corner of his mouth. Upon realizing that there are indeed supernatural and mysterious forces in this world, one cannot help but feel a twinge of longing. "My goodness, do you have any idea how dangerous that is? Didn't the captain warn you? The enemies of extraordinary beings are not just cultists and dark wizards, but also themselves. Every year, there are those who lose control, and some who make the ultimate sacrifice. Have you considered the feelings of your family?" Rosen emphasized her point with gestures, her reaction somewhat exaggerated. "Klein, I believe that being an honest civil servant is a much better choice. It involves minimal risk, and the salary increases annually. After a few years, with some savings, you could rent a detached house in the northern district or the suburbs and start a beautiful family with a charming lady, complete with adorable, mischievous little angels." "Rosen, wait. Stop," Klein interjected, feeling a bead of sweat form on his forehead as he hurriedly interrupted. "I only wanted to, yes, understand the basic knowledge." "All right." Rosen fell silent for a few seconds, casting her gaze downward, somewhat embarrassed. "Because of my father's situation, I always become, well, you understand, a bit agitated about similar matters. However, to be frank, I hold great admiration for every gentleman and lady who willingly becomes a member of the Night Watch." I understand, Klein quickly agreed. Rosen blinked her light brown eyes and added, "My father once said that one should not think that becoming more powerful or ascending to a higher sequence of extraordinary beings will eliminate hidden dangers and confront threats. In fact, it is quite the opposite. You will encounter increasingly terrifying situations. When faced with certain unknown and horrific entities, madness and death are the only two outcomes." "Ah. He sacrificed himself just a week after saying that." "Klein, do not look at me with pity. I am living quite well now, truly well. You should be the one feeling frightened about these matters. I just want to understand the basic knowledge." Klein repeated, unsure whether to laugh or cry. "The captain explained it more clearly than you could, and even if I don't become an extraordinary being, I have already encountered my share of unfortunate events." "All right." Rosen appeared to contemplate. "I've heard the captain and old Neil mention that due to the decline and extinction of extraordinary species, high-sequence powerhouses have become almost non-existent in this era. To become an extraordinary being is indeed a remarkable achievement. In our Tingen city and its suburbs, there are tens of thousands of people, perhaps even more, yet there are only about 30 extraordinary beings. That's just my guess. I haven't counted those cultists and dark wizards lurking in the shadows." Before Klein could respond, she seemed to regain her enthusiasm, clenching her fist before her chest. And among those 30 extraordinary beings, the majority are of sequence 9. I think I might have digressed. That's fine. This is also the kind of knowledge I wish to acquire. Klein hoped Rosen would continue her usual rambling and reveal more information. In any case, becoming an extraordinary being is already an impressive feat. Rosen reiterated, the complete starting sequence belonging to our church is the sleepless, sequence 9, the sleepless. Indeed. Klein nodded subtly, as he listened to Miss Rosen uncontrollably continue her description from the name. One can infer that the sleepless are those who do not require sleep at night and only need 3 to 4 hours of rest during the day. Ah, how enviable. No, I'm not envious at all. Sleep is a blessing from the goddess. It is the most delightful thing. Where was I? Right, the sleepless can see through darkness without the need for light. The deeper the night, the stronger they become. I mean, they are powerful in every aspect, including their strength, intuition, and intellect. However, while they can detect unknown dangers hidden in the darkness, when confronted by monsters that cannot be solved with ordinary methods, they still need to rely on demon-hunting bullets and other items. My father was once a sleepless. Before Klein could inquire further, Rosen continued on her own. Next is sequence 8, the midnight poet, and above that is sequence 7, the nightmare. The nightmare? Klein suddenly recalled Dunn Smith guiding him through his dreams and confirmed, the captain? You know? Rosen's mouth nearly formed an O shape. The captain once entered my dream. Klein glanced around before lowering his voice again. I understand. Rosen responded softly, her realization dawning. She picked up the nearby coffee cup, took a sip, and then remarked, there are only 2 sequence 7 members in our church in Tingen City, and I believe the captain is one of them. Even if he were to go to a large diocese like Beekland, he would still be a remarkable figure. Some deacons might not even be stronger than him. So the captain is truly impressive. Klein smiled in agreement. Indeed. Rosen sat up proudly. However, her expression quickly turned troubled as she said, I have no knowledge of what lies above sequence 7. Perhaps only the captain knows. What about the incomplete starting sequences? Klein, satisfied, shifted the topic. I must say, Rosen's description of the sleepless indeed aligns with some of my expectations and imaginations about extraordinary beings. But they are not the kind he wishes to become. In his mind, the perfect sequence 9 should be able to learn and master a plethora of mysterious knowledge, laying the groundwork to unravel the reasons behind his crossing over and to facilitate a return in the future. Rosen pondered for a moment, sighing. I am not particularly interested in this area. I only know that we have more than other churches, considering the goddess is also the mother of secrets. There should be 2 to 3 types, as some members always seem cold and frightening, with an odd scent about them. Some members, well, I mean old Neil. He knows a lot and can perform many interesting magical rituals. Let me think. He once mentioned the name of his sequence 9 title, which is also the name of a potion formula. Ah yes, it's called the Seeker. Many interesting magical rituals? The Seeker. That sounds very close to what I desire. Klein felt a flicker of joy within. Additionally, I know the name of a sequence 7, one with an incomplete pathway. Rosen, inspired by her earlier recollections, said boastfully. What is it? Klein inquired, his curiosity piqued. Given the scarcity of high sequence powers, was sequence 7 not considered a backbone of the church? Roseanne, with a sweet smile and a hint of pride, replied, a medium. Miss Dolly, Klein instinctively questioned. After the initial surprise, he found this revelation rather unsurprising. Only a sequence 7 adept could exhibit the kind of mediumistic prowess displayed by Miss Dolly. Roseanne's eyes widened once more. Disbelief etched across her face as she exclaimed. How did you know? I have met Miss Dolly, Klein admitted candidly. Well, Roseanne responded, her tone filled with longing, if I could directly become a medium like Miss Dolly, then I would gladly embrace the extraordinary. No, I would seriously contemplate it for 10 minutes. Yes, Miss Dolly has fulfilled all my imaginings of the extraordinary. Klein, somewhat exaggerated in his agreement, felt a sense of accomplishment in achieving his intended purpose. After a few more minutes of idle chatter with Roseanne, and seeing that no further information was forthcoming, he tipped his hat, bowed, and took his leave. As he descended the stairs, Klein paused abruptly, his hand instinctively reaching into the inner pocket of his coat to touch the bills within. Moments later, he extracted the 12 golden pound notes, clutching them tightly in his left hand before slipping his hand into his trouser pocket, resolutely refusing to release or withdraw them again. A faint smile emerging on his face. According to the customs of the gluttonous nation, upon receiving money, one must indulge in a feast. Tonight, he would treat his sister to a splendid meal. Chapter 23. The sidearm as Klein walked along Zodaland Street, enveloped by the warm, humid breeze. A sudden realization struck him. He had only 3 pennies left in his pocket. The fare for the public carriage back to Iron Cross Street was 4 pennies. And offering a £1 note for change felt as absurd as attempting to purchase a bottle of inexpensive mineral water with a $100 bill in his previous life. While he could, of course, take the 3 pennies for a 3-kilometer ride and walk the remaining distance, he quickly dismissed that notion. Walking the rest of the way would take far too long, and carrying 12 pounds in his possession was far too perilous. Moreover, he had intentionally left his revolver behind, fearing it might be confiscated by the night watchman. In the event of any dangers arising from the recent death of Welch, he would be utterly defenseless. Could he find a bank nearby to exchange for some change? No, that was out of the question. A transaction fee of 5% was far too extravagant. Klein silently shook his head, feeling a pang of regret merely at the thought of the incurred fees. One by one, his options were eliminated until suddenly his eyes brightened as he spotted a hat shop. Of course, the most logical solution was to purchase an item of reasonable price for change. Formal attire, shirts, vests, trousers, leather boots, and canes were all within his budget. He would need to buy them eventually, whether sooner or later. But trying on clothes would be a hassle. And Benson understood the market better than he did and was more adept at bargaining. Perhaps it would be best to wait for his return to consider that. But a cane? Yes. There's an adage that a cane is a gentleman's finest weapon of self-defense. It could serve as a makeshift pry bar. A gentleman wielding a firearm in one hand and a cane in the other epitomizes civilized combat. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Klein made a firm decision, turning his body slightly to enter the Velcro hat shop. The layout of the shop resembled those he had known before his journey. To the left, a row of formal wear lined the wall, while the center displayed shirts, trousers, vests, and ties. To the right, pairs of leather shoes and boots were showcased in glass cabinets. Good sir, what may I assist you with today? A male attendant clad in a white shirt and red vest approached him with courteous inquiry. In the kingdom of ruin, gentlemen of status, wealth, and power favored the dull color palette of white shirts, black vests, trousers, and formal attire, leading to male servants, attendants, and waitstaff being required to wear vibrant or colorful garments to distinguish themselves from the gentry. In contrast, ladies and young misses donned dresses of various hues adorned with lavish embellishments, while maids were restricted to black and white. Considering the male attendant's question, Klein pondered briefly before responding. A cane, sturdy and heavy, one that could crush a dog's skull. The attendant in the red vest discreetly appraised Klein before leading him into the shop, pointing to a corner where a selection of canes was displayed. The one inlaid with gold is made from ironwood. It is quite heavy and hard, priced at 11 shillings and 7 pence. Would you care to try it? 11 shillings and 7 pence? Why not just rob a bank? What is so special about a little gold? Klein gasped at the price, maintaining an impassive facade as he nodded slightly. Very well. The attendant carefully removed the ironwood cane, handing it to Klein as if fearing he might damage the merchandise. Upon receiving the cane, Klein immediately felt its weight and attempted to swing it, realizing it was far too cumbersome for practical use. Too heavy, he remarked, shaking his head in relief. This is not the only option. The attendant returned the ironwood cane and gestured towards 3 others. This one is made of walnut and crafted by the renowned cane maker, Mr. Hess of Tingen, priced at 10 shillings and 3 pence. This one is made of water-sunk wood, inlaid with silver, and as hard as steel, priced at 7 shillings and 6 pence. And this one is made from the heart of a white bolly tree, also inlaid with silver, priced at 7 shillings and 10 pence. Klein took each in turn, testing their weight and tapping them to gauge their hardness, ultimately settling on the most affordable option. I'll take the water-sunk wood one, he declared, pointing to the silver-tipped cane in the attendant's hand. Very well, sir. Please follow me to the counter for payment. Should this cane incur any wear or stains, we will gladly assist you with it for free. The attendant in red led Klein toward the register. Seizing the opportunity, Klein unfurled the 4 gold coins he held in his palm and extracted the smaller of the 2. Hello, 7 shillings and 6 pence, he stated. The clerk behind the counter smiled and bowed. Klein had intended to maintain the dignity of a gentleman, but as he extended his left hand holding the 1-pound note, he couldn't help but ask, could you offer a discount? Sir, all of our items are handcrafted, and our costs are quite high. The owner is absent, and we lack the authority to lower the price, the attendant in red responded, while the clerk behind the counter echoed, my apologies, sir. Very well, Klein relented, handing over the banknote and receiving the silver-tipped black cane in return. As he awaited his change, he stepped back a few paces, creating distance, and made a slight attempt to test the effectiveness of his new sidearm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the air was dense, and the sensation of cutting through it was palpable. Satisfied, Klein turned his gaze forward, prepared to see the bills and coins, but was taken aback to find the attendant in red retreating and the clerk behind the counter shrinking into the corner, pressing against the wall beside a double-barreled shotgun. The Kingdom of Ruin imposed a semi-regulated policy on firearms. To possess a gun, one must obtain a comprehensive weapon permit or a hunting license. However, regardless of the type, ownership of military-controlled items such as rapid-fire rifles, steam-powered guns, and 6-barreled machine guns was prohibited. The comprehensive weapon permit allowed for the purchase and possession of any civilian firearm, but was exceedingly difficult to obtain, even for merchants of a certain standing. Hunting licenses were relatively easier to acquire, even for farmers in the countryside, but such licenses were limited to shotguns and had a cap on the number owned. Many with modest means would apply for one to ensure protection in times of crisis, like the current situation. Klein observed the wary expressions of the two shopkeepers. A twitch at the corner of his mouth before he managed a dry chuckle. Indeed, this cane is quite suitable for swinging. I am thoroughly pleased. Noticing his lack of hostile intent, the clerk behind the counter relaxed, presenting the bills and coins he had just gathered with both hands. Klein accepted them, glancing at the contents: 2 5-shilling notes, 2 1-shilling notes, 1 5-penny coin, and 1 1-penny coin, nodding in approval. After a brief pause, he disregarded the shopkeeper's gaze, unfolding the 4 notes in the light to confirm their anti-counterfeit patterns and watermarks. Once satisfied, he carefully stored the bills and coins, grasping his cane and adjusting his top hat before exiting the Velker hat shop like a gentleman. Indulgently, he boarded a nearby public carriage without tracks. And after one transfer and a total expenditure of 6 pence, he successfully returned to his apartment. After securing the door, he meticulously counted the 11 pounds and 12 shillings 3 times before placing them in the desk drawer, then retrieved the bronze revolver with a wooden grip. Clatter. 5 brass bullets cascaded onto the desk as Klein methodically loaded the intricately designed silver demon-slaying bullets, carefully inserting each one into the revolver's chamber. He followed the same practice, leaving one chamber empty to prevent accidental discharge, storing the remaining bullets alongside the 5 standard ones in a small iron box. Click. With the revolver securely closed, Klein felt a newfound sense of safety wash over him. With great enthusiasm, he secured the revolver in his underarm holster, fastening it snugly, before repeatedly practicing the motion of drawing the weapon. As his arms grew weary, he would take a brief respite before continuing, until dusk began to settle and the sounds of tenants moving in the hallway could be heard. Exhaling a heavy breath, Klein returned the revolver to its place under his arm. Only then did he change out of his formal attire and waistcoat, donning a casual brown coat, and commence some arm relaxation exercises. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed, the key turning in the lock, followed by the sound of the door being opened. Melissa, her silky black hair cascading down her shoulders, entered the room, her nose imperceptibly twitching as her gaze swept over the unlit fireplace, the sparkle in her eyes dimming slightly. Klein, I thought I'd cook the leftover ingredients from last night. Benson might return tomorrow, she remarked, glancing at her brother. Klein, with his hands in his pockets and thigh resting against the edge of the desk, smiled and replied, No, let us eat out. Eat out. Melissa responded, taken aback. What about the Silver Crown restaurant on Daffodil Street? I've heard their food is excellent, Klein suggested. But. Melissa still seemed perplexed by the situation. Klein chuckled lightly. To celebrate my new job. You found a job? Melissa's voice involuntarily rose. But isn't the interview at Tingen University tomorrow? A different position, Klein said with a smile as he retrieved a stack of banknotes from the drawer. They even advanced me for week's salary. Melissa gazed at the crisp pound notes and solars, her eyes widening in astonishment. Oh my, what job did you find? Klein hesitated, carefully choosing his words. It's a security company focused on the search, collection, and preservation of antiquities. They need a professional consultant for a 5-year contract, paying £3 a week. Were you worried about this last night? Melissa inquired after a moment of silence. Klein nodded in agreement. Yes, being an instructor at Tingen University would be more respectable. But I prefer this job. Actually, it sounds quite good, Melissa responded with an encouraging smile, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. How could they advance you an entire month's salary? Because we need to move. We require more space in our own bathroom, Klein said, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he shrugged his shoulders. He felt a sense of satisfaction in his triumph, almost wanting to ask if she was surprised. Melissa paused, suddenly speaking rapidly and somewhat flustered. Klein, our current living situation is still quite decent. My occasional complaints about not having my own bathroom are merely habitual. Do you remember Jenny? She used to live next door to us. Ever since her father was injured and lost his job, they had to move down the street, and 5 of them are crammed into a single room. 3 on bunk beds and 2 on the floor, and they're even considering renting out the remaining space. Compared to her family, we are fortunate. Please don't squander your salary on this matter. Besides, I really enjoy Mrs. Sling's bakery. Dear sister, your reaction is far from what I anticipated, Klein replied, his expression one of bewilderment. Chapter 24. Frugality and household management. As the golden hues of twilight painted the dimming surroundings, Klein found himself gazing into Melissa's eyes, momentarily at a loss for words, for none of his rehearsed lines seemed applicable. He cleared his throat a couple of times, his mind racing to formulate a response. Melissa, this is not an extravagant expenditure of my salary. When Benson and my colleagues come over, are we to host them in such a place? Once Benson and I are wed, shall we still be content with a bunk bed? You do not yet have a fiancée, do you? There's no rush. We can wait a while and save more money, Melissa articulated with clarity. No, Melissa, this is the way of society, Klein replied, feeling a headache approaching. Resorting to lofty principles. With a weekly income of £3, one must maintain a corresponding level of decorum. Truth be told, having once endured the cramped quarters of shared housing, he was quite accustomed to his current living conditions. Yet, it was precisely this experience that deepened his understanding of how such environments could be inconvenient for young women. His aspirations were to become extraordinary, to delve into the mysteries of the arcane, to find his way home, which would undoubtedly involve conducting magical rituals within his abode. Living in a crowded apartment could easily lead to complications. Noticing that Melissa was about to speak again, Klein quickly interjected, "Rest assured, I am not considering a detached house. I plan to look for a townhouse. In any case, it must include a private washroom. Moreover, I have a fondness for the bread, tarts, and lemon cakes from Mrs. Sling. We can start by considering places close to Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street." Melissa pursed her lips, remaining silent for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. Furthermore, I am not in a hurry to move. We must wait for Benson to return, Klein added with a smile, imagining the shock and bewilderment Benson would express upon opening the door, exclaiming, "Where are my belongings? Where are my siblings? Is this my home? Have I come to the wrong place? Oh, deities, tell me this is not a dream. How can it be that after a few days away, I return to find my home gone?" He mimicked Benson's tone, causing Melissa to involuntarily smile, revealing a faint dimple on her cheek. "No, Mr. Frankie will be waiting at the door, demanding that Benson hand over the apartment keys. Benson won't even be able to ascend the stairs," the girl quipped, jesting about their miserly landlord. In the Moretti household, it was customary to make Mr. Frankie the subject of jests, a trend initiated by eldest brother Benson. Indeed, he would not change the locks for the next tenants, Klein agreed with a smile, gesturing toward the doorway. "Shall we go to the Silver Crown restaurant to celebrate?" Melissa let out a slight sigh. "Klein, do you know Selena? She is my classmate and a dear friend." "Selena?" Klein's mind conjured the image of a girl with wine-red hair and deep brown eyes, her parents being devotees of the night goddess, bestowing upon her the blessing of the Saint Selena. She was not yet 16, half a year younger than Melissa, and possessed a cheerful, extroverted demeanor. "Yes," Klein nodded, recalling Selena would. "Her brother Chris is a transactional lawyer, currently earning nearly £3 a week, while his fiancée works part-time as a typist." Melissa began to describe the situation, continuing, "They have been engaged for over 4 years, saving diligently for a stable life after marriage, and still have not entered the church, intending to wait at least another year. According to Selena, many like her brother follow this path, often waiting until after the age of 28 to marry. One must prepare in advance and save prudently, avoiding waste." Klein, caught between laughter and tears, pondered for a few seconds before responding, "Melissa, I currently earn £3 a week, and my salary will only increase in the coming years. There is no need for concern. However, we must save for unforeseen circumstances. For instance, that security company might suddenly go bankrupt. I have a classmate whose family faced such a situation, leading his father's company to collapse. He was forced to seek temporary work at the docks, and their living conditions deteriorated overnight, necessitating his withdrawal from school," Melissa earnestly advised her brother. Klein covered his face with his hand. "That security company has ties to the government. It won't simply fold. But the government is unstable too. After every election, if the party changes, most positions are reassigned, causing chaos," Melissa persistently countered. "Sister, you seem quite knowledgeable," Klein said, shaking his head in amused exasperation. "Very well. I will prepare a soup with the leftover ingredients from yesterday. You should buy a pan-seared fish, a piece of beef with black pepper sauce, a small can of cream, and bring me a glass of ginger beer. In any case, we ought to celebrate a little." These items were commonly sold by vendors on Iron Cross Street. A pan-seared fish cost between 6 to 8 pence. A modest piece of beef with black pepper sauce was 5 pence, a glass of ginger beer was 1 penny, and a small can of cream would be approximately 4 pence, while purchasing a pound of cream directly would cost 1 shilling and 3 pence. Klein, familiar with the prices from his holidays spent procuring food for the household, calculated that he would need roughly 1 shilling and 6 pence. Thus he withdrew 2 1-shilling notes. "Very well," Melissa conceded, setting down her stationery bag and accepting the notes, as she took out a small can for the cream and a bowl for the other ingredients. Skipping toward the door, Klein called out to her, "Melissa, use the remaining money to buy some fruit." Many vendors on Iron Cross Street offered subpar or overly aged fruit at very low prices, and the locals accepted this without complaint, for by cutting away the spoiled parts, they could still enjoy a delicious treat, an affordable indulgence. Having said this, Klein hurried to catch up with her, pulling out the leftover copper pennies from his pocket and placing them in her palm. Melissa looked at her brother, her brown eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Klein stepped back, smiling gently. Remember to stop by Mrs. Sling's and treat yourself to a small slice of lemon cake. Melissa's mouth opened slightly, her eyes blinking in surprise. And finally, she uttered a single word, all right. She swiftly turned on her heel, pulling the door open and scampering down the stairs. A river flowed past, flanked by cypress and maple trees, the air so fresh it felt intoxicating. Klein, armed with a revolver and wielding a cane, descended from a public carriage after paying 6 pence, making his way along the cement path towards the 3-story brick building nestled among greenery, the offices of Tingen University. Truly, it was one of the most renowned universities in the Kingdom of Ruin. Klein mused as he walked, reflecting on how the university across the river, Hoi University, appeared rather humble in comparison. Huh. The sound of shouts grew nearer as 2 rowing boats surged upstream on the Hoi River, their oars moving in perfect synchrony. Rowing was a popular sport among all universities in the Kingdom of Ruin, and Klein, who had to rely on scholarships to complete his studies, had participated in Hoi University's rowing club alongside Welch and others, mastering the art of rowing. How youthful it all seemed. Klein paused to watch, letting out a sigh. In a week's time, such scenes would cease to exist, as the school would be on summer break. Following the tree-lined path, he arrived at the gray 3-story brick building, successfully registering and entering the premises, easily locating the office that had attended to him last time. Knock, knock, knock. He lightly tapped on the half-open door. Come in, a male voice beckoned from within. As Klein entered, the middle-aged instructor clad in a white shirt and black tailcoat raised an eyebrow slightly. The interview is in an hour. Mr. Stone, do you remember me? I am Klein Moretti, a student of Professor Cohen. You have seen my recommendation letter, Klein said with a smile, removing his hat. Stone stroked his dark beard, puzzled, and inquired, is there something you need? I am not responsible for interviews. Actually, I have secured a job and will not be attending the interview today, Klein stated candidly. Oh, I see. Stone understood, rising to extend his right hand, saying congratulations. You are truly a courteous young man. I shall inform the professors and senior faculty of your achievement. Klein shook his hand, intending to exchange pleasantries before taking his leave, when a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind, Moretti, have you found another job? Turning around, Klein beheld an elderly gentleman with silver hair, sharp features, yet few wrinkles. His deep-set eyes were a striking blue, and he was impeccably dressed in a black tailcoat. Good morning, Minter, Mr. Ask, he said, hastily bowing. What brings you here? This venerable figure was none other than the esteemed associate professor of history at Hoi University, his mentor, Quentin Cohen. Beside Cohen stood a middle-aged man of average height, with bronze skin and no facial hair, donning a bowler hat. His gentle features bore a certain weariness, with a subtle beauty mark beneath his right ear. Klein recognized him as Mr. Ask, a faculty member from the history department who often assisted the original owner. He enjoyed engaging in spirited debates with Professor Cohen, though their private rapport was amicable, as evidenced by their frequent discussions. Cohen nodded, his tone gentle as he remarked, Ask and I have come to attend an academic conference. What position have you secured? It is with a security firm that specializes in the discovery, collection, and preservation of antiquities. They require a professional consultant, offering £3 weekly. Klein recounted, echoing what he had told his sister the previous day. As you know, I prefer exploring history to summarizing it. Cohen acknowledged this with a slight nod, saying, everyone has their own choices. I am pleased that you remembered to inform Bingen University rather than simply absenting yourself. At that moment, Ask interjected, Klein, are you aware of what has transpired with Welch and Naya? I read in the newspaper that they were murdered by intruders. Has the case been classified as a burglary? And that it made the news so swiftly? Klein paused, carefully choosing his words. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. Previously, Welch had obtained a notebook from the Antigonid family of the Fourth Solomon Empire and sought my assistance in interpreting it. I went for a few days, but then became preoccupied with my job search. The police even visited me a couple of days ago. He intentionally mentioned the Solomon Empire and the Antigonid family, curious to see if the two historians might possess any insights. The fourth, Cohen murmured, furrowing his brow. Ask, initially taken aback, then drew a breath, massaging his temples with his left hand holding the newspaper, Antigonid. It sounds familiar, yet I cannot recall where I have heard it before. Chapter 25. The Church's Ask muttered to himself. He unconsciously glanced at Quentin Cohen, seemingly in search of a hint or inspiration. Cohen, with his sunken eyes and deep blue gaze, shook his head without hesitation, stating, I have no recollection whatsoever. Well, perhaps it is merely a matter of similar roots. As quipped, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Klein felt a tinge of disappointment at such an outcome, but could not refrain from adding, Professor, Mr. Ask, as you know, I am quite interested in exploring and reconstructing the history of the Quaternary period. If you happen to recall anything or acquire additional information, would you be so kind as to write to me? Of course, Cohen, the silver-haired associate professor, replied with satisfaction towards Klein due to today's events. Ask nodded in agreement. Is your address still the same? For the moment, yes, but I will be moving soon. I shall inform you both when I do, Klein responded respectfully. Cohen gestured with his black cane. Indeed, a better environment is warranted. At that moment, Klein cast a glance at the newspaper in Ask's hand and pondered aloud. Professor, Mr. Ask, what does the newspaper say regarding the affair of Welch and Naya? I only learned a bit from the investigating officer. Just as Ask was about to respond, the not overly wrinkled Cohen suddenly produced a pocket watch from the golden chain of his black tailcoat. With a click, he opened it and tapped his cane. The meeting is about to commence. Ask, we cannot delay. Please pass the newspaper to Moretti. Certainly, Ask said, handing the finished newspaper to Klein. We must head upstairs. Remember to write. Our addresses remain unchanged at the history department of Hoy University, haha. With a smile, he turned and departed the room alongside Cohen. Klein doffed his hat in salute as he watched the two gentlemen leave before bidding farewell to the office's occupant, Haberstone. He strolled leisurely down the corridor and exited the gray three-story building. Basking in the sunlight, he raised his cane and unfolded the newspaper. Glancing at the headline, the Tianjin Morning News. Tianjin boasts a multitude of newspapers and magazines, morning papers, evening papers, the Honest Man Gazette, the Beckland Daily, the Taesak Journal, family magazines, story reviews. Klein casually recalled several names, some of which were not local but distributed on steam trains. In this era of increasingly advanced industrial papermaking and printing, the price of a newspaper had plummeted to 1 penny, thus broadening its readership. Klein did not linger over other content. He quickly located the report on the home invasion and murder case on the news page, according to police sources. The scene at Mr. Welch's residence was gruesome, with all gold, jewelry, cash, and any easily transportable valuables missing, leaving not even a copper penny behind. It is reasonable to believe that this was the work of a band of ruthless criminals who would not hesitate to kill any innocent witnesses, such as Mr. Welch or Ms. Naya. This is a violation of the kingdom's laws. This is a provocation to public safety. No one wishes to encounter such a fate. However, there is good news. The police have identified the perpetrators and apprehended the main culprit. We will provide further updates soon. Reporter, John Browning. Klein nodded subtly as he walked along the tree-lined path, noting the handling and concealment of the story. He casually flipped through the newspaper, reading other news articles and serialized stories as he strolled. Suddenly, a chill raced down his spine, as if 1,000 needles were pricking his skin. Is someone watching me? Assessing me? Monitoring me? A flurry of thoughts surged through his mind, and an inkling of realization dawned upon him. Back on Earth, he had also felt an invisible gaze before, ultimately discovering its source, yet he had never reacted with such clarity and certainty as he did now. The same occurrences from the fragmented memories of the original host mirrored this. Was it the crossing over, or that peculiar transfer ritual that heightened my sixth sense? Klein suppressed the impulse to seek out the observer, mimicking characters from novels, films, and television shows. He gradually slowed his pace, concealed his newspaper, and gazed out towards the Hoy River. Following that, he casually tilted his head as if admiring the scenery, then turned around naturally, absorbing his surroundings. Aside from the trees, lawns, and passing students in the distance, there was no one else present. Yet, Klein was convinced that someone continued to observe him. His heart raced, blood pulsing intensely with each beat. He unfolded the newspaper to partially obscure his face, fearful that someone might detect his unease. Simultaneously, he gripped his cane tightly, prepared to draw his weapon. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Klein moved forward slowly, as before. The sensation of being scrutinized persisted, yet no danger erupted suddenly. With a slight stiffness, he traversed the tree-lined path until he reached the waiting area for public carriages, fortuitously spotting one approaching. Zot. No, Champagne Street. Klein repeatedly dismissed his own thoughts. Initially intending to return home directly, he feared leading the unknown observer to his apartment. Then he considered going to Zotland Street to seek assistance from the night watchman or colleagues, but worried that this might alert the observer, exposing himself. Thus, he chose a random location. 6 pence, the fare collector replied with familiarity. Klein had not brought any pound coins today, having left them in his customary hiding place. He had only taken 2 solar notes, and since he had spent the same amount on his way there, he had precisely 1 solar and 6 pence remaining. He produced all his coins and handed them to the fare collector. Once aboard the carriage and settled in his seat, as the door closed, Klein felt that unsettling sensation of being watched finally dissipate. He exhaled slowly, sensing a slight tremor in his hands and feet. What should I do now? Klein gazed out the carriage window, striving to devise a plan. Without knowing the observer's intentions, he assumed malice. A myriad of ideas surfaced, only to be dismissed one by one. Having never experienced anything like this before, it took him several minutes to find clarity. I must inform the night watchman. Only they can truly resolve this issue. Yet, I cannot approach them directly, as that would expose me. Perhaps that is precisely the observer's intent. Following this train of thought, Klein roughly outlined various plans, gradually gaining clarity. With a sigh of relief, he expelled the tension, regaining a measure of calm as he attentively observed the swiftly passing scenery outside. Until the carriage arrived at Champagne Street, nothing unexpected occurred, but the moment Klein disembarked, he was immediately struck by that unsettling sensation of being watched once more. He feigned ignorance, picking up the newspaper and holding his cane as he sauntered leisurely toward Zotland Street. However, he did not enter that street but instead veered around to the back of Red Moon Street, where there was a lovely white square and a grand cathedral, St. Selena's Cathedral, the headquarters of the Night Goddess Church in Tingen. As a devout believer, attending Mass and engaging in prayer on a day of rest was hardly unusual. This cathedral featured a distinctly Earth-like Gothic style, predominantly black, with a tall, weathered bell tower rising majestically between the red and blue checkered windows, piercing the clouds above. Klein stepped into the church and walked down the aisle towards the grand prayer hall. Along the way, slender high windows adorned with intricate blue and red patterns allowed rays of colored light to stream in, the blue nearly black and the red reminiscent of the moon, casting an unusually dim ambience around him. The sensation of being observed faded away, and Klein's expression remained unchanged, devoid of joy. As he approached the open entrance of the grand prayer hall, here, there were no high windows, and the profound darkness took center stage. Yet, behind the arched altar, on the wall directly opposite the entrance, a series of fist-sized circular openings pierced through, allowing the brilliant, pure sunlight to flood in, condensed and luminous. It was akin to a traveler in the night suddenly looking up to behold a starry sky, witnessing the resplendence of celestial bodies, so exalted, so pristine, so sacred. Even one who had long believed that divinity could be studied and understood, Klein couldn't help but bow his head. As the bishop's deep and gentle voice resonated through the air, Klein quietly walked along the aisle that separated the left and right pews. Finding an unoccupied spot near the passageway, and slowly sat down. He leaned his cane against the back of the chair in front of him, removed his top hat, and placed it along with the newspaper on his lap, then clasped his hands together, resting them against his lowered forehead. The entire process was executed with a deliberate calmness, as if he were genuinely engaging in prayer. Klein closed his eyes, quietly listening to the bishop's voice within the darkness. They are naked, without clothing or food, exposed to the cold without cover. They are drenched by the heavy rain, clinging tightly to the rock for shelter. They are the mothers deprived of their children, the orphans who have lost all hope, the impoverished forced from their rightful path. The night has not forsaken them, it has bestowed upon them its care. The echo layered upon itself, resonating in Klein's ears, as darkness enveloped him, cleansing his spirit. He calmly absorbed these words until the bishop concluded his sermon, bringing the mass to an end. The bishop opened the door to the adjacent confessional, and gentlemen and ladies began to queue. Klein opened his eyes, donned his hat, picked up his cane and newspaper, and joined the orderly line. After more than 20 minutes, it was finally his turn. He stepped inside, closed the door behind him, and once again found himself in darkness. "Child, what would you like to say?" The bishop's voice came from behind the wooden partition. Klein retrieved the emblem of the Special Operations Group 7 from his pocket and passed it through the gap to the bishop. "Someone is following me. I wish to find Dunn." His tone softened, as if tainted by the surrounding gloom. The bishop accepted the emblem and, after a few moments of silence, replied, "To the right at the confessional's entrance, all the way down, there is a hidden door beside it. Once inside, someone will guide you." As he spoke, he pulled a cord within the room, summoning the sound of a bell to alert a nearby clergyman. Klein took back his emblem, removed his hat, pressed it to his chest, offered a slight bow, and then turned to exit. Once assured that the feeling of being watched had not returned, he adjusted his black half-top hat, his face devoid of any extraneous expression as he gripped his cane, turned right, and proceeded to the side of the arched altar. There, he discovered the hidden door, opened it silently, and slipped inside. The hidden door closed quietly, and a middle-aged man in a black clerical robe emerged, illuminated by the glow of the gas lamp, coming into Klein's view. "What is it?" the middle-aged priest inquired succinctly. Klein presented the emblem, reiterating the words he had shared with the bishop. The middle-aged priest did not ask further questions, turning his body and proceeding forward in silence. Klein nodded, adjusted his hat, and quietly followed behind, clutching his black cane. Roshan had mentioned that to the left of the crossroads leading to the Charney's Gate was the Church of St. Selena. Chapter 26. Practice. The sound of footsteps echoed in the dim, narrow corridor, resonating through the stillness, devoid of any other noise. Klein walked with an upright posture, neither hurried nor slow, following the middle-aged priest, silent and tranquil, like a windless lake. After traversing the heavily guarded passage, the priest unlocked a secret door with a key and indicated the stone staircase leading downward, saying, "The Charney's door is to the left at the crossroads. May the goddess bless you." Klein traced the shape of a crimson moon over his chest. The mundane greeted the mundane with its rituals, while the sacred adhered to its religious customs. Praise the goddess. The priest reciprocated with the same gesture. Klein chose not to speak further, descending the stone staircase. Illuminated by the elegant gas lamps embedded in the walls, step by step into the encroaching darkness. Halfway down, he instinctively glanced back, finding the middle-aged priest still stationed at the top of the stairs, shrouded in the shadows of the gaslight, resembling a wax figure frozen in place. Klein redirected his gaze and continued his descent until he reached the cold stone floor at the crossroads. He did not turn toward the Charney's door, knowing that Dunn Smith, who had just finished his shift, would not be there. Following the familiar path to the right, he ascended another staircase, emerging within the confines of the Blackthorn Security Company. Observing the doors either firmly closed or half ajar, he refrained from recklessly searching, instead entering the reception area to find a sweet-smiled brunette girl engrossed in a magazine. "Hello, Rosen." Klein approached from the side, deliberately tapping the table. Clatter. Rosen sprang up, knocking over her chair, flustered as she exclaimed, "Hi. The weather is lovely today. You, Klein, what brings you here?" She placed a hand on her chest, catching her breath, as if she were a little girl afraid of being caught slacking by her father. "I have matters to discuss with the captain," Klein replied succinctly. "You scared me. I thought the captain had come out." Rosen shot Klein a glare. "You should have knocked." "Humph. You ought to be grateful I am a generous and merciful lady." "Well, I prefer the term girl. What do you need the captain for?" "He is in the room opposite Mrs. Oleana." Even amidst her evident tension, Klein couldn't help but smile at Rosen's antics and mused, "It's a secret." Rosen's eyes widened in disbelief as Klein bowed slightly and took his leave. He passed through the partition door of the reception area and rapped on the door of the first office on his right. "Come in," Dunsmith's deep, gentle voice called out. Klein pushed the door open, closed it behind him, and doffed his hat in a salute. "Good morning, Captain." "Good morning. What is it?" Dunn's black overcoat and hat hung on the nearby coat rack, revealing a crisp white shirt and black vest beneath, despite a slightly receding hairline. His deep gray eyes appeared refreshing. "Someone is following me," Klein stated plainly, without embellishment. Dunn leaned back, hands clasped, his penetrating gray gaze fixed on Klein's eyes. He did not pursue the topic of the stalker, but rather inquired, "Did you come from the church?" "Yes," Klein affirmed. Dunn nodded slightly, neither approving nor disapproving, before returning to the matter at hand. "It's possible that Welch's father does not trust the cause of death we reported and has summoned a private investigator from Wind City." Constant City, also known as Wind City, is a region where the coal and steel industries flourish, ranking among the top 3 cities in the Kingdom of Ruin. Before Klein could voice an opinion, Dunn continued, "It may also stem from the source of that notebook." We are currently investigating where Welch obtained the Antigonus family notebook. Of course, we cannot dismiss other individuals or organizations seeking this notebook." "What should I do?" Klein asked gravely, hoping for the first explanation to be true. Dunn did not respond immediately, taking a sip of his coffee, his gray eyes betraying no emotion. "Return the way you came, and then do anything you wish." "Anything?" Klein echoed. "Anything," Dunn confirmed with a nod. "Of course, do not scare off your pursuer, and do not violate the law." "Understood." Klein inhaled deeply, excused himself, and exited the room, returning to the underground level. He turned left at the crossroads, walking quietly through the empty, dim, and cold corridor, bathed in the glow of the gas lamps on either side. The echo of his footsteps amplified the solitude, heightening his fear. Soon, Klein approached the staircase, ascending step by step, where he found the middle-aged priest standing in the shadows at the doorway. They exchanged no words. The priest silently turned and cleared the way. Progressing in silence, Klein returned to the grand prayer hall, where the light streaming through the arched altar's circular apertures remained pure and bright, and the room's subdued tranquility persisted, with the gentlemen and ladies waiting outside the confession booths having diminished in number. After a while, holding his cane and newspaper, Klein strolled out of the grand prayer hall, leaving St. Selena's church behind. Upon stepping outside into the blazing sun, he was immediately engulfed by the familiar sensation of being watched, feeling akin to prey under the gaze of an eagle. Suddenly, a doubt surfaced in his mind. Why had the voyeur not followed him into the church? Although he could have obscured his brief disappearance with the help of the dim surroundings and the priest, wasn't it difficult to feign prayer while being monitored? Had he committed no wrongdoing, what issue lay in entering openly? Unless he harbored a dark past, feared the church, dreaded the bishop, and recognized that the other party might possess extraordinary abilities. Given this perspective, the likelihood of a private investigator became exceedingly slim. Exhaling, Klein loosened his previously tense demeanor, leisurely strolling around to the rear of Zotrin Street. He paused before an aged building with a weathered façade, numbered 3, named the Zotrin Shooting Club. The police department's underground shooting range had opened a portion to the public to generate extra funds. As Klein stepped inside, the sensation of being watched vanished instantly. Seizing the opportunity, he presented his Special Operations Department badge to the attending staff member. After a brief verification, He was led underground to a small, enclosed shooting range. 10-meter target. Klein succinctly instructed the staff member before retrieving a revolver from his shoulder holster and extracting a box of brass-colored bullets from his pocket. Suddenly under scrutiny, his desire for self-defense overcame his procrastination, compelling him to practice his marksmanship without delay. Bang! After the staff member exited, he spun the cylinder, ejecting the silver demon-hunting rounds one by one, then picked up the brass-colored regular bullets, loading them into the chambers. This time, he left no gaps to prevent accidental discharges. Nor did he remove his formal coat or hat. He intended to practice in his usual attire, for it was impossible to pause and request a change into lighter clothing should he encounter an enemy or danger. Clack! Klein closed the cylinder and flicked it with his thumb. Suddenly, gripping the gun with both hands, he raised it sharply, aiming at the target 10 meters away. Yet, he refrained from firing immediately, instead diligently recalling his military training on misfires, the concept of a straight line of 3 points, and the recoil when shooting. Swish! Swish! As his clothing rustled, Klein practiced his aim repeatedly, refining his grip, as earnestly as a student preparing for a crucial examination. After numerous repetitions, he retreated to a wall, settling onto the soft bench while placing the revolver aside. He began to massage his arms, resting for a considerable while, reflecting on the recent events. Klein once again grasped the wooden handle of the brass cylindrical revolver and approached the shooting position, adopting a standard stance before pulling the trigger. Bang! His arm twitched slightly. His body leaned back, and the bullet veered off target. Bang! 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 Drawing from his experience, he fired shot after shot, exploring the sensations through practice until all 6 bullets were expended. He returned to his seat, taking a couple of breaths. With a swift motion, he released the revolving chamber, letting the spent casings clatter to the ground, then expressionlessly proceeded to load the remaining brass-colored bullets one by one. After loosening his arms, Klein stood up once more, reflecting as he returned to the shooting position. Bang! 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 The gunfire echoed, the target swayed, and Klein practiced repeatedly, interspersing his shooting with breaks, until he had discharged all 30 standard rounds along with the 5 remaining from before, gradually stabilizing his aim and beginning to pursue higher scores. Shaking off the soreness in his arms, he emptied the last 5 casings, bowed his head, and methodically loaded the intricately designed silver demon-hunting bullets, reserving a slot for a misfire. After tucking the revolver back into his underarm holster, Klein brushed off the residue of gunpowder from his clothes, feeling a sense of ease as he exited the dedicated shooting range and returned to the street. Once again, he felt the scrutiny of onlookers, but this time, his demeanor was markedly more tranquil. He strolled toward Champagne Street, spending 4 pennies to ride the tram back to Iron Cross Street, and entered the apartment he called home. The sensation of being spied upon dissipated silently. He retrieved his key and unlocked the door, discovering a man nearing 30, clad in a linen shirt with very short hair, seated at the desk. A fleeting tension gripped his heart, only to relax immediately. Klein smiled and greeted, "Good morning. No, good afternoon, Benson." The man was none other than Benson Moretti, the elder brother of him and Melissa, who, at 25, appeared nearly 30 due to a receding hairline and mature features. With black hair and brown eyes, he bore a resemblance to Klein, though devoid of any scholarly air. "Good afternoon, Klein. How did the interview go?" Benson stood, a smile gracing his lips. His black coat and half-top hat hung on the edge of a bunk bed. "Terribly," Klein replied flatly, observing Benson's surprise. He added with a light chuckle, "In fact, I didn't attend the interview at all. I secured a job in advance with a weekly salary of £3." He reiterated the words he had previously shared with Melissa. Benson's expression softened as he shook his head and chuckled. "It's like watching a child grow up well. That job sounds promising." He sighed. "Returning from my errands only to hear such delightful news is splendid. We must celebrate tonight. How about some beef?" Klein replied, "Certainly, but I suspect Melissa might be concerned. Shall we shop for groceries together this afternoon? At least 3 souls? Honestly, exchanging £1 for 20 souls, 1 soul for 12 pennies, along with half pennies and quarter pennies. It's quite counterintuitive and exceedingly cumbersome. It must be one of the most absurd currencies in the world." Upon finishing, he noticed Benson's demeanor shift to seriousness, causing a flicker of nervousness within him, questioning whether he had misspoken. Was it possible that within the fragments of lost memories, Benson was a staunch, extreme royalist who would not tolerate any dissent? Benson paced a few steps, his face grave as he retorted, "No, there is no such thing as one of the most absurd." Klein paused, momentarily taken aback, before quickly regaining his composure and sharing a smile with his brother. Indeed, it was the sarcastic humor Benson excelled in. With a smirk, Benson added seriously, "You must understand that establishing a reasonable and straightforward currency system requires one fundamental premise: the ability to count and grasp the decimal system. Unfortunately, such talent is exceedingly rare among those lofty individuals. Chapter 27. The dinner of the three siblings. The dinner was exceedingly sharp-witted. Klein chuckled, combining his rich experiences from a past life with a dark jest. In truth, there is no evidence to suggest that those prominent figures possess any intellect. Good. Very good. Benson laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. Klein, you have become far more humorous than before. Taking a breath, he continued. I will be at the docks this afternoon and can only rest tomorrow. At that time, we shall go to the Tingent City Housing Improvement Company to see if they have any affordable and decent row houses for rent. Also, we must first visit Mr. Frankie. The landlord? Klein inquired, puzzled. Does the current landlord have any row houses in good locations? Benson glanced at his brother with amusement and replied, Surely you haven't forgotten that we have a 1-year lease? It has only been 6 months. Klein gasped in realization. He had indeed forgotten this matter. Although the rent was paid weekly, the lease lasted a year. Moving now would constitute a breach of contract, and if taken to court, he would owe a substantial sum. You still lack sufficient social experience, Benson remarked, touching his receding hairline with a hint of nostalgia. This was a term I fought hard for. Otherwise, Mr. Frankie would only agree to a 3-month lease. For the wealthy, landlords typically rent for a year, 2 years, or even 3, seeking stability. However, for us, and for our previous neighbors, landlords often worry that someone may encounter unexpected difficulties and be unable to pay rent, so they prefer short-term contracts. This way, they can frequently raise the rent as circumstances allow, Klein added, drawing from the original owner's fragmented memories and his own rental experiences. Benson sighed, stating, This is the harsh reality of today's society. But worry not, the contract issue can be easily resolved. To be frank, if we were to miss just 1 week's rent, Mr. Frankie would promptly evict us and seize any valuable possessions. After all, his intellect is not much superior to that of a baboon and cannot comprehend complex matters. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly recalled a jest regarding a certain Sir Humphrey and shook his head earnestly. No, Benson, you are mistaken. Why? Benson asked, perplexed. Mr. Frankie's intellect is indeed slightly higher than that of a baboon, Klein responded seriously, and as Benson's understanding smile emerged, he added, if he is in good form. Benson couldn't contain his laughter. After a hearty chuckle, he pointed at Klein, momentarily at a loss for words before returning to the topic at hand. Of course, as gentlemen, we shall not resort to such unscrupulous methods. We will speak directly with Mr. Frankie tomorrow. Trust me, he is easily persuaded. Klein harbored no doubts about this. The existence of gas pipelines served as the most compelling evidence. The brothers exchanged casual banter as they combined the leftover pan-fried fish from the previous night into a vegetable stew, steaming the rye bread in the process. They spread some butter on the bread and had a simple yet satisfying meal, the dairy and sweetness lingering delightfully on their palates. When Benson departed, Klein took with him 3 solar notes and some loose copper pennies to the market of lettuce and meat, spending 6 pennies on a pound of beef, 7 pennies on a large, tender, low-bone Tasoc fish, and also acquiring potatoes, peas, white radishes, rhubarb, lettuce, turnips, and various herbs and oils. Throughout this process, he could still sense someone watching him, though no tangible contact materialized. After lingering at the Slynn Bakery for a while, Klein returned home and began exercising his arms with heavy objects, such as stacked books. He had initially intended to practice military exercises for strength, yet he had forgotten even the simplest routines. Thus, he was compelled to keep things straightforward. Klein did not overexert himself, for that would lead to fatigue and increased danger. He paused at intervals to review the original owner's textbooks and notes, hoping to refresh his knowledge of the quaternary period. As evening approached, Benson and Melissa sat at the desk, eyeing the arranged food with the decorum of upper-level elementary school children. The medley of aromas composed a sumptuous prelude to their meal, the alluring scent of simmering beef, the distinct and lingering stimulation of mashed potatoes, the sweet entanglement of pea soup, the delicate balance of stewed rhubarb, and the creamy sweetness enveloping the rye bread. Benson swallowed hard, turning to see Klein placing a beautifully golden fried fish onto the table, the fried aroma penetrating his senses. Gurgle. His stomach emitted a distinct sound. Klein rolled up his shirt sleeves, carefully placing the plate of fried fish at the center of the tidy desk before returning to the cupboard to retrieve 2 large mugs of ginger beer. Setting them at their respective positions, he smiled at Melissa and, with a flourish, produced a lemon pudding. We have beer, and you have this. Thank you. Melissa replied softly as she accepted the lemon pudding. Seeing this, Benson raised his mug and cheerfully exclaimed, Let's celebrate Klein's new job. Klein clinked his mug with Benson's and then with Melissa's lemon pudding, to the goddess. Gurgle, he tilted his head back and took a sip, the spicy flavor igniting his throat and leaving a delightful aftertaste. Ginger beer, though named as such, contained no alcohol. It combined the spiciness of ginger with the acidity of lemon to create a beer-like taste, suitable for women and children, though Melissa was not particularly fond of it. To the goddess, Benson echoed, taking a sip, while Melissa cautiously sampled the lemon pudding, savoring each bite, reluctant to swallow. "Try some," Klein encouraged, setting down his mug and picking up a fork and spoon, gesturing towards the array of dishes. He felt least confident about the pea soup, having never encountered such a peculiar dish on Earth and relying only on fragmented memories of the original owner for inspiration. As the elder brother, Benson wasted no time, taking a spoonful of mashed potatoes and shoving it into his mouth. The flavor of the well-stewed, thoroughly mashed potatoes mingled with a hint of pork fat and just the right amount of salt, causing his mouth to water and his appetite to surge. "Not bad. Not bad at all," Benson mumbled. "Much better than what I had at the company last time, which was slathered in cream. This can be considered one of my specialties." Klein graciously accepted the praise, thanks to the guidance of the chef from the Welch family. Melissa's gaze shifted to the beef soup, where green basil leaves, vibrant lettuce, and white radish chunks submerged in a colorless broth concealed tenderly stewed beef. The freshness enticing her senses. She speared a piece of beef, tasting it, and found it to be soft yet retaining a delightful chewiness, with a hint of salt and the subtle sweetness of radish, along with the aromatic spiciness of basil, all enhancing the beef's inherent flavor. She seemed to be praising something, though her words were lost in her enjoyment. Klein sampled the dish and, while finding it delicious, felt a twinge of regret. It still fell short of his best standard, as some seasonings were lacking and had to be substituted, resulting in an oddity. Of course, even at his best, his cooking would merely be mediocre. Suddenly, he felt a pang of sympathy for the inexperienced Benson and Melissa. Swallowing a piece of beef, Klein picked up a portion of fried Tazik fish, generously sprinkled with cumin and rosemary. It was crisp on the outside and tender within, a golden delight where the savory and oily flavors intertwined. He nodded slightly and sampled a piece of stewed rhubarb, finding it merely satisfactory, a remedy for the richness of the meat. Finally, summoning his courage, he ladled a spoonful of pea soup. Too sweet, too sour. Klein couldn't help but furrow his brow. Yet, witnessing the satisfied expressions on Benson and Melissa's faces after tasting it, he began to question his own palate and couldn't resist taking a swig of ginger beer to cleanse his tongue. The three siblings indulged until their bellies were distended, finding it difficult to rise from their seats. "Let us once again extol the goddess," Benson declared, raising his glass containing only a sip of ginger beer, his satisfaction evident. "Praise the goddess," Klein exclaimed as he drained the last of his drink. "Praise the goddess," Melissa said, savoring the last remnants of lemon pudding that she had saved until the end. Observing her, Klein, slightly tipsy, chuckled. "Melissa, that is not the way to enjoy it. The best and most beloved foods should be savored at the beginning to truly appreciate their exquisite flavors. If you wait until you're full, your appetite wanes, and the taste diminishes." "No, it is still just as delicious," Melissa responded, steadfast and stubborn. The three siblings chatted and laughed, allowing time for digestion, before collectively tidying the plates and utensils, pouring the oil used for frying the fish back into its container. After their busy work, one reviewed lessons, another self-studied accounting, while the last continued to peruse textbooks and notes, experiencing a fulfilling and satisfying evening. At 11 o'clock, the Klein siblings extinguished the gas lamp and retired to their respective rooms for their nightly routines. In the dimness before him, feeling somewhat disoriented, Klein suddenly beheld a figure clad in a black knee-length coat and a half-top hat, Captain Dunsmith. "Captain." Klein immediately awakened, clearly aware that he was in a dream. Dunn's gray eyes were devoid of emotion, as if discussing a trivial matter. He stated, "Someone has infiltrated your room, seized your revolver, cornered him in the hallway, and then handed him over to us. Someone breached my room. The watcher has finally made a move." Klein was startled, refraining from further questions, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. The scene before him instantly transformed, colors swirling chaotically, shattering like bubbles. As his eyes opened, Klein cautiously turned his head towards the window, where he beheld a slender and unfamiliar silhouette standing silently at his desk, rummaging for something. Chapter 28. The Secret Society. Thump. 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 Klein's heart suddenly began to race violently, contracting tightly before abruptly swelling, causing his body to tremble slightly. For a fleeting moment, he nearly forgot his purpose, until the intruder paused, tilting his head as if he sensed a change in the air. Blood rushed back to Klein's brain, restoring his basic faculties of thought. His hand instinctively reached beneath the pillow, grasping the wooden grip of the revolver. The hard, smooth texture calmed his emotions, and he quietly drew the firearm, aiming it at the intruder's head. To be frank, he had no confidence in his ability to hit the target. Although he had previously managed to steady his aim at stationary objects, the concept of a moving target was entirely different, and he was not arrogant enough to confuse the two. However, he vaguely recalled a saying from his previous life, suggesting that the true power of a nuclear bomb lies in its pre-launch phase. In this context, the principle remained the same. The greatest deterrent exists before the bullet is fired, by refraining from pulling the trigger or firing blindly. The intruder would remain uncertain of Klein's inexperience, likely fearing that he could miss, causing him to hesitate and add constraints upon himself. In that instant, a flurry of thoughts surged through Klein's mind, leading him to a decisive conclusion. He was not the type to remain calm in dire situations, rather. He had long anticipated encounters with Watchers, envisioning scenarios centered around intimidation rather than aggression. A saying from his homeland echoed in his mind: preparation prevents misfortune. As Klein aimed his gun at the intruder, the lean man froze, seemingly sensing something amiss. Almost immediately, a voice laced with amusement reached Klein's ears. "Good evening, sir." The slender man's hands subtly raised, his body tense. Klein, positioned on the lower bunk of the bed, aimed at the man's head and attempted to adopt a relaxed, casual tone. "Please raise your hands and turn your body slowly. To be candid, I am a timid and easily agitated individual. If you move too quickly, I might be startled, which could lead to an accidental discharge." "Yes, just like that." The lean man raised his hands beside his head, gradually turning his body. The first thing that caught Klein's eye was the neatly buttoned black bodysuit, followed by two sharply defined brownish-yellow eyebrows. From the man's azure eyes, Klein detected no fear. Instead, he felt as if a ferocious beast were fixating on him, ready to pounce and tear him to shreds with a mere slip of his guard. He tightened his grip on the revolver, striving to maintain a calm and indifferent expression. Once the lean man faced him completely, Klein tilted his chin toward the door and gently said, "Sir, let us step outside to converse. We wouldn't want to disturb anyone's pleasant dreams. Oh, and do move slowly and quietly. It is the most basic courtesy of a gentleman." The lean man's cold gaze swept over Klein as he continued to hold his hands aloft, taking slow, measured steps toward the door. Under the aim of the revolver, he turned the doorknob and cautiously opened the door. Just as it swung halfway, he suddenly crouched and rolled forward, causing the door to slam shut with a loud bang as though propelled by a tempest. The commotion startled Benson, the occupant of the upper bunk, who groggily stirred, on the verge of waking. At that moment, a melodious and tranquil tune wafted in from outside, accompanied by a deep, soothing voice that sang, "Ah, the thread of fear. The crimson hope. At least one truth endures. This life swiftly passes. One truth indeed, while all else is but a lie, once the flower blooms. It shall bid farewell to the world." This poem seemed to possess a calming and stabilizing power, lulling Benson and others, including Melissa in the inner room, back into a slumber. Klein felt a profound tranquility envelop him, nearly stifling a yawn. The agility with which the lean man had escaped left him momentarily stunned. Gazing at the closed door, he smiled softly, murmuring to himself, "You may not believe it, but my gun was loaded with blanks, precautionary measures against accidental discharge." Subsequently, Klein listened intently to the midnight verse, patiently awaiting the resolution of the battle outside. After a minute, the serene melody akin to moonlight on a lake ceased, and the night returned to its profound silence. Klein silently cycled the revolver's chamber, shifting the empty slot aside, bracing himself for the outcome. He waited for 10 tense minutes, caught in a restless dilemma about whether to venture out and investigate, until the calm, steady voice of Dunn Smith finally reached him from the doorway. "It is resolved." Klein exhaled a sigh of relief, steadied his revolver, took the key, and cautiously approached the door, slipping it open silently to find Dunn Smith standing before him. Clad in a knee-length black coat and a half-height top hat, his gray eyes deep and inscrutable, he closed the door behind him and followed Dunn to the end of the corridor, standing beneath the dim crimson moonlight. "It took a bit of time to enter your dreams," Dunn remarked, gazing out at the red moon with a calm demeanor. "Do you know his background?" Klein felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Dunn nodded slightly. "An ancient organization known as the Secret Society. They were established during the Quaternary and are linked to the Solomon Empire and certain fallen aristocrats of the time." "Oh." The notes of the Antigonus family originated from them, accidentally entering the antique market due to a member's oversight, which led to Welch acquiring them. They have since dispatched individuals to recover them. Before Klein could inquire further, Dunn paused and continued, "We will utilize the clues to apprehend some of their members. The results may not be particularly favorable. These individuals are as adept at hiding as rats in a sewer. However, they will come to realize that the Antigonus family notes may have fallen into our hands or that we possess critical clues. Consequently, unless the items are of utmost significance, they will likely abandon this endeavor. Such is their survival philosophy." Klein's heart sank. What if the notes are indeed of paramount importance? He asked anxiously. Dunn smiled, but did not respond directly. Instead, he remarked, "We know very little about the secret society. Our success this time is largely due to your cleverness. This is a credit to you. Considering the potential hidden dangers and the heightened inspiration to seek out the notes, you have an opportunity to choose." "An opportunity to choose?" Klein began to sense the implications, his breath instinctively becoming heavier. Dunn's expression grew serious as he continued, "Do you wish to become an extraordinary individual? You can only select an initial extraordinary title from the incomplete sequence. Of course, you may also forego this opportunity, choosing instead to accumulate merit until it is sufficient to elevate you to the status of the sleepless ones, the initial guardians of the night bestowed by the goddess, who master the complete sequence. Klein's heart leaped with excitement, momentarily free of hesitation. He eagerly inquired, "What sequence 9 options do I have to choose from? I need detailed information to decide whether to accept or decline, and which specific path to take." Dunn turned his body, draped in cascading crimson fabric, and met Klein's gaze with his own, speaking slowly. "Aside from the sleepless ones, the church possesses 3 other sequence 9 potion formulas. One is known as the Seeker, the ability mastered by Old Neil." "Ah, Roshan must have mentioned it to you. She never can keep her mouth shut." Klein offered an awkward smile, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Dunn was unfazed and continued, "Our Seeker potion formula and the subsequent disconnected parts were obtained from the Morse cult. At that time, it was said they had not yet fallen, still adhering to morality and discipline, pursuing knowledge with strict confidentiality. Every member, upon becoming a Seeker, must remain silent for 5 years to cultivate stillness and enhance focus. The phrase 'do as you will, but do no harm' originated from them. The Seekers possess a comprehensive yet rudimentary understanding of mystical knowledge such as magic, witchcraft, and astrology. They grasp many ritualistic spells, but are easily aware of certain presences hidden behind events, necessitating utmost caution and reverence for extraordinary powers. We lack most of this series, preventing us from forming a cohesive chain. For instance, it's Series 8, which perhaps the Sanctuary possesses. This almost meets all my requirements." Klein nodded slightly, feeling an impulse to choose. Fortunately, he remembered other options. "What about the other 2? "The second is called Grave Robber, a choice favored by many cultists worshipping death in the southern continent. After consuming this potion, one is mistaken for a kindred spirit by mindless undead, evading their attacks, enduring cold, decay, and the stench of death, gaining the ability to perceive certain malevolent spirits, understanding the traits and weaknesses of various undead beings, along with some enhancements in physical abilities. We possess its Series 8 and Series 7. Haha, you can probably guess its Series 7, medium. This was Dolly's choice initially." Dunn elaborated. "The medium indeed appeared both mysterious and impressive. However, what I truly desire is mastery over esoteric knowledge." Klein refrained from interjecting, listening intently. Dunn Smith glanced at the crimson moonlight and said, "The third one we only have Series 9 for, and I am uncertain if the Sanctuary harbors more. It is known as Diviner." "Diviner?" Klein's pupils constricted, recalling the regret left by Emperor Roselle in his diary. He lamented not choosing among the apprentice, thief, and diviner. Klein strove to conceal any unusual reactions, maintaining a genuine curiosity as he inquired, "What abilities does the diviner possess?" "Your question lacks precision. It should be, what abilities are acquired upon consuming the diviner potion?" Dunn Smith smiled and shook his head, his gray eyes and face obscured by shadows away from the red moon. "Astrology, card divination, pendulums, spirit sight, and many similar practices. Of course, consuming the potion does not mean you immediately understand and master them. It simply grants you the qualification and ability to learn these arts. Due to the lack of direct combat methods, you can imagine that ritual magic requires extensive preparation, making it ill-suited for encounters. Consequently, in terms of esoteric knowledge, Diviner is more erudite and specialized than Seeker. This does sound quite aligned with my requirements, yet the absence of direct combat means gives me pause. Moreover, the Night Goddess Church likely lacks further sequences. The Sanctuary is likely referring to the Tranquil Church headquarters. Low-tier direct combat methods may not compare to firearms." Klein fell into silence, his mind wavering between the Seeker and the Diviner, having already dismissed the Grave Robber. Noticing his contemplation, Dunn Smith chuckled, "Do not rush your choice. Inform me of your decision on Monday morning. Regardless of which you wish to select or if you intend to forego entirely, there will be no additional opinions within our Night Watchers. Calm yourself and consult your heart." With that, he doffed his hat, offered a slight bow, and walked past Klein towards the staircase. Klein remained silent, refraining from an immediate answer, bowing quietly and watching him depart. Although he had constantly hoped to become extraordinary, the actual opportunity brought waves of hesitation, the lack of subsequent sequences, the various uncontrollable aspects of being extraordinary, and the credibility of Roselle's diary, all mingled with the maddening allure of tempting whispers, formed a quagmire impeding his progress. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaling. It felt akin to a student grappling with college applications. Klein chuckled at himself, reining in his wandering thoughts, quietly opening the door and returning home to lie on his bed. There he lay, eyes wide open, quietly gazing at the lightly crimson-stained underside of the upper bed. Outside, a drunken man staggered past, and a distant carriage sped along the empty street. These various sounds did not disturb the serenity of the night, but rather deepened its profound stillness. Klein's emotions settled as he recalled various past events on Earth, thinking of his father, who loved to exercise and spoke with a booming voice, his mother, who, despite her chronic illness, enjoyed keeping busy, the childhood friends with whom he evolved from playing football and basketball to gaming and mahjong, and the figure of an unrecognizable crush whose confession had faltered. These memories flowed like a tranquil river, creating few ripples, bearing little sorrow, yet silently submerged his spirit, perhaps only and lost as one learned to cherish. As the crimson faded and the sky ignited with gold, Klein made his choice. He rose to wash his face in the communal restroom, refreshing himself. Then took a shilling to purchase 8 pounds of rye bread from Mrs. Winnie for 9 pence, replenishing the staple consumed the previous night. The price of bread had begun to stabilize. After breakfast, Benson, while changing his clothes, offered his commentary. It was Sunday, and he and Melissa finally had a chance to rest. Dressed in formal attire, Klein sat in a chair, perusing yesterday's expired newspaper, and was pleasantly surprised to say, there's an advertisement for a house for rent. 3, Wendell Street in the North District, a standalone 2-story house, with 6 rooms, 3 bathrooms, and 2 large balconies upstairs. A dining room, a living room, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, 2 guest rooms, and a basement storage room downstairs. Outside, there's a 2-acre private lawn in front and a small garden at the back, available for rental for 1, 2, or 3 years, at a weekly rent of £1.06. Interested parties may inquire at 16, Champagne Street, seeking Mr. Guksufu. This is our future goal, Benson remarked, donning his black bowler hat with a smile. The rental prices in the newspaper are quite high. The Tianjin City Housing Improvement Company offers cheaper options that are not much inferior. Why not seek out the Tianjin Working Class Housing Improvement Association? Melissa emerged from the stall, holding her tattered straw hat, wearing a well-patched yet still presentable grayish-white dress. She was calm and reserved, yet her youthfulness was unmistakable. Benson laughed heartily. Who told you about the Tianjin Working Class Housing Improvement Association? Jenny? Mrs. Rochelle? Or perhaps your good friend Selina? Melissa glanced sideways and replied softly, Mrs. Rochelle. I happened to run into her while washing up last night. She inquired about Klein's interview, and I mentioned a few details, and then she suggested looking into the Tianjin Working Class Housing Improvement Association. Benson, equally perplexed, smiled and shook his head, saying, this is a housing association aimed at the impoverished, or more accurately, the lower-class populace. The residences they construct and renovate are primarily of the communal bathroom type, offering merely 3 options, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom apartments. Do you wish to continue residing in such places? The Tianjin City Housing Improvement Company operates similarly, yet provides opportunities for the lower middle class as well. Frankly speaking, we are slightly better off than the lower class, yet still fall short of being truly middle class, not due to salary, but rather the lack of time to accumulate wealth. Klein understood, folded his newspaper, donned his hat, and rose, saying, then let us depart. I recall that the Tianjin City Housing Improvement Company is located on Daffodil Street. As Benson opened the door, he added, they, like the Tianjin Working Class Housing Improvement Association, are known as 5% charity. Do you know why? I do not, Klein replied, lifting his cane and walking alongside Melissa, who nodded in agreement with her long, flowing hair cascading down her back. Benson stepped outside, stating, these housing associations and companies were established under the influence of Beckland. Their funding comes from 3 sources. First, fundraising from charitable foundations. Second, low-interest loans from government public affairs loan officers, with an annual interest rate of merely 4%. And third, commercial investments, which yield a 5% return on rental income. Hence the term 5% charity. As the trio descended the staircase and ambled towards Daffodil Street, they intended to confirm the housing situation before seeking out the current landlord, Mr. Frankie, to avoid the predicament of being unable to move in elsewhere while being compelled to vacate their current residence. I heard from Selina that there are purely charitable housing improvement companies. Melissa pondered aloud. Benson chuckled. Indeed, the DeVille Trust, established through donations from Sir DeVille, constructs apartments aimed at the working class and offers dedicated property management, yet charges remarkably low rents with stringent requirements. Sounds like you aren't particularly fond of it? Klein observed, a knowing smile on his face. No, I hold Sir DeVille in high regard, but I suspect he is oblivious to the realities of the impoverished. His entry requirements for the apartments are akin to the hopes offered by a clergyman, far from practical. For instance, vaccinations are mandatory. Tenants must take turns cleaning communal bathrooms. Subletting or using the apartments for commercial purposes is prohibited. Littering is forbidden, and children are not allowed to play in the hallways. My goodness, does he wish to transform everyone into gentlemen and ladies? Benson responded in his usual tone. Klein furrowed his brow in confusion. It seems there are no issues. These are all commendable requirements. Indeed, Melissa concurred with a nod. Benson tilted his head, glancing at them with a chuckle. Perhaps I have sheltered you too well. You have yet to truly witness the lives of the impoverished. Do you think they can afford vaccinations? The queues for free charitable medical services extend to 3 months. Do you believe their jobs are stable, rather than temporary? If they cannot rent out their homes to share costs, what happens during unemployment? Many women stitch clothes and make matchboxes at home to make ends meet. Does that not constitute commercial activity? Should we force them all out? Most impoverished individuals expend every ounce of energy merely to survive. Do you truly think they have the leisure to discipline their children and prevent them from playing in the hallways? They likely have no choice but to confine them indoors. And by the age of 7 or 8, send them to places willing to employ child labor. Benson's description, devoid of many adjectives, sent a chill down Klein's spine. Is this the life of the lower class? He mused, while beside him, Melissa fell silent, eventually murmuring, after moving to Down Street. Jenny no longer wishes for me to visit her. I hope her father can emerge from the shadow of his injuries and find stable work again. Although I have witnessed too many who drown their sorrows in alcohol. Benson let out a heavy, sardonic laugh. Klein found himself at a loss for words. And it seemed Melissa was equally affected. The 3 siblings walked in silence until they arrived at Daffodil Street, where they located the Thinjin City Housing Improvement Company. A warmly smiling middle-aged man, dressed in a white shirt and black waistcoat, greeted them without formal attire or a hat. You may call me Scatter. May I inquire what type of housing you were seeking? He glanced at Klein's silver-tipped cane, his smile growing more genial. Klein looked towards the eloquent Benson, signaling him to respond. Benson spoke plainly, a row house. Scatter perused the documents in his hand, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Currently, we have 5 units available for rent. To be honest, we primarily focus on those truly struggling with housing. Workers and their children crammed into one room, sometimes 6, 8, or even 12. Row houses are scarce. There is one at 2, Daffodil Street, another in the North District, and one in the East District. Weekly rents range from 12 to 16 suler. You may review the specific details. He pushed the documents towards Benson, Klein, and Melissa. After a brief glance, the siblings exchanged looks and simultaneously pointed to a specific location on the paper. We shall first inspect the property at 2, Daffodil Street, Benson stated. With Klein and Melissa nodding in agreement, this area was somewhat familiar to them. Chapter 30, A New Beginning. Numbers 2, 4, and 6. On Daffodil Street are row houses characterized by their polygonal, 4-pitched roofs, presenting an overall hue of gray-blue. The 3 chimneys rise prominently against the sky. There are, of course, no lawns or gardens, nor porches. The entrance directly faces the street. Mr. Scott from the Thinjin City Housing Improvement Company holds a set of brass keys. Introducing the property as he unlocks the main door. Our row houses are devoid of hallways. Upon entering, you find yourself in the living room, which features a bay window facing Daffodil Street, allowing for ample natural light. Before Klein, Benson, and Melissa's eyes unfolds a scene bathed in golden sunlight, showcasing a fabric sofa set that rivals the spaciousness of their previous 2-bedroom apartment. This living room can also serve as a parlor, with the dining area to its right and a large fireplace on the left wall, providing warmth during the winter months, as Mr. Scott expertly points out. Klein takes a quick glance, confirming the open-plan design, with no partitions between the dining and living areas, although the bay window's distance casts a shadow over the space. A modest red rectangular wooden table sits at the center, surrounded by 6 upholstered hardwood chairs. While the fireplace on the left wall resembles those seen in foreign films and television shows Klein has watched, behind the dining room lies the kitchen. But we do not provide any utensils. Opposite the living room are a small guest room and a washroom. Mr. Scott strides forward, detailing the remainder of the first-floor layout. The washroom comprises 2 sections. The outer area is for washing up, while the inner section contains a toilet, separated by folding doors. The guest room is described as small, yet it is comparable in size to the compartment Melissa currently inhabits, which leaves her momentarily dazed. After touring the first floor, Mr. Scott leads the trio to the staircase adjacent to the washroom. Downstairs is a subterranean storage room, where the air is quite stifling. Remember to ventilate it before entering. Benson nods subtly, following Mr. Scott up the staircase to the second floor. To my left is a washroom, with 2 bedrooms on the same side, and to my right, there is a similar arrangement, except the washroom is near the small balcony. As he speaks, Mr. Scott opens the washroom door, stepping aside to allow Klein, Benson, and Melissa a clear view. This washroom boasts a bathtub, and similar to the one downstairs, it has a folding door next to the toilet. Though a layer of dust has accumulated, there is no filth or unpleasant odor. Melissa gazes at the space in awe, only breaking her trance when Mr. Scott moves toward the adjacent bedroom. After a few steps, she glances back. Klein, well-versed in the ways of the world, feels a surge of joy and anticipation. For even though their landlord frequently oversees cleaning duties, the communal washroom often lacks cleanliness, provoking a queasy sensation. The other washroom mirrors this one, with 4 bedrooms, one being slightly larger and equipped with a bookshelf. The remaining rooms are of similar size, furnished with beds, desks, and wardrobes. The balcony is quite small, allowing for only limited laundry drying. Standing at the end of the corridor, Mr. Scott gestures toward a door with a lock, stating, "Here, you will find a complete drainage system, gas pipes, and a meter, making it ideal for gentlemen and ladies such as yourselves. The weekly rent is merely 13 shillings. With an additional 5 pennies for furniture usage and a 2-week deposit is required." Before Benson can speak, Klein curiously surveys the surroundings and asks, if one wished to purchase the property, how much would it cost? As a traveler from a gluttonous nation, the desire for property ownership has always lingered in his heart. Hearing this question, both Benson and Melissa are taken aback, casting him incredulous glances, while Mr. Scott firmly responds, "Purchase? No, we do not sell properties. We only offer them for rent. I merely wish to inquire, you understand?" To comprehend, Klein awkwardly clarifies. Mr. Scott hesitates for a few seconds before replying, "Last month. The owner of number 11 on Daffodil Street sold a similar house for £300 over a 15-year lease. This is considerably cheaper than direct rental. However, not everyone can afford such a substantial sum up front. If one were to buy outright, the owner's asking price is £850. £850? Klein quickly begins to mentally calculate. My weekly wage is £3, and Benson's is £1 10 shillings. The rent is 13 shillings. If I eat well every day, I would likely spend nearly £2 a week, not to mention expenses for clothing, transportation, and social interactions. In total, I could save perhaps a mere 10 shillings weekly, accumulating around £35 a year. £850 would take me about 20 years. Even the £300 for the lease would require at least 8 or 9 years, and that doesn't even consider future plans for marriage, starting a family. Traveling. In a world devoid of personal housing loans, it seems most people are left with no choice but to rent. Realizing this, he steps back and glances at his brother Benson, signaling him to negotiate the rental price. As for Melissa's willingness, her bright, sparkling eyes speak volumes. In that moment, Klein feels as though he is closing the door and releasing Benson. Benson, tapping his unembellished cane, surveys the room and states, "We should explore other properties. The lighting in this dining area is inadequate, the balcony is too small, and look, only that bedroom has a fireplace. Moreover, the furniture is rather antiquated. We would need to replace more than half of it upon moving in." He methodically enumerates the flaws at a measured pace, successfully convincing Mr. Scott to reduce the rent to 12 shillings and the furniture fee to 3 pennies, with the deposit adjusted to a neat £2. Without further delay, the 3 siblings accompany Mr. Scott back to the Tingen City Housing Improvement Company, where they sign 2 copies of the contract and proceed to the notary's office for official endorsement. After paying the deposit and the first week's rent, Klein and Benson find they have a total of £9, 2 shillings, and 8 pennies remaining. Standing at the doorstep of number 2 on Daffodil Street, they each hold a set of brass keys, momentarily transfixed, emotions swirling within them. It feels as though they have stepped out of a dream. After a while, Melissa raises her head, gazing toward the Moretti residence, her voice soft and ethereal as she speaks. Benson exhales, smiling, "Then let us not awaken." Klein, less affected than they, nods and asserts, "We must promptly change the locks on both the main and balcony doors. There's no rush. The Tingen City Housing Improvement Company has an excellent reputation. The remaining expenses are for your formal attire, but first, we must visit Mr. Frankie." Benson gestures toward the direction of the apartment. After sharing a modest meal of rye bread at home, the siblings make their way to Mr. Frankie's row apartment on Iron Cross Street, knocking on the landlord's door. "You should be aware of my principles. I absolutely do not allow for overdue rent." The diminutive figure of Mr. Frankie sits on the sofa, declaring with great authority. Benson leans forward, smiling as he speaks. "Mr. Frankie, we have come to terminate our lease." So direct? Is this truly how negotiations are conducted? Klein listens, astonished. On their way here, Benson had mentioned his bottom line was compensation of 12 shillings. Terminate the lease? No. We have a contract with 6 months remaining. Mr. Frankie glares at Benson, waving his arms in protest. Benson regards him earnestly, waiting for the commotion to subside before calmly replying, "Mr. Frankie, you must understand that you could earn more." "Earn more?" Mr. Frankie touches his gaunt face, intrigued by the inquiry. Benson sat up straight, smiling as he explained. "The 2-bedroom apartment rented to the 3 of us costs 5 shillings and 6 pence. However, if you were to lease it to a family of 5 or 6, perhaps with 2 or even 3 earners, I believe they would be more than willing to pay a higher price rather than settle for a more perilous neighborhood, where the rent is 5 shillings and 10 pence or even 6 shillings. I think that is a fair price." Noticing the glimmer in Frankie's eyes and the movement in his throat, he continued, "Moreover, you must be aware that rental prices have been on the rise in recent years. The longer we stay, the more you lose. But I need time to find new tenants." Mr. Frankie, who had inherited the apartment, was clearly swayed. I trust you will find someone soon. You possess the ability and resources to do so, perhaps in 2 days, maybe 3. We shall compensate you for the loss during this period with our deposit of 3 shillings. This is quite reasonable. Vincent immediately agreed. Frankie nodded in satisfaction, saying, Vincent, you are truly a conscientious and honest young man. Very well, let us sign the termination agreement. Klein, standing by, was astonished, fully grasping how easily Mr. Frankie could be persuaded. How remarkably easy to convince. With the prior contract matters resolved, the 3 siblings first assisted Klein in purchasing formal attire before busily preparing for the move. They possessed no heavy or cumbersome belongings. Those belonged to the landlord. Thus, Benson and Melissa jointly dismissed Klein's idea of hiring a carriage, opting instead to transport their possessions themselves, making numerous trips between Daffodil Street and Iron Cross Street. Outside, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow tinged with heat through the convex window, spilling onto the surface of the desk. Klein glanced at the neatly arranged books and notes on the shelf, gently placing the ink and pen on the freshly wiped table. Finally finished, he exhaled, feeling a rumble in his stomach, rolling down his sleeves. He walked towards the door. He had a bed that belonged solely to him, with white sheets and blankets, old yet clean. As he turned the doorknob and stepped out of the bedroom, he was about to speak when he saw the doors across the hall swing open simultaneously, revealing the figures of Benson and Melissa. Seeing the gray dust and dirt on each other's faces, Klein and Benson suddenly burst into laughter, their joy unrestrained. Melissa, lightly biting her lip, gradually caught their infectious mirth, quietly expressing her amusement. The following morning, Klein stood before a newly mended dressing mirror, meticulously adjusting the collar and cuffs of his shirt. This ensemble included a white shirt, a black tailcoat, a half-height silk top hat, black waistcoat and trousers, leather boots, and a bow tie, costing him a painful 8 pounds. However, the effect was commendable. Klein felt a stronger air of scholarly elegance emanating from his reflection, perhaps appearing a touch more handsome. With a snap, he closed his pocket watch and tucked it into the inner pocket, grasping his cane, concealing his revolver, and boarded the public carriage to Sutherland Street. Just as he was about to enter the Blackthorn Security Company, he realized he had grown accustomed to his former way of life and had neglected to give Melissa extra money that morning, allowing her to walk to school unassisted. Shaking his head, he noted the oversight and stepped into the Blackthorn Security Company, where he found the brown-haired girl, Rosen, brewing coffee, filling the air with its rich aroma. Good morning, Klein. The weather is delightful today, Rosen greeted cheerfully. Honestly, I've always wondered. Don't you gentlemen find it hot in formal attire on days like this? I know Tingin's summers cannot compare to the South's, as they are not overly warm. Yet it is still summer. That is the price of elegance, Klein replied with a touch of humor. Good morning, Miss Rosen. Where's the captain? Same place as always. Rosen indicated towards the interior. Klein nodded discreetly, passing through the partition and knocking on Dunsmith's office door. Come in, came Dunn's deep, warm voice as always. Upon seeing Klein indeed dressed in a fine suit, he nodded slightly, his gray eyes twinkling with a smile. Have you made your decision? Taking a deep breath, Klein solemnly replied, Yes, I have made my choice. Dunn slowly sat up straight, his expression shifting to seriousness, his gray eyes deepening. Tell me your answer. Without hesitation, Klein declared, the diviner. Chapter 31. The potion. Dunsmith's gray eyes bore into Klein's for a full minute without uttering a word. Under the weight of such silence and intensity, Klein stood his ground, unwavering and resolute in his gaze. You must understand, once you consume the potion, there is no opportunity for regret. Finally, Dunn spoke again, his voice low and devoid of emotion. Klein smiled faintly and replied, I am aware. Yet I honor the voice within me. Firstly, the sleepless do not meet my needs, nor do the spectators of the tarot gatherings glean any useful insights from the descriptions. Other extraordinary paths remain shrouded in uncertainty, and thus, waiting is futile. The same reasoning leads to the exclusion of the reaper, leaving only the seeker and the diviner as viable options. With the inherent dangers of the sequence potions in mind, and lacking further information, the suitability of both the seeker and the diviner weighs heavily upon my decision. Regardless of whether Emperor Roselle scribbled his notes whimsically or truly regretted not choosing the apprentice, thief, or diviner, it is enough to tip the scales of my heart. Moreover, from his writings, it is evident that understanding the essence of digestion and performance can significantly mitigate the adverse effects of the potion. As for the seductive whispers and illusory temptations that lead to madness, even without becoming extraordinary, I have already encountered them. Very well. Dunsmith rose, donning his half-height black top hat while speaking. Let us proceed to the subterranean realm. Klein nodded appreciatively, offering a gentlemanly bow. The sound of their footsteps echoed down the silent, expansive staircase and corridor. Feeling a sudden surge of anxiety, Klein attempted to break the silence. Captain, you mentioned that upon using the potion, one does not immediately acquire the corresponding esoteric knowledge, but merely gains the qualification to learn and master it. So, where does the initial esoteric knowledge originate? Is it the result of the ancients risking their lives to uncover it, or does it come from elsewhere? Each time he ventured underground, he felt the air was remarkably fresh, suggesting excellent ventilation. Yet, the occasional gust of wind in such an environment was genuinely unsettling. Dunn glanced at him, his gray eyes appearing exceptionally profound in the dim light. He responded calmly, firstly, as you mentioned, through exploration, summation, and refinement. Secondly, through divine grace. And thirdly, those perilous whispers that others cannot hear are not always mere mad ramblings devoid of meaning. Occasionally, they do convey insights into the mystical. However, to my knowledge, those who truly listen and persist in listening invariably succumb to madness or degenerate into monstrosities. Of course, we owe them our gratitude, for their notes constitute invaluable treasures in the field of esotericism. A human guinea pig. The chill of the underground sent a shiver through Klein. Will my ritual of transformation into a friendship spell inevitably accompany those maddening and terrifying whispers, potentially leading to the same fate? Upon reaching a crossroads, Dunn did not proceed to the Charney's Gate nor turn toward the armory, materials, and library. Instead, he guided Klein toward the left, approaching the Church of St. Selena. Halfway there, he paused, seemingly prompted by an unseen trigger, and opened a concealed door. This is our Night Watch team's alchemy room. I will instruct old Neil to retrieve the formula and requisite materials for the diviner potion from within the Charney's Gate. Ah, you are fortunate. The goddess smiles upon you. There should still be 2 portions of the materials related to the diviner, or else you would have faced a long wait. Dunn gestured toward the room within. You shall remain here and observe old Neil as he prepares the potion. This is fundamental knowledge in esotericism. Oh, and refrain from touching anything inside. They may be either hazardous, costly, or both. At this point, Dunn added, as before, by the way, I almost forgot to mention, your becoming extraordinary is predicated on your need to confront danger and seek knowledge. Merit constitutes only a portion of it. Therefore, you cannot yet transition into a formal team member. You will remain in a clerical role with corresponding remuneration, continuing with the tasks I previously assigned, while also learning a wealth of esoteric knowledge from old Neil at your discretion. Understood. Klein felt a twinge of resentment about the lack of a salary increase. Yet he wholeheartedly agreed with the rest. According to Dunn, consuming the potion entails a process of learning and mastery. Directly becoming a formal member and participating in supernatural missions felt like an unfathomable concept. Dunn turned and took 2 steps toward the crossroads before suddenly turning back. There is one more thing. I knew it. Klein had grown accustomed to his captain's style. We have made some progress regarding the actions of the secret order, Dunn stated with his usual demeanor. In the short term, they should not dare to provoke us again. However, do not let your guard down, for we cannot ascertain the significance of that Antigonus family tome to them. From our findings, it is evident that they retain certain ancient customs tied to the Solomon Empire and the fallen nobility of that era. I understand. Thank you, Captain. Klein exhaled, realizing this was one of the reasons he was so eager to seize the opportunity to become extraordinary. As he watched Dunn depart, confirming that he would not turn back for further comments, Klein stepped into the alchemy room. Inside, long tables were adorned with test tubes, droppers, scales, and beakers, resembling a chemistry lab he had encountered in a previous life, albeit in a more rudimentary and archaic form. Additionally, there were large iron cauldrons, black wooden spoons, transparent crystal orbs, and various peculiar symbols of dark sanctity, all contributing to an air of mystery. Klein surveyed the room with keen interest, but refrained from touching anything recklessly. After a while, footsteps approached, and old Neil entered, carrying a complexly patterned silver box. He was still clad in an antiquated black robe and donned a matching round-crowned felt hat. Young lad, I did not expect you to choose the diviner, old Neil remarked as he set the silver box down, casting a glance at Klein with his murky dark red eyes. You possess a character reminiscent of my younger self, unyielding and nonconformist. Excellent. Light these gas lamps and close the concealed door. Very well. Klein suppressed a shiver as he ignited the gas lamps one by one, allowing a faint light to reclaim the space. With a soft click, the concealed door shut. He turned back to find old Neil, whose white hair framed his deeply wrinkled face, brushing the black iron cauldron with a few strange twigs he had bound together. The preparation of sequence potions is quite simple, at least for those below sequence 7. It requires no special flame, no additional rituals, and not even incantations or the involvement of one's own spirit. One merely needs to follow the recipe's sequence, accurately adding the materials in precise amounts and stirring briefly. Old Neil smiled, his wrinkles seemingly blossoming. Indeed, Klein replied, somewhat incredulously. This sounds almost as uncomplicated as my transformation ritual. Oh, thinking about it sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps this is the grace of the divine. Hail the goddess. Old Neil made an unorthodox circular gesture over his chest. Then, he opened the silver box and retrieved an ancient-looking scroll of parchment. The yellowish-brown parchment unfurled inch by inch, revealing words that Klein recognized as Hermetic script. They were inscribed with ink reminiscent of blood, seemingly retaining the essence of flowing liquid, yet offered no other extraordinary sensations. Diviner, 100 milliliters of pure water, 13 drops of nightshade juice, 7 leaves of mint. Klein recited the contents of the formula, but the subsequent details were obscured by Old Neil's elbow, rendering them unreadable. Pure water is simply repeatedly distilled water, which I had prepared earlier, thus no time was wasted. As Old Neil explained, he deftly retrieved a large, graduated glass jar from the long table. He unscrewed the lid and casually poured approximately 100 milliliters of pure water into the large iron pot. Klein refrained from questioning him, fearing it might disrupt the delicate preparation, as he would ultimately be the one consuming the potion. 13 drops of nightshade juice. This could be extracted and preserved as essential oil. Old Neil produced a small brown vial from a silver box, skillfully using a dropper to add 13 drops into the iron pot. A subtle, soothing fragrance wafted through the air, bringing an unexpected calmness to Klein's spirit. 7 leaves of mint. Old Neil picked up a tin can adorned with silver patterns, removed the lid, and, with bare hands, pinched several leaves, scattering them into the pot, releasing a fresh yet invigorating aroma. 4, 5, 6, 7, just right. Old Neil chuckled and glanced at the parchment bearing the potion's recipe. 3 drops of toadstool juice. This is not something you should consume recklessly. It can cause paralysis and rigidity, leading to death. In ancient times, it was a favored choice for suicide. I am not foolish, Klein thought to himself. Old Neil swapped droppers and added the toadstool juice into the iron pot, producing a peculiar aroma that sharpened the senses. 9 grams of dragon's blood powder. Old Neil calmly reached into a silver box, retrieving a transparent test tube filled with a pitch-black powder. He meticulously measured out 9 grams using a beaker and scale before pouring it into the pot, stirring it twice with a black wooden spoon. Klein felt a twinge of unease, sensing an inherent unreliability in the process. In truth, the earlier materials were merely auxiliary. Slight variations in quantity would not affect the overall outcome. Should I add a bit more? Old Neil jested, noting that the remaining 2 components were crucial. Their proportions could be slightly reduced, but not deviated too far, lest your ascension fail. Indeed, their measurements must be precise, for even a slight excess could lead to mental afflictions. And death was not an uncommon fate. Klein immediately steeled himself, observing as Old Neil produced a black glass vial. The blood of the lava octopus, 10 milliliters. This cephalopod belongs to an extraordinary species, exhibiting distinct mutations, adorned with enigmatic symbols. Its blood rapidly decomposes under sunlight, losing its uniqueness, thus must be stored in opaque materials. Old Neil's tone shifted from casual to serious as he swiftly and carefully drew 10 milliliters of blood into a test tube. The blood shimmered with a sky-like azure hue, occasionally bubbling with ethereal foam, as if connecting to a realm of spirit. Pour the blood from the test tube into the pot. Disregard the residue, as it serves to prevent excess, Old Neil murmured. As the azure blood mingled with the previous liquids, a cacophony erupted within the pot, and the surrounding light took on a pale blue tint, evoking in Klein a strange sense of familiarity intertwined with the distant. It felt akin to an experience within the womb, elevating the soul. Lastly, star crystal, 50 grams. Old Neil's voice resonated in Klein's ears, pulling him back to the present as he refocused on the long table. The elderly gentleman held a piece of crystal, pristine to the utmost degree, resembling gelatin, lacking sufficient hardness. Bathed in the soft blue light, it sparkled with minute glimmers, as if concealing a dazzling cosmos within. This is an excellent material for crafting divination crystals. Just a tad less, accounting for discrepancies, Old Neil remarked while weighing and cutting with a patterned silver knife. Pure water, nightshade, mint leaves, toadstool juice. Dragon's blood powder, lava octopus blood, star crystal. The formula replayed in Klein's mind involuntarily. With preparations complete, Old Neil tossed a few small pieces of star crystal into the iron pot. A hissing sound erupted, and an ethereal mist enveloped the alchemy room, shrouding it in obscurity. Within this haze, Klein felt as though he beheld the cosmos and sensed the gaze of intangible existences upon him. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, Old Neil used a black wooden spoon to scoop out a viscous, deep blue liquid from the pot. It possessed a curious property, intertwining and refusing to separate, leaving not a trace behind in the black iron pot. The deep blue liquid was poured into an opaque cup, and Old Neil gestured towards it, stating, "Here is your diviner potion." Chapter 32. Spiritual Vision. Klein gazed at the viscous, deep blue liquid, which was difficult to describe as either a cup or a block, and swallowed hard. Do I simply drink this? Is there no need for any additional preparation? Perhaps a ritual, incantation, or a prayer? Old Neil chuckled softly. Preparation? Certainly. First, enjoy a glass of Indesalmir wine, then indulge in a Dissy cigar, hum a melodious tune, perform a lively court dance, or if you prefer, a tap dance. Finally, let us engage in a game of Gwent. Noticing Klein's increasingly dazed expression, Old Neil summarized his previous comments with a grin. If you feel anxious, you have quite the sense of humor. Klein's lips twitched slightly as he resisted the impulse to draw his gun. He set his cane aside, extended his right hand, and lifted the opaque cup as though it were a weighty object. The potion's taste was faint, ethereal, almost non-existent. Young man, do not hesitate. The more you hesitate, the more tense and fearful you will become, which will adversely affect your absorption of the potion, Old Neil remarked, turning his back to Klein as he casually walked to the nearby sink and turned on the tap, washing his hands. Klein nodded silently, took a deep breath, and, reminiscent of his childhood when he pinched his nose to take medicine, raised the opaque cup to his lips, tilting his head back to gulp it down. The cool, slippery sensation rapidly filled his mouth, coursing down his esophagus and settling in his stomach. The viscous, deep blue liquid seemed to sprout slender tentacles, the chill and excitement piercing through every cell of Klein's being. He involuntarily convulsed, his vision blurring rapidly, all colors intensifying. Reds became redder, blues bluer, blacks blacker, forming vibrant patches that jumbled together like an impressionist master's splattered canvas. This scene was reminiscent of an earlier experience he had during the inquiry with the medium. Delhi. At this moment, his vision was hazy and his thoughts scattered yet lucid, akin to a castaway floating upon the sea. Gradually, he began to discern the surrounding scenery. All colors distinctly overlapped, a grayish mist wafting gently about. Around him were indescribable forms, some so transparent they seemed not to exist at all. In the depths, beams of pure, vibrant light of various colors appeared, seemingly alive, or perhaps harboring boundless knowledge. This resembles what I witnessed during the transport ritual. Klein instinctively looked down, realizing he was still standing in place, his body twitching. Suddenly, clarity struck him, and his consciousness sank sharply, merging with his physical form. Boom. The mist dissipated rapidly, colors returned to normalcy, and the radiant light and non-existent objects vanished in an instant. The alchemical laboratory returned to its usual state. Yet Klein felt as though his head were swelling, threatening to burst, every object appearing with countless afterimages, while ethereal whispers echoed in his ears. Hanachis. Fragra. Hanachis. Fragra. Hanachis. Fragra. A sharp pain shot through Klein's forehead, and a surge of impulsive desire to vent and destroy filled his mind. He furrowed his brow, shaking his head repeatedly. Is my vision abnormal? Am I hearing things I could not before? Old Neil inquired with a smile. Yes, Mr. Neil, what should I do? Klein asked, suppressing the intense mania rising within him. Old Neil chuckled lightly. This is due to the potion's power overflowing, and your lack of control. Now, follow my instructions. Envision a simple, common object in your mind, something easy to imagine. Klein focused his attention, picturing his half-high black silk top hat, contemplating its texture and form. He concentrated all his focus on it, repeatedly visualizing it. Do you feel any better? Old Neil's voice penetrated his thoughts like a soothing melody. As Klein directed his attention to the imagined silk hat, he noticed the whispers gradually diminishing until they ceased, and the afterimages in his vision began to merge, becoming clearer. Much better, Klein exhaled, calming the chaos within him. He glanced down at his body and found no signs of abnormality. Moving his limbs, he half expectantly, half doubtfully asked, Have I succeeded? Am I considered a diviner now? Old Neil produced a mercury-coated mirror from nearby and held it up before Klein. Look into your eyes. Klein peered into the mirror and beheld his reflection. A black hat atop his head, features slightly defined, an ordinary visage except for the beads of sweat dotting his face. Seemingly unchanged. Following Old Neil's guidance, he focused intently on his eye area, only then realizing that his once brown irises had darkened considerably, resembling the depths of a lightless abyss, as if capable of absorbing the souls of others. Under normal circumstances, deep brown pupils could easily be mistaken for black, and without careful scrutiny, even Klein struggled to notice the difference. This is the manifestation of the potion's power. Once you master meditation and learn to harness it, your eyes will return to normal, Old Neil said with a smile, extending his right hand. Congratulations, new extraordinary being, our diviner. Thank you, Klein replied, shaking his hand. Mr. Neil, when can I learn meditation? Right now. The basics of meditation are quite simple, especially for extraordinary beings, Old Neil said cheerfully. What you just did, visualizing an object in your mind to redirect your focus and contain the overflowing power, is actually the first step of meditation. Do it again. Klein closed his eyes and once more envisioned that half-high black silk hat. His attention seemed to concentrate more easily than before. Soon, distractions surged forth, yet they fell away, leaving only the imagined hat. He allowed his mind to empty slightly, then replaced the envisioned object with something that did not exist in this world, an entirely imagined creation. You must adhere to this rule. Only then can you enter meditation, gradually merging with the transcendent eye, the infinite eye, the cosmic eye, attaining insights and revelations of truth. Acquiring knowledge that only one can comprehend, this is what we call the mystical experience in the realm of mysticism, old Neil explained in a calming tone. For now, just listen to the rest. The most important thing is to enter meditation. Does something that doesn't exist in this world count? What about something from Earth? Klein pondered, trying to replace the half-high black silk hat with a long, thick, olive-green intercontinental ballistic missile he had seen on television. However, no matter how he visualized it, he could only concentrate more deeply. It appears that one work. Klein had no choice but to unleash his imagination, conjuring a sphere of light, then creating many similar entities and drawing them close together. The light spheres overlapped, filled with a sense of fantasy, and Klein's thoughts gradually emptied, drifting as if floating. His body and spirit settled into tranquility, and the previous illusory gray mist filled with non-existent objects and pure light re-emerged, quietly suspended in the air, within reach. Spirituality extended inch by inch, and Klein quietly observed it, feeling it, containing it. Excellent. Truly worthy of being a diviner. Your entrance into meditation is remarkably smooth. Just a notch below my own experience, old Neil chuckled. With that, I shall begin teaching you the most commonly used, simplest, yet most promising ability in the realm of mysticism, spiritual vision. He extinguished the gas lamps one by one, yet opened the hidden door to the alchemical chamber, casting an unusual dimness upon Klein's surroundings, sufficient to discern the outlines of objects. Very well, maintain your current state. Raise your hands before you, with your index fingers opposing yet not touching. Open your eyes and allow them to adjust to the darkness. Following old Neil's instructions, Klein proceeded step by step, observing the outlines of his opposing fingers in the surrounding objects. Although he should have reclined to fully relax his body, given the success of his meditation, they continued. Old Neil chuckled softly, directing Klein's focus to the space behind his hands, must be behind, then gradually moved his fingers, ensuring they remained relative yet untouched, and within sight. Klein listened calmly, fixing his gaze on the void behind his palms, allowing his fingers to move slowly within his line of vision. Once, twice, thrice. Suddenly, he perceived a flicker of crimson between his fingers. Ah, he uttered in surprise. You see the color? Excellent. This marks the initial stages of spiritual sight. The color you observe is your own aura, old Neil remarked with a chuckle. Do not rush. Repeat this several times to stabilize before exploring other areas. Meanwhile, I shall take this opportunity to explain the meanings of different colors. Very well, Klein replied, moving his fingers back and forth, intently scrutinizing that flicker of red. Old Neil pondered briefly before elaborating. In simple terms, the mainstream field of mysticism categorizes the non-physical aspects of individuals into 4 layers. The innermost is the spiritual body, which embodies each person's fundamental spirituality. The animist perspective asserts that all living beings possess spirituality and a spiritual body. I am not certain about other aspects, but for the seeker, the purpose of meditation and the means to enhance power both point towards the spiritual body. Beyond the spiritual body lies the stellar body, which serves as the conduit for communication with the spiritual realm and the cosmos, representing the external manifestation of the former, directly linked to your will and current emotions. The visions you perceive after consuming magical potions are manifestations seen by the stellar body wandering the spirit world, where the rules of the material realm do not apply, involving the transcendent self, the infinite self, the cosmic self, where past, present, and future may overlap, which serves as the foundation for divination. In the spirit world, what you see are merely images, mere symbols, requiring interpretation to discern their specific meanings. Divination and many other forms of magic are enacted through the stellar body. Do not confuse its relationship and distinction with the spiritual body. One is the essence, the other its application. Klein continued to observe the aura at his fingertips, summarizing succinctly. Further out lies the mental body, which begins to integrate with the physical form. This pertains to the brain, representing a synthesis of your reasoning abilities, cognitive capabilities, insight, and understanding of the world. Certain potions primarily aim to enhance this aspect, and many magic spells target it as well. Old Neil elaborated in great detail. The outermost layer is the etheric body, which signifies your life, energy, and physical condition. The colors of the aura you perceive are the external symbols of the etheric body, meaning that, through spiritual sight, you can not only directly observe some spirits, ghosts, and vengeful entities, perhaps even some presences that ought not to be seen, but also perceive others' etheric bodies, or auras, thereby judging their health and emotional states through varying thickness, brightness, and colors. As your spiritual sight enhances and your knowledge of mysticism deepens, you may discover even more intricate details, allowing you to gauge the longevity of others. Indeed, I previously mentioned emotional states, as the stellar body also has some external manifestations. Once you elevate your sequence, achieving a remarkably strong level of spiritual sight, You might even glimpse another stellar body, thereby gaining further insights, a level attainable only by extraordinary individuals such as diviners and seekers. Some claim that at the peak of spiritual sight, one can perceive anything anywhere, including past and future. However, I am somewhat skeptical of that. That sounds quite impressive. Klein felt a burgeoning sense of aspiration. Old Neil cleared his throat and continued. Let us return to the colors of the etheric body, or aura. Areas associated with movement, such as your limbs, will exhibit red. The head and surface of the brain will display purple. Areas related to excretion and detoxification will appear orange. The digestive system will manifest yellow. The heart and regulatory systems will exhibit green. The throat and parts of the nervous system will show blue. Overall balance will envelop the body in white. These signify health. Should they dim, thicken, or change color, it indicates issues in the corresponding areas, suggesting fatigue or illness. Additionally, the inner layer of the stellar body corresponds to colors representing current emotions. Red signifies passion and excitement. Orange denotes warmth and contentment. Yellow reflects joy and extroversion. Green indicates tranquility and harmony. Blue suggests calmness and contemplation. White symbolizes brightness and positivity. Dark hues denote melancholy, sadness, and silence, while purple signifies dominance of spirituality, coldness, and detachment. Klein silently absorbed this, stabilizing his nascent spiritual sight. Very well, you may now observe other phenomena, Old Neil concluded, nodding. Klein slowly turned his head to gaze at Old Neil, indeed discovering varying colors and thicknesses of aura enveloping him, the purple around his head shining brightly, while the red of his limbs appeared somewhat dim, and the overall white was rather thin. Indeed, age seems to have taken its toll. Klein mused silently. At this moment, having perceived these nuances, he truly felt himself becoming an extraordinary being. I am an extraordinary being now. He shifted his gaze, scrutinizing Old Neil closely, but suddenly, he noticed a pair of eyeless, cold, and somewhat transparent eyes gazing from the void behind him. These nearly ethereal eyes were fixated on Old Neil, and on him. This. Klein shivered, opening his mouth, exclaiming, "There are eyes behind you." Old Neil paused for a moment, then forced a smile, saying, "Pay it no mind." As Old Neil spoke, the ethereal eyes lurking in the darkness swiftly vanished, leaving no trace, even for Klein, in his state of spiritual sight. "This is a manifestation of ritual magic," Old Neil explained with a chuckle. "Quite remarkable. Is spiritual sight an enhanced form of the yin-yang eye?" Klein, like a child who has acquired a new toy, eagerly shifted his gaze to examine every corner of the room, curious to discern the differences between the current alchemical chamber and the previous one. The dimness outlined the contours of the objects. The long table, test tubes, scales, cups, and cabinets appeared unchanged, devoid of any radiance. Do lifeless objects lack spirituality? Klein pondered silently, his gaze sweeping over a small silver box on the table. Suddenly, he perceived a luminous presence within, sometimes azure like the sky, sometimes resplendent like the stars, sometimes crimson as if ablaze. Materials derived from extraordinary entities seem to possess some vitality, or perhaps liveliness, even if the original owner has perished. Klein carefully chose his words, filled with curiosity as he inquired about this with Old Neil. An accurate description would be that their spirituality lingers, which is one of the keys to the successful concoction of potions, and also a source of chaos for the extraordinary. Dunn should have informed you, Old Neil calmly explained. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, recalling something. I remember that the recipe for the corpse collector includes dried adult spotted frogs. Consuming such a potion requires an immense amount of courage. Klein imagined this and felt a bit nauseated. He refrained from echoing Old Neil's sentiment and shifted his gaze to the dim surroundings lacking sufficient illumination. However, there were none of the nearly imperceptible spirits or ghosts he had anticipated. Isn't the realm of the spirits said to be omnipresent? He voiced his puzzlement. Old Neil chuckled, saying, "Young one, repeat after me. This is the headquarters of the Night Watchers, the underground of the Church of the Night Goddess, home to numerous extraordinary beings. Do you think we would allow spirits and souls to roam freely here? Furthermore, the world of spirits and spirits themselves are two distinct concepts." Klein felt a bit embarrassed. Turning his head to feign interest in the faint gaslight illuminating the entrance of the dark door, "I understand." As he spoke, an involuntary twitch began in the center of his forehead, as if spasming. What is happening? Just as Klein was about to turn and inquire, he suddenly spotted a nearly translucent figure standing silently at the edge of the bright yellow light emanating from deeper within the dark door. It took on a human shape, its aura blending perfectly with the dim environment, making it hard to discern. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through Klein's forehead, and his vision became muddled. When he focused again, there was nothing there. Strange. He turned back and said, "Mr. Neil, my forehead is twitching and it hurts a bit." Haha, that is perfectly normal. As a newly ascended extraordinary being, spiritual sight places a significant burden on your spiritual entity, constantly consuming your energy, manifesting externally as twitching in the forehead, sharp pains in the head, heightened sensitivity, and occasional hallucinations. Additionally, in a state of spiritual sight, you may easily feel discomfort in unfamiliar environments and be influenced by others' emotions. These are all matters requiring attention, which must be adapted to and mitigated through repeated practice. Furthermore, moderation in usage and timely cessation are essential. Old Neil replied with a smile. You seem to have a rather pleasurable demeanor. Klein hurriedly inquired, how does one exit the state of spiritual sight? He had intended to mention the formless figure he had just seen but retracted the thought upon hearing about the potential for hallucinations. Combine the twitching and pain in the forehead, and one can easily deduce Neil's response. Just imagine an object as before, focus your attention, then switch to a meditative state. Close your eyes, control your spirituality, and repeatedly instruct it to cease. Afterward, open your eyes again, and you will find the spiritual sight has ended. Old Neil described leisurely, adding at the end, of course, this is the most cumbersome and clumsy method. Through practice, we can repeatedly suggest to ourselves in meditation, thereby influencing our spirituality. Leaving behind a simple switch action. For instance, I lightly tap my forehead twice, and I can easily activate spiritual sight. Tapping twice again will simply deactivate it. How you set this up depends on your own habits and preferences. Understood. Klein contemplated and decided to mimic Old Neil, using the action of lightly tapping his forehead twice as the switch for spiritual sight. One tap might easily be confused with an instinctive head knock, and 3 taps could waste precious time in a crisis. As for snapping fingers or similar actions, they are too distinctive and conspicuous. He focused his attention, visualizing gathered orbs of light, and re-entered a meditative state. Under Old Neil's guidance, after repeated suggestions and practice, he finally established the switch action. Clenching his fist, he tapped the base of his index finger on his forehead twice, and suddenly before him appeared a variety of auras in differing shades and intensities. Tapping twice again, everything returned to its previous state, devoid of any peculiarity. Finally mastered, he exclaimed with joy. It was only then that he realized he was so fatigued he felt he could fall asleep at any moment, his head feeling as if he had stayed awake for 3 consecutive nights. Old Neil smiled and said, "We are not sleepless ones. After excessive practice or prolonged use of spiritual sight, one requires a period of rest to recover. You can head home now and take a good rest. In the afternoon, take a stroll along the road to Welch's residence at Iron Cross Street, hoping to discover clues about the Antigonus family notes as soon as possible. Tomorrow, we will continue our teachings on mystical knowledge, and of course, do not forget to read those historical texts." All right. Klein wholeheartedly agreed with Old Neil's arrangements. Grasping his staff, he exited the alchemy room, watching the dark door close as Old Neil returned to the armory. Klein rubbed his forehead and temples, grasping the handrail as he ascended the stairs step by step. At that moment, Dunsmith approached from behind, a slight smirk on his lips, his gaze deep and meaningful as he remarked, "From what I hear from Old Neil, you are quite adept, whether in meditation or spiritual sight. Perhaps it is merely the specialty of a diviner." Klein humbly replied. He suspected Dunn had just been guarding the armory for Old Neil. Dunn slowed his pace, just slightly ahead of Klein, and after a few moments of silence, he said without turning, "Remember, curiosity can kill the cat, as well as extraordinary beings. Do not attempt to probe into whispers you should not hear or the existences you should not see." Understood. Klein recognized this as yet another reminder regarding the loss of control among extraordinary beings. Entering the Blackthorn Security Company, he greeted Rosen, who was evidently still unaware that she had become extraordinary, and slowly walked out the door. He boarded a trackless public carriage back to Daffodil Street, nearly dozing off along the way. It was still morning, with the temperature hovering around 26 or 27 degrees. Klein retrieved the brass key from his belt and unlocked his front door. Inside, many items were yet to be acquired. The living room and dining room were both rather empty, and Banson and Melissa had already left for work and studies. Klein paid no further heed to these matters, promptly closed the door behind him, and hurried upstairs into his own room, which boasted a bookshelf. After shedding his tailcoat and hanging it on the coat rack, he eagerly collapsed onto the bed, and the moment his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber. Klein was awakened by the brilliant sunlight. Turning his head slowly to open his eyes, discovering that the sun was shining brightly outside. "What time is it? I hope I haven't missed the afternoon tarot gathering." Struggling to get out of bed, he walked toward the coat rack, as his pocket watch remained tucked inside the inner pocket of his tailcoat. He had forgotten this detail, along with neglecting to close the bedroom door and draw the curtains of the bay window. Snap! Klein pulled out his pocket watch, pressed it open, and instantly felt relieved. It was only just past 12, leaving him ample time before the agreed-upon 3 o'clock meeting. Today was Monday, the day of the Hangman and Justice gathering. Klein assumed a thoughtful posture, tapping his forehead twice. Once again, his surroundings shifted, and he saw his own aura restored to a vibrant hue. tapping twice more. He exited spiritual sight, strolling leisurely to the first floor. He boiled a kettle of water, steeped some inferior tea leaves, and paired it with a bit of cream as he nibbled on a slice of rye bread. Afterwards, Klein retrieved his history textbook and the original owner's notes, leisurely embarking on a review and consolidation of knowledge. At 2:57 in the afternoon, Klein closed his books, capped his pen, and swiftly drew the curtains shut. He then locked the bedroom door, plunging the room into profound darkness. He tapped his forehead twice again to activate spiritual sight and surveyed his surroundings. Confirming that there were no formless spirits within the room, Klein ended his spiritual sight, took out his pocket watch, and checked the time. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At 1:03, he took a step forward, moving counterclockwise as before, taking 4 steps to form a square, all the while silently reciting the corresponding incantations in Chinese. However, this time, he had not prepared a main offering. Klein closed his eyes, feeling a slight itch on the back of his hand, as if the 4 black dots that formed a small square were becoming more pronounced and manifest. Echoes of frenzied screams and tempting whispers began to reverberate. Yet Klein noticed that his headache was not as severe as it had been previously. It was not that he was unaffected, but rather that he could exert himself to refrain from actively listening. As an extraordinary individual, he had gained a modicum of self-control in such an environment. Soon, his body felt lighter, and he began to float upwards, witnessing an expanse of grayish-white, boundless, and nebulous mist, along with deep red stars, 2 of which seemed to bear a subtle connection to him, invoking an unusual sense of familiarity. Klein glanced at his indistinct form and, in a moment of confusion, whispered, "The star spirit body that old Neil spoke of." He remained calm for a few seconds before conjuring the magnificent temple above the gray mist once more, along with the bronze long table situated directly beneath the vast dome, and the 22 high-backed chairs, each symbolizing a different constellation. Klein quietly approached the head of the table and sat down, enveloping his body and face in an even denser gray mist. He then extended his right hand, pointing towards the 2 familiar deep red stars, forging a wondrous connection. Chapter 34. The prepaid reward in a windowless basement. The rugged and profound silhouette of Algie Wilson sat beside a long table adorned with an array of vessels and parchment scrolls. Before him stood a half-burnt candle, its dim yellow flame casting flickering shadows upon the surrounding objects in the table's surface, creating an atmosphere of ethereal mystery. Algie's hair was disheveled like seaweed, a deep blue bordering on black, and he wore a robe embroidered with lightning motifs. His hands were clasped together, thumbs aligned, as he leaned forward, intently gazing at a bottle of pitch-black liquid to his left. The sealed bottle occasionally emitted the howling sound of a tempest, followed by the resonant roar of the ocean, while a faint mist undulated in the uncovered areas, as if sprouting eyes and a mouth. Algie glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that the hour hand pointed to 3 o'clock. He pinched his temples, his eyes suddenly darkening, and the various vessels on the table shimmered with a subtle glow. At that moment, a wave of deep crimson light surged forth, engulfing him entirely. In the luxurious hall residence in Beakland, Queens, Audrey had dismissed her dance instructor and securely locked the door behind her, sitting upright at her vanity. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, flowers bloomed vibrantly, and on the table lay an exquisitely bound blank notebook made of light brown parchment, quietly open. Beside it rested a fountain pen, its tip golden and its body inlaid with red gemstones. Audrey tested the pen, assuring herself that as soon as she left the gathering, she could swiftly pick it up to record the formula. How thrilling it was! She inhaled deeply, suppressing her excitement, and gazed into the mirror. Yet, she could not see her reflection. Only a deep crimson and illusory glow erupted from her surroundings and within her. Above the gray mist, within a temple that seemed to be the abode of a giant king, deep red hues blossomed around a bronze table, cascading like a fountain, sculpting 2 indistinct figures whose positions remained unchanged since last observed. The tall, golden-haired Audrey instinctively looked upward, where a figure reclined amidst the thick gray mist, one hand resting on the table's edge, the other absent-mindedly stroking their chin. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey called out cheerfully. She then turned her gaze to the opposite side and greeted, "Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman." The girl seemed blissfully unaware, confirming my character without a hint of fear. A well-protected noble maiden, Klein smiled, maintaining his enigmatic demeanor as he replied, "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." As he spoke, he lowered his head slightly and tapped his forehead twice with his raised left hand. In an instant, his perspective shifted, and he perceived the vibrant aura emanating from Justice and the Hangman. The surrounding gray mist and deep crimson stars remained unchanged, devoid of anything that appeared non-existent or any radiant luminescence with a semblance of life. His gaze shifted, and Klein noted that the colors of Justice's aura perfectly aligned with old Neil's descriptions. The reds were red, the purples were purple, the blues were blue, and the whites were white. all exuding a bright luster and just the right thickness, unmistakably vibrant like a spirited young woman. Her emotional hues were a blend of red and yellow, joyful, passionate, exuberant. Klein made his judgment, directing his attention towards the hanged man similar to Justice. The hanged man's aura bore no peculiarities. However, his emotions were predominantly blue, interspersed with hints of orange. Calm, contemplative, cautious, and a touch of satisfaction. With his initial attempt, Klein wasn't entirely confident in his conclusion. Just as he was about to shift his gaze away, he suddenly noticed something peculiar. The innermost layer of the hanged man's aura seemed entirely unified in color and sensation. Klein concentrated, peering more closely, and faintly discerned that deep within the hanged man's ethereal form lay a profound blue akin to the depths of the sea, evoking the feeling of tempestuous winds and surging waves. His star spirit? Or perhaps the outer layer of his star spirit? It appeared that he was indeed extraordinary, seemingly even more potent than old Neil. Klein's thoughts swirled, filled with uncertainty. Perhaps it was merely due to this unique environment. Perhaps it was only because this was my domain that I could perceive such things, and not because old Neil lacked similar manifestations. He glanced back at Justice, confirming that this was a trait exclusive to the extraordinary. At this moment, Algie also concluded his greeting. Audrey took a deep breath, brimming with anticipation as she inquired, "Mr. Hangman, have you received the box of shark blood?" Algie glanced at Klein, who was lightly tapping his forehead as if pondering other matters. "Thank you very much. It perfectly met all my expectations. I truly did not anticipate that you could deliver it so swiftly. Shark blood is not an ordinary extraordinary substance," Algie replied candidly. Audrey smiled modestly. "I am delighted to see this outcome." Having been fascinated by the mysterious since childhood, she had made friends within the noble circles who shared similar interests, exchanging information, books, and rare items. However, none had ever acquired supernatural abilities to become a true extraordinary being. Though several princes had hinted that if she were to become a princess, she would receive gifts of her desire. Nonetheless, the shark blood this time was directly obtained from her family's treasury. After all, the inventory listed a large bottle without specifying the exact volume or indicating whether it was full. She believed that taking a small portion would go unnoticed. And even if an accident occurred and it was discovered, her parents would likely not pursue the matter. Algie cast a deep glance at the fool shrouded in gray mist before turning back and smiling. "According to our agreement, I shall disclose the formula for the potion audience now. Allow me a moment to prepare." "All right, let us begin." Audrey inhaled deeply, focusing all her attention. The preparation of low-sequence potions was quite simple. One merely needed to add the ingredients in the prescribed order, but it was imperative to remember that a lesser quantity was preferable to an excess, as that could lead to significant issues. "Surely, you have heard of extraordinary individuals losing control. I need not reiterate, correct?" Algie first outlined the precautions. Audrey nodded gently. "I fully understand." As she spoke, she cast a glance at the fool, curious whether this mysterious figure had any additional insights. Unfortunately, in her line of sight, the fool sat quietly, like a statue. Algie contemplated for a moment and continued, "Less does not necessarily mean deviating too far. If you lack assistance, I suggest you spend time familiarizing yourself with chemical experiments. I have a family tutor in that regard." Audrey responded effortlessly, "I have no burdens." Algie then elaborated on the maximum deviation permissible, before fluidly reciting, "Audience, sequence 9 potion, 80 milliliters of pure water, add 5 drops of colchicum essence, 13 grams of cow's tooth peony powder, 7 petals of fairy flower, a pair of adult munher fish eyes, and 35 milliliters of black goatfish blood." The last two ingredients were primary components, both sourced from extraordinary marine species, so utmost caution was essential. "Yes," Audrey recalled and began to repeat, 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of colchicum essence, 13 grams of cow's tooth, peony powder. Algie offered reminders. With his assistance, Audrey gradually memorized the formula in the correct order, yet she remained somewhat uneasy, muttering to herself, repeating it over and over. "Do you understand meditation?" Alger nodded in acknowledgement of justice and continued, "I am uncertain of your understanding of meditation, so allow me to describe it. After consuming the potion, one must commence meditation promptly, mastering one's spirit and power. It is imperative to practice daily to genuinely harness the potion's potency, uncover its symbolic significance, and delve into its deeper mysteries. Only then can one mitigate the peril of losing control. The essence of the potion's symbolism lies in its name, such as the observer." Klein listened intently to their discourse, initially intending to remain silent, merely absorbing and learning. Yet, upon hearing this, a sudden idea sparked within him. Audrey listened attentively to the hanged man's exposition, poised to inquire about a few details, when she was abruptly interrupted by a soft tapping on the table. She and Alger turned in unison to gaze at the enigmatic figure of Klein, the fool, who was lightly tapping with his fingers and spoke in a deep, measured tone. "It is not mastery, but digestion. It is not excavation, but performance. The name of the potion serves not only as a symbol but also as an image. And indeed, it is the key to digestion. Audrey was taken aback, her mind swirling with confusion, struggling to grasp the essence of the fool's expression. Subconsciously, she glanced at the hanged man for a reaction, only to find him momentarily stiffened, as if an ordinary person had been startled by a sudden thunderclap. Digestion, performance. Digestion, performance. Digestion, performance, key. Alger murmured repeatedly, as if grasping some elusive truth or perhaps ensnared by an arcane spell. After a spell, he lifted his head, his voice hoarse. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Your insight is as precious as life itself. It has illuminated many matters for me, though I am certain I have yet to fully comprehend its entirety. Klein maintained his enigmatic demeanor, smiling as he replied, this is a prepayment. In truth, he himself was still somewhat unclear about the precise meaning of his earlier words, yet he was certain that Emperor Roselle surpassed the average extraordinary individual. Indeed stronger than the hanged man prepayment. Audrey observed the hanged man's reaction, understanding the preciousness of the earlier insight. As she pondered, she inquired, Mr. Fool, what is it you wish for us to do? The opposite Alger nodded in agreement. Do you have a task for us? Klein leaned back slightly, casting a glance at both sides, and spoke in a low, soothing voice, assist me in gathering the secret diary of Roselle Gustave. Even if it is but a single page. Chapter 35, Communication of Messages. The secret diary of Russell Gustave? The great Emperor Russell? Indeed. Only matters of such gravity would merit the attention of a personage of Mr. Fool's caliber. Audrey was momentarily taken aback, only to realize she was not at all surprised. It was said that the great Emperor Russell had once perused the blasphemous tablet, and that within the secret cards he crafted lay 22 pathways to divinity, an issue of utmost concern for every high-ranking power. A diary? Is that truly a diary? Alger furrowed his brow, keenly discerning a detail. Mr. Fool referred to the legacy of Russell Gustave as a diary with certainty. How did he know? How could he ascertain that? Was it possible he had unraveled the method to interpret Russell's cryptic script? Confronted with the question from the hanged man, Klein reclined into his chair, hands clasped together, and replied in a relaxed tone, for now, let us treat it as a diary. He neither denied nor confirmed it. It is said that the great Emperor Russell's diary is inscribed in a secret language or symbols of his own invention. Audrey had heard other noble youths mention this, but had never truly encountered it, feeling a surge of curiosity and inquiring aloud. Indeed, Alger answered succinctly. Some believe it to be a unique set of mystical symbols, while others assert it is a form of pictographic writing. Yet, to this day, no one has uncovered the correct method of interpretation, at least to my knowledge. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Klein, seemingly seeking affirmation, or perhaps harboring doubt. That script has evolved over several generations, losing its original pictographic nature. How could one possibly interpret it with your current mindset? Klein maintained a calm demeanor, secretly stifling a laugh. The notion of treating it as mystical symbols instantly conjured absurd and amusing imagery, an evil sorcerer clad in a black hooded robe, rolling up his sleeves to reveal symbols said to possess mysterious powers, inscribed upon his arms. Two enormous cyan simplified characters. Fool. Klein's lips gradually curled into a smile. His spirits lifted. After hearing the hanged man's description, Audrey hesitantly remarked, if the symbols or writings are beyond our comprehension, how shall we convey them to you? Mr. Fool? Or send them to a particular location? That indeed posed an important question. I currently lack a means to receive things covertly. Klein did not rush to respond, his thumbs separating and touching rhythmically as he pondered. Soon, a thought struck him. Since he could conjure a temple and furniture based on his own ideas, could he not allow others to directly imprint what they envisioned in their minds? Let us give it a try. Just then, Audrey and Alger witnessed Mr. Fool, enveloped in a thick gray mist, slowly sit upright and declare, Miss Justice, let us attempt this. Imagine a passage of text infused with the urgency to write it down. Now, grasp the pen beside you and inscribe it upon the paper. Before Klein's words had fully settled, Audrey found a sheet of yellow-brown parchment and a dark red pen before her. With a mix of curiosity and puzzlement, she picked up the pen and, following his instructions, envisioned a verse once penned by the great Emperor Russell. If winter has come, can spring be far behind? After contemplating the text, she grasped the pen, intent on manifesting it in its entirety. Klein sensed her determination and guided her through the process using the pen as a medium. As soon as Audrey set the pen down, a line of words appeared on the parchment. If winter has come, can spring be far behind? Oh, divine! This is truly miraculous! Audrey exclaimed, filled with awe. Then, with a hint of trepidation, she gazed at Klein and asked, Mr. Fool, can you read my thoughts? No. I am merely a facilitator, streamlining the process of you inscribing the words. If you do not wish to express them, no trace will manifest, Klein reassured her in a low, soothing voice. I see. So, As long as we remember the shapes of those symbols or the cryptic script, we can directly present them according to our will? Audrey sighed in relief, pondering aloud. Precisely, Klein replied succinctly. This is indeed an excellent method, Miss Justice. Do not doubt your memory. As a spectator, you will experience considerable enhancement in this regard. Alger, having observed the recent attempt, felt that Mr. Fool was even more enigmatic and powerful than he had imagined. He believed that with his upcoming advancement, he would achieve significant improvement in his own memory. In response, Audrey nodded enthusiastically. That is truly an encouraging insight, Mr. Hangman, regarding the spectator role. Do you have further guidance for me? At this juncture, she turned her gaze upward. Mr. Fool, I shall endeavor to fulfill your task and strive to gather more of the great Emperor Russell's secret diaries. I have mentioned before that I am one who favors equitable exchanges. The remuneration I recently provided corresponds to merely 2 pages of the diary for each. Should there be surplus, I shall offer additional compensation. Klein spoke in a tone that conveyed he was not taking advantage of children. As for the extra compensation, it shall naturally derive from new secret diaries of the great Emperor Russell, thus establishing a beneficial cycle. You are indeed a generous gentleman. Alger paused for a moment, placing his hand over his chest and offering a slight bow. After the gesture, he turned to Justice, reiterating, I emphasize once more, the spectator is always merely a spectator. I understand that many spectators enjoy fantasizing themselves as protagonists or other characters, pouring immense emotion into their roles, laughing, crying, or feeling anger or sorrow in tandem with the drama. Yet such behavior is not befitting of you as a spectator. In the face of the myriad dramas of the mundane world, encountering individuals who consciously or unconsciously play certain roles, you must maintain an attitude of absolute detachment. Only then can you observe them with calmness and objectivity. Discern their habitual gestures, detect their habitual lies, and sense their tension, grasping their true thoughts from the subtle clues. Believe me, each individual, influenced by differing emotions, naturally secretes varying essences and emits distinct scents, yet only a true spectator can perceive them. Once you become emotionally invested, your observations will be skewed, and your sensitivity to others' emotions will deviate. Audrey listened intently, her eyes growing ever brighter. That sounds incredibly, exceptionally intriguing. Klein, meanwhile, found himself stirred by a thought. The requirements for the spectator potion seemed to encapsulate the essence of being an utterly neutral observer. This amounted to a form of role-playing. Role-playing? Could the great Emperor Russell's notion of role-playing imply this? Would I need to assume the role of a diviner, gradually digesting the potion? As Klein pondered this, Alger concluded his explanation of the spectator's requirements, pausing momentarily before suggesting, it appears there is nothing more to address. Perhaps we could engage in casual conversation, discussing occurrences around us. What may seem mundane to oneself could represent vital clues to another. Very well, Klein responded, shaking off his reverie and nodding slightly. He had already resolved to attempt embodying the role of a diviner, as it appeared unlikely to yield any adverse consequences. Shall we begin with you, Mr. Hangman? Audrey expressed her interest in agreement. Alger pondered and remarked, the self-proclaimed Admiral Ludwell, that notorious pirate, has once again embarked on a voyage to explore the easternmost reaches of the Sunia Sea. Ah, the owner of the Black Tulip? Audrey inquired thoughtfully. Indeed, Alger nodded in response. I am quite oblivious to his identity. Klein listened silently, contemplating what information he should divulge, something that would neither expose himself nor fail to yield intelligence. Soon, he reached a resolution, maintaining the enigmatic persona of a fool. He traced the edge of the bronze table with his fingers and stated, to my knowledge, the secret society has lost a tome belonging to the Antagonid family. This information is not exclusive to the Night Watchman of Tension. The secret society and their closely knit extraordinary members are equally aware of it. The Antagonid family's tome? Alger echoed, chuckling softly as he shook his head. I am genuinely curious about the reaction of the Church of the Night Goddess upon learning this news. Why solely the Church of the Night Goddess? Klein astutely sensed a complication but hesitated to voice it, fearing it would compromise the mysterious and profound image of the fool. At that moment, Audrey voiced her confusion. Why are you curious about that? What particular response could the goddess's church have? Alger smiled and replied, the Antagonid family was precisely annihilated by the Church of the Night Goddess. I am uncertain whether this transpired at the twilight of the Fourth Era or in the early days of the current one. This revelation caused Klein's eyes to narrow, an unexpected chill coursing through him. Thus, it seems the Night Watchman's concern for the Antagonid family's tome far surpasses my expectations. Their suggestion for me to become an extraordinary individual, citing some merit and to avert danger, must only constitute a minor fraction of their intentions. They desire my heightened inspiration to aid in locating the tome. This point, the captain did not obscure. He had mentioned it before, though I paid it little heed at the time. After hearing the explanation from the hanged man, Audrey, her interest piqued, spoke up. I never imagined such matters existed. Well, it's my turn now. Let me think of what to say. She tilted her head slightly, resting her hand on her forehead, and with a light laugh, she began. Yesterday, my etiquette instructor was teaching me how to faint. How to do so gracefully and politely. This is a practical skill for evading awkward situations and unpleasant individuals in social gatherings. I was just organizing my thoughts. What I truly wish to convey is that ever since the defeat on the Barrand East Coast, the king, the prime minister, and all the gentlemen have felt immense pressure and possess a fervent desire for change. Chapter 36, a simple question, as Audrey reflected on the words exchanged between her father and brother regarding the current situation. She elaborated, they believe that the government structure is excessively chaotic. Every election, whenever a party changes, a complete turnover occurs from top to bottom, rendering affairs a disarray and significantly lowering efficiency. This not only leads to defeats in war, but also imposes great inconvenience on the populace. Klein was acutely aware that, lacking a point of reference, the Kingdom of Ruin had yet to evolve an examination system for civil servants. The governance by political parties remained in its nascent stages, resulting in many so-called administrative positions being awarded to members and supporters following electoral victories. It is rather surprising that the great Emperor Russell did not establish such a system in Indus, as it seems quite contrary to his character. Could it be that he shifted his focus elsewhere later on? Hanging Man Alge interrupted with a low chuckle. They believe? Their perception appears rather dull. Perhaps after being bitten by the black mosquito, it takes them a year to feel the itch. The black mosquito is a creature from the southern regions of the Kingdom of Ruin, notorious for its potent venom, leaving one desperate to scratch the skin. Audrey raised her hand to cover her mouth, disregarding the jibe from the hanging man, and presented the crux of the earlier discussion. Unfortunately, they have yet to find a suitable alternative to this system. Klein listened intently, sensing the conversation had entered a domain he was well versed in, and smiled gently. This is a straightforward issue. The gluttonous empire, along with the corrupt nation that studies it, possesses remarkably successful advanced experiences. Straightforward? Audrey retorted, slightly surprised. Although her upbringing did not encompass politics, her frequent attendance at discussions led by her father and brother had granted her ample understanding in this regard. Klein appeared to revert to the forms of yore, smiling with ease. Examinations, akin to university entrance tests, can be conducted publicly, segmented into 2 or 3 rounds, employing the most objective means to sift out the elite. However, Audrey sensed the potential backlash this might provoke, without affording her the opportunity to articulate her thoughts. Klein continued. Subsequently, these elites would populate the cabinet, county governments, municipal administrations, and various town administrative positions, essentially, the roles that involve direct action, such as the senior secretary of the cabinet. Different requirements for various positions can be assessed in the 2nd or 3rd rounds, allowing for specialized evaluation, as professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. Meanwhile, ministerial, county magistrate, and mayoral positions ought to be reserved for the victorious party, as they rightfully deserve their share of the pie. Alge, who had previously shown little interest in the matter, inadvertently tilted his head, listening intently, while Audrey furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. There is no need to replace everyone all at once. The cabinet and various levels of government would be paralyzed. Examinations could be held annually or every 3 years, allowing for gradual transitions. Then, depending on the kingdom's expansion and the vacancies arising from resignations or aging employees, slots could be systematically allocated. Klein, showcasing his flair for keyboard politics, concluded with a gesture, stating that this design would maximize the inclusion of knowledgeable elites within the government. Regardless of which party is in power and who the ministers are, the bureaucrats could ensure the kingdom's fundamental and relatively effective operation. Of course, the downside is the emergence of the relentless demon of bureaucracy. Audrey pondered this and inquired with a hint of skepticism. So, you mean, even if those ministers turned into curly-haired baboons, it wouldn't have much impact? No, Alge interjected. I believe that a curly-haired baboon would be a better choice than the current ministers. He paused and added, after all, a curly-haired baboon merely needs to eat, sleep, and mate. It would not propose foolish ideas or persist in nonsensical plans. Mr. Hanging Man, it sounds like you might have a rather unsatisfactory superior. Klein, seated at the head of the table, shook his head with a smile. Audrey reflected on the fool's earlier description, and after a moment of astonishment, remarked, this does sound remarkably effective. A simple yet highly efficient approach. She turned to Klein, sincerely praising, Mr. Fool, you must be an elder with profound life experience and exceptional wisdom. Klein's lips twitched slightly as he glanced at the hanging man in justice, remaining silent for a few seconds before stating, let us conclude today's gathering here. Should Miss Justice manage to influence her relatives and propel this matter forward, I shall guide Benson in advance, providing him the opportunity to become a civil servant. Upon reflection, Benson does indeed seem quite suited for this role. However, Justice is unlikely to take the initiative, for should she do so, I would easily deduce her true identity by inquiring with the hanging man about which noble proposed the suggestion. Of course, she could adopt a more subtle approach. As you wish, Audrey and Alge rose simultaneously. Klein leaned back, severing the connection, and observed as the ephemeral figures of justice and the hanging man swiftly disintegrated. Above the gray mist, within a grand hall reminiscent of a divine abode, he remained seated in silence at the head of a bronze table. Unlike the previous occasion, Klein did not plunge into the mist to exit. As one who had become extraordinary, he still possessed ample mental fortitude. He concluded the tarot meeting early, having grasped the Night Watcher's genuine stance towards the Antigonus family notes, and resolved to feign a diligent search rather than simply recline and sleep, which would arouse the suspicions of Dunsmith and others regarding his activities at home. Moreover, today's gains were not insignificant. Klein, seated in the high-backed chair at the head of the bronze table, rested his arms on the armrests, fingers interlaced, as he solemnly surveyed the boundless gray mist, perceiving it as an expanse untouched by human presence for millennia. As he established a connection to summon the projections of justice in the hanging man, he keenly discerned a significant realization. As an extraordinary individual, he still had the capacity to reach out to another deep crimson star. In other words, could he summon another? Klein mused on that sensation, almost convinced he muttered to himself. Yet, he had refrained from impulsive attempts previously, uncertain of the identity and disposition of the newcomer that might arrive. After all, not everyone could seamlessly integrate like Justice and the hanging man, who seemed willing to conceal their true intentions for mutual benefit. If someone akin to Dunsmith were summoned, his recently established clandestine organization would be immediately exposed to the church's scrutiny, placing his future in jeopardy as the nefarious leader. Klein was aware that this gray mist was exceptionally unique, comprehending that it was beyond the capabilities of a sequence such as Dunsmith to unravel. Yet, the existence of extraordinary powers necessitated consideration of divine entities. Klein cautiously believed in the tangible existence of the 7 orthodox deities, though he leaned towards the notion that these deities were merely slightly more powerful than high-sequence individuals and bound by stringent limitations. Since the 5th epoch, aside from a few oracles, they had not manifested any deeds. Forcibly summoning individuals is also an undesirable endeavor. No one wishes to be inexplicably embroiled in mysterious events. Perhaps it is best to wait and see later. Klein sighed and stood up. He expanded his spiritual essence, attuning to his physical presence, and then began to mimic the sensation of a rapid descent. The light and shadow before him immediately shifted, the gray mist and deep crimson receding, as Klein felt as though he had pierced through an endless membrane of water, finally glimpsing the tangible world, revealing the dimly lit chamber around him. This time, he was completely awake, earnestly immersing himself in the experience. Curiously, the gray mist and the spirit realm seemed somewhat distinct. Klein moved his limbs, feeling the palpable nature of flesh and blood. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and approached the desk, reaching out to draw the curtains. With a swift motion, the fabric retreated, allowing sunlight to flood the room. Gazing at the bustling street and the passers-by outside the protruding window, Klein inhaled deeply and murmured to himself, "It is time to venture out and commence my work. How shall I embody the role of the diviner? I must not rush this. For now, I am only capable of spiritual sight." In Beakland, the Queen's district, Audrey Hall beheld her reflection in the mirror. Noting her flushed cheeks and eyes so bright they were almost blinding, she paid little heed to these observations, hastily recalling previous thoughts, and then grasped a gem-studded pen, swiftly inscribing the formula for the potion intended for her audience upon the exquisite parchment: 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of colchicum essence, 13 grams of peony root powder, 7 petals of fairy flower, a pair of adult munner fish eyes, and 35 milliliters of horned blackfish blood. Exhaling, Audrey sighed, reviewing the details repeatedly until she was assured of their accuracy. She felt a surge of impulse to dance, but reminded herself to remain composed. After a moment's thought, she began inscribing various chemical names around the potion's formula, disguising the page as a chaotic tapestry of scientific knowledge. As long as one does not intentionally scrutinize it, a casual glance shall surely overlook the concealed details. Splendid. Audrey commended herself, shifting her thoughts to the procurement of materials. First, I shall search within my family's several treasure troves. For any missing components, I shall see if I can barter with others. If I still cannot gather everything, I shall have to seek the assistance of the fool and the hanged man at the next gathering. What should I offer as compensation? After a moment's contemplation, Audrey closed her notebook and placed it on the small bookshelf in her bedroom, then, with a light step, approached the door and swung it open. A golden retriever sat obediently outside. Audrey's lips curled into a radiant smile, bright as the sun. "Susie, you have completed your task splendidly." In the serialized stories of the newspaper, the detective always has a capable assistant. I believe that behind the true audience, a loyal dog must also follow. In the dimly lit basement, Where only a flickering candle illuminated the space, Algie Wilson raised his palm and scrutinized it closely. After a lengthy pause, he let out a sigh of wonder. It remained so enchanting, utterly elusive in its details. Even with ample preparation, I still cannot fathom how the fool accomplished the summoning. His gaze shifted downward, resting on the parchment scroll upon the long table. At the top of that tawny document, deep blue ink inscribed a line in hermetic script, 7, Navigator. Chapter 37, The Club Beneath the Blazing Afternoon Sun. Klein stepped out of his home. To traverse from Iron Cross Street to Welch's residence, he swapped his formal attire, top hat, and polished leather boots for a linen shirt. A worn brown jacket, a matching felt hat, and old leather shoes, alleviating concerns about sweat tarnishing his expensive suit. As he proceeded along Daffodil Street, he ambled towards Iron Cross Street, casting an instinctive glance at the corner square. The tents had vanished. The circus had concluded its performance and departed. Klein had once fancied that the fortune-telling animal tamer was a concealed powerhouse, drawn to guide him due to his uniqueness, and that there would be subsequent meetings and hints. Yet, nothing of the sort transpired. She had embarked on the circus's next journey. How naive to expect such intricacies. Klein chuckled softly, shaking his head as he turned towards Iron Cross Street. Iron Cross Street was not a singular route, but, true to its name, comprised two intersecting paths. Centered at the crossroads, it branched into Left Street, Right Street, Upper Street, and Lower Street, where Klein, Benson, and Melissa had resided in their apartment. However, the residents of the apartment and the surrounding populace did not consider it Lower Street. They coined the term Middle Street to distinguish it from the impoverished area that lay a mere 200 meters beyond. There, a single bedroom could accommodate 5, 6, or even 10 individuals. Walking along the edge of Left Street, Klein's thoughts wandered to the notes of the Antigonus family, their mysterious disappearance, the night watcher's concern, and the ensuing bloodshed. His mood gradually darkened, and a frown settled upon his face. At that moment, a familiar voice reached his ears. Little Klein. Confused. Klein turned to find himself at the entrance of the Slynn Bakery, where Mrs. Wendy, her hair graying, greeted him with a warm smile and a wave. You don't seem quite happy? Wendy inquired gently. Klein rubbed his face and replied, a little. No matter how many troubles there may be, tomorrow will inevitably come. Mrs. Wendy smiled. Come, help me taste my new sweet iced tea. I'm unsure if it suits the local palate. Local palate? Are you not one of the locals, Mrs. Slynn? Klein chuckled, shaking his head. Tasting it means it's free, right? Mrs. Slynn smirked. You guessed it. I am actually from the South. I came to Tingen with my husband over 40 years ago. Back then, Benson had not yet been born. And your father and mother hadn't even met. I've always found the northern cuisine a bit unpalatable. I often miss the food from my hometown, pork sausages, potato bread, roasted pancakes, fried vegetables and lard, and the special sauce for roasted meats. I also miss sweet iced tea. Klein couldn't help but smile. Mrs. Slynn, that is quite a mouth-watering topic. However, I feel much better now. Thank you. Culinary delights have a way of healing sorrow. Wendy handed Klein a cup of reddish-brown liquid. This is the sweet iced tea I concocted from memory. Tell me if it's delicious. After thanking her, Klein took a sip, finding the drink reminiscent of iced tea from Earth, though less intense, with a richer tea flavor and a refreshing quality that dissipated the heat from the blazing sun. Absolutely splendid, he exclaimed. Then I can rest easy, Wendy said, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she watched Klein finish the sweet iced tea. After a pleasant chat with Mrs. Slynn about moving houses, Klein returned to the street he knew best. In the afternoon, the street vendors had significantly dwindled. They would not regroup until after 5:30, leaving behind a few lackluster individuals. As soon as he turned onto this street, an inexplicable gloom enveloped him, an unshakable sense of oppression, melancholy, and dimness. What could be the cause? He keenly sensed something amiss within himself, halting to survey his surroundings, yet nothing peculiar caught his eye. After a moment's contemplation, Klein raised his hand and lightly tapped his brow twice, as if in deep thought. Instantly, his perception shifted, revealing the aura of the vendors and several passers-by. Before he could assess their vibrant health, he was drawn to the dense, muted hues that symbolized their emotions, while he could not decipher the precise thoughts of those observed. The weight of pessimism, numbness, and gloom imprinted deeply upon his heart. Surveying the area, he noticed the pervasive somber tones, which even the sunlight could not dispel. This was the oppression that had accumulated over countless days, months, and years. With this realization, Klein understood the source of his discomfort. As old Neil had said, once one awakens to the spiritual sight, they can easily feel uneasy in unfamiliar environments and become susceptible to the emotions of others. A similar principle applied to the ability of inspiration, an innate skill acquired upon becoming a diviner, passive and inescapable, allowing one to discern the presence of anomalies. Such awareness would inevitably entail a degree of interaction. Thus, to those endowed with heightened inspiration, the emotional intensity of others becomes glaringly apparent, akin to torches in the night. Consequently, Individuals with strong inspiration would naturally find themselves influenced by such extraordinary and potent atmospheres, necessitating rigorous practice to grasp, control, and adapt. Surely, such oppressive hues must have taken a long time to form, Klein mused with a sigh, feeling a stir of empathy. He tapped his brow again, striving to rein in his sensitivity. Step by step, Klein approached the apartment, attuning himself to any potential anomalies and subtle connections, seeking the hidden notes of the Antigonus family. The streets remained as they always were, littered with refuse until he reached the apartment's entrance, where cleanliness reigned. Klein pushed open the ajar door and wandered through the dim first floor, where sunlight failed to penetrate. Ascending the creaking wooden stairs, he made his way to the second floor, which, as ever, lacked illumination. Klein indulged his inspiration, gazing into the darkness. Yet, he failed to uncover any clues regarding the notes, nor did he glimpse a single incorporeal spirit. If it were so easy to encounter them, the vast majority of ordinary individuals would not remain oblivious to the existence of the extraordinary. Klein reflected to himself. He had come to understand that most spirits did not exist in a corporeal form, but as an essence, communicable only through a diviner. After surveying the third floor, Klein exited the apartment, retracing his steps towards Welch's residence. He walked for a full hour, yet found no discoveries along the way. Standing outside the garden villa, Klein gazed at the house through the locked iron gates, muttering to himself, the Welch family shouldn't be difficult to find, right? The captain and Miss Daly must have conducted a thorough search. Moreover, I lack a key to this place. I can't very well scale the walls. Perhaps I shall try a different route tomorrow. After walking so far today, I have no steps to count. Amidst his musings, Klein turned towards a nearby neighborhood, intending to take a public carriage to the Blackthorn Security Company to collect the 30 rounds of ammunition he had ordered. Making haste to practice, diviners, lacking swift and effective means of attack, relied solely on revolvers and canes to make up for it. The area surrounding Welch's residence was remarkably clean, with numerous tidy shops lining the streets. As Klein turned the corner, he was in search of the public carriage stand when his gaze unexpectedly fell upon several signs on the second floor across the street. Harrod's Department Store, Veterans Officers Club, and the Divination Club. The name Divination Club echoed in his mind, suddenly reminding him of his intention to masquerade as a fortune teller. Perhaps I should take a look. In search of fresh ideas. Lost in thought, Klein crossed the street, ascended to the second floor, and entered the hall. Standing before an elegant lady at the reception desk, with her chestnut hair elegantly styled into an updo, the lady regarded Klein with a smile and inquired, "Sir, are you interested in a reading, or would you like to join our club? What are the requirements for membership?" Klein casually asked. The lady, well versed in her explanation, replied, "You simply need to fill out a detailed application and pay the annual membership fee, which is initially £5, followed by £1 each subsequent year. Rest assured, unlike those political or commercial clubs, we do not require a formal recommendation from a current member for admission. Members enjoy complimentary access to the club's meeting rooms and various divination chambers, as well as the use of divination tools. Additionally, we offer free coffee and tea, access to our subscribed newspapers and magazines, and the opportunity to purchase lunch, dinner, alcoholic beverages, and certain divination materials at cost price. Furthermore, we invite at least one renowned diviner each month to conduct lectures and address any queries. Most importantly, you will find a community of like-minded individuals with whom you can share experiences." It all sounded quite appealing. However, I find myself short on funds. Klein chuckled at his own predicament and then inquired, "What if I merely wish to have a reading?" Chapter 38. Amateur enthusiasts. Upon hearing Klein's inquiry, the elegantly coiffed lady with chestnut hair displayed no sign of impatience. With a courteous smile, she replied, "Our members are free to offer divination services at the club and set their own prices. We merely take a modest percentage. If you wish to have your fortune told, you may peruse this brochure, which contains introductions and pricing for those members willing to provide such services. However, it is Monday afternoon, and the majority of our members are occupied with their jobs, leaving only a handful present today." As she spoke, she gestured for Klein to take a seat on the sofa by the window in the reception area, then opened the brochure to point out the current members at the club. Heinrich Vincent, a renowned diviner from Tingen, who serves as a mentor at our club and specializes in various forms of divination, charges 4 Sullers per session. How exorbitant. That could afford me and Benson, Melissa, 2 lavish dinners. Klein mused silently, refraining from comment. The lady, noticing his reaction, continued to turn the pages and introduced the next member. Lastly, we have Gracious, a newcomer to the club this year, skilled in tarot divination, with a fee of 2 pence per session. "Sir, whom would you prefer?" Klein answered without hesitation, "Mr. Gracious." The lady in charge of reception paused for a moment, then said, "Sir, I must caution you that Mr. Gracious is still a novice." "Understood. I will take responsibility for my choice." Klein nodded with a smile. "Then please follow me." The lady rose and led Klein through the large door adjacent to the reception area. They traversed a moderately long corridor, at the end of which was an open meeting room, suffused with sunlight, furnished with tables and chairs, and adorned with newspapers, magazines, and playing cards. A faint aroma of coffee wafting through the air. As they approached 2 additional rooms before the meeting space, the lady signaled for Klein to pause, quickened her pace, and called out softly, "Mr. Gracious, someone seeks your divination." "Me?" A voice filled with surprise and confusion echoed back, accompanied by the sound of a chair being moved. "Yes. Which divination room would you prefer?" The lady replied, devoid of any particular emotion. "The citron room. I have an affinity for citron." Gracious appeared at the door of the meeting room, gazing curiously at Klein, who stood waiting nearby. He was a man in his 30s, with a darker complexion, deep green eyes, soft blonde hair, dressed in a white shirt and black waistcoat, sporting a monocle that lent him an air of distinction. The lady in charge of reception said nothing more, opening the door to the citron room adjacent to the meeting space. Inside, the curtains were drawn tight, casting the room in dim light, as if such obscurity was necessary to gain insight from the divine and spirits, ensuring accurate divination results. "Hello, I am Gracious. I did not expect you to select me for your divination." Gracious greeted with a gentlemanly bow, hastening into the room and taking a seat behind a long table. "To be frank, I am merely experimenting with divination. I lack extensive experience, and for the time being, I am not a proficient diviner. You still have the opportunity to reconsider." Klein returned the gesture and entered, shutting the door behind him. Bathed in the light filtering through the fabric, he smiled and said, "You are truly an honest man, but I am someone who stands firmly by my choices. Please, have a seat." Gracious indicated the opposite chair and, after a moment's thought, added, "Divination is merely my hobby. Life often brings divine guidance, yet ordinary individuals cannot accurately interpret the will of the divine. This is the essence of divination and the reason I joined this club. I do not yet possess sufficient confidence in my abilities. Let us treat this upcoming divination as a dialogue, a complimentary exchange. How does that sound? I will cover the club's fee myself." "It is just a quarter of a penny." Klein neither agreed nor disagreed but smiled, saying, "It is evident that you have a respectable and commendable occupation." As he spoke, he leaned slightly forward, gently tapping his forehead with his clenched fist twice. "Yet that does not enhance the accuracy of my divination," Gracious replied humorously, then pondered aloud. "Is your head aching? Do you wish to inquire about health matters?" "Just a bit. I hope to divine the whereabouts of a certain item." Klein had already prepared his response, gradually reclining in his seat. In his perception, Gracious's aura appeared vividly, with the orange-red hue of his lungs dimming and growing faint, affecting the overall brightness. "This does not indicate fatigue." Klein subtly nodded. "Searching for a lost item?" Gracious mused for a few moments before stating, "Then let us begin with a simple assessment." He pushed a neatly stacked set of tarot cards across the black table towards Klein. "Calm yourself. Reflect upon the item in question and mentally pose the query, can it still be found? Meanwhile, shuffle and cut the cards." "Very well." Klein did not actually recall the appearance of the ancient notebook, but expanded upon the necessary mental query. Can the notebook of the Antagonid family still be found? He skillfully shuffled and cut the cards. Gracious took the top card, laid it horizontally before Klein, and instructed, rotate it clockwise to an upright position and then reveal it. If it is reversed, meaning the image on the card faces you upside down, it indicates that the item cannot be recovered. If upright, we shall proceed with the subsequent divination to seek its specific whereabouts. Klein followed the instructions, turning the horizontal card upright, grasping the edge of the tarot card. He flipped it over. It was indeed a reversed card, depicting a jester adorned in splendid attire and a dazzling headdress. "Regrettable," Gracious sighed. Klein remained silent, as his focus was entirely on the tarot card before him. The reversed card's imagery was that of the fool. Could it be mere coincidence? According to the Hanged Man and Old Neil, divination is the result of communication between the spiritual and the ethereal realms, a dialogue with a higher self. The tarot merely serves as a tool for interpreting symbolic insights. Theoretically, the method of divination should not alter the outcome. Klein furrowed his brow in contemplation and asked, "May I inquire if that item has already been claimed by another?" "Absolutely. You can repeat the process in the same manner as before," Gracious responded, visibly intrigued. Klein reshuffled and cut the cards once more, mentally framing his question. He drew a card, laid it horizontally, rotated it clockwise to an upright position, and completed his preparations with a serious expression. Taking a deep breath, Klein extended his hand and revealed the tarot card. "Please, do not let it be the fool again." As he prayed, he suddenly relaxed, for the face of the card revealed the star, reversed. "It appears that the item has not yet been claimed by another," Gracious interpreted with a smile. Klein nodded, raised his right hand, and thoughtfully tapped his brow twice before producing 2 coins, tarnished with a dark yellow hue, from his pocket and pushing them towards Gracious. "Did I not mention it was complimentary?" Gracious furrowed his brow. Klein smiled as he stood. This is a sign of respect for the divination. Very well. I appreciate your generosity. Gracious rose and extended his hand. After they shook hands, Klein took 2 steps back, turned, and walked towards the door, twisting the doorknob. Just before exiting, he suddenly turned back and said, Mr. Gracious, I suggest you consult a physician promptly, particularly regarding your lungs. Why? Gracious was taken aback and asked incredulously. Are you cursing me for being dissatisfied with the divination results? Klein pondered for a moment and replied, It is a symptom evident from your complexion. Your brow is darkened. The notion of a darkened brow is unfamiliar to Gracious. Klein offered no further explanation, chuckling softly as he exited the room, casually closing the wooden door behind him. Was he a quack doctor or merely a rustic herbalist? Gracious chuckled to himself, shaking his head as he picked up the silver mirror used for divination. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed the darkness at his brow. However, this was merely a matter of lighting. Beneath the dim glow filtering through the curtains, not only was his brow darkened, but his entire visage appeared shadowed. It was a rather amusing jest, Gracious murmured softly. Unsettled, he performed a health divination for himself, confirming that all was well. As Klein departed from the divination club, he had formulated a new plan for the future, to amass funds swiftly, pay the annual fee, and thus become a member of the club, allowing him to assume the role of a so-called diviner. The reason for not embarking on an independent venture lay in his current lack of resources and channels. It was out of the question to hawk wares in the streets, as he was, after all, a man of some standing, with pride to uphold. A few minutes later, he boarded a public carriage, spending 2 pence to arrive at the not-so-distant Zoderland Street. Pushing open the door to the Blackthorn Security Company, he did not see the familiar brown-haired girl, but rather found Leonard Mitchell, a poetically inclined figure with black hair and green eyes, seated behind the reception desk. Good afternoon. Where is Roshan? Klein inquired after doffing his hat. Leonard smiled and gestured toward the partitioned door. She is on duty at the armory tonight. Before Klein could pose another question, Leonard seemed to reflect on a matter, saying, Klein, I have been pondering something. What is it? Klein asked, his expression one of confusion. Leonard rose, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Why did Welch and Naya choose to take their lives on the spot, while you returned home? Klein offered his widely accepted hypothesis. It must have been that unknown entity urging me to take the Antigonid family's notes and conceal them. Leonard paced a few steps, then abruptly turned to meet Klein's gaze, asking pointedly if their suicides were meant to silence them and erase the trail. Why not simply have you destroy that notebook on the spot? Chapter 39. Intriguing Techniques and Truth. I remain uncertain whether that notebook was destroyed or concealed. However, one could deduce that if destruction were the intent, it could have been accomplished on the spot, rendering my removal of it unnecessary. Upon hearing Leonard's inquiry, Klein instantly adopted a detective's mindset, musing aloud. Perhaps the unknown entity that I, Welch, and Naya encountered revels in the sacrifice of life while simultaneously longing for more such occurrences. Thus, in anticipation of the suicide event inevitably being discovered, it allowed me to take the notebook away and hide it, preparing for a second experience. Yet, something must have gone awry in the process, preventing my suicide from succeeding. This conjecture stemmed from Klein's previous exposure to various materials, novels, films, and television shows, pertaining to sinister rituals. As for what transpired during the process, he was acutely aware that his existence as a time traveler constituted an unforeseen variable, a plausible explanation. Though I ponder whether another possibility exists, Welch and Naya's sacrificial suicides may have facilitated the arrival of that unknown entity. The notebook could embody or nurture malevolence, prompting the desire to have me conceal it out of fear that we might directly destroy it before it was born or gained strength. Leonard Mitchell proposed this alternative scenario. At this juncture, he fixed his gaze upon Klein, a faint smile gracing his lips. Naturally, the notebook may have already been destroyed to obscure its contents, thereby concealing the true vessel of evil. This would provide ample justification for your failed suicide attempt. What does this imply? Are you casting doubt upon me? Suspecting that the original host harbored malevolence? No, what he harbors is the time traveler. The term nurture is acceptable. Klein hesitated, stifling a chuckle, and replied thoughtfully, I do not seek to defend myself. After all, I genuinely forgot that memory. However, both the captain and Miss Daly have confirmed that I possess no other issues. Your jest lacks humor. I merely explore the possibility that the unknown entity may have encountered resistance upon its arrival, resulting in your failed suicide. We must believe that the goddess continues to protect us. Leonard smiled, shifting the topic. What discoveries did you make this afternoon? After their previous conversation and recent events, Klein regarded Leonard with heightened suspicion, yet he maintained a composed demeanor as he replied, None. I must change my route tomorrow afternoon. He gestured toward the partition. I need to retrieve bullets from the armory. The shooting club remains open until 9 o'clock in the evening, as many members can only attend after work. May the goddess bless you. Leonard smiled, tracing a circle over his chest, symbolizing the crimson moon. As he observed Klein pass through the partition and listened to his footsteps descending the staircase, Leonard's smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of confusion in his emerald eyes. He muttered something under his breath, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Upon reaching the bottom of the staircase, Klein turned down the corridor illuminated by gaslight, heading toward the armory, materials, and library. The iron door stood ajar, and the brown-haired girl, Rosen, stood before a long table, engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man sporting a thick black beard and a half-top hat. Good afternoon. No, good evening. It always feels like midnight here. Klein, I heard from old Neil that you have become an extraordinary being. What do they call it, a diviner? Rosen inquired, turning her head and speaking rapidly. She did not conceal her curiosity and concern. Klein smiled and nodded. Good afternoon, Miss Rosen. Although it is perpetually dark here, it imparts a sense of tranquility. Your description was somewhat inaccurate. It would be more precise to say that the name of the potion I consume is diviner. You still chose to become an extraordinary being. Rosen sighed, falling momentarily silent. Klein glanced at the middle-aged man beside her and politely asked, And who might this be? Another member of the Night Watch? Or one of the other two clerical staff I have yet to meet? Rosen pressed her lips together. Brett, our colleague. He wishes to swap his shift with mine for the night after tomorrow, as he plans to take his wife to the Northern District Theater to see The Arrogant, celebrating their 15th wedding anniversary. What a romantic gentleman he is. Brett extended his hand with a smile. With Miss Rosen present, there is no need for repetition. Greetings, Klein. I never expected you to become an extraordinary being so swiftly. Whereas well, perhaps I shall never possess such courage. Ignorance begets fearlessness, I suppose. Klein jested self-deprecatingly and shook his hand. That is not a bad thing. Brett replied with a shake of his head and a smile. Once, an extraordinary being told me before their demise never to delve into strange and dangerous matters. The less one knows, the longer one lives. At that moment, Rosen interjected. Klein, you need not take it to heart. I heard from old Neil that your diviner role is auxiliary and considerably safer, as long as you do not attempt to communicate with unknown entities. Why are you dressed so? Not at all gentlemanly. What brings you here? To collect 30 bullets for today. Klein refrained from addressing Rosen's earlier question, confident she would soon forget it. Very well. Rosen gestured toward the table. Brett, it is all yours. You should know where the keys and bullets are located. Sigh. Old Neil is truly stingy. He did not leave any coffee grounds behind. He promised I could drink to my heart's content today. As she rambled on, Klein received the bullets. The two departed the underground together, parting ways on Zoderland Street, one boarding a public carriage home, while the other entered the shooting club. Bang, 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 grasping the pistol, raising his arm, shooting, spinning the cylinder, ejecting the spent cartridges, loading new bullets. Klein repeatedly immersed himself in this process, familiarizing himself with the sensation of shooting. Of course, he paused several times to reflect and correct his technique. Once he concluded his practice, Klein utilized the area to perform numerous exercises akin to push-ups, striving to strengthen his body and enhance his physique. By the time he finished and boarded a trackless public carriage back home, he realized it was nearly 7 o'clock, and darkness had already enveloped the sky. Just as Klein contemplated purchasing dinner ingredients from the market or street vendors, he noticed the front door ajar, revealing Melissa returning with a bag filled with stationery and books. Additionally, she carried a considerable amount of vegetables. I figured you and Benson would return quite late today. This morning, before leaving, I took one so from your hiding spot, she explained earnestly upon noticing her brother's puzzled expression. You took the money. But why didn't you take a public carriage to school? Klein recalled the morning's events. Melissa frowned slightly. Why would I take a public carriage? It costs 4 pennies to get to school, which totals 8 pennies for a round trip. Including you and Benson, we would spend 24 pennies on public carriages daily. 2 so. For a week, not counting Sunday, that amounts to 12 so, almost equivalent to our rent. Stop, stop, stop. No need to flaunt your mathematical prowess, Klein chuckled, gesturing for her to cease. Melissa paused for a moment, but then added, walking to school is perfectly fine for me. The teacher says everyone should exercise regularly, and I can pick up some broken parts along the way. Klein chuckled lightly, stating, let us calculate once more. The public coach fare is 12 sols. The rent amounts to 12 sols and 3 pence, totaling merely £1 for sols and 3 pence, which can readily be covered by Benson's salary, leaving a considerable surplus. He has received last week's wages. Moreover, I am entitled to weekly earnings of £1 and 10 sols, even with a daily meat allowance. And accounting for expenses such as gas, coal, timber, and seasonings, there remains a surplus, especially if one is frugal with lunch. I could even subscribe to a morning newspaper for just 1 penny a day. In 2 months, once I have reimbursed the advanced wages, I shall be able to save for new attire for both Benson and yourself. However, we must consider unforeseen circumstances, Melissa insisted, steadfast in her viewpoint. Klein smiled at her and replied, then we can simply reduce our meat consumption. Do you not find it a waste of time to spend 100 minutes commuting each day? This time could be better utilized to read more, ponder various issues, and enhance your academic performance. This way, Melissa, you will graduate with excellent results and secure a well-paying position. What then would there be to worry about? Drawing upon his previous experiences and debates at forums, Klein ultimately persuaded Melissa to agree to take the public coach to school. Finally, he thought, I have not merely deceived her. Rather, I have reasoned with her. He mused internally, accepting the groceries Melissa had purchased, and sighed, remember to buy beef or lamb or chicken tomorrow. A hearty meal is essential for a healthy body and a sharp mind to face the rigors of study. Merely discussing it makes my mouth water. Melissa pressed her lips together and, after a few seconds of silence, replied, all right. The following morning, overseeing Melissa as she boarded the public coach, Klein and Benson parted ways at the street corner, each heading to their respective workplaces. As Klein stepped through the door, he spotted old Neil and Roshan engaged in conversation at the reception desk. The former still donned his classical black robe, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of others, while the latter had changed into a light yellow dress. Good morning, Mr. Neil, Miss Roshan, Klein greeted, removing his hat in respect. Old Neil glanced at him with a sly expression. Good morning. I trust you did not overhear anything you should not have last night? Not at all. I slept quite well, Klein replied, somewhat puzzled. He could only attribute it to his lack of inspiration. Haha, no need to worry, it is not easily heard. Old Neil gestured toward the partition. Now, to the armory. We shall continue our mystical studies this morning. Klein nodded, following Old Neil down the stairs into the basement. Arriving at the armory where he replaced the night watchman, Brett. What shall we learn today? Klein inquired with curiosity. Old Neil responded with a long hum. It will be complex, foundational knowledge. However, before that, let me teach you an intriguing technique. He pointed to the silver chain wrapped around his wrist, from which hung a pristine white crystal. Chapter 40. The Course of Mysticism Interesting Techniques? Klein inquired with great curiosity. Old Neil chuckled softly and replied, I will take a stroll through the armory, materials, and literature repository. You can brew 2 cups of coffee using the 2 cups on the table. In one of the cups, add something undesirable. What you choose is entirely up to your imagination. The only stipulation is that you mustn't waste too much coffee grounds, as I grind the beans myself from high-altitude specialty coffee. Understood. Although Klein was not entirely clear on Old Neil's intentions, he readily agreed. As he watched the other man extract a copper key to unlock the iron door of the armory, the sound of prolonged footsteps echoed from within. He leisurely arranged the cups and confirmed that there was hot water in the pot. Lifting the lid off the silver-lined tin, Klein used a small spoon with a metallic sheen to sprinkle a generous scoop of fragrant coffee grounds into each cup, followed by pouring in hot water and stirring with familiarity. As a resourceful traveler from a prosperous era, he was no stranger to coffee. Once he had completed the task, Klein pondered for a moment, seated himself, crossed his right leg, and pinched a bit of dirt from the sole of his leather boot, placing it into the cup on his left. He then stirred meticulously once more until the 2 cups of coffee appeared nearly indistinguishable in both color and aroma. After a few minutes, Old Neil emerged from the armory, jingling his keychain, and shut the iron door with a clang. It's ready. His murky crimson eyes turned toward Klein, who nodded in response. Old Neil smiled as he unraveled the silver chain wrapped around his wrist and took a seat. His expression soon turned solemn as he extended his left hand, allowing the silver chain to dangle vertically over the coffee cup on his right, the pristine white crystal nearly touching the liquid. In a moment of tranquil serenity, the white crystal began to sway slightly, rotating counterclockwise with the silver chain. This cup contains the undesirable element, Old Neil affirmed. Without waiting for Klein's confirmation, he retracted the silver chain and took a sip from the adjacent cup of coffee. Do you enjoy bitter coffee? I prefer it with a spoonful of sugar and a splash of milk. Klein remained silent, instead inquiring with keen interest. Is your divination result so accurate thanks to that white crystal? It must be the white crystal, right? This is the pendulum method in divination, also known as dowsing. It relies on the connection between one's astral body and the spirit realm, as well as the cosmos, utilizing natural materials and spiritual communication, such as crystals, gems, and special metals, to discern the nature of events. Returning to the 2 cups of coffee, a counterclockwise motion indicates negativity, while a clockwise motion signifies positivity. If it remains still, it denotes neutrality. You may also write the event on a piece of paper. Remember, it must be an event, not a question. Old Neil elaborated as he set down his coffee cup. Klein seemed to contemplate. So, I should avoid phrasing it as a question? Precisely. You shouldn't ask, does so-and-so wish to be my fiancé? Instead, phrase it as so-and-so wishes to be my fiancé. Write it on paper, lay it flat on the table, and then grasp the pendulum chain with your non-dominant hand. At this time, extend your arm straight, adjusting the pendulum's length so that the crystal hangs directly above the paper, almost touching the written event. Then, Close your eyes and silently recite that phrase 7 times. Once completed, open your eyes and observe if the pendulum moves. If it does not, close your eyes again and repeat the process until movement occurs. Klein nodded slightly. Counterclockwise signifies no, while clockwise denotes yes. It can also be interpreted as unfavorable and favorable, Old Neil corrected, imparting additional uses and nuances of the pendulum method to Klein. Klein mulled over the information, realizing the practicality of this divination technique. For instance, in unfamiliar surroundings, he could quickly ascertain whether food was poisonous without needing to rely on additional skills in wilderness biology. However, he noted that this method was rather simplistic, yielding only 2 or 3 possible answers, which limited in-depth exploration and interpretation. Some substances, while potentially harmful, could be rendered beneficial through specific treatments. Certain ingredients might indeed pose a risk to health, but in dire circumstances, consuming them could be manageable. Such complexities could not be discerned through the pendulum method. I must quickly save up to procure a crystal or pure silver to craft a pendulum. Klein sighed audibly. Old Neil cast him a surprised glance. You can apply for one directly. This falls under the category of extraordinary individuals, especially for those of us in supportive roles. There is a yellow crystal pendulum and a pure silver one in the armory, but I'm not yet a formal member of the team. Klein felt a surge of excitement, albeit with a hint of hesitation. Old Neil chuckled lightly. For extraordinary individuals, whether or not one is a formal member, if there is no salary increase, certain conveniences must be afforded from other avenues. The term benefits might be more appropriate. I shall request it from the captain shortly. Klein clenched his fist in determination, making his decision. How could he know if the captain would agree unless he tried? Very well, Old Neil said with a smile. Let us commence our formal course on mysticism. One of its foundations is known as symbolism. Do you understand what symbolism entails? Klein reflected on the fragments he had previously heard and his experiences in the spirit realm, above the fog. He carefully responded, whether in the spirit realm, the ethereal cosmos, or those unknown domains, they exist beyond our sensory world, which cannot be accurately described by information obtained through our ears, noses, or eyes. What we receive are ineffable intuitive insights and experiences, manifesting as abstract symbols and graphical representations that signify different things and meanings. Very astute. You truly are an oracle. Old Neil nodded solemnly. Only by mastering the ability to interpret symbols can one genuinely enter the realm of mysticism. Each element on the tarot cards serves as a symbol, a humanly designated representation, to aid our understanding and interpretation of the original insight. He pulled out a sheet of paper, picked up a nearby pen, and drew a modest arc. Following that, he swiftly added several vertical lines beneath the arc and looked up at Klein. Do you know what this symbol represents? Klein examined it thoughtfully for some time before hesitantly saying, eyelashes? Old Neil exhaled. This symbolizes the harvest constellation. This one represents the thunder constellation, and this one represents the frost constellation. He casually sketched several more symbolic representations. Klein, while memorizing, could not help but remark. The names of these constellations are truly unique. Indeed, they possess a rustic charm. So earthy, so primitive. Old Neil smiled. Emperor Roselle thought the same. He intended to rename the constellations to something like Virgo, Cancer, and Scorpio. Unfortunately, he could not overcome the weight of tradition. At the very least, the ancient names of these constellations and their corresponding dates guide agriculture and harvest. One cannot deny that Emperor Roselle was a man of vision, Klein thought, unsure how to respond. Indeed, Emperor Roselle must have been a dignified individual in life. Old Neil, unable to grasp Klein's humor, continued to explain various fundamental symbolic representations, including those of the constellations, the sun, the red moon, the brown star, the red star, and the blue star. During this discourse, he interspersed teachings on the drawing of divination star charts, the crafting and materials of crystal balls, and the selection of incantations, leaving Klein with an overwhelming sense of information. Had he not discovered that the potion of the diviner could slightly enhance his memory, he would have long urged Old Neil to cease, allowing for a more efficient assimilation of the knowledge gained. Today's mysticism class concludes here. Reflect deeply on it, and should any inquiries arise, feel free to seek me out. Old Neil produced a golden pocket watch, swiftly pressing it open to glance at the time, reminding Klein not to forget the historical materials I prepared for you. Frankly, upon seeing them, I am filled with trepidation. Very well. Klein took hold of the drafts inscribed with symbols by Old Neil, quickly reviewing the esoteric knowledge acquired today to prevent any glaring lapses in memory. Old Neil sipped his freshly brewed coffee and remarked, relying solely on memory is insufficient. One must practice regularly to internalize knowledge. Furthermore, meditation must be a daily endeavor. Only through consistent practice and application can one truly harness the power of the potion, uncover its hidden mysteries, and mitigate adverse effects. At the mention of this, Klein recalled the performance aspect in the divination club, tentatively expressing, the potency of my potion is intertwined with divination. Practicing in isolation will not suffice. I must engage with a multitude of individuals, providing them readings to expedite mastery. I plan to join the Divination Club on House Street in the Northern District once I have additional funds. To become a genuine diviner. This matter will undoubtedly come to the attention of the Night Watchers, so it is prudent to lay the groundwork in advance. Your thoughts mirror those of Dally. She has often spoken of becoming a true medium, chuckled old Neil, shaking his head. But why wait for extra funds? You can submit a request to Dunn for approval of the expenses. Organizations like the Divination Club may harbor cultists and members of nefarious groups. As a clerical member of the Night Watch team, a standard extraordinary individual, your involvement would facilitate monitoring. It's a matter of professional necessity. We previously conducted regular inspections of such places, but due to manpower shortages, prolonged surveillance was challenging. Now, it falls to you. Is that really an option? Klein was utterly astonished by old Neil's earnest demeanor. This was a blatant attempt to rationalize reimbursement for personal matters. I am utterly ignorant of such practices. I truly am just a keyboard warrior. Do you wish to finance this endeavor with your own money? Old Neil inquired with a knowing smile. Klein immediately shook his head, responding firmly, I shall report to the captain at once. Old Neil nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at the cup of coffee containing undesirable elements that had not yet been discarded. What exactly did you put in it? Klein smiled sheepishly. Just a bit of mud from the sole of my boot. Its color is quite similar to your coffee grounds, nearly indistinguishable. Old Neil paused momentarily, then suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, hissing, Get rid of it at once. Chapter 41. Audrey and her Susie after pouring a cup of coffee. Klein returned to the armory to retrieve a hefty stack of historical materials and explanatory drafts meticulously organized by old Neil. He navigated along the gas lamps adorning the walls and turned towards the staircase leading to the Blackthorn Security Company. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoed in the sealed and desolate underground. Upon completing the spiral staircase, he pushed open the door, took a moment to orient himself, and headed straight for the second office across the hall. After 2 days of familiarization, Klein had grasped the general layout of the Blackthorn Security Company upon entry. A spacious reception area welcomed visitors, furnished with a set of sofas and tables. Beyond a partition lay the inner sector. The 3 rooms on the left side of the hallway, from near to far, belonged to Mrs. Oleana's accounting office, a lounge equipped with several sofa beds, and the staircase leading downwards. On the right side, the 3 rooms, again from near to far, consisted of Captain Dunn Smith's office, an administrative office equipped with typewriters, and the entertainment room for the official members of the Night Watch squad. Klein had previously observed Leonard Mitchell playing cards in the entertainment room with 2 other squad members. He speculated they were playing a variant of a game he recognized, dubbed Fighting Evil by Emperor Roselle. However, the rules bore no distinction from what Klein was accustomed to. After a night shift, Blett would enjoy a day's worth of supplemental rest, while Rosen remained at the reception desk, responsible for procurement and distribution of supplies. And the part-time coachman, Sigil Francis, was out as usual. When Klein entered the administrative office, all 3 desks were unoccupied, and the mechanical typewriters sat silently in place. The 1346 model typewriter from Aches & Company. Klein murmured to himself, having encountered similar devices in the mentor's office and at the Welch residence. He found the subtly visible intricate control system to be a marvel of mechanical beauty. Sitting at the desk with a typewriter, he composed himself and attempted to type virtually. Initially, he instinctively processed the words in Pinyin, but as he grew accustomed, he absorbed fragmented memories of the original owner, eliminating errors altogether. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic sound of the keys struck a metallic, industrial melody, and with this accompaniment, Klein swiftly completed the application for funds. However, he did not rush to find Dunn Smith. Instead, he composed himself and diligently reviewed the historical materials provided by old Neil, both as a form of revision and a learning opportunity. As noon approached, he stretched his neck, stored away the materials, and reflected on the morning's lessons based on the draft of the mysticism course. Only then did he take the application and proceed to the adjacent office. Gently knocking on the door, Dunn was awaiting the arrival of lunch, and upon seeing the document Klein offered, a slight smile crept onto his face. Did old Neil teach you this? He inquired. Yes, Klein replied without hesitation, betraying old Neil. Dunn picked up a dark red fountain pen and swiftly signed the document. I need to apply for funds for July, August, and September from the church and the county police department. I'll include your request. Once approved, we can ask Mrs. Oleana to disperse the funds. You can collect the pendulum this afternoon. Very well, Klein responded succinctly, his tone and gaze imbued with evident delight. Before taking his leave, he casually inquired, shouldn't the funds for July, August, and September have been applied for by June? Why apply for July's funds in July? Dunn paused for a few seconds, lifting his coffee cup to take a sip. In June, we encountered 3 consecutive cases, and amidst the busyness, some matters slipped our minds. So much for the memory challenge, Captain. Klein realized he had broached a sensitive subject, offering an awkward chuckle before hastily departing. Thus began his simple and orderly life. Half an hour of meditation each morning, 2 hours of mysticism courses, an hour and a half mastering historical materials. A brief nap in the lounge after lunch to regain energy, followed by collecting ammunition and practicing at the shooting club. Afterward, he would stroll to the nearby Welch residence, change his route, and walk back along Iron Cross Street, thereby saving the fare for a public carriage, if time allowed. He would practice skills such as spirit sight and pendulum work, while also picking up groceries. In a well-equipped private chemistry laboratory, a tall young woman with flowing blonde hair, Audrey, gazed intently at the cup in her hand, where countless bubbles rose, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Eventually, the liquid settled into a viscous silver-white substance. Haha. I truly possess a talent for mysticism. I succeeded on my first attempt. I was worried about failure and prepared twice the materials, she exclaimed joyfully to herself. She carefully organized various leftover materials acquired from her family's treasury and exchanged with others, inhaling deeply as she steeled herself to close her eyes and drink the potion of the audience. Just then, a series of barks sounded from outside the laboratory, causing Audrey to furrow her brow. She gently placed the cup of silver liquid into a dim corner and moved toward the door. Susie, who is it? Audrey inquired, twisting the doorknob as she addressed her golden retriever, Susie, who wagged her tail in a friendly manner, while her maid, Annie, appeared in the nearby corridor. Audrey stepped out of the laboratory, pulling the door closed behind her, and looked at Annie. Didn't I say? Do not disturb me while I conduct chemistry experiments. Annie replied with a hint of distress. But there's an invitation from the Duchess, Lady Della. Lady Negan's wife? Audrey took a few steps closer to Annie. Yes. She has invited the court baker, Lady Weiwei, to tea and wishes for you and your mother to join her, Annie explained, detailing the contents of the invitation. Audrey subtly puffed out her cheeks. Tell my mother that I'm feeling dizzy, perhaps from the strong sunlight, and I might be slightly dehydrated. Kindly apologize to Lady Della on my behalf. As she spoke, she feigned a weak demeanor. Miss, this is not merely tea. It is also a literary salon, Annie added. But that will not alleviate my dizziness. I need a rest, Audrey firmly declined. Meanwhile, she silently mused, if I must persist, I shall feign to demonstrate. As the etiquette teacher said, I performed this action splendidly. Did I hear something? Very well, Annie sighed. Do you need assistance returning to your room? No, I need to tidy up the laboratory first. Audrey longed to return immediately and consume the potion. Yet, she restrained her impatience, watching Annie depart before turning back to the laboratory door. Suddenly, she realized that the golden retriever, Susie, who should have remained outside, was missing, and the laboratory door stood ajar. I forgot that Susie could open doors with handles. What was that sound? Oh no. Audrey heard a crisp noise from within and, with a sudden realization, rushed into the laboratory. What met her gaze was a cup shattered on the floor and the last drop of silver liquid licked away by Susie. Audrey stood frozen in the doorway, resembling a statue. The golden retriever, Susie, sat upright, gazing innocently at her owner, wagging her tail. Off the coast of Plitz Harbor, on an island perpetually shrouded in storms, an ancient sailing ship anchored in the harbor. A man with soft blonde hair, clad in a robe adorned with lightning patterns, looked perplexedly at Alger Wilson across from him. Alger, you could easily return to the kingdom, become the captain of the punishment squad, or a respectable bishop. Why choose to venture out to sea, to become the captain of the Azure Avenger? Alger's rugged and profound visage bore no extraneous expressions as he solemnly replied. The ocean belongs to the storm. This is the realm of the Lord. I am willing to follow his will and patrol this domain on his behalf. Very well. The blonde-haired man declared, fist striking his chest, the storm is with you. The storm is with you. Alger returned the gesture with customary decorum. He stood upon the deck, sparsely populated by crew members, watching as his comrades departed the ghost ship, moving ever farther away. Sains, you fail to comprehend because your knowledge is insufficient, Alger whispered silently. Meanwhile, Audrey, trembling with trepidation, completed her second modulation. Gazing at the silvery elixir that appeared unchanged, she was nearly moved to tears. With a quick breath, she took a small, hasty sip of the spectator potion. On Friday, a torrential downpour besieged Tingen, the patter of raindrops drumming against every window. Within the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein, Rosen, and Brett lounged on the sofas of the reception area, savoring the lunch laid before them. With only a kettle for boiling water and no means to heat leftovers, Klein found it impractical to consume dark bread daily or to take a public carriage back after walking from Iron Cross Street to Welch's residence, which would incur considerable expense. Thus, he reluctantly joined Rosen and other colleagues for what they referred to as office fare. Each day at 10:30, the nearby Old Vale restaurant dispatched a waiter to inquire about lunch orders, confirming the number of meals needed. By 12:30, they would deliver the meals, served in containers reminiscent of lunchboxes, and return at 3 in the afternoon to inquire about dinner orders and collect the utensils. These meals included meat, vegetables, and bread. Although the portions were modest, they sufficed to satiate an individual, with prices ranging from 7 to 10 pence, depending on the tier. Klein, unabashed, consistently opted for the 7-pence option, which typically included half a pound of oat bread, a small piece of differently prepared meat, a spoonful of thick vegetable soup, and a modest serving of cream or butter. Today, there is only one night watchman present, Rosa remarked, spooning the soup into her mouth. I heard there was a case in the Gold Phoenix district involving elements of a cult, prompting the police department to dispatch 2 night watchmen. Brett interjected, putting down his bread. Klein dipped the remaining oat bread into the last of the gravy, consuming it silently. Within the cuff of his left sleeve, a silver chain, adorned with a yellow crystal, faintly glimmered. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the half-open door. Please, come in, Rosen said, momentarily taken aback. She set down her spoon, quickly dabbed her mouth with a napkin, and rose. The door swung open to reveal a man donning a semi-formal top hat. His black attire dampened on the left shoulder. With graying temples and a retracted umbrella in hand, he regarded Klein and the others, inquiring, "Is this the former mercenary squad?" "One might say so," Rosen replied, her familiarity evident. The tall, slender man cleared his throat and stated, "I have a task I wish to entrust to you." Chapter 42. Butler Kelly, there is a task I wish to entrust. I fear you have come to the wrong place. The sign of the security company is merely that, a sign. Upon hearing the words of the visitor, Klein was overwhelmed with a torrent of sarcasm, lamenting the absence of forums or comment sections for discourse. However, he quickly recalled a similar inquiry he had made previously, to which the captain had responded, "If there is free time, why not take it?" The earnings could serve as a small treasury for the team and a benefit for the participants. Roseanne's eyes flickered as she pondered for a moment before replying. Our security personnel are all on assignments, and the earliest return will be at least an hour away. If your matter is not urgent, we could consider it. Among the 6 official members of the night watch, Captain Dunsmith had been summoned to the church by the bishop for undisclosed discussions, while Leonard Mitchell was guarding the Charney's gate in his stead. The Reaper, Fry, and the sleepless, loyal Lightan had departed for the Golden Polonia district to assist the police in investigating a theft with cult elements. Another sleepless, Cohen White, was on leave. And the midnight poet, Sikatian, was conducting his usual patrol at the Raphael Cemetery on the outskirts of the North District. As for the remaining 2 extraordinary members, the elderly Neil had grown frail with age and had not been on a mission for quite some time, while Klein was still a novice, a true apprentice in every sense. With no one present, the high, slender man with graying hair, holding an umbrella, darkened in countenance, removed his hat and bowed respectfully, saying, "I apologize for the intrusion. I shall take my leave." He turned to exit, descending the stairs amid the patter of rain and the howling wind as he left 36, Sotellin Street. What unfortunate timing. Roseanne watched the gentleman depart, sighing with regret. Although she would not receive any commission from the job, surely there would be a sumptuous meal to share. Alas, the Charney's gate must always be guarded. Klein set down his knife and fork with satisfaction, having finished even the soup of turnips and vegetables, which he was not particularly fond of. "Would you have Brett take on the task? Or perhaps, yourself?" Roseanne's eyes sparkled mischievously as she quipped, "Brett is not suitable, but you are our diviner, sir." Before she could finish her thought, she suddenly realized and quickly silenced herself, for the door remained ajar. Should passers-by or visitors overhear discussions of the extraordinary, it would constitute a breach of confidentiality. Thankfully, the captain was not present. Roseanne glanced at the entrance, silently sticking out her tongue. Otherwise, she would find herself in for a penance again. Both Klein and Roseanne burst into laughter, exchanging glances before starting to clear the table. Once everything was tidied up, and seeing that the torrential rain showed no sign of abating, Klein, without an umbrella, opted to remain at the Blackthorn Security Company. He picked up a newspaper and settled onto the soft, springy sofa for a leisurely afternoon nap. The airship route from Bakerland to Dixie Bay has been inaugurated. The Great Detective Monson is being compiled and will soon be published. An advertisement for the Lawgrass Weapons Shop, a standard revolver with 6 rounds for £3 10 shillings, a double-barreled shotgun for £2. As Klein perused the honest man's newspaper of Tingen City, he suddenly stumbled upon a news article. The criminals responsible for the murders of Mr. Welch and Miss Naya have all been apprehended, leading to a significant alleviation of the atmosphere of panic that had spread across the North District, Golden Polonia District, and East District. Mr. Magwin, the banker and father of Welch, is escorting his son's body back to Constant City, where a grand funeral is to be held. After reading it several times, Klein sighed deeply. It seems Mr. Welch has accepted the police's account and did not hire a private detective for further investigation. The sorrow of losing his son surely pales in comparison to that of my father and mother, who lost their only child. His mood darkened, and Klein remained motionless for a long while. As for the fact that he had not been invited to the funerals of Welch and Naya, he felt no surprise or gloom. Once everything had settled, he would find an opportunity to lay a bouquet at their graves. Just as Klein was about to retreat to the lounge for a brief nap, the door to the reception area was suddenly knocked upon. "Come in." Roseanne, nodding off, instantly awakened. The half-open door was pushed open, and the tall, slender man in formal attire with graying hair stepped inside once more. "May I wait here for a while? Your mercenaries, no, security personnel, should be returning soon, I presume?" He endeavored to mask his anxious expression as he earnestly inquired. "Certainly. You may sit over there for a time." Roseanne gestured towards a nearby sofa. Klein, intrigued, asked, "Where did you learn of our security company? Who referred you to us? To come and go twice in this torrential rain and be willing to wait?" "Ah." It must be that the members of the Night Watch quickly resolved what others perceived as a challenging task, thereby accumulating sufficient prestige in this line of work. The tall, slender man leaned his umbrella against the door, walking towards the sofa with a wry smile as he replied, "I visited all the mercenaries, security companies, and private detectives in the nearby streets, and you are the only ones that still offer hope. None of them have the manpower to take on other tasks. Frankly, if I hadn't encountered a delivery worker, I would have never thought there was a security company here. And it was entirely different from what I imagined." Klein was momentarily taken aback. Roseanne interjected, "Are they very busy? So many tasks?" The tall, slender man took a seat and sighed. "You must have heard of the burglary and murder case in the Halls district, right?" "Halls district. The burglary and murder case. Well, unfortunately, I am one of the involved parties." Klein nodded gravely. "Indeed. Due to the heinous and brutal nature of the criminals, the wealthy residents of the nearby streets, as well as the entire city of Tingen, have been gripped by fear. In addition to enhancing their own security, they have also hired numerous additional security personnel and private detectives, resulting in a noticeable shortage of manpower in this industry." The tall, slender man articulated clearly. A standard chain reaction. Klein and Roseanne exchanged glances, each reflecting the self-deprecation on the other's face. The security industry had entered a golden era, yet Blackthorn felt no impact whatsoever, illustrating just how unsuccessful this company was. Of course, in a certain sense, it also attested to the hidden success of the Night Watch. After waiting for over 20 minutes, with the rain seemingly on the verge of stopping, Klein prepared to gather his belongings and leave for the shooting club to practice with the revolver. Just then, the raven-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell emerged from the partition, casting a puzzled glance at the sofa. "Who is this? A client. Has the captain returned?" Roseanne eagerly inquired. "Returned?" The tall, slender man was taken aback. "I have been sitting here, watching the entrance. How did I not notice anyone return?" Roseanne's expression stiffened momentarily. Then she laughed awkwardly. "As a security company, we do not rely solely on the front door." "I understand." The tall, slender man nodded in realization. As for the term captain, he thought nothing of it. Security companies were formerly mercenary teams or small mercenary guilds, so the presence of a captain was entirely normal. Leonard, dressed in a white shirt left untucked and a black waistcoat casually draped, glanced at the tall, slender man and suddenly snapped his fingers. "I am a security personnel of Blackthorn. What do you wish to be called? Is there something you would like to entrust us with?" Perhaps having heard of the mercenaries' wild reputation, the tall, slender man felt no offense, but rather a sense of relief. He observed Leonard taking a seat, gathering his thoughts to articulate. "I am Curly, the steward of Mr. Vickroll, a tobacco merchant. His only son, young Elliot, was abducted this morning. We have already reported this to the authorities and received adequate attention, yet Mr. Vickroll remains uneasy. He hopes to enlist your mercenaries, security personnel, to investigate through your connections and understanding of Tingen, ensuring the safe recovery of young Elliot. Should you succeed in locating the hideout of the kidnappers, Mr. Vickroll is willing to offer a reward of 100. If you can successfully rescue young Master Elliot, he is prepared to double that sum to 200. Leonard Mitchell chuckled softly. "It seems Mr. Vickroll merely wishes for us to pinpoint the kidnapper's location. Otherwise, he would not deem his only son to be valued at just 100. A tobacco merchant closely associated with the southern plantations would hardly limit himself to a mere 200. No, Mr. Vickroll is but an ordinary businessman, not a wealthy magnate. Moreover, he believes that the police department is far more adept in matters of rescue." Curly replied with composure. "Very well, that poses no issue." Leonard snapped his fingers. Turning his verdant gaze towards Roshan, he said, "Lovely lady, could you draft a contract? Stop pretending to be a poet. In truth, you can only recite the works of others," Roshan retorted, accustomed to their mutual banter, momentarily forgetting the presence of guests. Of course, Blackthorn's security company was indifferent to the identity of the client. Whether it was a good one or not mattered little. Roshan departed from the reception desk and entered the clerical office, the sound of her typing echoing. Klein watched, his lips twitching slightly, feeling that their professionalism was sorely lacking. They did not even possess a standardized, ready-made contract. This was indeed a lamentable situation. Even more disheartening was the realization that I find myself in such an unprofessional establishment. As he pondered, Roshan composed a succinct contract with only a few clauses, obtaining signatures from Curly and Leonard Mitchell. Once Curly affixed the seal, she took the contract to the accounting office, seeking Mrs. Oleana to procure the stamp of Blackthorn Security Company. This stamp was of little consequence. Dunn typically entrusted its safekeeping to Oleana, handing it to Roshan and others on Sundays. "We await your good news," Curly said, standing and bowing slightly as he accepted one of the contracts. Leonard remained silent, seemingly lost in thought for several moments. Suddenly, he turned to Klein, a smile gracing his lips. "I require your assistance." "Huh?" Klein was momentarily taken aback. "What I mean is, this task will be accomplished by you and me together," Leonard clarified with a slight smirk. "I excel in combat, shooting, climbing, sensing, and chanting, as well as providing some support, but not in locating individuals. Surely, you wouldn't want old Neil to venture out in this weather, would you?" His voice grew indistinct as he mentioned sensing, rendering it almost inaudible. Very well. Klein felt a surge of ambition to try new skills, coupled with a hint of wariness towards Leonard Mitchell. May we complete this successfully. I wonder how much my divination abilities will come into play," he mused with a touch of anticipation. Chapter 43. The search for the missing. Gazing at Klein, Leonard nodded with a smile in his bright blue eyes, inquiring, "What do you require from them?" Having collaborated with old Neil and others on numerous occasions, he understood the necessity of a medium in divination, particularly in the absence of the principal subject. Klein contemplated for a moment, then turned to the butler, Curly, stating, "I require some of Elliot's recently worn, unwashed garments. And it would be even more beneficial if we could procure any accessories he has previously carried." He endeavored to select ordinary mediums, rather than items that might incite the wild imaginings of the uninitiated. Nevertheless, old butler Curly appeared perplexed, asking, "Why?" After a brief pause, he added, "I possess a photograph of young Master Elliot." "Why?" "Because we intend to utilize divination to ascertain his whereabouts." Klein found himself at a loss for words. To speak the truth might inadvertently breach confidentiality agreements, and most likely, old butler Curly would turn on his heel, tearing up the contract in indignation, muttering to himself, "These charlatans. If this were truly effective, I might as well seek out the most renowned medium in Ahova County." Beside them, Leonard Mitchell chuckled lightly and remarked, "Mr. Curly, my companion, colleague, has a rather peculiar pet with a sense of smell more acute than that of a bloodhound. Thus, we require the clothing young Master Elliot has worn and any items he has previously possessed to assist us in our search. You know, clues often confine themselves to a general vicinity. As for that photograph, we also need it. I must recognize what young Master Elliot looks like." Old butler Curly accepted this explanation, nodding slowly. "Will you be waiting here, or shall I accompany you to Mr. Vickrol's residence in the city?" "Let us go together. It will save time," Klein replied succinctly, wishing to test his extraordinary abilities while also harboring a genuine desire to save another. "Very well, the carriage awaits downstairs," old butler Curly said, producing a black and white photograph from his pocket and handing it to Leonard. The photograph depicted Elliot Vickrol at about 10 years of age, with slightly long hair nearly obscuring his eyes, a face adorned with distinct freckles, yet not particularly remarkable in appearance. Leonard glanced at it and casually passed it to Klein, who examined it closely before tucking it into his pocket. He then grasped his cane, adjusted his hat, and followed the two men out of the Blackthorn Security Company into the waiting carriage below. The interior of the carriage was quite spacious, carpeted with thick fabric, and furnished with a small table for items. With old butler Curly present, Klein and Leonard maintained silence, quietly absorbing the rhythmic patter of raindrops as the carriage glided smoothly over the waterlogged road. A commendable coachman, Leonard eventually broke the silence, smiling in approval. "Indeed," Klein responded perfunctorily. Old butler Curly managed a smile as he remarked, "Your compliment is his honor. We shall soon arrive." In an effort to avoid detection by potential kidnappers, the carriage did not approach the tobacco merchant Vickrol's residence directly but halted on a nearby street. Old butler Curly, holding an umbrella, departed alone. While waiting, Leonard turned to Klein, stating, "My earlier speculation had no ulterior motive. I merely wish to inform you that that notebook will undoubtedly resurface, perhaps quite soon." This was hardly a pleasant deduction. Klein nodded towards the coachman, signaling that sensitive topics should not be discussed in the presence of others. Leonard whistled and gazed out the window, watching raindrops glide down the glass, leaving behind hazy imprints that obscured the outside world. After a while, Curly returned, carrying a bag. His hurried pace had splattered mud on his trousers, and there were damp stains on his front. "These are the garments young Master Elliot wore yesterday, along with the storm talisman he previously possessed." Klein took the items, noting they comprised a miniature gentleman's outfit, a small shirt, waistcoat, bow tie, and so forth. The storm talisman, crafted from bronze, was engraved with symbols representing fierce winds and waves, yet it did not evoke any inspiration within Klein. I shall now recount the details of young Master Elliot's abduction. To aid you in pinpointing your target, old butler Curly seated himself and recounted the nightmarish events from the morning, hoping that the hard-won assistance would prove effective. Klein and Leonard exhibited little interest in the specifics, focusing instead on the number of abductors, any unusual behaviors, and whether they were armed. 3. Ordinary, armed. Having extracted the necessary information, they bid farewell to old butler Curly and hired a light two-wheeled carriage nearby. Unlike public carriages, this hired one could be charged by distance or time. The former cost 4 pence per kilometer in the city and 8 pence in the countryside, while the latter was 2 sols per hour, with any duration under an hour counted as 1 hour, and exceeding 1 hour charged an additional 6 pence every 15 minutes. When encountering inclement weather or urgent situations requiring speed, prices would also increase. Klein had heard from instructor Ask that in the capital of Beckland, cab drivers were notorious for their arbitrary pricing. To him, this seemed quite a luxury, but he need not worry about the expense, as Leonard simply tossed the driver 2 one-sol banknotes. Time-based fare, Leonard instructed before closing the carriage door. Where are you headed? The coachman, holding the 2 banknotes, inquired with a mix of delight and confusion. One moment, Leonard turned his gaze toward Klein, who nodded slightly. He produced Elliot's garments, spreading them across the carriage floor, and affixed the storm talisman to the tip of his cane. Grasping the silver-fitted black cane, he planted it upright atop Elliot's clothing. As a sphere of light coalesced in his mind, Klein felt an exhilarating tranquility wash over him, his brown eyes deepening as he entered a semi-meditative state. He sensed his spiritual essence becoming lighter, almost buoyant, and glimpsed the omnipresent realm of spirits, silently repeating Elliot's location in his mind. After 7 iterations, he released the cane, which astonishingly remained upright, steadfastly standing despite the gentle swaying of the carriage. A myriad of silent, intangible sounds enveloped him, and Klein felt the weight of countless indifferent gazes upon him. In recent days, he had occasionally encountered similar sensations during his meditations and in a state of spiritual vision. With a shiver of unease, he focused his darkened gaze upon the cane, once more intoning in his heart Elliot's location. The moment he finished his silent incantation, the silver-fitted black cane toppled forward, pointing directly ahead. Proceed straight, Klein commanded, his voice low and ethereal, seemingly capable of piercing the veil of the unknown. This was one of the divinatory abilities he had mastered, known as the divination rod for locating objects, requiring a medium of wood, metal, or a combination of both. Typically, this would necessitate 2 genuine rods shaped like a straightened iron wire bent at a right angle, with the shorter side held to determine direction. However, as a diviner, Klein had discovered through practice that he could directly utilize this method to locate individuals, employing his cane in place of the rods. The direction it fell indicated the path to the sought-after object. As for the Antigonus family's notebook, Klein could not recall its appearance, leaving him unable to pursue it. Proceed straight, Leonard commanded the coachman loudly. I shall inform you when it is time to turn. The coachman was utterly perplexed by the necessity of such actions. Yet the sight of the bills in his inner pocket and the other party's unwavering willingness to pay rendered him speechless, leading him to accept the situation. The carriage proceeded slowly, traversing street after street. Along the way, Klein consulted his divination rods several times to correct his course. After circling a building, he finally confirmed that Elliot was indeed inside. A mere 30 minutes had elapsed since bidding farewell to the old steward, Curly. Dismissing the coachman, Klein eschewed the use of Elliot's garments and instead planted the storm-ensconced rod firmly into the ground. His gaze deepened once more, and the few raindrops around him began to whirl in place. Leaning the rod towards the front, Klein pointed to a staircase and declared, There. At times, I find myself envious of old Neil, and similarly, I now envy you, Leonard remarked with a wistful smile as he observed the scene. Klein cast a sidelong glance at him and replied in a neutral tone, This is not particularly difficult. If you are willing, you will surely learn. Your inspiration must be quite profound, yes? Leonard nodded and chuckled softly. That is not necessarily a good thing. He quickened his pace, entering the staircase amidst the diminishing rain. Klein, wary of ruining his formal attire, nearly broke into a jog to keep up. The building stood 3 stories tall, reminiscent of an apartment complex on Earth, with only 2 rooms at each landing. Klein consulted his divination rod once more on the 1st and 2nd floors, with the rod remaining steadfastly directed upward. Treading lightly, they ascended to the 3rd floor, where Klein again positioned the silver-adorned black rod upon the ground. A gentle breeze swept through the staircase, altering the hue of his eyes to a deep black, as if capable of ensnaring souls. An ethereal weeping echoed around them. Klein released his grip, and the rod, entwined with the storm's charm, remained magically upright. After silently reciting Elliot's location once more, he observed his black rod topple silently, pointing towards the right room. It should be within, Klein mused. retrieving his rod while gently tapping his forehead twice. Amidst the deepening colors, he gazed towards the right door, catching sight of the various auras within. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 kidnappers and 1 hostage. The numbers aligned perfectly. One of the auras was diminutive. Likely Elliot. Mr. Curley had mentioned they possessed 2 shotguns and a revolver. Klein murmured. Leonard chuckled softly. Allow me to serenade them with a poem. Why resort to kidnapping when one could joyfully embrace civility? He set down the bag containing Elliot's clothes and stepped forward, his expression shifting to one of tranquility tinged with sorrow. His deep, magnetic voice resonated. Ah, the thread of fear, the crimson hope. At least one thing is true. This life is fleeting. One truth remains, all else is falsehood. After a flower blooms, it shall bid the world farewell. Chapter 44. Destiny. Leonard's chant resonated like a lullaby, softly echoing between the doors and the winding wooden staircase. Klein's mind momentarily drifted, as if he beheld the tranquil moonlight and the gently rippling lake surface. His eyelids grew heavy, almost as if he could succumb to slumber while standing. Amidst this haze of perception, he sensed an intangible, eerie, and indifferent gaze from behind, as though he were traversing the spirit realm. A strange sense of déjà vu surged within him, and Klein abruptly regained his thoughts, leveraging his profound intuition and familiarity with meditation to shake off the influence of the midnight verses. Yet, a serene stillness enveloped him, rendering it difficult to summon any other emotion. Soon, Leonard ceased his chanting, turned his head with a smile, and remarked, I am considering applying for a Phenobot lute. How could one chant without accompaniment? Just jesting. I heard they have all fallen asleep. The dark-haired, green-eyed member of the night watch team stepped forward to the door where the captors and hostages were confined. Suddenly, he swung his shoulder and struck the door lock with his fist. Crack. The wood around the lock splintered, the sound barely audible. Such precision was required. As Leonard turned back to share a jest, he reached into the breach and opened the door. Now fully alert, Klein lacked Leonard's confidence. He slipped his hand beneath his arm, drawing forth his pistol and adjusting the cylinder to ensure it could fire at once. As the door swung open, he beheld a man slumped over a table, asleep, with a handgun at his feet, and another man groggily rubbing his eyes, attempting to rise. With a swift slide, Leonard approached and knocked out the soon-to-wake robber. Just as Klein intended to follow, he suddenly sensed something amiss and turned sharply towards the staircase. The sound of footsteps ascending echoed, gradually becoming clearer. A man clad in a brown coat, without a hat, cradling a paper bag of bread, rounded the corner of the stairs, making his way to the 3rd floor. Abruptly, he halted, his gaze meeting the metallic glint of a gun barrel aimed squarely at him. In his widened pupils, he reflected a young man adorned with a half-height silk top hat, dressed in formal black attire with a matching bow tie, leaning against the railing, a dangerous revolver in hand. Cease all movements and raise your hands. 3, 2. Klein's voice was low and measured as he steadied his revolver, envisioning the man as a target for practice. In the taut atmosphere, the man in the brown coat dropped the bag of bread and slowly raised his hands. Sir, you must have misunderstood something, he said, fixating on Klein's finger poised on the trigger, forcing a faint smile. Klein found himself unable to determine whether the man was an accomplice of the captors or merely a neighbor, yet he maintained an impassive facade, responding in a low tone. Do not attempt to struggle. Soon, someone will come to ascertain whether this is a misunderstanding. At that moment, Leonard emerged from dealing with the captors, casting a glance at the man by the staircase, and casually remarked, so, there was indeed another accomplice, responsible for the supplies and food? Upon hearing this, the man's pupils constricted, and he suddenly kicked the bag of bread before him, attempting to obscure Klein's line of sight. Unperturbed, Klein, as if in practice, calmly squeezed the trigger. Bang! A spray of crimson erupted from the man's left shoulder. He rolled instinctively, aiming to flee to the 2nd floor. But Leonard had already leapt down, bracing himself against the railing. With a muffled thud, Leonard descended upon the man, who promptly lost consciousness. Leonard brushed off the slight stains of blood and looked up at Klein, chuckling. Your aim is commendable. I intended to shoot his leg. A faint twitch crossed Klein's lips as he caught a whiff of the metallic scent of blood. He realized that after consuming the diviner's potion, although his vision, hearing, and touch had not been enhanced, he could still perceive obscured objects and faint footsteps, allowing him to make anticipatory judgments. Is this within the realm of intuition? Klein pondered, nodding thoughtfully as he observed Leonard retrieving a sharp dagger from the downed accomplice and dragging him into the room. With a gun in one hand and a cane in the other, Klein entered the room where the captors had been, finding Elliot Vickrol awakened by the gunfire, his body transitioning from a curled position to an upright one as he sat up slowly. The 3 original captors had been securely bound by Leonard with the ropes they had used on Elliot, strung together and cast into a corner. The insufficient portions of rope were replaced with torn strips from their clothing. The man shot in the shoulder lay unconscious, receiving makeshift bandaging, though Leonard deemed him too filthy to extract the bullet. Who are you? Elliot stammered, astonished at the sight before him. Indeed, you guessed correctly, quite astutely, Leonard replied. Half-crouched, Klein mused, surprised to discover a hint of humor in this fellow. Lowering his revolver, he addressed Elliot. We are mercenaries hired by your father. You may also refer to us as security personnel. Is it true? Am I truly rescued? Elliot asked, his eyes brimming with joy yet hesitant to move. It was evident that in the brief hours since his abduction, he had endured significant hardships, losing the impulsiveness typically associated with his age. Leonard stood up and said to Klein, you should go downstairs to find the patrolling officers and inform them to notify the tobacco merchant. I would prefer not to leave with this child and these 4 men like a common brigand. Klein nodded, contemplating how to handle the aftermath. Holstering his revolver and grasping his cane as he headed towards the staircase. Descending step by step, he felt an inkling of forgetting something and heard Leonard reassuring Elliot. Do not be anxious. You will soon see your father, mother, and old butler Kelly. Shall we play a game of Gwent? Suppressing a smile, Klein stepped onto the street outside and, guided by passers-by, located 2 patrolling officers. He refrained from displaying the Special Operations badge and credentials, instead narrating the events as a professional security personnel. Regarding the issue of weaponry, he felt no concern, having recently acquired a comprehensive weapon usage permit through internal channels, ensuring swift approval. The 2 officers exchanged glances, dispatching one to notify reinforcements in the Vickroll family while the other accompanied Klein back to the captor's quarters. After waiting over 40 minutes, seizing an opportune moment when the officers were distracted, Leonard signaled to Klein, urging him to follow as they slipped out of the room. Trust me, going to the police station is a waste of time. Let us leave first, the poetically inclined night watchman explained with ease. Klein, adopting a mindset of accepting whatever fate may bring, refrained from arguing and trailed behind. After nearly 5 minutes, several swiftly galloping carriages arrived at the building where the captors were held, with the old butler Kelly accompanying his portly master Vickroll. At that moment, Vickroll remained engulfed in confusion, unable to fathom that such good news had arrived so swiftly, almost as if from a dream. Suddenly, a sharp crack pierced the air. Prompting him to instinctively turn his head, a 2-wheeled carriage sped past, its window open, and Leonard, with his dark hair and green eyes, snapped his fingers once more. After passing Vickroll's carriage, Leonard closed the window, turned his body towards Klein, and raised his right hand with a smile. Pleasure working together. We seem to be unfamiliar with each other. Klein responded politely as they exchanged a handshake. He had not anticipated that the kidnapping case would be resolved so swiftly, silently marveling at the extraordinary nature of the exceptional, for even he, a mere novice of Sequence 9, could achieve many inconceivable feats. This was the gesture of celebration expressed by the nobles after their fencing match, Leonard explained with a smile. I am aware, Klein replied, having several noble classmates. He glanced out the window, his brow furrowing slightly. Should we not confirm with Mr. Curley? If he believes that the police rescued Elliot, our reward will be halved. That's a hefty sum of £100. As for providing the whereabouts of the kidnappers, given their earlier meeting, there would be no doubt. Do not dwell on it. In the grand scheme of our lives, money is not of paramount importance, Leonard said, spreading his hands with a grin. To me, it is exceedingly important. Klein forced a polite smile. Many poets have perished prematurely due to poverty. Leonard chuckled. I trust Elliot will not lie about this matter. I can see he still possesses a certain innocence. However, even if we were to receive a reward of £200, your share would be minimal. How much can I expect? Klein inquired immediately. According to the long-standing unwritten rule, half of the reward would be given to Mrs. Oriana as additional funds for the team, with the remainder shared among the participating members. Regrettably, as you are not a formal member, you would likely receive only 10%. £10. Well, that's something. Klein feigned indifference before asking. Aren't you concerned that the kidnappers might awaken and realize they were influenced by extraordinary powers? They will not suspect. They will merely think the weather was too pleasant, too conducive for slumber, and that they could not help but succumb to it. They might even believe that the chanting exists solely in dreams, which we have verified, Leonard responded confidently. However, your demon-hunting bullet might raise some eyebrows. Yet, the eccentricity of a mysticism enthusiast serves as a reasonable explanation. Indeed, Klein set aside his worries, feeling as though he had forgotten or overlooked something. Upon returning to Zoltan Street, Klein did not wait for Curly's arrival, but instead took a stroll to Welch's residence, altering his route home while purchasing beef, cabbage, and other ingredients for dinner. As usual, they enjoyed a delightful meal, accompanied by leisurely conversations among the 3 siblings, only to be interrupted by a visitor knocking at the door. He was there to collect all the 1-penny coins from the gas meter. As night deepened, the siblings bid each other good night and retreated to their respective rooms. Klein was sound asleep when he was suddenly awakened by rustling sounds from outside. Puzzled, he opened the door and stepped into the vacant bedroom. Pushing open the weathered door, Klein beheld a gray table. Upon it lay a notebook. its cover crafted from stiff paper and entirely dyed black. A strange sense of déjà vu washed over him as he approached and opened the notebook. The page revealed a drawing of a figure clad in opulent garments, adorned with an extravagant headdress, the Fool. Beneath the Fool, a line in Hermetic script read, "Everyone shall die, including me." Klein's heart raced as he suddenly noticed the corners of the Fool's mouth curling upwards. Startled, he sat upright, greeted by the crimson moonlight filtering through the curtains. The outlines of bookshelves and his desk coming into view, realizing he had been ensnared in a nightmare. As a diviner, he understood that dreams often reveal deeper truths, prompting him to ponder the experience. In his recollection, Klein froze, for he recognized what he had overlooked that day. While engrossed in Leonard's chanting, he had felt an intangible, indifferent gaze upon him from behind. This sensation was distinctly different from normal meditation or the use of clairvoyance, evoking a sense of familiarity. According to Captain Dunn, such feelings often signify. Klein straightened abruptly, affirming his realization. Yes, it was that notebook. The notebook of the Antigonus family. Chapter 45. Return. The notes of the Antigonus family lay just within the room opposite the kidnappers. Although this was a remarkable coincidence, Klein firmly believed in the accuracy of his instincts. He swiftly rolled out of bed, discarding the threadbare garments he had worn to sleep. Grabbing a white shirt from beside him, he hastily donned it, fastening the buttons with a hurried finesse. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, he realized that a button was missing and the sides appeared asymmetrical. Upon closer inspection, Klein discovered that he had mismatched the buttons from the very beginning, twisting the shirt into an awkward form. He shook his head in resignation, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, employing a modicum of meditative technique to restore a semblance of calm. After securing the white shirt and black trousers, he awkwardly adjusted the shoulder strap beneath his arm, retrieving the revolver concealed beneath his soft pillow and placing it within. He neglected to tie a bow tie, slipping into his formal attire, clutching his hat in one hand while grasping his cane in the other. He approached the door. With a gentle motion, he adjusted his half-height silk hat and turned the doorknob, stepping into the corridor, cautiously closing the wooden door behind him. He descended the stairs almost silently, akin to a thief. He left 2 lines of words on the living room stationery, indicating that he had forgotten to mention the company's affairs the previous night and needed to arrive early today. As he stepped outside, Klein was greeted by a refreshing breeze that brought tranquility to his being. The street before him was dim and silent, devoid of pedestrians, illuminated only by the soft glow of the gas lamps. He retrieved his pocket watch from the inner pocket, snapping it open to discover it was just past 6 o'clock. The crimson moonlight had not yet fully waned, though the horizon bore a hint of clarity. Just as he was considering hiring an expensive cab, he noticed a horse-drawn public carriage rolling towards him. Was there a public carriage running this early? Klein felt a twinge of surprise and waved it down. "Good morning, sir." The driver skillfully brought the horses to a halt, while the attendant beside him stifled a yawn, covering his mouth with his hand. "To Zothran Street," Klein instructed, pulling out 2 pennies and 4 half-pennies from his pocket. "For pennies," the attendant replied without hesitation. After handing over the fare, Klein climbed into the carriage, finding it eerily empty, devoid of any other passengers, casting a distinct air of desolation in the dim light. "You were the first one," the driver remarked with a smile. "Honestly, I did not expect a public carriage to be running this early," Klein said, taking a seat near the driver, attempting to distract himself and alleviate the tension within. The driver chuckled self-deprecatingly. "From 6 in the morning until 9 at night. Yet I earn merely £1 a week. Do you not have any time off?" Klein inquired, astonished. "We rotate 1 day off per week," the driver replied, his tone growing somber. The attendant added, "We are responsible from 6 in the morning to 11. Then we break for lunch, and after dinner at 6, we switch with our colleagues. Even if we do not rest, the horses require it." It was not always like this. It was instituted after some drivers became too exhausted, leading to unfortunate mishaps where horses lost control and the carriage overturned. How could those vampires suddenly become benevolent? The driver scoffed. As dawn broke, the public carriage made its way to Zothran Street, picking up 7 or 8 passengers along the route. Once Klein felt his tension dissipate, he fell silent, closing his eyes to replay the events of the previous day, searching for any overlooked details. When the sun rose fully, illuminating the sky, the carriage arrived at Zothran Street. Klein held his hat against the breeze as he hopped down from the carriage and hurried into number 36, Zothran Street, ascending the stairs to the exterior of Blackthorn Security Company. At that moment, the main door remained closed, yet to be opened. Klein retrieved his key ring from his waist, locating the brass key that corresponded, inserting it into the lock, and with a decisive turn, he pushed the door open, revealing Leonard Mitchell, with his black hair and green eyes, taking in the scent of the latest fashionable cigarette. "In truth, I prefer cigars. You seem rather eager?" The poetic night watchman inquired leisurely. "Where's the captain?" Klein countered with a question of his own. Leonard gestured towards the partition in his office. "As an insomniac promoted to such a distinction, he only requires 2 hours of rest during the day. I imagine factory owners and bankers must adore such a potion. Klein nodded, briskly passing through the partition to find Dunn Smith standing at the entrance of his office, clad in a black trench coat and carrying a cane adorned with gold. His expression grave and composed. "What is the matter?" he asked. "I have that I seem to have seen you somewhere before feeling, likely stemming from those notes of the Antigonus family." Klein strove to maintain clarity in his response. "Where?" Dunn Smith inquired, his demeanor revealing no notable shift. Yet, Klein's intuition suggested an undeniable, intangible fluctuation within Dunn. Perhaps a flicker of insight or a shift in emotion. "It is located in the room opposite where Leonard and I rescued the hostages yesterday. I was unaware until I had a dream that provided me with revelation," Klein disclosed without reservation. "It appears I missed a significant opportunity yesterday." Leonard chuckled lightly from where he had positioned himself at the partition. Dunn nodded slightly, his expression solemn as he commanded, "Have Cohen replace Old Neil in guarding the armory, and let Old Neil and Fly accompany us." Leonard ceased his levity and promptly notified Cohen and Fly, both members of the Night Watch team. One being an insomniac and the other a gravedigger. 5 minutes later, the twin-wheeled carriage belonging to the Night Watch team sped away into the still quiet of the morning. Leonard, wearing a felt hat and dressed in a shirt and vest, assumed the role of driver, occasionally cracking the whip to elicit a sharp sound. Inside the carriage, Klein sat alongside Old Neil, while Dunn Smith and Fly occupied the opposite side. The gravedigger's pallid complexion suggested he had not seen sunlight in ages or suffered from severe anemia. He appeared to be in his 30s, with dark hair and blue eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips, exuding a cold and shadowy aura, tinged with a faint scent that hinted at his perennial encounters with the deceased. "Please recount the details once more." Dunn adjusted the collar of his black trench coat. Klein caressed the yellow crystal pendant hidden beneath his sleeve and recounted everything from the moment he accepted the commission to the dream, while Old Neil chuckled softly. "You seem to share a fateful connection with those notes of the Antigonus family. It is quite the coincidence. Indeed, it is rather too coincidental. If Leonard had not just mentioned that the preliminary interrogation results of the Elliot kidnapping case indicated no hidden forces or mysterious powers at play, but merely a simple crime driven by greed, I would suspect it was all meticulously arranged." Klein mused, feeling perplexed by the sheer improbability of it all. Such a coincidence. Dunn remained silent, seemingly lost in thought, while Fly, clad in a similar black trench coat, preserved his stoic demeanor. Only when the carriage came to a stop, revealing the building Klein had described outside the window, did the silence break. "Let us proceed, Klein. You and Old Neil will bring up the rear. Be cautious. Utmost caution is required." Dunn disembarked, drawing from his pocket a peculiar revolver with an unusually long and thick barrel, which he tucked into his right-hand pocket. "Understood," Klein, aware of the gravity of the situation, dared not advance recklessly to the front. As Leonard found someone to guard the carriage, the group of 5 extraordinary individuals entered the staircase in an orderly manner. Their steps light as they ascended to the 3rd floor. "Is this the place?" Leonard inquired, gesturing towards the room opposite the kidnappers. Klein lightly tapped his forehead twice, activating his spiritual vision. In this state, his intuition heightened, and he felt an uncanny familiarity with the door, as if he had previously crossed its threshold. "Indeed." He nodded affirmatively. Old Neil also activated his own spiritual sight, scrutinizing the surroundings before declaring, "There is no one inside, nor are there any magical auras." The Reaper, Fry, added hoarsely, "No malevolent spirits." He required no activation of spiritual sight to perceive numerous entities, including vengeful spirits and malevolence. Leonard stepped forward and, mirroring his actions from the previous day, delivered a forceful blow to the door lock. This time, not only did the surrounding wooden panel splinter, but the lock also sprang free, clattering to the ground. Klein sensed an invisible seal dissipate instantaneously, followed by a pungent odor that assaulted his senses. "Corpses, decaying corpses." The Reaper, Fry, stated coldly, exhibiting no signs of revulsion. Dunn extended his gloved right hand and slowly pushed the door open. The first sight that met their eyes was a fireplace, where an unusual heat permeated the air despite the early July weather. Before the fireplace sat a rocking chair, occupied by an elderly woman clad in a black and white dress, her head drooping. Her figure appeared grotesquely enlarged, her skin a sickly greenish black, swollen to the point of glistening, as if a mere poke would cause her to burst, releasing a foul stench. Maggots and parasites crawled amidst the flesh and decayed liquid, weaving in and out of her garments in folds, resembling points of light clustered around a dim, extinguished mass. Suddenly, with a sickening sound, the woman's eyeballs detached and fell to the ground, rolling a few times and leaving behind yellow-brown streaks. Klein felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Unable to withstand the stench any longer, he bent over and retched violently. Chapter 46. The portrait. Klein crouched there, unable to suppress his retching, having skipped breakfast. And soon he had emptied his stomach. At that moment, a small, tin-colored box resembling a cigarette case appeared before him. The open end, missing its cap, emanated a mingled scent of tobacco, disinfectant, and mint leaves, which made Klein's nose flare, revitalizing him. The pungent stench still lingered in the air, yet Klein no longer felt nauseous, and his vomiting quickly ceased. Following the tin box upward, he beheld a pale hand that seemed lifeless, the sleeve of a black coat. And the cold, somber figure of the coroner, Fry. "Thank you," Klein said, fully recovering, supporting himself on his knees before standing again. Fry nodded expressionlessly. "You'll get used to it." He capped the tin box and stowed it in his pocket before turning towards the highly decayed corpse of an elderly woman. Commencing his examination without gloves, while Dunn Smith and Leonard Mitchell strolled around the room, occasionally touching the surfaces of tables and newspapers. Old Neil stood outside the door, pinching his nose and grumbling in a deep voice. "This is revolting. I'm going to apply for a stipend this month." Dunn turned back, brushing his gloved right hand against the soot on the wall beside the fireplace, and glanced at Klein. "Is this familiar to you?" Klein held his breath, conjuring an image of his silver pocket watch in his mind, calming both body and spirit. In his already heightened state of clairvoyance, he was struck by a different sensation as a vivid scene from the depths of his memory flashed before him. The fireplace, rocking chair, table, newspapers. The rusted iron nails embedded in the door, the tin can inlaid with silver. The image was dim and shadowy, akin to a documentary on Earth, yet even more nebulous and ethereal. It rapidly overlapped with everything Klein observed, the feeling of deja vu unmistakably manifesting. An elusive and haunting whisper piercing through the intangible barrier once more. "Henachus. Fragra. Henachus. Fragra. Henachus. Fragra." Somewhat familiar, Klein replied, a slight headache prompting him to tap his forehead twice. "Henachus. The mountain range mentioned in the original diary?" That was content deciphered from the Anagon family notes. The recent whispers resembled a previous encounter, both involving the term Henachus. Was this a form of seduction? Klein felt a jolt of trepidation, unwilling to delve deeper, fearing he might spiral into chaos. Dunn nodded slightly, approached the cabinet, and suddenly reached out to pull open the wooden door above. Inside, the bread was covered in mold, and beside it lay 7 or 8 lifeless gray mice with bristly fur. "Leonard, go downstairs and find the patrolling officer. Ascertain the situation here," Dunn instructed his team member. "Understood," Leonard replied, departing the room. Dunn then opened the doors to 2 bedrooms, meticulously searching through them. After confirming the absence of clues and the Anagon family notes, Coroner Fry straightened up, wiping his hands with a white handkerchief, stating, "Death occurred over 5 days ago, with no external injuries or significant effects from supernatural forces. The exact cause must await further examination." "Did you discover anything?" Dunn inquired, turning to Old Neil and Klein. Both, having exited their clairvoyant states, shook their heads in unison. "Aside from a corpse, everything here seems normal. No." Initially, an invisible force sealed the room. "You know, we often encounter similar phenomena when using ritual magic," Old Neil added after a moment's contemplation. Just as Dunn was about to respond, he suddenly gazed towards the door. After a few seconds, Klein and Old Neil sensed something amiss and turned to observe the staircase corner. Moments later, faint footsteps grew louder as Leonard ascended with a police officer. The officer, catching a whiff of the foul odor, paled slightly and promptly collaborated with the Special Operations Unit to knock on the door of the second-floor residence, inquiring about the situation on the 3rd floor. Shortly thereafter, the officer, adorned with silver W insignia, regarded the corpse in the rocking chair, declaring, "Katie Stefina Bear, aged between 55 and 60, a widow, has cohabited here with her son, Riel Bear, for over a decade. Her late husband was a jeweler, and her son, approximately 30 years old, remains unmarried, having inherited his father's trade, earning around £1.15 weekly." According to their neighbors, they haven't been seen in over a week. At this juncture, Klein discerned the crux of the matter, the missing, or more accurately, the whereabouts unknown, Riel Bear. That ancient notebook was likely in his possession. "Do you have a photograph of Riel Bear?" Dunn asked the officer, who was playing the role of a senior inspector. However, this was mere pretense. According to police records, he indeed held the rank of senior inspector, with his salary and benefits structured accordingly, excluding the ecclesiastical portion. The officer nervously shook his head. "I don't know. We must return to the precinct to check. Normally, we wouldn't retain photographs of every individual." "I understand. Continue questioning the residents on the 1st floor. Inquire in detail," Dunn commanded. Watching the officer leave, he closed the door and turned to Old Neil. "It's up to you now. Otherwise, we may have to let the residents here slumber, seeking Riel Bear's likeness from their dreams. I'm not overly confident in sketches derived from verbal descriptions." Old Neil nodded, retrieving several thumb-sized vials from a hidden pocket in his classical black robe, pouring the contained liquids in a prescribed sequence around him. Following that, he produced a pinch of powder, encircling himself with it. A strange, acrid aroma wafted forth. Unaffected by the room stench, while Klein abruptly sensed an unseen force enveloping Old Neil, separating him from the environment and the others, reminiscent of the room's prior condition. Old Neil half closed his eyes, his lips moving as he recited a low, indistinct incantation. Klein was unprepared, faintly catching phrases like "I beseech the goddess's power. I await the knight's favor." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the window, scattering the powder. Klein felt a jolt, goosebumps erupting on his skin. As an indescribable, terrifying scent rapidly filled the air. His mind became muddled, taut with tension, akin to the aftermath of solving a complex mathematical problem. Abruptly, Old Neil's eyes flew open, now pitch black. He retrieved a water-absorbing fountain pen from his pocket and began sketching on a piece of scrap paper on the table. His movements so rapid that his entire body trembled. Klein gazed intently, witnessing the swift emergence of a face with deep-set eyes and a prominent nose. Once the natural curls of short hair were rendered, Old Neil inscribed beneath the portrait, black hair, deep blue eyes. A porcelain dental crown on the left side of the mouth. With a clatter, Old Neil dropped the pen onto the paper, his body twitching momentarily. "This is the semblance of Riel Bieber, as it remains in this room," Old Neil murmured, his eyes returning to normal. He then resumed his previous position, slowly turning in place, and the invisible, separating force dissipated like a gentle breeze. "Praise the goddess," Old Neil intoned, pressing his hands together at his chest, forming the shape of a crimson crescent moon. Klein's mind began to relax, allowing him to observe with greater scrutiny. He noted that Riel Bieber's features were unremarkable, his demeanor quite serene, save for the pronounced nasolabial folds that sagged noticeably on either side of his nose. "I shall attempt the divination technique with the rod," he mused. He picked up the portrait and rummaged through the male garments in the bedroom, laying them out upon the floor. "Done, Leonard." And the elderly Neil made no attempt to intervene, watching as he planted the silver-inlaid black cane atop the clothes and the portrait, while the mortician, Fry, remained as silent as ever. As the brown hue darkened, Klein's gaze deepened with intent as he completed his silent incantation and released his grip. The black cane stood quietly, as if firmly embedded in the floor. Klein silently repeated the invocation in his mind. In the wind's faint whisper, the cane toppled over, yet during its fall, it altered its direction, ultimately transitioning into a slight rotation around its pivot point. Remarkably, without any external force to aid it, the silver-inlaid black cane regained its footing. Klein attempted this several times, each yielding the same outcome, prompting him to shake his head at Dunn and the elder Neil. Some enigmatic force was interfering with his divination. Dunn removed his black gloves and addressed Leonard and Klein. "Take the portrait of Riel Bieber and inquire with the residents here for final confirmation. Then pursue him under the charge of matricide." "Understood," Klein affirmed, grasping the cane and bending down to retrieve the portrait. Once the neighbors confirmed that the individual depicted was indeed Riel Bieber, Dunn instructed Leonard and the officer to proceed to the police station to finalize the paperwork, while he and Fry ventured to several bars in Tingen City to seek out individuals through underground channels. Klein and the elder Neil returned to the Blackthorn Security Company via public carriage. It was still before 8, and Roshan had yet to arrive. Upon closing the door, Klein turned to the elder Neil, a blend of confusion and inquiry in his expression. "Why would I deliver the Antigonus family's notes to Riel Bieber's residence? This route is entirely divergent from Welch's domicile to Iron Cross Street." The elder Neil settled onto the sofa, chuckling softly. "Isn't it quite evident? Whether you unknowingly triggered the power within the notes or out of curiosity performed certain rituals as described, you inadvertently provoked some forbidden entity. This force, this entity, aimed to deliver the notes to Riel Bieber and sever all ties, leaving no trace for anyone to uncover. Thus, aside from you, the chosen one, Welch and Naya both succumbed to suicide on the spot. Frankly, I still cannot fathom how you managed to survive." "I am equally in the dark," Klein replied, sitting down and feigning a pained smile. "Your conjectures regarding the events have crossed my mind as well. Yet I remain baffled as to why the notes must be given to Riel Bieber." The elder Neil shrugged. "Perhaps his birth number aligns with the requirements. Or perhaps he is the last descendant of the Antigonus family. In any case, there are myriad possibilities. The notes ended up for sale in our Tingen City likely bear a similar rationale." I leaned towards the idea of him being a descendant, Klein suddenly realized, then sighed. "Regrettably, I failed to perceive in time that both Riel Bieber and the notes had vanished." The elder Neil chuckled lightly. "This is a concern for Dunn to fret over. For you, it is fortuitous." "Why do you say that?" Klein inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. Chapter 47. The cash-strapped Old Neil rubbed his temples and remarked, "While you may have gleaned the reasons behind the suicides, and that notebook has found its way into the hands of Riel Bieber, the matter is now exposed. Whether you are alive or dead, it is unlikely to influence the subsequent developments. I suspect that the strange entity or mysterious force responsible for all this will no longer pay you particular heed. Much like you would disregard the ants on the ground, provided you do not attempt to remind him of your existence. The news of our pursuit of Riel Bieber will soon reach the secret society, and they will likely deduce that it pertains to the whereabouts of the Antigonus family notebook. Trust me, these clandestine organizations that have endured for millennia possess an array of information channels, hence their focus will shift to locating Riel Bieber. Striving to find the notebook before us, they will not, nor could they, harass, track, or confront you any longer. Young man, congratulations on shedding the shadows of your past. You are on the brink of a sunlit new journey. Klein nodded frequently, both elated and relieved as he replied, I hope so. The gloom that has loomed over me since my arrival here seems to be dissipating. However, to be candid, I still feel somewhat anxious. As it appears I share a peculiar bond with that notebook, to the extent that even during routine rescue missions, I inadvertently stumble upon remnants of its presence. I dread the day when a parcel arrives from the postman, and upon opening it, I discover it to be that very Antigonus family notebook. He silently prayed that events would unfold as old Neil had described. Upon hearing Klein's response, old Neil chuckled derisively. You hardly strike me as a devout follower of the goddess. Shouldn't you, at this moment, be drawing a red moon upon your chest and uttering, May the goddess protect us? Mr. Neil, you seem to be no different. True devotees do not speak of embarking on a sunlit new journey. After their time studying the arcane together, Klein and old Neil had forged a solid camaraderie, allowing him to return the jest without hesitation. The two exchanged knowing glances and shared a few chuckles, almost in unison proclaiming, Praise the goddess. At that moment, the sounds of mechanisms turning echoed as the door of the Blackthorn Security Company swung open. The elegant and refined Mrs. Oriana entered the reception area, her fashionable curls neatly pinned up, her light green skirt swaying gently. Good morning, Mr. Neil. Good morning, Klein. She held a small leather handbag, greeting them with a radiant smile. It's another sunny day, a splendid day. Good morning, Oriana. You remain as beautiful as you were over the past decade, old Neil responded with a warm grin. Oriana shot him a sideways glance, her expression turning serious. Mr. Neil, your compliments continue to be as vexing as they have been for the past decade. She emphasized the words for the past decade. Is that so? Old Neil looked perplexed, glancing at Klein for clarification. Never mention anything that might remind a lady of her age. As a knowledgeable keyboard warrior, Klein quickly grasped Mrs. Oriana's sensitive point and chuckled. Good morning, Mrs. Oriana. You are stunning every day. Thank you, our esteemed graduate of Hoy University, Oriana replied with a subtle nod. She continued. The old steward has already settled the payment for the commission task. According to the Captain's regulations, half is considered additional expenses, while the other half is allocated to you and Leonard. Since you are not a formal team member, you will only receive 10% of that half. And you can sign for it shortly. How much did he pay? Klein inquired, a mix of joy and sympathy evident in his voice. 200 pounds. That's what he said, Oriana replied. My goodness, the storm above. I can hardly believe this matter was resolved so effortlessly. It's more challenging than dreaming. Why is your security company so obscure? It's a disgrace to the entire industry. Oriana mimicked the old steward's southern accent. Klein pondered for a few seconds before humorously replying. That hardly seems fair to those kidnappers. The two extraordinary individuals resolved the issue in a manner that could be described as relaxed and delightful. It's akin to a fully armed adult bullying a group of children. They were simply out of luck. They must have lost the favor of the divine. Oriana chuckled softly. I told that old steward that this commission was merely a stroke of luck. We happened to have an informant who spotted the kidnappers bringing the child to their hideout. So, please, do not harbor too many expectations of us. We are merely a very ordinary security company. Generally speaking, the more one emphasizes their ordinariness, the more extraordinary they become. Klein thought to himself with a smile as he watched Mrs. Oriana pass through the partition into the accounting room. Old Neil smacked his lips, expressing a hint of envy. You are indeed a fortunate young man. You have only been with us for a short while and already encountered a commission worth 200 pounds. Is that rare? Klein asked, confused by Neil's statement. He had spent his time either studying history and the arcane or wandering about, seeking inspiration for clues. According to Mrs. Oriana's statistics, we may not encounter a commission even once a week, and most commissions are valued below 20 pounds, old Neil replied, rubbing the white crystal pendant on his wrist with a sigh. He then looked at Klein with a hint of expectation if a similar commission arises in the future. Please be sure to inform me. Listening to old Neil, Klein suddenly felt a strange sensation and boldly inquired, Mr. Neil, you seem to be in need of money? How much do you earn weekly? If it's inconvenient, please feel free to disregard my question. Old Neil leaned back against the sofa, chuckling. It is not something that requires concealment. I have been here for many years, and I currently receive a weekly salary from both the church and the police department, totaling 12 pounds. Weekly pay of 12 pounds? Klein exclaimed in astonishment. That amounts to over 600 pounds a year. I recall reading in the Tianjin Morning News and the Honest Man's report that senior barristers only earned between 800 to 1,000 pounds annually. And that S for senior barristers. Meanwhile, the manager of Benson's Import and Export Company earns only £6 a week, which is already considered quite respectable. Indeed, such a salary is relatively generous, and we are exempt from income tax, old Neil added with a smile. Klein had heard Benson mention that any salary exceeding £1 weekly was subject to Class E tax, which is the income tax for government and company employees. The rates were 3% for the portion between £1 and £2, 5% for £2 to £5, 10% for £5 to £10, 15% for £10 to £20, and 20% for amounts exceeding £20. That is commendable, Klein agreed with old Neil's assertion. However, old Neil shook his head. For extraordinary individuals like us, who frequently delve into the hidden and engage in practices and rituals, the remuneration is always insufficient. Aren't the materials available for requisition? Klein queried in surprise. Old Neil scoffed lightly. That is subject to limits, and at times, one must provide a sufficiently valid reason. In order to gain more practice and explore the arcane realm, one must invest in materials independently, which can be procured internally or through various underground markets. Klein's spirit was instantly uplifted, and he inquired, "Are there indeed underground markets for extraordinary materials? I had presumed that the church would prohibit their existence." He found himself lacking sufficient channels to acquire the necessary materials. With the emergence of a clandestine organization behind him, it was impractical to resolve every issue solely within the confines of the Night Watch. Such matters are inherently ungovernable. From the perspective of mysticism, all things possess a spirit and share a common origin. The materials we utilize are derived not only from extraordinary entities, but also from ordinary animals, plants, and minerals. For instance, the toxic hellebore, golden mint, and nightshade contained within your vial of diviner elixir are frequently encountered in daily life. While they may lack extraordinary properties, each possesses its own unique characteristics, which, when combined and harmonized, can yield significant effects. Thus, this trade cannot simply be prohibited by the church, as old Neil elaborated. Before Klein could respond, he continued, "Moreover, extraordinary species are not solely valuable for their core components. Take the lava octopus, for example. In addition to its blood, its eyes, skin, and tentacles are all excellent materials. Unless the church employs its own members for capture, the complete hoarding and control of such resources would impose a substantial economic burden. The lower-tier extraordinary materials are particularly susceptible to this, necessitating an effort to restrict the circulation of the more unique varieties." Old Neil suddenly chuckled, adding, "Another significant reason is that the underground markets we are aware of are invariably superior to those we are not, as long as clandestine organizations remain intact. This strategy proves beneficial, allowing us to procure scarce materials. Naturally, with the existence of such markets, contraband will inevitably surface, provided it is not excessively outrageous or perilous. We shall feign ignorance and utilize them to enrich our treasury. Perhaps the mutual constraints amongst several major churches prevent them from adopting overly aggressive measures," Klein speculated. Old Neil merely acknowledged with a grunt, refraining from elaboration. "I am a diviner, and I will undoubtedly require repeated practice and additional materials in the future. Mr. Neil, could you escort me to those underground markets?" Klein requested with legitimate reasoning. Old Neil displayed a hesitant expression, explaining, "The individuals active in those locales are predominantly non-extraordinary beings. There are aristocrats with a fascination for the mystical and affluent individuals drawn to this realm." "Ah, very well. I have a 30 bill that is due shortly, making it inconvenient for me to visit at present." Klein had not anticipated that the reason was merely an unpaid debt. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously offered, "Mr. Neil, do you require a loan? I have a 10 remuneration." "Ah, no need. I have my own means to resolve this," old Neil replied, patting the sofa as he slowly rose. "Ah, age is truly the most formidable foe of any living being. Last night's watch has left me quite fatigued. This morning, you shall review the previous lessons and delve into more literature. Tomorrow, I shall begin instructing you in the fundamentals of ritual magic." "Very well," Klein responded, rising and bowing his head in farewell. In the afternoon, upon noticing that Captain Dunn had yet to return, Klein feigned an ongoing search for that notebook. Wandering the streets once more, with his 10 remuneration in hand, he no longer needed to await the allocation of funds and could directly proceed to the divination club. The whispers and visions that occasionally emerged during meditation and clairvoyance ignited within him an insatiable eagerness to commence his role. Chapter 48. Hina's Vincent located at 13 Howell Street. On the second floor of the divination club in the northern district of Tingen City, Klein once again beheld the enchanting lady at the reception. Her chestnut-colored hair was elegantly styled in an updo, exuding a mature sophistication that rendered her age difficult to ascertain at first glance. "Good day, Mr. Grachis is not here today. Would you like to consult another diviner?" the lovely lady inquired with a smile. Klein, having just adjusted his silk top hat, was taken aback by her words. "You remember me? That was 5 days ago. The brown-haired lady smiled coyly. You were the first guest to seek Mr. Gracchi's divination. And to this day, the only one. It is hard not to leave a lasting impression. Perhaps an impression of a fool chasing trifles? Klein quipped to himself. Then pondered aloud. When did Mr. Gracchi's last visit the club? Casting him a thoughtful glance, the brown-haired lady replied, To be honest, we cannot predict when members will arrive. They possess free will in various affairs. However, I recall that after your consultation, Mr. Gracchi's has not returned. May fortune smile upon him, and may the goddess bless him. Klein murmured a prayer, refraining from further inquiries. Instead, he smiled and declared, I did not come for a consultation this time. I wish to join the club. Really? It is our honor. The lady responded with feigned astonishment. As a new member, a fee of £5 is required for your annual membership, followed by £1 each subsequent year. I trust one need not elaborate further? Klein retrieved a newly acquired £5 note from his inner pocket. Watching the visage of Henry Augustus, I recede from his grasp. After meticulously examining the anti-counterfeiting watermark, the brown-haired lady solemnly accepted the bill, producing a form to hand to Klein. Please fill in your details, and I shall provide you with a receipt. Is there an invoice? It should be addressed to Blackthorn Security Company. Klein chuckled at his own musings, seizing the fountain pen on the table to inscribe his name, age, street address, and company name in the dark blue ink. However, he deliberately left the date of birth blank, as it pertained to the arcane secrets of a diviner. Once the receipt was prepared and his membership recorded, the brown-haired lady extended her right hand. Welcome to the Tingen City Divination Club. I am Angelica Bearhart, your diligent servant. Here is your membership cufflink, inscribed with our unique emblem, certifying your membership. Hello, Ms. Bearhart, Klein said, gently shaking her hand as he accepted the dark golden cufflink. He noticed the unique inscription bore a root word from Hermetic language, signifying diviner. Angelica retracted her left hand and pondered for a moment before asking, I am curious to know which divination techniques you excel in or wish to learn within the club. We will consider inviting renowned diviners for instruction and introduce you to members with similar expertise for enjoyable exchanges. I possess a basic understanding of various divination techniques. There is no need for special arrangements on my behalf, Klein replied with slight embellishment, then inquired, May I perform a consultation for someone right now? I am not a novice. He was there to assume the role of a diviner, not to learn the rudimentary methods accessible to the layperson. Maintaining her polite demeanor, Angelica replied, You are free to offer consultations at the club anytime. However, until we ascertain your proficiency, we cannot vouch for you to our clients. What fee do you wish to charge for your consultations? 2 pence. Klein decided to adopt a competitive pricing strategy while still relatively unknown. We will deduct a quarter of a penny from the total price of 1/8. Angelica explained the various regulations before recording Klein's information in the diviner's directory available for clients to peruse. Having completed these formalities, she gestured towards the conference room at the end of the corridor. Mr. Hynaz Vincent is currently presenting on astrological divination. You may quietly take a seat and raise your hand for any inquiries. Very well, Klein responded, intrigued, as he made his way towards the conference room, eager to discern the differences between Hynaz Vincent's instruction and that of old Neil. At that moment, Angelica caught up with him, lowering her voice. Mr. Moretti, would you prefer coffee or tea? We offer Siberian black tea, South Wales coffee, and Dissy coffee complimentary. Klein, having frequently perused the newspapers, recognized that these beverages were of mediocre quality, yet he understood they would surely surpass the inferior options available at home. After a moment's thought, he replied, A cup of South Wales coffee, 3 spoonfuls of sugar, no milk. The most renowned exports of South Wales were beer and red wine, favored by many prominent figures, while coffee had yet to gain substantial acclaim. Very well, it will be served shortly, Angelica said, pointing toward the conference room. Klein approached the partially opened door, where he heard the explanation delivered with a strong Ahawa accent, stating, Astrological divination is among the more complex of all divination techniques, relative to the average person. Of course, Klein mused silently, observing the half-circle of 6 long tables surrounding a middle-aged gentleman clad in a black classical robe, Hynaz Vincent. The man bore distinct dark circles under his eyes, and his thick brown hair stood defiantly, resembling a hedgehog. Beyond that, there was nothing particularly striking about him while he expounded on astrological divination. Noticing Klein's entrance, Hynaz Vincent nodded slightly, neither interrupting the lesson nor hastening his pace, only moderating his speech. With one hand in his pocket and the other gripping his staff, Klein settled into a corner seat, leaning back comfortably as he surveyed the room, which housed 6 members, 4 men and 2 women. Some were diligently taking notes, others engaged in hushed conversations, while a few returned Klein's gaze with wry smiles. Positioning his staff, Klein adjusted his silk top hat and tapped his fingers lightly against his brow. His attention shifted to Hynaz as he perceived the man's aura, noting the variations in color, brightness, and density. Dark red, indicative of slight anxiety. The other aspects appeared healthy, yet that one area seemed troubled. He was uncertain of the cause. Klein leisurely listened to the lecture while silently conversing with himself. As a chuckle nearly escaped him, he pressed his right fist against his mouth, realizing he felt akin to an unlicensed old physician. Though his clairvoyance only allowed him to gauge general conditions rather than discern specific details, it proved sufficient to glean valuable insights. Once again surveying the room, he lightly tapped his brow twice, seemingly contemplating Heinaz's previous remarks. Astrological divination is a branch of astrology, yet even the uninitiated can attempt interpretations. For instance, the fundamental natal chart is constructed based on the positions of celestial bodies, such as the sun, moon, and planets at the time of the querent's birth, marking their symbolic representations upon the chart, alongside the corresponding states of various constellations, ultimately to interpret the individual's fate. This necessitates that the diviner possess an understanding of retroactive calculations concerning celestial states, a rather intricate process. Of course, some have published reference texts for consultation, while others have simplified the practice, relying solely on zodiac signs for the most general interpretations. Klein listened quietly, refraining from interjections or inquiries, occasionally caressing the yellow crystal pendant tucked in his cuff, and sipping the South Wales coffee that Angelica had brought him. After a considerable interval, Heinaz rubbed his temples and remarked, "You might consider attempting to chart your own astrological charts. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to seek me out. I shall be in the white crystal room." As he departed, a young man clad in a white shirt and a black waistcoat rose with a smile and approached Klein. "Greetings, I am Edward Steve." "Hello, Klein Moretti," Klein replied, rising to acknowledge him. "The intricacies of astrological charts are truly overwhelming. Every time I hear about them, I can't help but yearn to embark on a dream journey," Edward Steve quipped self-deprecatingly. Klein chuckled. "That is because Mr. Vincent invariably indulges in imparting all his vast knowledge to us, akin to presenting a grand feast of Intis, which is rather indigestible. If it were me, I could finish an entire feast of Intis. They always serve morsels on oversized plates." Edward laughed lightly, taking a seat and inquiring curiously, "You are a new member, I presume?" "I have not encountered you in the past 2 years. I just joined the club today," Klein replied with composure. "What are your specialties?" Edward casually asked. "I possess a smattering of knowledge in various areas, merely a hint of understanding," Klein responded, applying his previous self-description here. His humility stemmed from the fact that there remained a vast realm of esoteric knowledge in the divination domain that he had yet to master. Just as other members were about to approach him for discussions on astrological charts, Angelica entered the meeting room. "Mr. Steve, someone has requested your services for divination." "Very well," Edward Steve replied with a smile, rising to his feet. "It seems you are an accomplished diviner," Klein remarked, regarding him. "No, that is merely due to my reasonable rates." Edward chuckled softly. Ordinary individuals seeking divination would never directly opt for the most expensive practitioners, and unless one had been struck by a donkey, they certainly wouldn't entrust the cheapest options either. Those in the mid-range are most likely to attract clientele. "I suppose I am the one you refer to as having been struck by a donkey." Watching Edward depart, Klein suddenly shook his head in a wry smile. Realizing that his pricing strategy seemed flawed, he rose, took up his cane, and exited the meeting room. Seeking out Angelica once more, "I wish to amend my divination fees to, let us say, 8 pence. Angelica regarded him thoughtfully and replied, "We shall accommodate your request, but we will also inform customers that you have just joined our club." "That is perfectly acceptable," Klein nodded, unfazed. Sometimes, mystery is indeed a significant element in attracting clientele for a diviner. Having updated his information, Klein turned back toward the meeting room. At that moment, he observed Heinaz Vincent emerging from the white crystal room, holding a silver-plated mirror. The renowned diviner addressed the 5 members present in the meeting room. "I have recently mastered a new form of divination, the magic mirror divination. Would you be interested in learning it?" "Magic mirror divination? That does not seem like a particularly safe method of divination." Klein, clad in black formal attire, paused outside the meeting room, a frown creasing his brow. Chapter 49. Divination as a novice diviner stepping into the realm of mysticism. Klein did not claim extensive knowledge, yet he certainly possessed a deeper understanding than the average individual. He recognized that various divination methods could be classified into 3 primary categories according to the source of revelation. The first category encompasses methods such as tarot, playing cards, pendulums, divining rods, and dreams. These techniques rely on insights obtained through the spiritual communication between the querent and the spirit realm. However, it is worth noting that the pendulum and divining rod methods demand a high level of spirituality, rendering them inaccessible to those without extraordinary abilities who seek clear and direct revelations. In contrast, card divination employs fixed symbolic elements, allowing even the uninitiated to grasp insights. While dreams occupy an intermediary position between these two methods, The second category includes numerology, astrology, and all their derivatives. In these methods, the diviner interprets the objective information provided by the current or natural phenomena, calculating and deducing the corresponding results, thus placing the initiative in the hands of the diviner rather than the current. The third category involves invoking external forces beyond both the diviner and the current. Klein recalled from his past life the practices of Ouija boards and spirit boards, which belong to this category. Through specific rituals, practitioners seek answers from unknown, mysterious entities. Although ordinary individuals are unlikely to succeed, should they inadvertently connect with a malevolent or overwhelming presence, it could lead to tragic outcomes. The magic mirror divination mentioned earlier by Heinaz Vincent falls within this framework. In the realm of mysticism, mirrors serve as gateways to the unknown, the bizarre, and the spiritual world. Thus, Klein paused outside the meeting room, intending to listen to how this renowned diviner would elaborate on the subject. To determine whether to inform the captain about potentially surveilling the gas meter of the other party at midnight. Of course, there are safe methods for magic mirror divination, such as seeking answers from 7 orthodox deities. While it may be exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to receive genuine revelations, at least they would be shielded from danger and adverse consequences. Conversely, the kind of magic mirror divination strictly regulated by night watchmen and punitive agents involves soliciting assistance from certain organizations' malevolent deities or mystical entities. Furthermore, arbitrary fabrications by the practitioner are inadmissible, as even a single word or trait could inadvertently attract unwanted attention. In this world infused with extraordinary powers, such divinations often lead to dire consequences. Klein even suspected that the original owner, along with Welch and Naya, had conducted a similar dark divination based on the notes of the Antigonus family. At this juncture, Heinaz elucidated the principles of magic mirror divination to the 5 members, beginning to describe the specific process. Firstly, based on the deity one reveres, select an appropriate date and time, which can be determined using the astrological manual. For instance, it is widely recognized that Sunday symbolizes the night goddess, representing rest, in specific hours, such as from 2 to 3 a.m., 9 to 10 a.m., 4 to 5 p.m., and 11 p.m. to midnight, are ruled by the moon, overseen by the night goddess. Therefore, a diviner who venerates the night goddess may engage in magic mirror divination during these time frames on Sunday. Klein nodded slightly from behind the partially ajar door of the meeting room, acknowledging the solid foundation of this knowledge. It must be said that amidst the checks and balances of the 7 major churches, some esoteric knowledge had indeed leaked out. For example, the astrological manual provides many symbolic meanings. Yet, without potions or extraordinary powers, ordinary individuals can hardly achieve the desired outcomes. Next, we must carefully polish the mirror, ensuring it is a silver-plated one, and position it in a place within the home that symbolizes the moon. Heinaz demonstrated with the props in hand. No. At this point, the pendulum method is required. First, select a location and mentally repeat 7 times that this place is suitable for magic mirror divination. Then observe the direction in which the pendant rotates. Clockwise indicates correctness, while counterclockwise denotes error. Of course, if you beseech a malevolent, unknown, or mysterious entity, the location becomes irrelevant. What matters is whether it takes an interest. Klein silently corrected him. At that moment, he felt as though he were the instructor of the class. Heinaz Vincent, oblivious to Klein's inner thoughts, continued to detail the preparatory steps in a normal tone. Once the members completed their notes, he proceeded. After bathing, ensure all curtains are drawn and the door is securely locked. Next, light a candle and place it in front of the mirror, earnestly beseeching your revered deity. Keep your questions simple and avoid elaborate embellishments. After praying 7 times, gently drop your mirror onto the ground. This must be done lightly. Remember the shape of the shards. This is the revelation bestowed by the deity. I will elaborate on several key symbols. This is the orthodox method of magic mirror divination. Klein exhaled, slowly entering the meeting room and resuming his previous seat, finishing the last sip of his South Wales coffee. The term orthodox implies that genuine revelations can indeed be attained, albeit they are often difficult to interpret accurately. In contrast, if an extraordinary individual receives a response at this stage, they may directly perceive a specific image within the mirror, gaining clearer information. Due to the myriad symbols formed upon shattering, Heinaz elaborated for a considerable time. Even when Edward Steve returned to the meeting room after assisting someone with divination, Heinaz had yet to conclude his discourse. Klein refrained from inquiring about what Edward had divined or the method used, adhering to the unspoken rules among diviners, which he, as a practitioner, was bound to respect unless the other party voluntarily disclosed the information. I often find that our interpretations tend to be overly vague, seemingly catering to diverse needs, allowing various individuals to extract meaning from the readings that resonate with their experiences, Edward remarked, sipping his Siberian black tea with a soft sigh. For instance, encountering numerous obstacles and hardships, yet ultimately witnessing the dawn of hope. Who can predict when that light will arrive? Or for instance, your current journey may not be particularly smooth, yet you will undoubtedly survive to reach your destination. After all, the deceased cannot refute my claims. Having not listened from the start, he overlooked Heinaz's lesson on the magic mirror divination's survivor bias. Klein smiled and added, indeed. The essence of survivor bias lies in the fact that many statistics often derive solely from the living, the survivors, neglecting the deceased, leading to significant discrepancies. Indeed, Emperor Roselle truly embodies the essence of a philosopher, Edward exclaimed in admiration. Klein lifted his empty coffee cup, pretending to sip from it. Throughout the afternoon, the members were engrossed in astrological charts and magic mirror divination, occasionally approaching Klein or Edward for discussions. During such moments, Klein diligently performed his informal duties as a night watchman, striving to guide them away from potentially perilous or extraordinary ideas. Yet, he found himself unsuccessful in his primary desire, as several Karens passed by without selecting him for assistance in divination. Perhaps I ought to take the initiative next time and host a few remarks like, you are beset by misfortune, unfortunate events loom on your horizon, or everything you undertake will encounter obstacles. No. That would hardly resemble the demeanor of a diviner. With such thoughts, Klein shook his head in self-deprecating humor. He picked up his staff, rose to his feet, and bid farewell as he departed. At 5:30, Edward Steve donned his coat and was about to exit the divination club when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Good afternoon, Gracies. Long time no see. He greeted with a smile, noticing his similarly inclined friend clad in customary formal wear, complete with a black bow tie, and a monocle dangling from his chest pocket. However, he soon observed that Gracies' complexion appeared rather poor, with even the once soft, light yellow hair showing signs of desiccation. Good afternoon, Edward. Cough, cough. Gracies, holding his hat, abruptly covered his mouth with his fist, coughing a few times. Edward inquired with concern, you seem unwell? A grave illness had befallen me, one that had even escalated into pneumonia. Had it not been for my wife fortuitously encountering a remarkable apothecary who bestowed upon me some miraculous elixirs, I fear you would have had to visit my grave. Gracious's voice was imbued with both trepidation and relief. Goodness, I can scarcely believe it. You were once so robust, and now, look at you, so frail, Edward exclaimed, as he adjusted his cane, astonished. I recall the divination I performed for you last week. There were no indications of such a serious ailment. My own divination yielded similar results. Perhaps we are not truly adept practitioners of this art, Gracious mused, suddenly reminded of an incident from Monday, his expression turning unusually grave. At that moment, the lovely Lady Angelica approached, her smile gentle as she greeted them. After exchanging pleasantries, she inquired about Gracious's health, offering some advice, and then casually remarked, Mr. Gracious, the gentleman Moretti, who sought your divination last time, has also joined the club. The gentleman who consulted me? Gracious's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Where is he? He has already departed, Angelica replied, leaving both her and Edward bewildered by Gracious's unusual reaction. With palpable excitement, Gracious paced a few steps and insisted, if he returns and I am not at the club, please ascertain when he shall come again. Gracious, what is the matter? What has Mr. Klein Moretti done to you? Edward inquired, perplexed. Gracious raised his arm, meeting Edward and Angelica's probing gazes, and fervently declared, he is an extraordinarily remarkable. With a sweeping gesture, Gracious emphatically continued, Doctor? Chapter 50, Old Neil's repayment method at 7:30 in the evening, around the dining table of the Moretti household, Banson, with a hint of concern, inquired of Klein, why do you, as a consultant, need to arrive so early? Is the emergency situation at the security company particularly perilous? He speared a potato from the beef stew while recalling the events of the morning. Klein, carefully extracting a bone from the pan-seared fish, was prepared with a response. There are historical documents that must be transported to Beckland immediately. I need to be present to inventory and ensure nothing is overlooked. You know, those brutes only know how to throw punches. They are utterly ignorant of the ancient Guffasack language. Upon hearing this, Banson, having finished chewing, remarked, knowledge is truly invaluable. Seizing the moment, Klein produced a remaining 5-pound note and handed it to Banson, saying, this is my extra remuneration for today. You could use a respectable outfit. 5 pounds? Banson and Melissa exclaimed in unison. He examined the note repeatedly, a mixture of astonishment and confusion playing across his face. This security company is indeed generous. My weekly wage is £1.10, totaling £6 over 4 weeks, which is merely £1 more than this extra payment. With such a salary, he managed to support his younger siblings, providing them with decent lodging, allowing them to enjoy meat 2 to 3 times a week, and gifting them a few new clothes each year. You don't doubt my words, do you? Klein provocatively countered. Banson chuckled lightly. I doubt you possess the ability or the courage to rob a bank. You are not one to lie. Melissa paused her meal, responding earnestly, I have become accustomed to lying. Klein felt a twinge of shame, though it was a necessity born of circumstance. His sister's unwavering belief stirred a sense of melancholy within him. The urgency and significance of today's affairs necessitated my crucial involvement, hence the £5 value, Klein offered, slightly explaining. In a sense, he spoke the truth. As for the £5 he initially intended to use to join the divination club, he planned to keep that a secret. Bringing home another £5 would genuinely alarm his brother and sister, leading them to question the legality of his endeavors. Moreover, he needed to accumulate some funds for acquiring additional resources for his studies in the arcane knowledge of divination. Banson, contentedly tearing into a piece of oat bread, contemplated for several seconds before stating, "My current job does not require overly respectable attire. To be precise, clothing of superior fabric. What I have at home suffices." Before Klein could offer any advice, Banson continued, "With this extra income, we can finally save. I intend to purchase a few accounting books for deeper study." Klein, Melissa, I do not wish to find myself 5 years from now still earning less than £2 a week. You know, my boss and my manager are utterly incompetent. Their minds filled with nonsense. An excellent idea, Klein concurred, subtly steering the conversation. Why not take a look at the grammar books in my room? To become a truly respectable individual and earn a substantial wage, this is a crucial factor. Perhaps, before long, civil service examinations will arise in the Kingdom of Rune. And being prepared could yield significant advantages. Banson's eyes lit up at this prospect. I had indeed forgotten about that. Come, let us toast to a promising future. Instead of rye beer, he poured oyster broth into 3 cups and clinked them with his brother and sister. After consuming the broth, Klein turned his gaze to his sister, who was engaged in a battle with her pan-seared fish, and chuckled softly. Besides Banson's books, I believe Melissa also requires a new dress. Melissa raised her head, shaking it resolutely. No, I think it is best to save. Klein interjected, indeed. Yes, Melissa nodded emphatically. In truth, if one did not pursue fine fabrics or the latest designs, it would not be excessively costly. Let us save the remaining money, Klein asserted in an unyielding tone. Banson chimed in, Melissa, do you wish to wear an old dress to Selena's 16th birthday soiree? Selena Wood was a classmate and close friend of Melissa. Hailing from a relatively prosperous family, her brother was a corporate lawyer, and her father was a senior employee at the Beckland Bank's Tingen branch. However, their notion of a soiree was merely inviting friends for dinner, chatting, and playing cards. Very well, Melissa mumbled, lowering her head and stabbing a piece of beef stew with vigor. After a moment of silence, she suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, Mrs. Showed next door sent over a card, hoping to formally visit us on Sunday afternoon, tomorrow at 4 o'clock, to meet the new neighbors. Mrs. Showed? Klein looked at his brother and sister, bewildered. Banson tapped his fingers on the edge of the table, as if in contemplation. Mrs. Showed of 4, Daffodil Street? I have met her husband. He is a senior corporate lawyer. A senior corporate lawyer. Perhaps he knows Selena's brother, Melissa said with a hint of excitement. We reside at 2, Daffodil Street. Klein nodded slightly. It is essential to become acquainted with our neighbors. However, as you know, I must still go to the security company on Sunday. I will only have Monday off, so please extend my apologies to Mrs. Showed. At this juncture, he recalled the neighbors of his childhood and chuckled lightly, reminiscing about the neighbors from his time living on Iron Cross Street. A semi-formal visit. Shouldn't neighbors get to know each other naturally? Ah, Klein, you don't understand. You have read numerous newspapers recently but have not engaged with those magazines aimed at families and women. They referred to households earning between £100 and £1,000 as the middle class, proclaiming this demographic as the backbone of the entire kingdom, praising them for lacking the arrogance of nobility and wealth, while also not being as coarse as the lower income classes. Banson explained with an air of lightness and joy. These magazines simplify many rituals of aristocratic interaction, using them as markers for the middle class. The distinctions between intimate visits, semi-formal visits, and formal visits stem from this. As he spoke, he shook his head, chuckling. Generally, those who consider themselves part of this class, gentlemen, ladies, and young ladies, are particularly attentive to such details. Their visits to neighbors and friends between 2 and 6 in the afternoon are termed morning visits. Morning visits? Klein and Melissa echoed in surprise. What constitutes a morning visit between 2 and 6 in the afternoon? Banson set down his knife and fork, spreading his hands in a playful manner. I cannot fathom why. I merely glanced at a few magazines brought by female colleagues. Perhaps it is due to the expectation of wearing morning attire for such visits. Originally, morning attire referred to clothing worn for mass or gatherings, but it later came to denote daytime formal wear, distinguishing it from evening attire. Very well. Remember to buy some quality coffee and tea tomorrow morning, and pick up some scones and lemon cakes from Mrs. Sling. We must not appear rude in front of our neighbors. Klein chuckled, dipping the remaining bread in gravy, combining it with potato, and savoring the morsel. The next day, Sunday morning, Klein finished his last sip of poor quality tea, set down the newspaper, donned his half-crown silk hat, took his silver-tipped black cane, and strolled leisurely out the door. Boarding a public carriage towards Zotland Street, he exchanged greetings with Roshan, who had just completed a night shift and was heading to the lounge for some rest. Before descending into the underground, at the corner, he encountered a member of the night watch, the sleepless Loya Leighton. Before him stood a lady who exuded an air of aloofness, her slender eyebrows framing large, expressive eyes, and her hair flowed like silky black satin. "Good morning, Lady Leighton." Klein greeted with a smile and a bow. Loya, glancing at him with her deep blue eyes, offered a barely perceptible nod in return. Just as they were about to pass each other, Loya suddenly halted, her gaze fixed ahead as she remarked, "Ritual magic can be quite perilous." Klein, momentarily taken aback, turned around only to catch a fleeting glimpse of her retreating figure. "Thank you." He furrowed his brow and called after Loya's silhouette. Turning left, he soon encountered old Neil in the armory's guard room, along with Brett, who was not expected to be present. "Let us proceed to my home. I have already gathered the necessary materials, and Brett has kindly agreed to assist me in keeping watch," old Neil cheerfully suggested. Klein was taken aback. "Not here?" Old Neil, holding a small silver box, clicked his tongue. "There is no space here for practicing ritual magic." With no further questions, Klein followed old Neil back to the surface, where they took a public carriage to the outskirts of the North District. Old Neil's residence was a standalone house, flanked by a garden adorned with roses and mint. Upon entering, they were welcomed by a carpeted foyer, furnished with 2 high-backed chairs and an umbrella stand. Beyond the foyer lay a spacious living room, its walls draped in light-colored wallpaper, the floor painted a deep brown, and a small patterned carpet lay beneath a sturdy round table. Surrounding the table were comfortable benches and chairs next to a piano. "My late wife had a profound love for music," old Neil mentioned, gesturing toward the piano. "The sofa and coffee table are in the living room. Today, we shall conduct our ritual magic here." "Very well," Klein replied, somewhat shyly. Old Neil placed the silver box down and smiled. "I will first demonstrate a ritual magic for you. Pay close attention and remember." As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of parchment resembling sheepskin from the silver box, drawing peculiar patterns with a specially concocted black ink, fragrant with tranquility. Klein observed closely, realizing that old Neil appeared to be sketching what resembled an invoice. After old Neil inscribed the number 30 and the corresponding pound symbol in the designated spaces, Klein could no longer contain his bewilderment and inquired, "Mr. Neil, what ritual magic are you about to perform?" Old Neil cleared his throat twice and replied with utmost seriousness, "Today, I shall employ magic to resolve that debt of 30 pounds. Is that even possible?" Klein's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief. Chapter 51. An earthy ritual of magic to resolve bills with magic? Was the intention to directly curse the creditor or to counterfeit currency? A maelstrom of ideas swirled within Klein's mind as he regarded old Neil with a somewhat dubious gaze. He earnestly contemplated alerting the Nighthawks. Old Neil cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting in an irascible tone, "In your eyes, I perceive ignorance, folly, and a lamentable lack of trust. Has Dun not imparted to you the seer's maxim? Do as you will, but harm none." While this tenet originated from within the clandestine and malevolent Moses ascetics, those who have embraced the path of the seer have validated its veracity through experience. Strict adherence, coupled with reverence, minimizes the risk of losing control. The converse is equally true. "Your suspicion is an affront to me, to all seers." "My apologies," Klein promptly conceded, having momentarily forgotten the maxim Dunsmith had mentioned. Old Neil, his peak fleeting, chuckled, "Alas, too few individuals choose the path of the diviner, leaving them without a corresponding maxim to guide them. However, I possess the diaries of Emperor Roselle." "Indeed. Strict adherence to a maxim is itself a form of acting," Klein mused, nodding as if deep in thought. Without further ado, old Neil cleared the heavy round table of vases and other items, placing them in a corner. He then proceeded to extract a crimson and a deep black candle from a silver box, explaining, if a layman were to attempt ritual magic, they would need to consult astrological charts or relevant manuals to select an auspicious date and time, such as Sunday, sacred to the goddess, or during the ascendancy of the moon. However, for us beyonders, particularly those adept in this art, such considerations are secondary. Our vibrant spirituality and potent astral bodies are paramount. Of course, if one is uncertain about the ritual magic they intend to perform, selecting an appropriate date can enhance the likelihood of success. Ah, yes, there is a prerequisite that you must remember and strictly observe. Old Neil positioned the 2 candles, turned to face Klein, and solemnly declared, "Low-sequence beyonders are inherently limited in power. Virtually all ritual magic they can perform involves seeking external power and assistance. Therefore, one must only consider orthodox deities such as the goddess or the Lord of Storms. Absolutely, unequivocally, do not attempt to commune with unknown, unpredictable entities, regardless of how many may venerate them or how alluring the promises may seem. Trust me, do not harbor any illusions. A single attempt will inexorably propel you towards the abyss." All efforts and struggles will merely delay the inevitable, not reverse the course. I shall bear that in mind. Klein responded gravely, a tremor of apprehension coursing through him. His own ritual of fortune, it seemed, had invoked the power of an unknown, unpredictable entity, and had indeed yielded power that even the experienced beyonder, the hanged man, found hard to believe, a power that had drawn them into the realm above the gray fog. Fortunately, I have yet to succumb to madness or exhibit signs of losing control. Preoccupied with this concern, he steered the conversation in a different direction. So, the Nighthawks are best served by seeking the aid of the goddess? If you desire to implore the Lord of Storms, no one will prevent you. But he may not respond, or he may respond with malice, distorting the outcome of our ritual magic in unforeseen ways, old Neil jested, effectively dispelling any lingering notions of taking chances. There is no best, there is only must. Having issued his admonition, old Neil picked up the crimson candle, stating, candles crafted from moonflower, crimson sandalwood, and other ingredients symbolize the goddess's aspect as the scarlet sovereign. He then gestured towards the deep black candle, adding, candles made from night blooming Sirius, deep slumber flower, and other ingredients symbolize the night. As he spoke, he placed the black candle in the upper left quadrant of the round table and the red candle in the upper right. Why are there only 2 candles to represent the goddess? Is she not also the hidden mother, the empress of calamity and terror, the mistress of slumber and silence? Old Neil chuckled. Indeed, that is the very question I hoped you would ask. Before their fall from grace, the Moses ascetics maintained a cordial relationship with the churches, and their concepts and achievements in ritual magic profoundly influenced us. They believed that all things are numbers, and each number possesses a spiritual essence. In ritual magic, 0 represents the unknown, the chaos, the state before the world's creation. 1 signifies the beginning, the prime creator. 2 symbolizes the world and the deities that emerge from within him. 3 represents the contact between the deities and the material world, the formation of all things. Here, we use 2 candles to symbolize the goddess, reserving the third for ourselves. The specific candles and symbols to be used depend on the desired outcome of the ritual magic itself. 3 begets all things? All things are 3? Klein pondered, recalling concepts he had encountered in his previous life. Noting his attentiveness, old Neil picked up the 3rd candle, stating, this is the candle that symbolizes a common candle with a touch of mint. Remember, plants such as rose, lemon, mint, moonflower, night-blooming Sirius, and deep slumber flower are all favored and cherished by the goddess. In another sense, the 3 candles also symbolize the body, spirit, and divinity of each individual. Having completed his explanation, old Neil placed the 3rd candle in the center of the round table. He then proceeded to retrieve a vial of prepared full moon essential oil, a cauldron engraved with dark sigils, a silver knife with ornate patterns, a glass of water, and a dish of coarse salt. For beyonders less proficient in ritual magic, items such as bells, crystal balls, silver goblets, and incense are required as aids. However, seers and diviners have no need for such accoutrements. These items shall suffice. Old Neil placed the parchment bearing the bill beside the cauldron, securing one corner with a quill. He turned to Klein and said, ritual magic requires a clean, undisturbed spiritual environment, which we must create ourselves. The method is to first enter a meditative state, accumulate mental energy, and then use auxiliary items to channel our power outward, constructing it around us, such as the holy night powder I used at Riel Bieber's house, or the ritual silver dagger I am about to employ. Throughout the process, we must determine the symbolic signs and corresponding incantations based on the desired outcome. The incantations are best recited in Hermes, as ancient Hermes originates from nature, similar to ancient dragon language and ancient elven language. Its effects are very direct, lacking the necessary concealment and protection, making the user vulnerable. This is why it has been improved. However, it is indeed more effective. Very well, I must now concentrate on performing the ritual magic and will no longer provide explanations. Observe and listen carefully, and note down any questions you have. You may inquire after everything is finished. Understood, Klein replied, stepping back and focusing his attention on old Neil. Old Neil's eyes deepened rapidly, and an invisible wind began to swirl around him. After a moment of silence, he ignited the 3 candles in sequence, from left to right and from top to bottom, using mental force and material friction. Then, he picked up the silver knife, plunged it into the coarse salt, and intoned an incantation written in Hermes. I sanctify thee, blade of pure silver. I cleanse and purify thee, that thou mayest serve me in this ritual. In the name of the goddess of the night, the scarlet sovereign, thou art sanctified. One by one, after reciting succinct and powerful ancient words, the venerable Neil withdrew a silver knife, plunging it into a chalice of clear water, then lifted it, directing the blade toward the space beyond the round table. He aimed the knife's tip at the outer circle and proceeded to circle the table. With each step, Klein could perceive an invisible force emanating from the silver blade, brimming with spirit, intertwining with the air to form an impenetrable wall. After completing a circuit, the altar was isolated from its surroundings. Neil positioned himself before the round table, setting down the silver knife, and picked up a vial of full moon oil, dripping 3 drops onto the black, deep red, and ordinary candles. A thin mist enveloped the space, shrouding everything in an aura of mystery. Neil placed the glass vial aside, gazing at the faux parchment in silence for 2 minutes, before taking up a quill and inscribing controlling symbols upon the bill, an enclosing square signifying his dominion over the debt. Subsequently, he drew a cross, indicating its eradication. At this juncture, he held the faux parchment in one hand and gently tapped his forehead with the other, opening his spiritual sight. An intangible and vibrant force surged forth as Neil softly intoned, "I beseech the power of the night. I beseech the crimson strength. I implore the goddess's favor. I request the means to settle this account. Nightshade, herb of the red moon, grant your power to my incantation. Moonflower, herb of the red moon, bestow your strength upon my spell." Klein, standing nearby, was left utterly astonished, his mind swirling with conflicting thoughts. Is such a spell permissible? Though it is uttered in the tongue of Hermes, it seems so direct, so unrefined, so grounded. Will the goddess take offense and double the bill? At that moment, the candle flames flared brightly. Neil concluded his recitation, closed his eyes for 2 minutes, and dripped another drop of full moon oil onto each of the 3 candles. He then grasped the faux parchment, positioning it close to the candle symbolizing himself, and upon igniting it, immediately cast it into the cauldron. Neil once again closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to the parchment's combustion. After a while, he opened his eyes, gazing at the cauldron adorned with a black insignia, only to find the faux parchment entirely consumed, leaving behind only ashes. Praise the goddess. Neil touched his chest 4 times, forming the emblem of the crimson moon, then extinguished the candles in reverse order of their lighting. Having completed these actions, he took up the silver knife and pierced the surrounding invisible wall. Following a sudden gust of wind, Neil visibly exhaled in relief, stating, "It is done." "Is that all?" Klein questioned in astonishment. "The bill has been resolved?" "How was it resolved?" "I do not know, but it will be settled." In a reasonable manner, Neil replied with an open-handed smile. Klein found himself at a loss for words and expressions. Is this somewhat unreliable? Note: this chapter's magic is adapted from the Wikibook of Magic. Chapter 52. Spectators cease dwelling on that infernal bill. Let us now delve into the intricacies of ritualistic thaumaturgy. Old Neil, with an air of nonchalant ease, gathered his accoutrements, candles, cauldron, and silver-hilted dagger. Klein felt an urge to emulate the nonchalant shrug of his previous American incarnation but refrained, deeming such a gesture unbefitting of a gentleman. Instead, he redirected his focus to the ritual itself, posing a series of meticulously detailed questions, each met with a reassuringly definitive answer. He learned, for instance, that incantations adhered to a certain structure and provided that the core meaning was articulated in Hermetic language. The remaining portions could be improvised, though blasphemous or irreverent descriptions were strictly forbidden. The occult lesson persisted until midday, at which point old Neil cleared his throat and announced, "We must return to Zoutland Street." He then added, in a somewhat mumbled tone, "to retrieve those damned materials. I have forsaken a delectable breakfast." Klein, amused and perplexed, cast a glance around and inquired, "Mr. Neil, do you not employ a cook or a maid to attend to culinary matters?" A weekly stipend of £12 would surely suffice to remunerate several such domestics. According to the gazettes, one could secure the services of a common cook for a mere 12 to 15 sous a week, less than a single pound, inclusive of lodging and victuals. A general-purpose maid would be even more economical, commanding a weekly wage of 3 sous and 6 pence to 6 sous, though one could not expect culinary artistry from such individuals. But no, considering Mr. Neil's £30 debt, it is only logical that he abstains from employing cooks and maids. I seem to have broached an indelicate subject. To Klein's relief, old Neil appeared unperturbed, shaking his head and explaining, "I frequently engage in ritualistic practices and peruse arcane artifacts and tomes within my abode. It would be neither prudent nor feasible to employ common folk as cooks, valets, or maids. I merely engage the services of individuals for periodic cleaning. And if they were not common folk, do you believe they would be amenable to such employment?" I seem to have posed a rather inane question. Perhaps it stems from my own reluctance to engage in matters of the occult within my domicile, Klein offered by way of self-deprecating explanation. Old Neil, already on his feet and donning his round-brimmed felt hat, ambled toward the door, muttering, "I detect the faint aroma of pan-seared foie gras once this accursed debt is expunged. I shall indulge in a generous portion. At midday, I could devour an entire slab of roast pork with apple chutney. Nay, that is insufficient. It must be accompanied by a sausage with mashed potatoes. You are making me ravenous." Klein swallowed, quickening his pace to keep abreast of old Neil as they made their way to the nearby public carriage stop. Upon their return to Zoutland Street, old Neil, barely alighting from the carriage, exclaimed, "What is this, ISB? By the goddess, what have I discovered?" With an agility that belied his years, He darted to the roadside and retrieved an object. Klein, intrigued, drew closer and observed that it was an exquisitely crafted leather wallet. His discernment was insufficient to determine whether the dark brown hide was bovine or ovine, but he did note the presence of a small, light blue crest, upon which perched a white dove with outstretched wings. This was Klein's initial impression, but it was quickly superseded by the sight of the banknotes that distended the wallet. They were pound notes, gray with black markings, at least 20 visible. Old Neil unfolded the wallet, extracted the notes, and scrutinized them. 10-pound denominations, bearing the esteemed likeness of William I, the founder and protector. Oh, goddess, a full 30 notes, accompanied by several 5-pound, 1-pound, and 5-so notes. Over 300 pounds? A veritable fortune. I might toil for a decade and still not amass, such as some Klein's breathing grew perceptibly heavier, given the pound's considerable value. Discovering such a wallet was akin to stumbling upon a suitcase filled with banknotes in a later era. I wonder which gentleman has misplaced this, surely not a commoner. Klein surmised with measured composure. Such a wallet would clearly not belong to a lady. Fret not over his identity, old Neil chuckled. We have no intention of appropriating funds that are not rightfully ours. Let us tarry here for a moment. I suspect the gentleman will soon return in search of his property. Such a loss is not easily borne. Klein experienced a surge of relief, gaining a newfound appreciation for old Neil's moral rectitude. He had been apprehensive that the man might invoke the goddess's blessing as a pretext to settle his debts with the windfall, and had been racking his brains for a persuasive means of dissuasion. Is this the essence of do as thou wilt, but harm none? Klein experienced a flicker of understanding. Scarcely a minute elapsed before a luxurious 4-wheeled carriage sped into view, bearing the same light blue crest of a white dove with outstretched wings on its flank. The carriage halted, and a middle-aged man, attired in formal black attire and a matching cravat, alighted and addressed the wallet. Doffing his hat, he declared, "Good sirs, I believe this belongs to my master. Your crest provides ample corroboration, but I must still verify the contents, as a matter of responsibility to all parties involved. Pray, how much currency did the wallet contain?" Old Neil responded courteously. The middle-aged man paused, then offered a self-deprecating smile. As a steward, I ought to be intimately acquainted with the contents of my master's wallet. Forgive me, allow me to inquire. You are at liberty to do so. Old Neil replied with a gesture of invitation. The middle-aged man returned to the carriage and conferred with its occupant through the window. Reapproaching Klein and old Neil, he announced with a smile, slightly in excess of 300 pounds, but less than 350. My master does not recall the precise sum, does not recall a veritable Croesus. Were I to possess such wealth, I would count it repeatedly. Klein harbored a pang of envy. Old Neil inclined his head and returned the wallet. By the goddess's grace, it is restored to its rightful owner. The middle-aged man accepted the wallet, counted the contents cursorily, and then extracted 3 10-pound notes. My master, Sir Deville, commends your integrity and offers this as a token of gratitude, as befits honest men. Please, do not refuse. Sir Deville? The very man who founded the Deville Trust, providing affordable housing for the working class? The name resonated with Klein. He was the very same knight that his brother, Benson, both admired and considered somewhat detached from reality. We thank Sir Deville. He is a kind and generous gentleman. Old Neil responded without hesitation, accepting the notes. As they watched Sir Deville's carriage depart, old Neil, ensuring they were unobserved, turned to Klein, flourished the banknotes, and chuckled. 30 pounds, the debt is expunged. I told you it would be resolved in a reasonable manner. Such is the power of magic. The power of magic, my arse. That actually worked. Klein was once again flabbergasted. After a moment to compose himself, he followed old Neil into the stairwell leading to the security company, inquiring, "Mr. Neil, why did you not supplicate for a greater sum? One must not succumb to avarice, especially during ritualistic thaumaturgy. Temperance is a key element for any occultist who wishes to enjoy a prolonged existence," old Neil elucidated with breezy nonchalance. Within the vast banquet hall, numerous chandeliers suspended from the ceiling held aloft a multitude of burning candles, their collective light rivaling that of gas lamps and suffusing the room with a soothing fragrance. Upon the elongated tables were arrayed a cornucopia of delicacies: pan-seared foie gras, roasted beef, roast chicken, pan-fried sole, dissy oysters, lamb stew, cream soup, and other gastronomic delights. In addition, bottles of mist champagne, Almere wine, and South Wales red wine, their hues captivating in the candlelight. A servant clad in a crimson waistcoat gracefully navigated among the elegantly adorned gentlemen and ladies, bearing a tray filled with crystal glasses. Audrey Hall donned a delicate white gown, featuring a high collar, empire waist, and leg of mutton sleeves, tightly cinched at the bodice and accentuated by a multi-layered cake cut, beautifully supported by whalebone. Her golden locks were elegantly styled, and her earrings, necklace, and rings sparkled with resplendent brilliance, while her feet were adorned with white dance shoes embellished with roses and diamonds. How many petticoats were there? 4, 5, or perhaps 6. Audrey, with her gloved right hand, gently touched the crinoline. In her left hand, she held a glass of crystal-clear champagne. Unlike her usual presence at the center of the festivities, drawing everyone's attention, she chose to retreat from the revelry, quietly standing in the shadow of the floor-to-ceiling window drapes. She sipped her champagne, gazing distantly at the throngs before her. The young son of Count Wolf was engaged in conversation with the daughter of Lord Conrad, animatedly gesticulating with his arms. Indeed, the greater his gestures, the less credible his words became, a conclusion verified by observation. He was perpetually inclined to elevate himself while belittling others, yet could not suppress his insecurities, which manifested in his speech and body language. Lady Della repeatedly concealed her laughter with her left hand today. It was evident she was flaunting the exquisite aquamarine ring upon her hand. Her husband, Duke Negan, was engrossed in discussion with several conservative nobles in the distance. Throughout the evening, he had only sought his wife with his gaze once. Their eyes hardly met in genuine connection, perhaps. They were not as enamored as they appeared. Lady Parnis had been amused by Baron Larry 7 times, which was not surprising. Yet why did she cast furtive glances at her husband? They had drifted apart, no. Their paths led to the garden. In this lavish soiree, Audrey discerned myriad details she typically overlooked. For a fleeting moment, she nearly convinced herself she was witnessing a theatrical performance, each individual a commendable actor upon the stage. She sighed silently, her expression one of icy detachment. Just then, she felt a sudden awareness, turning sharply to gaze outside at the spacious balcony, particularly into its shadowy recesses. There, nestled in the darkness, sat a golden retriever, quietly observing the gathering with serene eyes, half of its form concealed in shadow. Susie Audrey's lips twitched, her demeanor crumbling instantly, relinquishing her role as an observer. Chapter 53. The listener amidst the tumultuous sea ravaged by storms, an ancient three-masted sailboat swayed gently with the undulating waves. Its speed was unremarkable and its size modest. In the catastrophic scene where sky and sea melded into one, it appeared akin to a desiccated leaf severed from its tree. Yet, despite the hurricane's ferocity and the terror of the surging waves, it sailed on undisturbed, maintaining its balance. Alger Wilson stood upon the desolate deck, gazing into the towering waves that loomed like mountains, lost in contemplation. Another Monday approaches, he murmured silently. It was a day dedicated to the Earth Mother, marking the commencement of a new cycle of prosperity and decay. However, for Alger, it bore an additional significance, one that pertained to a mysterious entity perpetually shrouded in gray mist. At least I have not succumbed to madness yet, he mused, retracting his gaze with a self-deprecating smile. At that moment, one of his few crew members approached, respectfully inquiring, "Your Grace, what is the objective of our voyage?" Alger surveyed his surroundings before replying in a flat tone, "We are in pursuit of a listener from the Aurora Society." As the storm subsided and mist enveloped the peculiar sailboat, which bore cannons yet remained a relic of bygone times, a boy of 8 or 9 with soft, golden hair observed the unruly pirates around him with trepidation. He watched as they indulged in barrels of beer, swung from ropes, exchanged jibes, and even engaged in brawls. Turning his gaze towards the shadowy figure of a man in a black robe, he whispered, "Father, where are we going?" 5 days prior, he had met his father for the first time, who claimed to be an adventurer, were it not for the oil painting left by his mother confirming the man's identity. And the orphanage's open doors beckoning him, he would have vehemently resisted leaving his homeland to follow this near stranger. The man in the shadows lowered his head to look at his son, his expression warm as he replied, "Jack, I shall take you to a sacred place. The sanctum where the Creator once resided. Is that the realm of the divine? We mortals can only enter with a blessing." Little Jack, well educated by his mother, felt a mix of astonishment and fear. The man standing in the shadows possessed a face etched with unforgettable lines, reminiscent of a masterful sculpture. He cupped his hand to his ear, adopting a listening posture, and in a voice bordering on a dreamlike murmur, he said, "Jack, the term mortal is a flawed concept. The Creator fashioned this world, existing everywhere, embodied within every living being. Thus, all things possess divinity. When divinity reaches a certain magnitude, one can become an angel. The 7 so-called demigods are merely more powerful angels. You see, I can already hear the Creator's teachings. Oh, what extraordinary revelations. Life is but a spiritual journey. When the spirit is sufficiently robust and resilient, we can discover our own divinity and unite with greater divinity." Little Jack struggled to comprehend the complexity of these words and shook his head, voicing a question he had not yet asked. "Father, I heard from Mother that after creating this world, the Creator diversified into all things and does not exist in a tangible form. Why then, is there a sanctum?" As a child of 7 or 8, his logic was impressively clear. The man, whose features resembled a finely chiseled statue, paused momentarily, tilting his head as if he had caught whispers unheard by others. Suddenly, he knelt on the deck, his bare skin revealing dark, twisting veins. He clasped his hands over his head, his face contorted in agony as he screamed, "They are lying." After lunch, having assured old Neil that he would accompany him to the underground marketplace next time, Klein sauntered back to the Blackthorn Security Company. contemplating whether to peruse literature in the administrative office to hone his skills or to take advantage of Captain Dunn's current leniency to wander outside again. Perhaps to the divination club to play the role of a seer. However, before he could make a decision, Dunn Smith entered from the outer room. Clad in a black trench coat and donned with a bowler hat. "Captain, what is the situation?" Klein asked with concern, pondering the whereabouts of the Antigonus family S-notes. Dunn's gray eyes betrayed no trace of fatigue as he replied, "Multiple sources have confirmed that the notes are in the possession of Riel Bieber, but he has vanished entirely. I have sent telegrams to all the night watch teams, urging them to keep a close eye on every port and steam train station. The first batch of printed images was mailed out yesterday afternoon and will be published in major newspapers. If only we had telephones, fax machines, surveillance cameras, and big data. Alas, I can only use them, and even then I barely grasp the principles." Klein exhaled silently. "Nevertheless, we have at least gleaned the whereabouts of the notes. And that is your credit. Of course, further confirmation is necessary. I have dispatched a telegram to the Beckland Parish, requesting them to send someone to escort the item sealed as 2-049, which once belonged to the Antigonus family. It is a dangerous artifact that can help us ascertain whether Riel Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus lineage. Level 2 sealed item. Dangerous. To be used with caution and restraint." Klein had intended to inquire about the nature of this artifact, its unique abilities, and its inherent dangers. But he quickly remembered his lack of clearance and reluctantly abandoned the thought. "May the goddess bless us," Klein muttered, tracing a protective symbol over his heart. As Dunn opened his office door, he nodded slightly, saying, "The goddess has always been watching over us, Klein. If you had not chosen seer previously, once this matter is confirmed, you would surely become a full-fledged member and select sleepless. What a pity. To be honest, I have never understood your choice of seer. Though grave robber might be off-putting, you have met Dally and should recognize the power of medium. Watcher is also a commendable option. At least you have old Neil as a role model, minimizing the risks of losing control." Klein had prepared an answer for this question from the very beginning, but Dunn had never asked until now. He organized his thoughts and replied, "I consider that both seer and watcher are auxiliary extraordinary roles, allowing one to avoid constant confrontation with enemies, which is perilous. Moreover, you and old Neil have mentioned that curiosity and exploration in the realms of the mystical and extraordinary often lead to dreadful consequences. The descriptions associated with watcher made me uneasy. So well, you know, not long ago I was merely an ordinary university student. My timidity is the sole reason for my choice." It was an unexpected yet sensible answer, one that surprised Klein. Dunn rubbed his temples and chuckled softly. He half-turned, his deep gray eyes scrutinizing Klein closely. "During this period, you should continue to venture outside. No longer confined to the route between the Welch Estate and Iron Cross Street. Perhaps, just perhaps, you might sense the location of those notes and aid us in determining Riel Bieber's whereabouts." Understood. Klein realized he was no longer burdened with indecision. He bade farewell and turned, mentally counting down. 3, 2. "Wait," Dunn called out. Klein turned back, smiling slightly. "Captain, is there anything else?" Dunn cleared his throat and remarked, "Indeed, even extraordinary auxiliaries must confront adversaries at times. Although the diviner may seem to evade such encounters, we must not be negligent. It is imperative that you maintain your firearms practice and systematically enhance your strength. This is precisely what I am diligently pursuing." Klein gestured towards the outside, prompting his departure. "Very well. Hold on a moment." Dunn called him back once more, contemplating as he spoke. "Perhaps I should consider hiring a combat instructor for you, provided, of course, that you become a formal member of the team." Klein nodded cautiously and inquired, "Captain, is there nothing else?" "Nothing at all." Observing Klein's skeptical expression, Dunn shook his head with a gentle smile, reiterating, "I assure you, there is nothing else." Only then did Klein exit the partition, bidding farewell to Roshan, Madame Oleana, and others. He first proceeded to the shooting club for practice, then leisurely strolled for a full hour, diligently fulfilling the tasks assigned by the captain. Having completed these endeavors, he arrived at the divination club, where the lovely Miss Angelica was leisurely perusing a magazine. "Family." Klein silently recited the title, gripping his cane as he approached and greeted her with a smile. "Good afternoon, Miss Angelica." "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti." Angelica responded nonchalantly, setting aside her magazine as she stood. "Not long after you departed yesterday, Mr. Gracchi's arrived. He has just recovered from a serious illness." Klein exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "That is truly delightful news." Upon hearing this, Angelica, who had been quietly observing him, could not help but lower her voice in curiosity, asking, "Mr. Gracchi's mentioned that you are an exceptionally remarkable doctor. Is that true?" "What?" Klein stared in astonishment at the lady before him, doubting his own hearing. "How could one discern that I am a doctor? I myself am unaware." Chapter 54, the first seeker of divination seeing Klein's expression of surprise. Angelica felt a moment of hesitation. "Isn't it true? Mr. Gracious mentioned that you discerned the hidden ailment in his lungs solely through observation." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, eventually falling silent. Observation? A darkened brow? Klein suddenly realized, shaking his head with a chuckle. I believe Mr. Gracious has misunderstood. Initially intending to dismiss the matter, he recalled that no one had sought his divination the previous afternoon, rendering his role as a fortune-teller quite unfulfilling. Thus, his mind raced. And he offered a brief explanation. This is, in essence, a form of divination. Divination? Yet Mr. Gracious only mentioned your observation of his facial features. Can that truly be considered divination? Angelica replied, both astonished and perplexed. Klein smiled with composure. As a member of the Divination Club, you must be familiar with palmistry. It is not merely a practice of the empire of great eaters. Even on Earth, India and old Europe have developed their own theories. Not to mention the extraordinary powers of our current world. I see, but it seems you did not examine his palm, did you? Were you secretly observing him? Angelica inquired with curiosity. I focused on his features. Klein fabricated. The principles are fundamentally similar to those of palmistry. Is that so? Doubt flickered in Angelica's eyes. To promote the fortune-teller's career, Klein chuckled lightly, feigning contemplation as he lightly tapped his brow twice. Gazing intently, he perceived Angelica's aura. Her head was purple, her limbs red. Her throat blue. Her health appeared sound, albeit the colors were slightly muted, indicative of normal fatigue. Upon assessing her emotions, he noted the orange hue interspersed with traces of red and blue, representing warmth mixed with slight excitement and contemplation. Fortunately, he mused, recognizing there were no abnormalities. Just as he intended to close his clairvoyance, he suddenly detected a deep, gloomy gray lurking within the depths of Angelica's emotional colors. Moreover, she lacked a touch of white. The color of positivity. Klein nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Moretti, are you examining my features? Noticing the young gentleman in black attire had fallen silent, scrutinizing her intently. Angelica sensed something amiss and asked half curiously, half worried. Klein did not respond immediately. Instead, he tapped his brow again, appearing deeply focused. As unease began to settle in Angelica, he gently spoke, Lady Angelica, some sorrow and pain should not be sealed within your heart. Angelica's eyes widened, her mouth opened slightly, yet no words emerged. She gazed at Klein, who wore a half-top hat and exuded an unmistakable scholarly aura as he spoke in a deep, soothing voice that radiated warmth. You need a mountain climb, a tennis match, or perhaps a tragic play, something to exhaust your body through movement, allowing tears to flow freely, unleashing your emotions in a cathartic outburst. This will be beneficial for your health as well. His words flowed like a gentle stream, and Angelica felt as if she had become a statue, standing still in rapt attention. She blinked rapidly, lowering her head in a flustered manner, murmuring, Thank you for your advice. It seems there are quite a few members today. Klein offered no further comment, as if he had not performed any divination, and turned to gaze towards the meeting room at the end of the corridor. On that Sunday afternoon, at least 50 members. Angelica's voice remained somewhat hoarse, and she described only a few key points. Pausing, her speech gradually returned to normal. Would you prefer black tea or coffee? Chinese black tea. Klein nodded slightly, politely removing his hat before leisurely making his way towards the meeting room. Only when he vanished at the door did Angelica exhale slowly. The meeting room of the Divination Club was exceedingly spacious, nearly twice the size of Klein's high school classroom. Typically, only 5 or 6 members occupied this space, making it feel quite empty. Now, however, dozens of diviners sat scattered about, filling the majority of the room. Sunlight streamed through several bay windows, illuminating members who were engaged in quiet discussions, gathered around Haynes Vincent for guidance, practicing divination, or sipping coffee while reading newspapers. This scene evoked a sense of nostalgia in Klein, reminiscent of his student days on Earth, though those times had been more lively and boisterous, devoid of this serene atmosphere. He scanned the room, not spotting his acquaintances Gracious and Edward Steve, and casually picked up a shared divination textbook, settling into a corner to peruse it leisurely. Before long, Angelica entered, carrying a cup of black tea, which she placed on the table before Klein. Just as she was about to leave quietly, she noticed Mr. Moretti unfastening a uniquely designed silver chain from his sleeve, from which dangled a pure yellow crystal. What is he doing? Angelica unconsciously slowed her pace, gazing intently at Klein. Klein held the silver chain in his left hand, allowing the yellow crystal to hover just above the surface of the cup of Chinese black tea, poised to make contact. He closed his eyes in a tranquil manner, and the atmosphere around them shifted to one of stillness. The pure yellow crystal began to gently rotate clockwise, propelled by the elegantly designed silver chain. Witnessing this, Angelica perceived Mr. Moretti as extraordinarily enigmatic. Your black tea is quite good, Klein remarked, opening his eyes with a smile. His previous action had been intentionally performed for Angelica's benefit. To ensure that someone would seek his divination soon, it was imperative that Angelica, the one responsible for reception and recommendations, played a crucial role. Since he had assumed the identity of a fortune teller, Klein cast aside any reservations and fully embraced this role. Indeed, Mr. Vannes is quite particular about the quality of his black tea, Angelica replied, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Klein retracted the pendulum, coiling it back up, then lifted the intricately patterned porcelain cup with a smile, offering a distant toast to her. Upon returning to the reception hall, Angelica found herself lacking the inclination to read magazines. She sat there, lost in thought, oblivious to her surroundings. It was not until a knock at the door jolted her awake that she hastily turned her gaze to the entrance, where she saw a young lady clad in a light blue gown. The young lady removed her gauzy hat adorned with a powder blue ribbon, her expression calm, yet melancholic. "Good afternoon, esteemed lady. Are you wishing to join the club, or do you seek a divination?" Angelica greeted her with familiarity. "I wish to have a divination." The young lady with beautiful yet sorrowful eyes replied, biting her lip. Angelica invited her to sit on the sofa and detailed the divination services available to members. She retrieved a catalog and handed it to her, saying, "You may select any practitioner." The despondent young lady carefully flipped through the catalog. With so many members present at the club today, the selection felt overwhelming, causing her some distress. "Could you recommend someone from these pages?" she asked, pointing to the middle section of the catalog, excluding practitioners whose fees were above 2 sol and below 4 pence. Taking back the catalog, Angelica pondered for a few moments before suggesting, "I recommend this gentleman." The anxious young lady focused her gaze, discovering a diviner named Klein Moretti. "Mr. Moretti has just joined the club. Is his skill trustworthy?" she inquired with a hint of concern. Angelica nodded affirmatively. "Both I and another member can vouch for Mr. Moretti as an excellent diviner. Were it not for his recent membership, he would not be charging such a modest fee." "Understood." Miss Yu nodded. "Then I will ask Mr. Moretti to divine." "Very well, please wait a moment." Angelica picked up the brochure and walked towards the meeting room. She approached Klein and lowered her voice. "Mr. Moretti, someone has requested a divination. Which divination room would you prefer to use?" "Not bad. The first business has arrived." Klein set down his teacup and calmly nodded. "The citron room." "Very well." Angelica slowly led the way and opened the wooden door to the citron room. Klein sat behind the table filled with various divination tools and waited for several seconds before seeing a woman in a light blue dress with a somber and melancholic demeanor enter. While she was closing the door behind her, he lightly tapped his forehead twice. The yellow in her stomach is a bit dim. The darkness of her emotions is very heavy, dominated by worry and unease. Klein carefully examined her and leaned back slightly, raising his hand to turn off his spirit vision. "Hello, Mr. Moretti," the woman in the light blue dress said as she sat down. "Good afternoon. How may I address you?" Klein asked politely, without necessarily expecting an answer. As a seasoned internet user, he knew that many people were unwilling to use their real names when divining. "You may call me Anna." The woman in the light blue dress placed her hat to the side, looking at Klein with a mixture of anticipation and skepticism. "I wish to divine the situation of my fiancé. He went to the southern continent in March for a business venture. On the 3rd of last month, he sent a telegram to me and his family, saying that he would soon set sail to return. However, 20 days have passed, and he still has not returned. Initially, I thought it was due to the weather of the Forsaken Sea, but today, more than a month has passed, and the shamrock he was traveling on has still not arrived at Enigmatic Harbor. The ocean separating the northern and southern continents is called the Forsaken Sea, renowned for its numerous natural disasters and countless treacherous currents. Had Emperor Roselle not sent people to explore several relatively safe routes, the northern continent nations might not have been able to begin the colonial era until today, let alone lay submarine cables and complete the architecture of wired telegraphy. Klein, looking at the first client in his divination career in the truest sense, cautiously asked, "Which divination method would you prefer to employ?" Chapter 55. Revelation with her enchanting eyes. Anna hesitated for several moments before speaking. "You may choose any method you deem most effective. You are the diviner, and I am not. Of course, apart from cards, including tarot, I have attempted to study them at home, but I always felt they resembled mere toys, akin to a game." Klein pondered briefly, resting his elbow on the edge of the table and clasping his hands near his mouth and nose. With a calm gaze and a solemn tone, he replied, "Let us use a natal chart for divination." He gestured towards the inkwell and a stack of blank paper on the table. "Please write down your fiancé's name, as well as his physical characteristics, residence, and his date of birth. If you can recall the exact time, that would be even better. From his attire, demeanor, and aura." Klein believed the individual in question was not illiterate. Anna remained silent, reaching for a sheet of paper, picking up the ink pen, and began to write, pausing occasionally to reflect. 2 minutes passed before she pushed the paper across the table towards him. Klein extended his hand to steady it, turning the paper to take in the details. Joyce Meyer, born on September 15, 1323, at 2 p.m., residing at 8, Stephen Street, East District, Tianjin. With golden short hair and a beak-like nose. Just a fleeting glance, and Klein quickly calculated the individual's birth spirit number, 1 plus 5 equals 6. In the realm of mysticism, the resulting single digit from adding the birth date is termed the birth spirit number, which influences one's life until the age of 27. The birth month number, derived from the month of birth, affects ages 27 to 54, while the birth year number, from the year of birth, influences life beyond 54. As it was now July 1349, Joyce had not yet reached 27 years of age, hence Klein directly computed the birth spirit number. The number 6 signifies balance and harmony in life, often indicating a nurturing relationship or prospective marriage. Following this, he calculated the individual's annual spirit number. The annual spirit number is determined by substituting the current year for the birth year and then summing it with the birth spirit and birth month numbers to ascertain the year's general fortune. Thus, 1349 plus 17 equals 178. The birth month number is 9, and the birth spirit number is 6, resulting in an annual spirit number of 5, which indicates change and unexpected events, necessitating a degree of risk. Klein, considering the circumstances, silently deduced that Anna's information appeared accurate. He lifted his gaze from the paper and inquired of Anna, "Did Mr. Meyer depart on June 3rd? If he is not lying, then yes," Anna replied, gently biting her lip. "Very well." Klein took the pen and jotted down this detail. Looking at Anna with his deep brown eyes, he said gently, "I shall begin crafting the corresponding natal chart now. This will require some time and absolute quiet. Could you step outside to wait for a while? Angelica will offer you a cup of coffee or tea." Of course. Anna understood that certain diviners had peculiarities and was not surprised to rise, don her hat adorned with a pale blue ribbon, and exit the citron room. Klein locked the door behind her and returned to the table, where he meticulously drew the natal chart based on the date, time, and other relevant factors, including zodiac signs, planets, and houses. During this process, he hardly referred to an astrology manual, relying solely on his memory to complete it. Throughout his studies in mysticism, Klein discovered that once he grasped divination-related content, he could master it with ease, swiftly transforming it into instinct. Perhaps this is what it means to be a diviner. Upon finishing the chart, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. He felt a profound lightness in body, mind, and spirit. Observing his work, he surmised, based on the zodiac and planetary placements, as well as other significant symbols, that Joyce Meyer would face tribulations but ultimately emerge unscathed. At this juncture, the divination could be deemed complete. Yet Klein attached great importance to his first endeavor, wishing to build a positive reputation for future endeavors. Thus, he picked up the pen once more and inscribed in bold Hermetic script on the paper Anna had provided, the current condition of Joyce Meyer. He repeated this phrase in his mind, memorizing the birth date and other details inscribed on the sheet, over and over again. After 7 repetitions, Klein held the paper in hand, leaning back into his chair. He envisioned a luminous sphere in his mind, his eyes darkening as he swiftly entered a meditative state. The surroundings became ethereal, as if intangible entities and wispy mists extended above him, boundless and infinite. Klein recalled all the information on the paper once more, then surrendered himself to slumber in this state. He intended to employ the dream divination method. He would repeat the questions, commit them to memory, and allow his astral spirit to roam the spiritual realm in search of insights. For ordinary individuals, such experiences might occur occasionally, albeit with symbols and dreams being complex and elusive, difficult to retain. Diviners, however, do not face this dilemma and can perceive vivid images directly. Everything began to blur, and Klein found himself in a state of semi-consciousness, half awake and half submerged in oblivion. Within this distorted, surreal world, he beheld a golden-haired young man with a hooked nose, frantically swimming in a sea of blood, gripped by terror, nearly engulfed on several occasions, yet ultimately managing to escape to the shore. The scene shattered and transformed, revealing a gray-blue house with a toy windmill at its entrance, where the young man with the hooked nose stepped inside, his expression one of delight. Suddenly, the imagery shifted once more, and Klein discovered himself within a grand palace. The walls were crumbling and dilapidated, with patches overrun by moss and weeds. Through the breaches, he glimpsed towering mountains and clouds that seemed to hover nearby. At the pinnacle of the palace, a vast throne carved from stone stood, adorned with dull gems and gold, seemingly not intended for mortal beings. The throne was empty and worn, as if weathered by the passage of ages. Klein gazed around, perplexed, unable to comprehend why he was dreaming of such a scene. His confusion began to dissipate as he instinctively moved towards the palace's exit, seeking to ascertain this place's nature. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze upon him, an unsettling scrutiny from behind. Klein swiftly turned to face the massive stone throne, where he perceived what appeared to be countless translucent worms coiled together, slowly writhing and growing in a grotesque manner. With a gasp, he jolted awake, the crystal ball, tarot cards, and the chart before him snapping him back to reality. The initial dream had been the result of his divination, but what did the latter part signify? Was it directed toward me? Klein set down the paper, massaging his temples as he pondered. He could ascertain that this was not merely a manifestation of his subconscious fears, as he had been engaged in divination. A non-human palace atop a mountain, observing me in silence, the distorted and grotesque imagery of worms. Klein recalled the previous events, speculating silently whether these were linked to the transmutation ritual or the notes from the Antigonus family. The notes mentioned the Night Kingdom of the Hanachus Mountains. The palace from my dream was situated atop a peak. He took a moment to interpret this revelation, feeling fortunate to have chosen the path of a diviner. According to Old Neil's teachings, even those who peer into secrets could engage in dream divination, but surely not as adeptly as he. Sighing, he collected his emotions, grasped the chart he had drawn, and walked slowly towards the door. Upon opening it, he entered the reception area, where he found Anna gazing out the window, entirely oblivious to the cup of tea before her. Mr. Moretti, have you divined the outcome? Out of the corner of her eye, Anna caught sight of Klein and hurriedly stood up. Klein did not respond directly. Instead, he inquired, based on the revelations from his dream, whether there was a toy windmill at her home or Mr. Meyer's residence. Anna's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she murmured, "That was a gift from him, right at my doorstep. How do you know this? Can such things truly be divined?" Klein smiled warmly and replied, "Congratulations, Miss Anna. Mr. Joyce Meyer is visiting your home. If you hurry back, you should still be able to meet him. He has endured a calamity, an unimaginable ordeal. And what he needs now is not inquiry but comfort, a warm embrace." "Really?" Anna asked in disbelief. The fortune tellers she knew never spoke with such certainty or offered such definitive conclusions. "You will know as soon as you return home," Klein said gently, smiling. "Oh, Lord of Steam, is this true? My poor Joyce has returned? Are you absolutely certain?" "No, I cannot believe it." Anna hesitated, nearly at a loss for words. She withdrew a single Suler note from her bag and, without waiting for Klein to provide change, hurriedly left the divination club, almost running to catch a carriage back home. "Does this include a tip?" Klein remarked, shaking his head with a chuckle as he took the bill. The carriage rolled briskly down the streets, entering the East District. Anna felt a mix of anxiety, anticipation, and trepidation as she watched the scenery rush by. Before long, the toy windmill came into view, disembarking the carriage. She paid little heed to her own demeanor, nearly stumbling as she dashed to the door and rang the bell. The door creaked open, revealing a young man in a black suit, his blonde hair tousled, his face pale yet his expression joyful, with a nose reminiscent of an eagle's beak. "I thought I would miss you today," Joyce said with a smile. "Oh, praise the steam, you have truly returned," Anna exclaimed, rubbing her eyes in disbelief and joy. What the fortune teller said was true. No, he is indeed a genuine seer. It's simply miraculous. Emotions surged within her as she fought back tears, rushing forward to envelop her fiancé in a warm embrace. Outside the gray-blue house, the two stood quietly entwined, the toy windmill turning slowly, as if all their tribulations had vanished into the distance. Chapter 56. The Great Escape at Sea. In a spacious living room, Anna and Joyce, having concluded their embrace, sat on separate sofas separated by Anna's parents. Joyce, with a satisfied expression, remarked, "Steam above, how fortunate I am to have returned alive and to see Anna once more." "What dreadful ordeal have you endured, poor Joyce?" Anna could no longer contain her concern. Joyce cast a glance at his fiancée, his expression turning somber. "Even now, I feel a lingering fear, waking from dreams over and over. 5 days after the Clover departed from Caesarport, we were beset by pirates, terrifying pirates. The only solace was that their leader was named Nestor, the so-called king of the seven seas." Mr. Wayne, Anna's father, responded incredulously. Although Joyce had come to visit half an hour earlier, he had refrained from detailing his harrowing experience, appearing timid, anxious, and unsettled. It was only after Anna returned and embraced him that he seemed to truly emerge from his tribulation. "Yes, the king of the seven seas, Nestor, claims to be a descendant of the Solomon Empire, adhering to the virtue of not killing captives. Because of this, we were merely robbed of our wealth and spared our lives. His crew even left us sufficient provisions," Joyce recounted, recalling the events. His body trembled slightly. Yet he persisted in narrating the darkest nightmare of his life. "I lost a considerable amount of property, and I thought misfortune was behind us. However, during the subsequent voyage, the passengers and crew of the Clover erupted into fierce infighting, arguments turning to brawls, and then to gunfire and swordplay, slaughtering one another. For days, my vision was drenched in blood, as those around me fell one by one, their eyes wide open, limbs, hearts, and intestines scattered about. We, unwilling to devolve into beasts, our rationality had nowhere to hide, no escape route, surrounded by deep blue waves and an ocean with no visible end. Some wept. Some begged for mercy, some offered their bodies, yet their heads still hung from the mast. Anna, I was filled with despair, believing I would never see you again. Fortunately, Amid such a nightmare, heroes emerged. The captain led us to the sturdy lower decks, relying on our pre-prepared fresh water and food to endure until those madmen reached their limits. Mr. Triss inspired us, bravely taking the lead, guiding us to confront those murderers. After a bloodbath I shall never forget, we survived. But the Clover had strayed from its course, and the crew was reduced to a mere third of its original number. As Joyce recounted the most terrifying and darkest aspects of his experience, he couldn't help but recall that hero, the one who called himself Triss. He had a round, amiable face, a shy demeanor, akin to that of a girl, often preferring to linger in corners, only revealing his loquacious nature to those who knew him well. Yet, this unassuming boy stood resolutely at the forefront during the direst moments. Oh, steam above, my poor Joyce, what a heart-wrenching ordeal you have faced. Thank the heavens. Worship the divine for keeping us from separation. Tears glistened in Anna's eyes as she repeatedly pressed the triangular emblem of steam and machinery against her chest. Joyce managed a faint smile, albeit pale. This is our devout offering. The Clover later weathered storms and navigated through a maze, enduring trial after trial, finally reaching Enigmatport. Due to the severe bloodshed aboard, we survivors were detained by the police, questioned separately, without the opportunity to telegraph our families. By the time everything concluded, which was this morning, I borrowed some money from a friend and took the steam train back. Thank the heavens for allowing me to set foot on the soil of Tingen once more and to see you again. As he spoke, he looked at Anna with some confusion. Anna, when you saw me, I could sense your joy and astonishment. Yet I cannot comprehend why you rushed to the door with such excitement after descending from the carriage. I had intended to give you a grand surprise. Anna, still in disbelief over the earlier events, replied, there is nothing to conceal, Joyce. Out of concern for you, I visited the only divination club in Tingen today. And that fortune teller, no, the diviner, told me that your fiancé has returned, residing in a house with a toy windmill. What? Mr. and Mrs. Wayne exclaimed in unison with Joyce. Anna covered her face, shaking her head. I too cannot fathom the events of today, yet they transpired. Steam above, perhaps miracles truly exist in this world. Joyce, the diviner asked for your name, characteristics, address, and date of birth, claiming to craft a star chart. Then he inquired whether the house with the toy windmill was mine or yours. Upon my confirmation, he said, congratulations, Miss Anna, your fiancé has returned, right in your home. Do not inquire about his ordeal, offer him embraces and comfort, God. Joyce could hardly grasp the implications of this, bewildered. Did he know me? Had someone sent him a telegram? Was he acquainted with the police in Enigmatport? No, that still did not explain how he knew I had come to your house. How could he possibly know you were going to consult a diviner? Did you make an appointment in advance? No, I chose it spontaneously, Anna replied, her expression bewildered. Perhaps a skilled diviner must possess a wealth of information, even if it seems irrelevant in the short term. Perhaps there is indeed something miraculous about divination, Mr. Wayne reflected. Sighing. Throughout over 1,000 years of known history, in the somewhat obscure quaternary period, divination has persisted, never vanishing. I believe there must be a reason for this. Joyce shook his head slightly and inquired, what was the name of that diviner? Anna pondered for a moment before responding, Klein Moretti. In the reception hall of the Divination Club, Klein, having moderated his volume, noticed that Angelica refrained from approaching. Thus she only witnessed Anna exiting as if soulless, her expression revealing shock and confusion. Angelica approached the vicinity of the sofa and curiously asked, a favorable outcome? She refrained from inquiring further, fearing she might infringe upon the unspoken rules of the diviners. Indeed, Klein nodded, retrieving 3 copper coins from his pocket, an eighth of a suler being 1.5 pennies. Yes, Angelica observed the coins, noting 1 was a penny and 2 were half pennies, and quickly retreated, realizing she had received an extra halfpenny. Klein smiled faintly. I appreciate your care for my guest. She left me a tip, and I ought to reciprocate with a tip for you as well. He silently added to himself. This is also a token of gratitude for your recommendation. Very well. Angelica felt an inexplicable apprehension toward Klein, but seeing the rationale was appropriate, she did not refuse further. Klein returned to the meeting room, anticipating more seekers of divination. However, by 5:40, he had yet to receive a second customer. This was not to say that the Divination Club was lacking in business. Rather, most individuals had specific intentions and had already designated their diviner. They were likely recommended by others and had long since decided whom to consult. In short, my reputation is still insufficient, Klein jested to himself in gaming terminology. He finished the 3rd cup of his added Siberian red tea, donned his top hat, and strolled leisurely out of the meeting room. Angelica recalled Gracchi's instructions and hurriedly approached. Mr. Moretti, when will you next visit the club? Mr. Gracchi's wishes to express his gratitude to you in person. I shall come whenever fate permits our paths to cross. Klein replied with a tone reminiscent of a mystic, fully immersed in the role. Without waiting for Angelica's response, he strode away from the Divination Club and took a public carriage back home. Upon entering the door, Klein noticed Benson engrossed in a newspaper, while Melissa assembled various fragments gears. bearings, and springs under the gentle glow of the evening sun. "Good afternoon. Has Mrs. Shout paid us a visit?" Klein inquired casually. Benson did not lower the newspaper, but lifted his head slightly. "Mrs. Shout stayed for a quarter of an hour, bringing gifts, and was quite pleased with the scones and lemon cake we prepared. She invited us to her home at our convenience. She is a kind and courteous lady and possesses a knack for conversation. The only concern is that her family worships the Lord of Storms, believing that girls should not attend school and should receive only home education." Melissa muttered softly, her discontent evident. "Do not dwell on it. As long as she does not interfere with us, she remains a good neighbor," Klein reassured his sister with a smile. The Kingdom of Rune is a land of diverse faiths, unlike the northern Farsak Empire that venerates only the god of war, or the southern Fenabot Kingdom that reveres solely the Earth Mother. The followers of the Lord of Storms, the goddess of night, and the god of steam and machinery inevitably encounter some conflicts in viewpoints and customs. However, after centuries of coexistence, they have learned to exercise mutual restraint, avoiding any situation that might threaten their coexistence. Melissa pursed her lips and directed her gaze back to the array of parts. After dinner, Klein continued to review his historical knowledge. It was only after Melissa and Benson had each bathed and retreated to their rooms that he tended to his own needs. Entering his bedroom and locking the door behind him, he needed to organize and summarize his recent studies and the issues that had arisen to prevent forgetting or overlooking crucial details. Only in this manner could he approach subsequent developments with a clearer mindset. Klein opened his notebook, took up a fountain pen, and began to write in Chinese. Word by word, why is the key to potion digestion role-playing? Chapter 57, Reflection and Summary. Pausing momentarily, Klein continued to write. The essence of resolving the potion dilemma lies in digestion rather than mastery, a notion that can be intuitively grasped. Mastery merely regards the potion's power as an external tool, akin to taming a wild beast. No matter how well one masters it, such power never truly belongs to oneself, posing a significant risk of backlash. Conversely, digestion views the ingested potion as an intrinsic part of oneself, breaking it down, integrating it, and absorbing it, thus unifying as a whole. There is no doubt regarding this point. The key question is how role-playing can facilitate digestion. Based on today's experiences as a diviner, I shall propose two hypotheses, awaiting further validation. First, the role-playing associated with the potion's name can alter the states of body, mind, and spirit, gradually aligning them with the persistent spirit remaining at the potion's core, thereby generating resonance, assimilating bit by bit. Second, the stubborn spirit residing at the potion's core resembles a well-defended computer system. To infiltrate and dismantle it, one must identify its bugs, find vulnerabilities, and unlock the keys. The potion's name reveals corresponding clues, allowing one to harmonize body, mind, and spirit, masquerading as an ally to deceive the guardians and stride boldly within. This line of thought bears resemblance to the descriptions of Emperor Roselle. Regardless of which hypothesis holds true, the states of body, mind, and spirit are indispensable elements, as they serve as the sole bridge between role-playing and the power of the potion. Klein set down his pen and reread the passage, momentarily feeling grateful for the examination-oriented education provided by the gluttonous empire. Regardless of whether one chose the sciences or engineering, a fundamental logical capability is essential. Otherwise, one could not become a keyboard warrior capable of such analysis and speculation. Perhaps role-playing indeed holds efficacy. The specific changes remain to be observed. Klein drafted a preliminary summary. Next, he posed a second question. A curious description arises. Why do diviners seem more knowledgeable and specialized in the realm of mysticism, yet lack direct means to confront adversaries? Shouldn't erudition and specialization empower diviners to discover effective methods to triumph over foes? The analysis of the underlying reasons is as follows. First, akin to the online literature I have perused, I have entered a game world rendered real, necessitating distinct characteristics among different professions while maintaining relative balance. Thus far, however, there appears to be no indication of data-driven elements or task-based developments. This factor will remain on hold, potentially negligible. Second, the fundamental rules of this world revolve around balance, with the creator having established this core principle. Third, potions of the same sequence exist at an equivalent energy level, a state discovered by our predecessors through exploration and summation. Exceeding this energy level risks collapse, while falling below it renders the acquisition of extraordinary power impossible. Hence, under fixed energy levels, a slight increase in one aspect inevitably leads to a decrease in another. Fourth, all things share a common origin, having diverged from the creator, each constituting a fragment of the creator, suggesting that mutual complementarity implies inherent issues. At present, I lean towards the third and fourth explanations, though the latter is rooted in uncertain mythology and serves only as a reference. I shall adopt the third as a guiding principle and validate it through current studies and subsequent discoveries. At this juncture, Klein had filled 2 full pages. Yet he did not cease. He proceeded to articulate a new inquiry. Based on today's learning, my transmutation ceremony exemplifies a typical ritual magic. This type of ritual magic can be divided into three parts. The first involves the sacrificial element aimed at pleasing or piquing the interest of the corresponding entity. The second comprises the incantation that specifies the object of the petition. The third is the substantial part that clarifies the assistance sought, requiring formatted language and certain symbolic representations for elucidation. From this standpoint, an evident issue arises concerning the transmutation ceremony. It lacks the third component. It includes the sacrificial aspect of placing staple foods and making 4 counterclockwise steps to form a square, as well as the incantation that indicates the petition's aim, such as invoking the celestial master of fortune. However, its subsequent action merely entails closing one's eyes and waiting, devoid of any description of the ritual's purpose of transmutation. In other words, what this so-called transmutation ceremony seeks to petition remains entirely unclear to the corresponding entity, allowing for unbridled improvisation. What a frustrating predicament. That book, The Secret Techniques of the Qin and Han Dynasties, proved to be utterly misleading. I must have been out of my mind to even consider trying it. Klein paused, took a couple of breaths, and endeavored to calm himself. Exhaling deeply, he continued to outline his thoughts. I need to reconsider the design of this ceremony, rendering it complete, with the objective of petitioning a return to Earth, to reunite with my parents and loved ones. Then the question arises, is that entity indeed subject to improvisation, or does it harbor an implicit, deeper purpose? Furthermore, is the descriptive incantation pointing to the same entity on Earth as it is in this realm? If so, the differing effects of the first and second ceremonies could be interpreted as improvisation. However, if the second and third ceremonies both ascend to the mist above, linking justice and the hanged man with little distinction, what accounts for this phenomenon? Upon the stabilization and repeatability of the fourth ceremony tomorrow afternoon, it would signify the solidification of effects, implying that the objectives of my petitions lie embedded within aspects I have yet to comprehend. In this case, adding new descriptions or requests would yield no clear response and could even lead to confusion and adverse outcomes. The divergence between the first and subsequent ceremonies, while maintaining the same petition object, raises the question of whether the realm itself influences the nature of responses, much like utilizing different interfaces. How then should I design to achieve my desired outcomes? If one posits that the entities pointed to by the first and the subsequent ceremonies differ, many earlier questions could find satisfactory explanations. Yet, likewise, the stability and consistency of the second and third ceremonies imply an inherent objective of the petition, rendering alterations unattainable for the time being. The crux of the matter lies in identifying the entity to which I am directing my petitions. Who are they? Where are they? Why do they offer me no hints or guidance? Are they nestled deep within that fog-laden realm? Could they be perceived as a dormant entity, requiring certain stimuli to elicit consistent feedback, yet remaining uninvolved in my affairs? If that is the case, I could design various rituals to provoke responses and discern patterns of feedback, ultimately uncovering the correct method of return. However, herein lies the dilemma: if they are not dormant, all attempts at probing might lead to dire consequences, rendering the situation perilous. The initial probe must be executed with utmost caution, meticulously designed to avoid provoking ire. How vexing, indeed. Further study is warranted. Klein sighed and reached a conclusion. Subsequently, he jotted down various scattered thoughts. There is always an intangible voice echoing in my ears, shouting Hanachis, and, is it pronounced Firegra or Firegra? Hanachis spans the mountains between the Kingdom of Ruin and the Republic of Intis, with its highest peak exceeding 6,000 meters. According to the notes of the Antigonus family, there existed a realm of night during the Quaternary period. Is there a connection between the realm of night and the goddess of night? Are they allies or adversaries? Could the downfall of the Antigonus family at the hands of the night goddess's cult be linked to the existence of the realm of night? Are the whispers I hear derived from that very tome, echoing the Antigonus family's cries spanning 1 to 2 millennia? Philera, or Phragra, what does it signify? An intriguing inquiry, as the notes left behind along with the artifact numbered 2-049 indicate that the Antigonids wielded considerable extraordinary power. What pathway of sequences do they possess? Is it complete or incomplete? The discovery of these notes in the possession of Riel Bieber seems rather coincidental, yet devoid of any signs of orchestration. Could it be the threads of fate intertwining? Thoughts flowed from Klein's pen as he meticulously chronicled the events he had encountered and his own speculations during this period. This writing spanned a full 4 pages, both front and back. Suddenly, Klein tore off these 4 pages, reviewing them several times from start to finish, occasionally circling phrases with his fountain pen and adding comments. Time slipped away swiftly. The crimson moon was briefly veiled by clouds. Klein picked up the pocket watch from his desk, clicking it open for a glance. After setting it down, he retrieved a box of matches from the drawer, striking one alight and bringing it close to the 4 pages of notes. The orange-red flame eagerly consumed the paper, swiftly spreading, Klein placed the 4 pages atop the wooden wastebasket, watching as the ashes floated and fell. He released his grip, allowing the paper to descend. In a mere 10 seconds, all traces vanished, leaving only the gently swirling ashes and the charred marks at the bottom of the bin as remnants of the past. Due to the existence of Emperor Rosel's secret diary, Klein dared not leave evidence of his ability to write in Chinese. If old Neil and others were to discover those 4 sheets, the situation would become untenable. While addressing confidential matters, whether in runic, ancient Fuzak, or Hermes, Klein feared that the entity observing him in his dreams might see and interpret the contents. Thus, he chose to write in Chinese to organize and summarize his thoughts, intending to incinerate the paper once the task was complete, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, he devised a plan to summarize his insights weekly to avert forgetfulness. As he watched the last of the ashes settle, Klein extracted a fresh sheet of paper and began to write, "Esteemed Mentor, I wish to inquire of Professor Quentin Cohen, the esteemed associate professor, regarding any historical materials related to Mount Hanachis." Chapter 58. A thought on the following day, Monday morning, Klein, who was on leave, refrained from venturing outside. Instead, he entrusted Melissa with a letter addressed to his mentor, Cohen Quentin, along with excess postage, asking her to mail it at the post office near the Tianjin Technical School. After enjoying breakfast, he leisurely compensated for the sleep he had missed during work, rising only when his stomach rumbled close to noon. He warmed up the leftovers from the previous night and nibbled on a slice of oat bread, clutching a newspaper as he entered the bathroom on the 2nd floor. In moments like this, he couldn't help but lament the absence of a mobile phone. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he emerged feeling invigorated, washed his hands, and returned to his bedroom, locking the door behind him. He then drew the curtains, lit the gas lamp, and engaged in half an hour of meditation, followed by another half hour practicing clairvoyance, pendulums, and divining rods, and spent an hour revisiting his knowledge of mysticism through recollection. After completing these tasks, he tore the old newspaper into several pieces, labeling them with names of materials such as moonflower, candle, full moon, and essential oils, methodically simulating the process of ritual magic to grasp its intricacies. He resolved not to recklessly attempt ritual magic until he had truly mastered it and acquired more knowledge, as such an endeavor would waste materials and could invite danger. Time and again, Klein picked up the silver pocket watch adorned with vine patterns, pressed it open, and noted that it was just past 2:45. After contemplating for a few seconds, he took the torn newspaper to the kitchen on the 1st floor to burn it, using this moment to adjust his state in preparation for the tarot gathering. Once he had securely locked his bedroom door again, Klein chose not to wait for 3 o'clock. Intending to enter the mist early, he seized the opportunity to thoroughly explore that realm. Just as Klein stood in the empty space of the room, poised to begin his counterclockwise walk, he suddenly recalled his concerns about whether Justice and the Hanged Man had entered a suitable environment and whether they would be disturbed or discovered by others. This led him to a realization. He had mentioned devising a method to allow Justice and the Hanged Man to request leave in advance, should they find themselves unable to extricate themselves or encounter unforeseen circumstances, thus missing the gathering. For the former Klein, this was an almost insurmountable problem. He could hardly create an instantaneous communication network between worlds by hand, and wired telegraphy would expose his identity. Now, however, he found inspiration in ritual magic. The external force-based ritual magic seeks assistance from different entities, and similar incantations would surely have a clear direction at their outset. Invoking deities such as the God of Night or the Lord of Scarlet, or describing those unknown and secretive existences. Could he then modify the incantation to direct the initial description toward himself? By doing so, even if Justice and the Hanged Man performed the ritual in a foreign land, he could still receive the corresponding information. Klein's spirit surged as he began to analyze the feasibility of this approach. 2 challenges arose. First, he was not powerful enough to be a high-tier practitioner. Even if the incantation's description did indeed point toward him, it was unlikely he would receive the request. Second, how could he ensure that the incantation's description accurately pointed to him, avoiding misdirection toward other unknown existences that might pose great danger? Klein paced back and forth, contemplating potential solutions. His footsteps were silent as he turned in circles, naturally correlating this matter with the mysterious world above the mist. The inability to receive a request did not imply that the mist itself was equally incapable. Its combination with the deep crimson stars could directly pull a person into the space, disregarding distance. He could consider intertwining himself with that mysterious space during the directional description. Following this line of reasoning, though he could not immediately receive a request during the ritual, as long as he entered the mist, he would be able to perceive the corresponding information. In simpler terms, it was akin to the difference between online and offline messages on QQ. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated Klein became, convinced that this idea warranted exploration. What description could he employ to precisely point to himself, to that misty realm? He began to contemplate specific details. In truth, he had a sure incantation that could succeed, the pure transliteration of Fuxing Xuanquang Tensuan's name in runic language. However, the issue lay in the fact that this would result in his loss of control over the mist, forfeiting his dominant position, thus it had to be discarded. The fool from another world? No, while this was quite precise, virtually eliminating the possibility of other entities meeting the criteria, it would expose his greatest secret. Klein brainstormed various incantations, only to dismiss them all. After 7 or 8 minutes, he finally settled on the first segment of the incantation's directional description, the fool not of this era. This was evidently insufficiently precise. So Klein quickly added another line, the mysterious sovereign above the mist. The combination of the two would adequately confine it to himself, binding the mist to his very essence. Yet, he still felt it lacked something, as it could not rule out the possibility of multiple spaces and sovereigns existing above the mist. Nor could he exclude the potential that this description could point to the spirit realm. Klein furrowed his brow, intending to add another layer of assurance. He pondered for a full minute before finally formulating the last segment of the description, the yellow-black king who governs fortune. This was a near interpretation of Fuxing Xuanquang's deity. If it stood alone, it might easily misfire, provoking an unknown danger, yet with the preceding 2 lines as limits. And given his past experiences of entering the mist through similar incantations, the target of the description could be fully locked in. Conducting the ritual magic according to these 3 segments, Klein was uncertain whether it would yield results. But he was certain it would not draw the attention of other existences or place justice and the hanged man in jeopardy. Klein exhaled deeply, silently reciting the incantation he had devised. O fool not of this era, you are the mysterious sovereign above the mist. You are the yellow-black king who governs fortune. He nodded imperceptibly, retrieving his pocket watch from his pocket to confirm the time. It was 2:58. Without further thought, Klein secured the watch, entered meditation, and, accompanied by the verses of the incantation, took 4 counterclockwise steps, forming a square. The most tumultuous noise and the most soul-stirring cries erupted once more, and he felt a headache more unbearable than consuming the potion of a diviner. This pain, unlike the sharp agony of a pierced head, was a throbbing that incited madness, robbed him of reason, and plunged him into chaos. Klein controlled himself through meditation, striving to avoid listening. The whispers and murmurs ebbed like a tide, his body lightened, and his spirit lifted, everything becoming ethereal. Boundless gray mist unfurled before his eyes, the deep crimson stars appearing near and far, like a multitude of eyes. Above the mist, a palace, vast as a giant's dwelling, still stood tall, seemingly existing here for millions of years. With a mere flicker of thought, Klein's figure vanished from its place. Seated at the head of a bronze-long table adorned with 22 high-backed chairs, the effects of the ritual had indeed fixed themselves, he murmured, lightly tapping his forehead, allowing the gray-white mist to envelop him, denser than ever before. According to the hanged man's description, if justice were to become an observer, it was best not to reveal his actions before her. With no time to investigate, Klein extended his right hand, forming an invisible connection to communicate with the 2 familiar deep crimson stars. On the dark blue expanse of the Suanya Sea, an ancient sailing ship glided with the wind. Alger Wilson had confined himself within the captain's cabin, seeking the highest level of protection from the ghost ship. Before him, his pocket watch lay open beside a brass sextant, ticking away with an air of tension, devoid of joy. As the hour, minute, and second hands aligned perfectly, a deep crimson burst forth before Alger Wilson, penetrating layer upon layer of protection. A sigh escaped his lips, echoing within the captain's cabin. In Beckland, Queens, Audrey Hall reclined against a velvet pillow, perusing the yellowed parchment in her grasp. Her gem-like eyes seemed to harbor 2 slowly swirling vortices of souls. Her gaze was calm and frigid, as if awaiting the unfolding of a grand drama. The deep red erupted, and she regarded herself with a condescending demeanor as she was engulfed. Above the gray mist, within a grand palace, a weathered bronze table stood, its surface marked by the passage of time. As Audrey Hall's form began to manifest, Klein, who had already awakened his clairvoyance, cast his gaze upon her, unsurprised to observe the colors within her aura merging into a singular essence, pure and tranquil, akin to a lake reflecting reality's clarity. Indeed, she had become an extraordinary being. Just as Klein prepared to divert his gaze, he noticed a change in the high-backed chair belonging to Miss Justice. The brilliant stars adorning its backrest shifted rapidly, forming an illusory constellation that was not of this world. To Klein, this constellation was familiar, for it represented a symbol in mysticism, an emblem of the dragon. The audience, the dragon. Klein restrained himself from shaking his head, curiously peering at the high-backed chair of the hanged man ordinarily, from his vantage point. He would not have been able to see the back of the chair, yet this was his domain, where all conformed to his will. The constellation behind the chair remained unchanged, but with his newfound understanding of mysticism, Klein recognized it as the symbol of a storm. Sailors, sea dwellers, storms, that posed no issue. The colors emanating from the hanged man's aura had indeed become more refined. Had he ascended? What symbol lay behind my own chair? Klein, suppressing his impulse, lightly tapped the edge of the long table thrice, smiling as he addressed her. Congratulations, Miss Justice. You are now an extraordinary being. Could he perceive it directly? Audrey paused momentarily, then smiled lightly, responding, thank you, Mr. Fool, thank you, Mr. Hangman. That was quicker than I had anticipated. Algie Wilson stated calmly. Klein chose not to pursue the topic further, tapping his forehead thoughtfully before speaking with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, have you found Russell's diary? Chapter 59. The genesis of Roselle. Upon hearing the fool's inquiry, Audrey did not respond immediately as she had in the past. Instead, she gazed intently at the hanged man with her crystalline eyes. Algie instinctively restrained his movements and, after a brief silence, spoke up. I have discovered 2 pages from the diary of Emperor Roselle and have committed their contents to memory. I possess 1 page. Audrey, her vision obscured by the gray mist, replied in a detached tone, very well. Klein refrained from allowing his feelings of elation and disappointment to color his voice. He was glad to have secured 3 complete pages, yet disappointed that there were only 3, as the initial collection was likely easier. Merely a preliminary exploration of his own resources and potential avenues. Subsequent endeavors would undoubtedly become more challenging, involving numerous additional factors. Shall we express it now? Audrey inquired calmly. Yes, Klein affirmed with a succinct nod, maintaining his previous posture, cautious in front of the audience. As his words fell, yellow-brown parchment and dark red quills materialized before Audrey and Algie. The two seized their writing instruments, delving into their minds to recall the symbols, pouring forth their urgent emotions. In silence, lines of text began to fill the yellow-brown parchment. Some were neat and dignified, others delicate and flowing, while a few were askew. Within a minute, the hastily recorded contents were fully transcribed. Klein's thoughts stirred, and the 3 pages of parchment appeared in his hands. A quick glance revealed that the order of the language was jumbled, with missing and misspelled words. However, experiments had shown that a certain degree of disorder did not impede the reading of Chinese, and having endured the torment of asterisks, he was unfazed by the omissions and errors. April 8th. I stand at the bow of the black throne with arms outstretched, declaring to Green and Edwards, do you seek my treasure? Then come to the end of the misty sea to seek it. I have hidden all my wealth here. They utterly fail to grasp my humor. Inquiring if I truly possess additional treasures. How dull. They shall never become my 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. April 11th. I discovered an unnamed isle off the safe passage, populated by numerous extraordinary species. No, I prefer to call them extraordinary kinds, as it sounds more prestigious. Alongside them, the island is home to many peculiar creatures. I think, had Darwin traversed here, he would have been unable to write his theory of evolution. April 15th. Green has become somewhat peculiar. Has he been infected by something? When did the Emperor Roselle of the Indus Kingdom ever embark on a voyage? The Misty Sea should be the ocean west of the Indus Republic. I must visit the library to seek historical references. Klein quickly skimmed through a page, casting his gaze to the next. At this moment, he no longer concealed his understanding of Emperor Roselle's secret symbols, as this aligned with the persona of the fool. Audrey and Algie remained silent, sitting quietly and waiting, seemingly unperturbed by this outcome, even deeming it as it should be. October 2nd. They had the audacity to decide my engagement to Matilda of the Abel family without consulting me first. Goodness, I have yet to even meet her. No, I must refuse. I shall run away from home if I must, and even if I am marginalized, I will resist this arranged marriage. October 5th. Miss Matilda is truly beautiful. October 6th. Her personality and demeanor are precisely to my liking. I am beginning to look forward to our marriage. Hey, Emperor. Where is your integrity? Klein leaned back in his high-backed chair, suppressing his emotions behind the mist. He observed that early Roselle did not maintain a daily diary. He only wrote when something warranted commentary, documentation, or emotional expression. His gaze lowered. Klein regarded the final entry of this diary, October 9th. They have the audacity to call me the child of steam, a title I quite like. Finding little value in the previous 2 pages, Klein felt a flicker of disappointment. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, placing the 3rd page atop the stack. This page, both sides filled with content, read. May 21st. The Church of the God of Craftsmen presented me with 2 choices. The beginnings of 2 sequential paths. One was generalist, belonging to their complete sequence chain, and the other was seeker of secrets, derived from the Morse monastic order, lacking a higher sequence. May 22nd. My choice was simple. Generalist. A complete sequence generalist. While possessing more esoteric knowledge could assist me in finding a way home, the issue is that, without personal strength, such traversals would necessarily require external aid, which could be benevolent or malicious, uncontrollable and exceedingly perilous. Therefore, it is wiser to empower myself and return through my own strength. Hence, a complete sequence is my primary consideration. May 23rd. I have become a generalist. Through the power of potions, I have astonishingly recalled all the knowledge I previously studied. Physics, chemistry, and so forth. Not only have I recalled it, but I have also deeply understood and mastered it. This is truly a profession tailor-made for me as an outsider. Maximizing my advantages. I must say, if I were to return in this condition to my final year of high school, I would surely become the top student. With further structured and in-depth study, becoming a scientist would not be too difficult a goal. May 26th. I take great pleasure in my identity as a generalist. A curious phenomenon, when I identify as a generalist and act in accordance with that identity. The whispers that nearly drove me mad have quieted significantly, and my outbursts of temper have been controlled. I recalled the matter of keeping a diary. Is this what the enigmatic Mr. Charla suggested regarding playing a role? This may be the key to mitigating the dangers of potions. Klein regarded this page of the diary, acutely aware of the distinct differences in character and style between himself and Emperor Roselle. For instance, regarding the issue of returning home. He was inclined to think of mastering esoteric knowledge to avert danger and achieve his goals, whereas Roselle's philosophy was to rely on himself, to hold danger firmly in hand. I must admit, at times, I envy such individuals. Perhaps everyone yearns for what they themselves lack. Of course, I must also consider strengthening myself. I must grasp both sides firmly. A cascade of thoughts flooded Klein's mind, leaving him in a contemplative sigh. Roselle's description of the diminished risks of potions filled him with confidence regarding the conclusions drawn the previous night, providing him with a clearer understanding of the essence of role-playing. Setting down the 3 pages of the diary, Klein looked up at Justice and the hanged man, smiling gently. I apologize. I became quite engrossed in reading. Audrey, suppressing her envy, replied with a serene smile, I understand. I look forward to the day when I can exchange the contents of Emperor Roselle's diary with you. That will require a price to be paid, Klein said. Glancing at Justice with a smile as he swept his gaze across the silent hangman, Audrey clasped her hands before her and said, Mr. Fool, Mr. Hangman. I have 3 questions I wish to ask. If you deem the answers to hold significant value, please inform me of your desires, and I shall endeavor to seek them thereafter. Not a problem, Audrey replied simply and steadily. Klein nodded gently, reclining even more comfortably. Audrey pondered for a few seconds and inquired, what precisely does playing a role entail? I have noticed that the residual spirit within the potion has a minimal effect on me. Could it be that my recent behavior of acting as an observer plays a part? Argyll remained silent, directing his gaze towards the fool, seemingly awaiting an answer. Klein lightly tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers, adopting a casual tone as he explained, let me illustrate with a more vivid example. The core power of sequence potions resembles a heavily guarded castle, where those lingering spirits that may cause backlash reside within. Our objective is to resolve this issue and become the true masters of the castle. We have 2 approaches. One is to forcefully invade, which may not guarantee success and will likely harm ourselves unless we possess absolute superiority, which we evidently do not. The second approach involves an invitation from the castle's master, permitting us to bypass the guard's scrutiny and stealthily enter the castle to eliminate the enemies with ease. However, the challenge lies in the fact that this invitation contains a description of the guest's appearance and corresponding temperament, necessitating our disguise as the invited guests. Do you understand? Argyll, seemingly having anticipated this, promptly retorted, so, the invitation refers to the name of the sequence potion? Indeed, Klein affirmed. Audrey experienced a moment of clarity, realizing the full extent of what playing a role entailed. Excitedly, she broke free from her observer state and exuberantly praised, what an exceptional method. I believe it aligns perfectly with your title, and its essence resonates harmoniously with the fool. I never imagined playing a role functioned in such a manner. Fortunately, I have instinctively been embodying the observer during this time. After a brief pause, she continued, I consider this a profoundly valuable answer. I cannot simply accept it without recompense. Mr. Fool, what kind of exchange do you require? Of course, I recall I still owe you a page from the diary of Emperor Roselle. More pages from Roselle's diary. Or, Klein hesitated. He initially intended to inquire about any information regarding the diviner sequence, but he felt that such a lowly request would tarnish the image of the fool. Thus, he decided to refrain, planning to seek an opportunity to subtly inquire later. After all, I have only recently ascended and have yet to fully digest the diviner potion, he reassured himself, adding nonchalantly, or any information regarding the Antigonus family, even if it pertains to what I previously knew. Argyll paused for a few seconds, cautiously glancing at the bronze table before speaking with deliberation, Mr. Fool. I can now provide recompense for your earlier answer. No problem, Klein replied, striving to keep his tone steady. He rested his left elbow on the high-backed chair's armrest, his fingers lightly supporting his slightly tilted forehead, adopting an appearance of calm attentiveness. Argyll carefully chose his words. The Antigonus family is an ancient lineage whose history can even be traced back to the cataclysmic era before the Quaternary. Associated with the second blasphemous tablet. The second blasphemous tablet? There's a second one. Klein's eyes narrowed, nearly altering his posture. According to the previous discussions regarding the hanged man and justice, the blasphemous tablet documented 22 divine paths. The existence of such significant artifacts, possibly 2 or more. The 22 divine paths, sequence paths. Can these two terms be equated? Does each complete sequence path lead to the divine throne? In an instant, Klein was flooded with thoughts triggered by the mention of the second blasphemous tablet. He was certain that had the thick gray-white mist not obscured his emotions, the young lady in the audience would have likely detected his reaction. As a professional, the term cataclysmic era was familiar to him, referring to the third epoch. After reviewing the material over this period, Klein had even learned that the third epoch was divided into 2 eras, the era of radiance and the era of catastrophe. The second blasphemous tablet? Audrey candidly expressed her curiosity. She had yet to regain her composure and fully return to her observer state. Excellent question. Klein silently applauded Miss Justice. This was a query that the fool could not conveniently ask. Argyll glanced at the fool, noting that his posture remained unchanged and that he did not voice any objections. Then continued, the first blasphemous tablet appeared during the Dark Ages, which corresponds to our struggle for survival under divine protection in the second epoch. While the second blasphemous tablet emerged at the end of the third epoch, marking the conclusion of the era of catastrophe. The information regarding these 2 blasphemous tablets is strictly confidential within the 7 churches. I only know that both pertain to the divine paths. Yet I am unclear on the distinctions between them. Did Emperor Roselle consult the first or the second blasphemous tablet? Audrey inquired with intrigue. At this moment, Klein recollected Argyll's description during their first gathering regarding the names of the sequence potions, stating that they were derived from the blasphemous tablets. Similarly, the captain had mentioned that the formation and refinement of the potion system relied on the emergence of the blasphemous tablets. This indirectly validated that the divine paths are indeed the sequence paths. Klein silently resolved his earlier doubts. At this juncture, the hanged man, Argyll, succinctly stated the second one. Audrey's gaze fell silent as she once again assumed her observer state, refraining from further inquiries and focusing her attention solely on the hanged man. This made Argyll somewhat uncomfortable. Suppressing his emotions, he continued in a low voice. During the reign of King Solomon in the 4th epoch. Although the Antigonus family was an illustrious noble house, they did not leave behind any remarkable deeds until they supported the establishment of the Tudor Empire, which allowed them to truly emerge onto the stage of the northern continent. At that time, names such as Antigonus, Ammon, Abraham, and Jacob shone brightly in the realm of humanity. But following the War of the 4 Emperors, the blood emperor of the Tudor Empire fell, and they descended from their zenith, pursued by the current 7 gods. The specifics of this decline are unclear to me. I only know that the Antigonus family ultimately perished at the hands of the Church of the Night. Mr. Fool, if you wish to know further, you may have to seek the Church of the Night for answers or connect with those ancient secret organizations. You know which ones I refer to. I do not know. Klein nodded ruefully, indeed. The mysterious order counts as one, and the captain mentioned the Moss Ascetic Order, while I am uncertain if the Psychological Alchemy Society qualifies. As he silently assessed, Argyll provided the final piece of information. As for which sequence path the Antigonus family mastered, I am also unaware. However, 2 adjectives frequently appear in the related descriptions, eerie and terrifying. Eerie and terrifying. Considering that notebook, the encounters of the original owner and his classmates, and those of Miss Riel's mother, this is indeed quite fitting. Klein's fingers tapped the edge of the long table several times. Then, he softly replied, very well. I am quite satisfied with this recompense. The reason he repeatedly tapped the table was to reinforce this action, convincing Justice and the hanged man that he possessed a habit of tapping, thereby concealing the opening and closing of his spiritual vision. It is my honor. Argyll refrained from casually mentioning anything further. Audrey glanced at the hanged man, then at the fool, and with a gentle smile remarked, allow me to pose my second question. What are the names of the subsequent potions of the audience? Where might I uncover clues? She wished to inquire so directly. Yet different choices would entail different challenges. Klein remained silent, directing his gaze towards the hanged man. After a brief moment of contemplation, Alger replied, I shall answer this question free of charge, for it is I who guided you onto this path. The subsequent potion of Sequence 8 is known as the Mind Reader, while the ancient name for Sequence 7 is Psychoanalyst, now commonly referred to as Psychologist. This information was relayed to me by a member of the Psychological Alchemy Society. I believe they possess numerous potion formulas pertaining to this path. The Psychological Alchemy Society. The medium Dolly held a certain admiration for their theories, while the captain regarded them as evil and mad. Klein listened thoughtfully. Do you know the whereabouts of that Psychological Alchemy Society member? Audrey inquired, her eyes sparkling. Both the mind reader and the psychologist aligned well with her aesthetic. Alger let out a rare chuckle. Indeed, he lies submerged near Suanya Island, a fate I personally orchestrated. If you seek the Psychological Alchemy Society, I can only extend my apologies. The trail has gone cold. He bore no concern that justice would deduce his identity from the earlier description, as that affair had been his solitary endeavor. Audrey found herself at a loss for expression and words. Taking a breath, she suddenly faltered from the audience state, shyly asking, for my third question, if, and I emphasize if, an ordinary animal were to consume the potion of sequence 9, what might transpire? What a peculiar inquiry. Klein discreetly tapped his fingers against his forehead twice. He soon discerned from the change in color that Audrey's emotions were somewhat flustered, anxious, and embarrassed. Had she perhaps committed a similar folly? Klein mused, somewhat astonished yet not entirely surprised. After their previous gatherings, he had concluded that Miss Justice possessed such inclinations. The hanged man, Alger, appeared momentarily taken aback, eventually responding, ordinary animals lack the human intellect to learn meditation instantly. Thus they would likely perish on the spot or devolve into monsters. However, should they endure, they might transform into extraordinary beings if the potion enhances cognitive abilities. They could even become intelligent. Very well. Audrey silently exhaled, nodding with a relaxed tone, I have no further questions. After a moment's thought, Alger similarly shook his head, opting not to mention the Aurora and listener. I have a matter to discuss. Klein maintained his posture, smiling as he continued, this requires your cooperation. Without closing his spiritual sight, he immediately noticed the evident tension emanating from the hanged man, while the once carefree Miss Justice now exhibited a touch of fear and caution. Before they could respond, Klein reassured them, rest assured, it is a trivial matter. If successful, it will be quite beneficial for you. Thus, I shall not offer additional compensation. You may proceed. Audrey instinctively entered the audience state, yet she found it impossible to penetrate the dense gray mist surrounding the fool. As you wish, Alger steadied himself. Speaking in a low tone, Klein's fingers moved lightly as he smiled and began. I previously mentioned the need for certain attempts to allow you to request leave in advance. So you need not worry about being in an inopportune situation on Monday afternoon. That is precisely what we hope for. Audrey's brows unfurled with relief. Alger contemplated briefly. What do you require us to do? You may attempt a ritual magic in your spare time. It need not be overly formal. Just ensure it is in an undisturbed environment. Place 4 new candles at the corners of the altar, preferably those infused with sandalwood. At the left upper candle, place a portion of white bread. At the right upper candle, a portion of fine pasta. At the left lower candle, seafood rice. And at the right lower candle, a dish of pie. Utilize a silver knife to create a sealed spiritual environment. Klein described the ritual magic he had adapted from the transportation ceremony, generously teaching Miss Justice how to establish a spiritual environment. To be frank, as the target was himself. Klein believed the initial portion, aimed at garnering the interest of the corresponding existence and pleasing it, could be omitted. Nevertheless, he endeavored to make the process appear authentic. Though it did not align with Old Neil's assertion of the divine being 2 and oneself being 3, distill a mixture of moonflower, golden mint, deep sleep flower, golden calamondin, and rock rose into essential oil, and place a drop on each candle. Audrey listened intently, taking notes, and finally inquired, and the incantation? What is the corresponding incantation, Mr. Fool? Alger too paused, turning his gaze towards the fool, enveloped in the gray-white mist. Klein lightly tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers, and, with an unruffled demeanor, responded in hermetic, O fool, who does not belong to this era. You are the mysterious sovereign above the gray mist, the king of yellow and black, who governs good fortune.